Opposition space, I know, of course, we will be talking about the BJP and why they won, but it's going to be a lot of the drama and the theatrics is going to be taking place in the opposition.
Okay, Dr. Abbas, quick interjection. I'm expecting Prithviraj Chavan to join us. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, quick 30 seconds. So the fact is, when we speak of the Aam Aadmi Party, it reminds me of this beautiful debate between Amit Shah ji and Raghav Chadha, where Amit Shah ji said ye Supari Jitni party, and Raghav Chadha comes back and says that ye Supari Jitni party is able to become India's fastest political startup in the last 10 years with not one but two states.
I've said it 3 times already this morning. Yes, the past 10 years have been the Modi era, but has also been the sub-stories have been the rise of Arvind Kejriwal. Is he a disruptor? Absolutely. Yes, but who's he disrupting? He's not disrupting the BJP.
No, he's
disrupting the Congress.
BJP.
I mean, you heard Sandeep Dixit mention this 2 days ago. He said, we are the ones who filed the case against Arvind Kejriwal. Okay? That's the truth.
He's disrupting the Delhi. The Bharatiya Janata Party is not able to grow its Delhi number. They're ruling all over India. But Delhi mein, Dilwalon ki Delhi mein, capital of India, you're not able to beat the Aam Aadmi
But they might
Party.
win all 7 seats again. We don't know. We don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out because it's 8 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, and 8 o'clock means that officially the counting has begun. And despite, of course, various demands by the opposition, we'll start getting in numbers. The first is going to be the postal ballot round, which is going to be taking place this morning. There are going to be several rounds, about 10, 12 rounds of counting take place. How the process works is that at the end of every round of counting, which is a set of EBMs counting, the polling booth officer posts the results, physically posts the results, chipkaos them outside the counting station. We have people on the ground tracking them. The Election Commission published this on their website, so you can refer from them. But they're going to be slightly behind us because they have to go through a whole lot more of verification. We can see the results immediately and telecast them. So you're going to see the numbers populating on your screens very rapidly. Take them with a pinch of salt for the next 1 hour because they're postal ballot results. They stabilize around 10:30, 11. That's what experience has taught us. Prithviraj Chavan, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, joining us this morning. Sir, very good morning to you. Let me ask you the most obvious question. Maharashtra, how's it looking? How's the Congress performance, both at the national level and the state Lok Sabha seats, sir?
I won't be very accurate about our estimate in all India level, sir, but I can talk about Maharashtra level because I have traveled in Maharashtra. I have not traveled extensively over the country. My estimate would be based on the talks with the friends in different states.
Fair enough.
Upon various reports that are coming from various states. But I can tell you about Maharashtra. Our alliance of the three-party alliance of the Maha Vikas Aghadi performed very well. It clicked, absolutely. We campaigned aggressively in each other's constituencies. And I think really it was a very unified, combined campaigning effect in Maharashtra. And therefore, I'm sure that Maha Vikas Aghadi, the three parties combined, will get at least 32 out of the 48 seats in Maharashtra. It could be 30 to 35, but I would...
Yeah, go ahead. Finish your thought. Okay, but what about the India Alliance itself, sir? What happens? If you lose today and can't form a government, does the India Alliance exist or was it a single-purpose vehicle?
No, I think you're talking of a possibility of Mr. Modi winning. I don't think that possibility exists. Mr. Modi is losing. And no matter what happens, India Alliance will remain intact. We'll also try to carry forward this India Alliance in the forthcoming assembly elections in Maharashtra.
Okay. We will know hours from now, sir. Okay, but then if there is still hope for you, who becomes Prime Minister?
No, I think that we are told a number of times. We are not projected anybody as a prime ministerial candidate before the election. The time-honored practice in a parliamentary democracy is that two political parties based on two different political ideologies contest elections, they field candidates, and any party or any alliance getting in the parliament, MPs in the parliament, will then meet together to elect their leader, who will be then called upon by the president to take oath as the prime minister.
Okay.
So I don't know why it should be different. It happened in 1977. Of course, we had a choice of announcing a prime ministerial phase, but we did not. Because India Alliance will definitely, first objective is to defeat Mr. Modi and to save Indian democracy. And then when we win a majority, we'll select a
Okay, but you say that but it might be odd in the evening, because if Indian democracy still picks Narendra Modi, then we can't say democracy died because voters voted for Narendra Modi. It's an odd conversation. But okay, fair enough. Some of your colleagues joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. You know to whom I'm referring. Do you think today they're going to be regretful of leaving you, or maybe they'll just be vindicated for leaving?
No, I think Mr. Modi tried to win Maharashtra by breaking the opposition parties. He was successful in breaking Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray's party. He was successful in breaking Sharad Pawar's NCP. He tried to break the Congress party, but he was not successful. Onesie, twosie leaders who are facing serious criminal charges, corruption charges, they were threatened, blackmailed into leaving the Congress party and joining BJP. Now, we're talking about 2-3 leaders. The Congress party, let me reiterate, did not split like the other two parties, because other two parties were, splits were caused in the other two parties, threatening the ED action, the CBI action, the income tax action. Our people, bar one or two leaders, did not fall prey to such threats, such attempts at blackmail. In any case, two leaders which defected from the Congress party were given Rajya Sabha nominations, Mr. Ashok Chavan and Mr. Milind Devra. But I don't think that's going to have a major impact on our electoral prospects.
Okay.
We are winning both the South Mumbai seat for the Shiv Sena, our alliance partner,
okay,
and the Nanded seat, which Mr. Ashok Chavan used to contest, will be won by Congress by thumping majority,
okay,
notwithstanding Mr. Ashok Chavan campaigning.
Okay, but will you, we were just discussing this, sir, will you at least accept, now that the election campaign is over, the elections are over, the results are upon us, will you accept that, more than 15 years as Chief Minister, 10 years as Prime Minister, under Narendra Modi, from the toilets to the houses, every single scheme delivered without a single charge of discrimination due to religious identity, caste identity? Will you give him that much credit at least?
No. See, ultimately, the Constitution of India does not permit any discrimination on the grounds of religion or even caste. Whatever reservations or special treatment you have to give, you had to enact a law in the parliament first, or that provision has to be present in the Constitution, like there is a special provision for SCs and STs and OBCs in our Constitution. So any discrimination based on religion is not permitted by the Constitution. So if Mr. Modi has done it or not done it, he's not doing a great obligation on anybody. He's just following the Constitution.
Yeah.
So I think that charge that Modi has given everybody is neither here nor there. He has to do it. That's the Constitution. He's violating the oath of the Constitution, the oath to uphold the Constitution, which Mr. Modi has become the Prime Minister.
Mr. Chavan, regardless, break a leg, sir, and wish you the best for whatever results come your way. I'm hoping in the evening, after a democratic mandate is developed, politics continues, but governance continues as well. Prithviraj Chavan, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, joining us this morning with his perspectives. I'm expecting Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, Rajya Sabha MP there, to be joining us very, very shortly as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's pick up this conversation. Joyita Basu joining us this morning as well. We're expecting the results on your screens to start populating any second now. The one result which is already saying BJP won, NDA won, is the Surat result which has already been declared. Joyita, what are your numbers this morning? Does it feel that the feedback we've gotten in the past 24 hours is indicating that a big upset is about to take place and all the exit polls were principally wrong?
Well, no, I don't think so. I think it's pretty clear that NDA will get a majority. If you look at the exit polls, unless there is some humongous mistakes that have been made by each and every agency, it seems that the BJP-led NDA is set to form government, and it's just a matter of numbers, whether the BJP crosses, at what the BJP stops, whether it is 270, 280, 290, 310, 30, around that. I think that is what exactly we are looking at. We are looking at the range and the precise figure we cannot say, but yes, the trend is pretty clear. And that is why, when the NDA, India Alliance, they talk about 295 plus. In fact, I was doing my maths yesterday and it did not add up. And that's happening with a lot of people. Let's hope the election, this results day goes smoothly, and all those threats that we are hearing about, going to court, going to the president, demanding.
Let me pick that up. Okay, so let me pick that up because it started yesterday. It happens. Okay, let me put the caveat. Ladies and gentlemen, this kind of maneuvering happens. But Sumit P, we've seen a notification by the Congress party. They told all their cadres, don't be at home, come to the centers. Some judges are saying, oh my God, if the government loses, then there might be anarchy. They might want to give up power. Who's writing this? Which retired judge is suggesting that we are about to see civil war in the country in the next 3 hours? I just drove to office. It didn't look like civil war to me.
It didn't look to me also. I came in a cab down here. It was all pretty fine and good. But, unfortunately, there have been some statements. Yesterday, Mr. Akhilesh Yadav has been talking about Rang de Basanti. जवानों ने सर पे कफन बांध दिया है, स्वतंत्रता संग्राम होना है बीजेपी से. So there are these indications which have come up which are not very heartening for the democracy.
Who is doing it?
I think these are the people from the India Alliance, because they know.
So why are the letters being written to the Election Commission, President of India about what these comments are making? Because we all live here. All of you live here. All of you watching this.
Correct.
Are you leaving your house this morning or watching television in palpable fear of civil war?
No, nothing like that.
So what nonsense are we being told by responsible citizens who are saying that, oh my God, the government might not give up power? Might not give up power means what? They're going to roll out the army?
Correct.
What does that mean? How do you hold on to your chair without force?
Even there were people yesterday, were rumors on the social media, there will be a coup or something like that. Rishabh ji, they're trying to make international headlines that this election is compromised. Modi ji is sticking to power. It is everything in India is compromised. It's going to be. They want to just make international headlines.
But where is it coming from? Sayyid Abbas, look out your window. Do you see the tanks rolling out? Are you afraid of civil war in 2-3 hours?
Rishabh Sahab, I must tell you, it's always a pleasure to be on a debate with you, sir. And I must tell you, you're at your wittiest best. Well, it's absolute peace, calm, serene here in the beautiful city of Namma, Bengaluru. It's absolutely fine. I truly believe that the India Alliance, there is absolutely no need to fearmonger that way. Irrespective of the result, we need to celebrate the democracy and accept the beautiful mandate of the people, because this is what it is. Take it with a pinch of salt. You win some, you lose some, or in the case of the India Alliance, could be a lot. But nevertheless, like I said, ibtidai siyasat hai, rota hai kya? Aage dekh, hota hai kya?
Okay, well, I can tell you, abhi kya ho raha hai? The numbers have started populating. I've already put the caveat. Please take them with a pinch of salt till about 9 o'clock, after which we'll have the first EVM results. The EVM results happen really, really fast. So when it starts, maybe by 10:30, 11. If it's very close, if it needs to go to the 10th, 11th, 12th round of counting for a decisive result in some seats, we will be here till late this evening. On the bottom of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, 10 for the BJP, 40 for the NDA, 19 for the Congress, 36 for the India Alliance. That's what the figures are populating on your screens. The BJP leading in 2 seats in Bihar, already leading in 2 seats in Rajasthan as we speak. We're expecting at the top of your screens the Andhra results to come up as well as the Odisha results. Watch out for those. Those are going to be important as well. 83 out of the 543 seats. We have first tentative, the first of the blocks, and the first of the blocks is a slight advantage for the Congress. They are, of course, going to be hoping that they break into the triple digits and really get ahead of the curve. Quick responses, Himanshu, but this number is going to stabilize in a couple of hours. Do you think it's going to be close, that some seats are going to go down to the wire?
Some seats will go down to the wire, but it will not be close. Overall, it will be a one-way slide.
Correct.
It will be a total one-way slide. There will be some seats which will be very close, and that will make us wait till last hour,
Okay.
It will happen.
Okay, so some seat. But do you think trend, Priya? Do we think a trend is going to be settled? Because once you cross 272 with the reason multi-thousand margin, maybe even a lakh plus margin, it's pretty much sorted.
Yeah, see, Rishabh, I agree that this trend in terms of the number of seats, there will be no confusion, but it's going to be a close battle. The margins in the seats are going to be reduced, you know, so we are going to see a lot of seats, I think, with a close fight happening, especially, I think, in UP probably and Karnataka, you know, the battleground states. I think there will be close fights, but the numbers in terms of the vote share, the seat share, whatever you call it, I don't think that trend is going to be, you know, I think by 12 o'clock you can at least call the election, if not earlier. But just back to the question of your civil war and all, you know, I was just, yesterday we were having that conversation after Akhilesh Yadav and the others made those comments, and we were, you know, we actually were tracing back as to ye EVM fixing ka kahan se shuru hua tha. You know, this whole earlier on also elections have been won and lost by BJP and the Congress, but the narrative of EVM match fixing was actually started by LK Advani in 2004, I think, the election that he lost to the Congress when he was hoping for a comeback. So that is really when the narrative
of the EVM is going to happen, some rigging.
It never happened earlier. That's what I'm saying. It may happen like the Chautala, the vote chap, whatever, but the EVM being questioned.
I'm the last generation that remembers the years before EVMs, okay? And let's not kid ourselves.
I've seen it. So the vote...
You put a katta there, okay? And then you stuff the ballot boxes. Let's not assume that used to happen in large numbers. It does. Is it possible to fix 1 million polling booths in this country?
No.
Okay. It's not.
Okay.
No.
It's not. And if somebody thinks you can do it, I wish you all the best. But is it okay for seasoned citizens, just because they don't like the BJP and Narendra Modi, okay, to come out and allege that there is about to be, the only way you can forcibly hold on to power is not with words, it's with sticks and stones. I do not see the army rolling out anywhere.
No.
It's absolutely irresponsible what these letter writers have done, and I don't care what their designation or portfolio was. They are the ones who are doing a disservice to the democracy of this country. You can't come and say at the end of the day today, after a democratic exercise, that a dictatorship is taking place in India, because it is not. That's all hooey and it's hubris. And if somebody is talking like that, they're talking nonsense. Because a democratic exercise has taken place. Till yesterday, you can say whatever. Today, a democratic exercise is drawing to a conclusion. Whoever wins, that's the end of it. 10 leading for the BJP, 52 for the NDA, 19 for the Congress, 39. Syed wants to quickly come in. Syed, go ahead. And I want to rope in our guest who just joined us.
Yes, quickly, 30 seconds, Rishabh Saab. 2018, I was an MLA candidate here in Karnataka elections, and let me tell you, myself, my polling agent, my booth agents can vouch for the fact it is next to impossible to do any kind of rigging on that large level where you have your representative in the election strong room, returning officer, assistant returning officer. I really wish there are many more candidates who understand that talking about election rigging is next to impossible. Also, as a matter of fact, the same parties, like if rigging was allowed, why would the BJP allow the Congress to win in my state of Karnataka or Telangana or many other states? But also, let me tell you, BJP spokesperson Shri GVL Narasimha Rao himself has written a book about how EVMs are being rigged. So let's blame both BJP and Congress for them.
Okay.
But largely, my experience, you cannot rig the elections.
Okay, all right. Okay, Preeti Memon joining us this morning, representing the Aam Aadmi Party. Gautam Seth joining us this morning, representing the Congress. Gautamji, good morning to you. I know it is exam result day for all politicians, so I know there'll be a bit of nerves. But how are you feeling this morning, sir? Are you hopeful that at least the performance will be a whole lot better than last time?
Rishabhji, absolutely. We are very hopeful. We are the way we saw the support on ground. We are hoping it's going to translate into results. And the momentum at the AICC headquarters, I was just checking with my people. It's also very upbeat. The workers are very upbeat. So we are hopeful. Let's hope what India has voted for, what the people of the country have voted for. And this is the day when we will celebrate the largest democratic festival that took place.
But has it been a democratic festival? Are you satisfied? Because at the end of the day, will you still tell us that this is a dictatorship?
No, you see, the only attempt of Khadgeji writing a letter to the bureaucracy and the Congress issuing some helpline numbers was to make our workers vigilant, was to ensure that in case there is some kind of, playing around with the counting process, so we should be able to tackle it there and then.
Fair enough.
So that is why should we not be vigilant as a political party?
That's fair enough. That's your job. You're supposed to have an officer, a representative at all these counting booths, just like we are supposed to have correspondents checking what the polling or returning officer chapos outside after every round of counting.
Absolutely.
But practical question, what do you make? Because we've been told by certain retired judges in this country that a forcible stay in power is to happen. Now, a forcible stay in power cannot happen. You can only hold on to your chair if you roll out the army. Are you seeing tanks outside your window, sir? Are they rolling out as we speak?
Not at all. Nobody from the Congress.
So what
has
kind of
spoken like
loonies
this.
live in this country, okay, and call themselves distinguished citizens, and on the night before the biggest ever election result almost indicate that a coup is about to take place in this country?
Not at all. Nobody from the Congress gave any such statement. I mean, somebody else has given, they should reply it for themselves. But nobody from the Congress spoke like this. The Congress's purpose yesterday of releasing those letters was to make our workers vigilant. And we have
I've read your letters. I've read your letters. I've read them in detail in both Hindi and English. There's nothing indicative in that. They're just asking people to come to the Congress office. Basically, don't sit at home, and if you see a problem, call this number. That letter is different from a letter not released by the Congress party, but it's indicative to people watching the broadcast that an electoral exercise is taking place. And in election, people win and people lose. But that's the nature of an electoral exercise. And Narendra Modi could lose. Who knows? He could lose still in 2 hours' time. Okay? And no, the army tanks are not rolling off. So responsible people, if my job is to be a responsible person, a responsible citizen, and if you're a retired judge in this country, you are supposed to be a responsible person. You're writing a letter that says that that the government in power might not give up in case it loses. It's never happened, barring once. Okay, and that also was not an army coup. That was also by constitutional means in Parliament. You can disagree with it or like it or not like it. Let me get Preeti Memon into this conversation. Preeti ji. A lot at stake. How are you feeling? Delhi, Punjab matters. Maybe the one seat in Haryana. How are you feeling this morning?
I think that this is going to be a fantastic result for the Aam Aadmi Party as well as the India Alliance. We've been on the ground. We've been working very hard on the ground, and it was a closely fought election. And there is a lot of support for the India Alliance across states where I have traveled. So I think this is going to be a great day for India. And we're looking forward to the result because we made our debut in states where we haven't in the past really contested. I think in Haryana, we're already seeing that our candidate has got an early lead. So I think that this is going to be a great result for the Aam Aadmi Party, and we are going to join the parliamentary democracy in full force this time.
Okay, will you come and tell us dictatorship at the end of the day, ma'am, regardless of who wins? Or is it a democracy?
There is a dictatorship in India right now. No, there's a dictatorship in India right now. If elected chief ministers...
Ma'am, a dictatorship's definition is that there is no democracy. Are we a democracy or are we a dictatorship by the end of the evening? You can't have it both ways. You can't say it's a vote we respect and we love and we join the festival of democracy, but we are also a dictatorship.
It doesn't happen that way.
No, let her answer.
Yes, you can have it both ways.
You can have it both ways.
Putin has won with 86% votes. So there are places, there is Bangladesh, there is Pakistan, it's both ways. There is a farce of democracy.
Are you saying we are like Pakistan?
And those in power then run it like a democracy, like a dictatorship.
Oh my
We
God,
can go there if opposition leaders like Imran Khan was in jail, if Arvind Kejriwal is in jail, tomorrow other people can also be put into jail. So yes,
I salute all the army chiefs of this country who have not acted like the army chiefs of Pakistan may remain so.
Being undermined.
Ma'am, let's reach the stage. Yeah, no, let's not compare ourselves to Pakistan. Don't compare Indian democracy to Pakistan.
Talking about the political leadership of the BJP.
Yeah, but please, ma'am, we'll have to let go. You'll have to let go. This is a democracy. It's not a dictatorship. No, it's a democracy, ma'am. And Narendra Modi might lose. He's certainly not going to win every seat he contests.
Without any valid proof against them. Narendra Modi himself has admitted that there is no proof against Arvind Kejriwal, and yet he is in jail. So if that's what you're going to talk about,
are the judges who have kept him in jail all sold out?
Leaders are in jail. I am not talking about the judges. I am talking about without proof, a chief minister has been arrested. Narendra Modi himself in an interview admitted that there was no proof against the Aam Aadmi Party or Arvind Kejriwal. So when you know that there is no proof...
Okay, we're going to have to come out today and we are all going to have to say that a democracy is in place in this country, the greatest ever in the face. More votes have been cast in the last 2 months than ever in the history of humanity. And to hear fellow Indians saying that on the day the results are being declared, that there is about to be somebody writing a letter to the president that, oh my God, be careful what was going to go on. Others are saying, no, it's a dictatorship. I mean, come on. You are insulting crores of voters by the end of the evening.
Freedom of expression exists in this country.
Okay, state of repression.
You are insulting the freedom of expression of people of this country. If somebody's written some letter, they are entitled to do that.
Yes, they are.
But that
And I am
doesn't
free
mean
to
that
disagree
because
with it.
it's for
I am free to
everybody.
have fundamental.
You are entitled to
You are
have
free to
opinions.
say. You are free to say that we can become Pakistan. You're free to say it. You just said it.
You can't pass judgment on
And even
everybody.
Bangladesh.
You've just said that we can become like Pakistan. You've said it, not me.
If opposition leaders are put into jail without... Absolutely. If BJP comes to power, we are heading that way because they have
My
already
God.
exercised excessive use of
And
force.
these are
They
the
have
alternates.
exercised a misuse
My
of
God.
agencies
the
in order to
bandwagon has
undermine
started.
the opposition. But
Shuru
that's
kar
all
diya
right.
inhone.
Okay,
Let the
all right,
people
okay.
decide. The people of this country will
Neha
decide what
Joshi,
they
if you
prefer
win
and
today,
that's for
we are
them.
going to become like Pakistan in a few years. Your response?
Good morning, Rishabh.
Good morning to you.
You know, it's a great day today. We've been celebrating the Festival of Democracy over the past, 2 months, in fact. And today, India has voted for a strong government. We are going to have the results with us by this evening. And you know, it is hilarious and tragic at the same time, Rishabh. I was listening to the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson that she can use, she can compare India to Pakistan and Bangladesh. You know, India is a country that has emerged as Vishwa Bandhu. We are practically leading the world. We are leaders of the global south. We are seeing eye to eye with the developed countries of the world. We are not just strong in ourselves, but we've been recognized as a force to reckon with by the world. And here is a political party who has been participant in this Festival of Democracy, and a spokesperson comes here and says that we are a dictatorship. हम जीतेंगे तो democracy रहेगी, हम नहीं रहेंगे तो ये dictatorship हो जाएगी. So I think this sums up the opposition's campaign, Rishabh. Their campaign was built on lies. Their campaign was built on fear-mongering. However, I'm very, very optimistic. Bharat has overcome much worse. So, we've overcome the emergency at one point of time. So, I think we will emerge much stronger.
No, it's all okay. All's fair in love and war till yesterday.
Correct.
Today, we are back together as one country. India bashing, we're going to become like Pakistan is all nonsense. Some army coup is going to take place. People are going to come, the government won't give up power, and to say so is my freedom of speech. Yes, to bash your own country is your freedom of speech. To bash your own mother, father is your freedom of speech. Go stand on the streets and abuse your own mother. You're allowed to do so. That doesn't mean it's a good thing to do so. It's all okay till yesterday. It's not okay today. And to continue down on that tirade, it has to end. You're insulting crores of people. No.
I am very, very surprised.
You're free to speak, ma'am. Yes.
Me right now by saying,
How are you being insulted? How are you being insulted? You are saying we are going to become like Pakistan and you are the one feeling insulted. Explain to me, ma'am.
Abuse your mother. What are you talking?
You are free to do it, ma'am, but that doesn't mean it's the right thing to do.
India is on...
In the middle of a largest democratic exercise, you're saying we're a dictatorship. How does that make sense to you, ma'am?
Abuse your mother and father. That's what you just now said.
You are free to do it if you want. That's what freedom of speech means.
Dictatorship if BJP comes to power because BJP has already undermined. Yeah, you cannot please speak to me like that. You have to maintain some semblance of decency over here.
Ma'am, the semblance
Let me
of
go
decency
and
is to
speak
say
abuse
that
your mother
today
and
the
father.
elections are over.
Please speak decently.
That's the semblance of decency.
Then
It's your
allow-
comments which are said that India is becoming like Pakistan, not mine.
Decency. My comments are...
I would call that an indecent comment.
Yes, I will again repeat that if the BJP comes to power again, it will further abuse its power to undermine democracy. It has
I'm hoping that this commentary was till yesterday and not at the end of the day today. Well, anyway, you're free to make it.
Democracy.
You're free to make it. The results so far, ladies and gentlemen, this morning, we have 345 trends out of 543.
Tenor is absolutely disappointing.
345 trends out of 543. The NDA is leading at 220. The India Alliance is leading in 112. The others are currently leading in 11. Those are the figures that are coming in latest. They are going to be updated at the bottom of your screens very, very quickly. I'll give people a chance to respond to the conversation that's just been going on. Sumit, your quick thoughts.
Rishabh, atrocious, not acceptable, insult to 1 billion people. 650 million people vote, and you are comparing my country with Pakistan?
on earth, God, for the sake of God, Pakistan, because Kejriwal is in jail, all the judges are corrupt, everything about Aam Aadmi Party. You will make this country a Pakistan. You have national TV pe keh rahe, on the day of election, you are insulting 1.4 million Indians. Is Kejriwal about 1.4 million Indians? You are insulting me. You are insulting my family. How dare you call my country Pakistan? No, this is not about Kejriwal. India is not about Kejriwal.
Let's take it calm.
Yes,
Please.
India is not about Kejriwal, ma'am.
Extremely abusive person. I don't know how he's shouting like that.
What do you mean by abusive? You are saying my country is
we don't have to raise our voice. We don't have to raise our
It
voice.
is my country and I will speak as
No,
I
is
speak.
it about all
You are
Kejriwal?
not taking away my freedom of speech.
Is India over
No one is
Kejriwal?
taking away your freedom of speech.
Nobody
Ma'am, I
is
don't
taking
know.
away. How dare
I
you
think
say
let me.
Is that why you call women to a channel? So that the anchor and the spokesperson can abuse women? Is that what you call women to
What
the
is
channel?
abuse?
No, one
So
second.
that they
What?
abuse
How
and
have you been abused, ma'am?
How
Please
have you
tell
been
me.
abused?
Please
It's
tell
a
me.
very,
Please tell
very
me.
simple discussion.
Since you want to make it personal,
Why
please
is
tell
this
me.
man shouting and
How have
screaming?
you been abused,
Why
ma'am?
is this
How have I
gentleman
abused you?
shouting
Please
and
tell me.
screaming? Yes, why
It's a
is
live
this
television recording. How have you been abused?
One is you. One is this gentleman is shouting and screaming. When
He
none
should
of
not
us
be
is
shouting, you're
shouting
right.
and screaming. You're allowed to have different opinions, and my opinion says, let me now please complete what I'm saying. And my opinion says that BJP's way of ruling the country is a threat to power. I don't know why you're bringing judges and army into it. I am saying BJP's way of ruling is a threat to democracy. I've said that in the past. I'm repeating it again. But having said that, India is a successful country because of Indians, and each one of us is responsible for that success. So it is not the success of this one individual who is shouting on your channel. It is the success of all of us who work for India and have dedicated our lives for this country. All of us own India, and it's not this one person shouting in your studio.
No,
and
no,
say,
but
go and
okay,
stand and abuse your mother and father on the road.
but
I don't
people
think
take
that kind of
umbrage to
language
thinking
is
that we are
allowed.
like Pakistan. I am one of them. I also have family members in the army who will take a lot of umbrage.
My
And to say no, hang a second. That's not. It's not fair. But you're free to say it. You're free to say. Like I said, you're free to say anything. That doesn't mean it's a nice thing to say.
You are not
Joyita.
entitled. You don't.
Yeah, if I
You
can
don't
just-
have dibs on the army and the navy. So I don't think you should use the army and navy to whip up.
Can I say
frenzy over
something here?
Army,
Or
Navy
just
whipping up a frenzy, ma'am. I'm not whipping up a frenzy. I'm telling you that there's no coup taking place.
May I make a point?
You are the one whipping up the frenzy.
Yes, you are.
Joyita, quickly.
Well, as a,
I'm also saying there's no
I
coup taking-
think
I am
by
not saying there's no coup
comparing
taking
us
place.
with
I have never
Pakistan,
once
by
said there's no
saying
coup
that
taking
people
place at all.
in India,
Okay, let's get others to speak, Preeti ji. Joyita, go ahead.
I think by saying that people in India is opting for a dictatorship if they vote for the BJP, well, I think the lady is abusing me and other
Correct.
Indians as,
Correct.
we are Indian citizens. Give us some sense. If BJP comes to power, they will be coming to power, democratically. Similarly, if you win in Delhi or in Punjab, you come to power democratically. You do not say, because there are lots of opponents to you as well in this city and in Punjab. So, people don't go around saying dictatorship is succeeding. So, the minute you are questioning any government that comes to power, you are questioning us citizens.
Okay,
And
so
that's
I'm
an
really
abuse of
hoping
citizens.
not to be having this conversation in the evening, because this was a conversation till yesterday. It's a conversation maybe a few months now. It's not a conversation today. Okay, let's absorb some results. PM Modi leading from Varanasi. Mahua Moitra currently this morning leading from Krishnanagar. In Gaya, Jitin Ram Majhi is leading. Chirag Paswan is leading in Hajipur. The update still is 220, which is updating on your screens very quickly. Absorb the results for us, Priya.
The results, I think, Rishabh, are on expected line, though I think this is the postal ballot.
Yeah.
But even in the postal ballot, where, traditionally the opposition feels that they have a chance, they are not making the dent. So if the postal ballot itself, they're not winning, which shows that the trends are showing in favor of the NDA. I think, what early on, of course, we were discussing, have the exit polls overestimated? Perhaps not, because as we can see, where the numbers are heading, it's already, I think, on the strength of postal ballots itself, the BJP may want to call the election. Of course, we're going to be waiting for all the results before we do that. But it's
okay, Rahul Gandhi leading both in Wayanad and Raebareli. Himanshu,
as
quickly.
expected.
Well, I think he'll win both. He'll win both. He'll be leading throughout the way. He'll win both and then leave Raebareli.
Okay, we'll find out what will happen, because he has to give up one seat.
Yes.
PM gave up his seat, he contested.
But I think, Himanshu, I disagree with you on this one. I think
Which one he might give up?
He may want to give up Raebareli, but I think because of the pressures, he may have to,
No, in that case, it will be a total betrayal to the people of Kerala.
Okay,
Oh, either
Gautam,
way,
I know this.
betrayal to the people of
I
UP.
know which seat he will give up, maybe above your pay grade at this point of time. But in absorbing the numbers that are coming out early this morning, there must be a little bit of nervousness. All politicians should have it.
Yes. Yes, there will be a lot of...
Let him answer. Gautam, take that thought.
Gautam.
Gautam, if you can hear us.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you can. Go ahead. Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I remember Vajpayee ji's speech कि चुनाव आए और जाएं, पार्टियां आए और जाएं और ये देश रहना चाहिए. And with that spirit, the Congress is watching the results today with a lot of hope. And still it's the early trends, so we cannot draw any conclusions. So let's wait for another 2-3 hours and see how this comes out. And when they say that Rai Bareli and what you call Wayanad, which seat with Rahul Gandhi will be leaving and which seat will he be keeping? He is winning in both the seats, and for sure, Rai Bareli will certainly have a member of the Gandhi family only representing that.
Okay,
That's all
okay. Akhilesh Yadav, this morning after postal ballots leading in Kannauj, Syed, how do you absorb the results so far?
Well, that's quite surprising to me because Kannauj is seen as trailing for Akhilesh Yadav. Nevertheless, as a Rocky Balboa quote, I'd like to say, it ain't over till it's over. Till at least by about 11:30, 12, we cannot really say which way it's going.
Yeah, it's going to happen very fast. 3 hours. Okay, the Samajwadi Party currently leading in 12 seats. They'll be thrilled at that result. The Aam Aadmi Party leading currently in 1 seat. The TMC leading in 13, the DMK leading in 5. Expect that number to change. The RJD leading in 4. That's what they'll be hoping that they get a little bit more than that. The BJD leading only in 7 seats. It's still early. Postal ballots still early. We are still an hour or two away, as you've just heard. The Congress leading in 56 seats. The Bharatiya Janata Party already leading in 230. The NDA alliance already leading in 266. But there are some graces for the Congress in Jorhat. First time Gaurav Gogoi is contesting from there. He is leading, held the seat last time in Koliabor for the Congress last time around. I'm trying to find out what is happening in the other big battleground in Thiruvananthapuram. But meanwhile, the LJP, Chirag Paswan's party leading in 1. The JDS leading in both the seats. The LDF leading in 10 seats. We have to figure out what's happening in Kerala, but this trend is going to change, ladies and gentlemen, almost for sure.
But that'll be really funny if both Shashi Tharoor and Rajiv Chandrasekhar lose because
if the LDF candidate wins,
that would be
I want to attend that dinner when that happens.
Correct.
Okay, all right, but we are seeing dramatic things happening. Have a look at the seats that are populating at the bottom of your screens for the party, as well as the seats that are populating at the top, because you have the first returns coming in from the postal ballots taking place in Andhra Pradesh and Odisha also. It is an important contest taking place there also. Let me just quickly point this out and get you as many results. I'll dictate them as fast as possible. 469 out of 543 trends, first trends are in. The NDA is ahead in 290. They are past the halfway mark in the trends that have just been given to me. The India Alliance is leading in 161, the others at 18. So as far as the postal ballot trends are, the game is over with the NDA at 290 and the BJP 245 out of that. But we are still a couple of hours away before we can be for sure. Remember, the Congress party is going to be hoping at least to be in triple digits. Nitin Gadkari leading there in Nagpur. Quick thoughts from across the table. Joyita, what do you make of this? I'm just coming to Joyita.
Well, I think it is along expected lines. I'm of course looking very carefully at Bengal right now, and it seems TMC and BJP are kind of neck and neck. So let's see which way that goes. And then, of course, I'm also looking at UP because that is another, battleground state. Maharashtra is, of course, of importance. It seems like Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, they are pretty one way as expected. So I would say till now, with the postal ballot trends, it's more or less what we were expecting from the exit polls.
Okay. Currently, the BJP leading all 7 seats in Delhi. Quickly, Sumit Pir, your response.
Rishabhji, I've been stretching my neck out and saying BJP is going to win all 7 out of 7, including Manoj Tiwari's seat. So there's no doubt on that. It's something for Aam Aadmi Party to worry because in their bastion, they are losing all 7 seats.
No, but the Aam Aadmi Party has nothing to worry because they are at 0. Every seat is a win. It's not a loss. Priya, quick responses to what you see of the results right now.
Yeah, so I'm not surprised by Manoj Tiwari's win. Kanhaiya Kumar didn't even have the support of the Congress. So, that seat was expected to go the BJP way. The seats that I am looking for in Delhi are Mahaval Mishra seat and JP Agarwal seat,
Yeah,
those
Chandni
two, Chandni Chowk and Northwest.
Let's find out. Okay, let me get Preeti ji back in.
But I want to just add what I'm hearing is another person person who's trailing is looking to be, according to the numbers I'm getting, Supriya Sule. So the hot seats that I'm looking at, Rishabh, the ones that are,
we have a list of them.
Baramati also.
Okay, Preeti ji, we'll leave the larger debates for later this evening when we meet again. Right now, it's all about the seats. Which ones are you confident that you have more than a fair fighting chance, even right now? Preeti ji, if you can hear us.
I think that we're very confident that the Aam Aadmi Party is going. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
I think you've muted me.
No, we can hear you fine.
Right.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So we are very confident that this is an early trend yet in Delhi. Yes, this is an early trend yet in Delhi, and we are sure this is going to turn around. The election has been exceptionally charged, and on the ground we have had huge support. So I'm sure that we are going to do very well in Delhi. I think that it is quite possible that out of the 4 seats that we win, or the 4 seats that we contested, we might win all. I see Haryana looking good. Sushil ji has been in the lead for some time. And of course, we have Punjab. Every win in Punjab is going to be a win for the India Alliance.
Okay.
So we are very confident that we're going to do well, and we're going to make an entry into the parliament in this election. And we're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to
it's confirmed. Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Confirmed on our screen. Supriya Sule early this morning from postal ballots is trailing in Baramati. Yes. That means Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra is leading in a family fight in that particular constituency. It is. I would not have predicted this.
No, I did.
Okay, I was the contrarian person here who did not feel Supriya Sule would lose her seat. But we'll find out in a couple of hours whether she actually does. The Aam Aadmi Party is leading in one. I'm just going to put on your screens which one that is. But the interesting numbers are coming in from Karnataka, where the BJP is leading in 17, the JDS in 2, and the Congress in only 4. Karnataka is not panning out well this morning for the Congress party, but the numbers in Maharashtra are the very interesting ones, because the NDA, which is the BJP, the Shiv Sena and the NCP of Ajit Pawar, including that seat in Baramati, are only leading in 21. The India Alliance is leading in 19 seats this morning. We'll have to wait for that to stabilize, but Maharashtra seems to be going split down the middle. In Bihar, another very interesting battle, because I've been told the India Alliance is leading in 9 of the seats that have been declared or showing trends so far. In Kerala, the left, the LDF, the figure is now 7. They're leading in 7 with the UDF leading in 13. It's still very, very early. Still very, very early. Yeah. We have to wait at least an hour before we know. Syed Asadabaz, your quick response.
Well, Karnataka, I would say it's a win for Congress, coming from just 1 seat of DK Suresh in Bengaluru rural to even a good 5, 7 up to 10 seats will certainly be big. But the surprising fact is, one leader who should really lose from Karnataka is Prajwal Revanna. I think that would really hurt the people of Karnataka if that leader is leading today. That would be very, very unfortunate to see. But nevertheless, all in all, the BJP is looking good in Karnataka. But the real question is, are they going to dent in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra? That will they be able to do? That is something to look out for, to really see that the Bharatiya Janata Party is becoming a formidable force in Karnataka or not. But nevertheless, the voting percentage is bound to go high for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Okay, I've just been told by my producers the Aam Aadmi Party is leading none of the seats in Delhi. So that 1 seat is obviously coming out of, most probably out of Punjab. It might be out of Haryana, but most likely it's out of Punjab. In Tamil Nadu, ladies and gentlemen, 13 seats out of 39 are showing trends, or 39 showing trends. The NDA is leading in 3.
In Tamil Nadu?
In Tamil Nadu. The India Alliance, of course, which is the DMK and Congress leading in 9. The AIDMK currently at 0. Maneka Gandhi leading in Sultanpur, expected to win that seat very, very shortly. Let me quickly open up this conversation. Kaushal Kant Mishra joining us this morning of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Dr. Mishra, your quick thoughts on what the trends are showing us this morning right now.
Rishabh,
Kaushalji, yes. What your just quick thoughts on the trends right now? What are your thoughts, sir? I know it's loud where you're sitting.
It's too early to say anything about what you are discussing about Maharashtra and few other places, but we are confident that we will cross the 400 seats of NDA and 370 seats of the BJP. So in my opinion, democracy is maturing, and gradually the country has decided for a strong and active government which can take the decision and which can imprint the whole world with the Vishwa Bandhut of the India to all over the globe. So we have to understand that now the people of country has decided from a stronger government which can take decision, which can take forward the country in a positive direction. And the Modi ji has clearly said that he is not fighting election for 5 year or 10 year. He is fighting election for this 25 year to brought up the country for the 1000 years. So the people have decided for a strong government, a strong nation, Samradh Bharat, Viksit Bharat and developed country.
Dr. Mishra, you gave me the safest diplomatic answer possible this morning. And I don't even see a smile on your face. I thought you'll be looking a little bit happier this morning after how the exit polls panned out. I think there are lots of your colleagues there, which is why Dr. Mishra is probably unable to hear us very, very clearly. Dr. Mishra, have you already got laddus? Are you waiting till 1 p.m.? He smiled.
No problem. Everybody will get the laddu. Don't worry, because it is a win of democracy. In any case, in the democracy, it is the oldest democracy of the world. It is the strongest democracy of the world. It is the biggest democracy of the world. So don't worry.
Okay.
Whosoever wins, the country will win. Don't worry.
Okay, Preeti ji this morning disagrees with that premise, but we'll try to get her to smile also before she leaves. Quick thoughts on the figures on your screens at the bottom, because Maharashtra is looking very interesting, Sumit.
Maharashtra is looking very interesting. Rishabh has predicted their alliance, the alliance partner, which the BJP is not contesting, but the alliance partners are contesting, around 5 seats were supposed to be lost. So Maharashtra, and there will be some losses in Bihar as well. So you can take some losses from the alliance partners in Maharashtra and some in Bihar, but it won't be so bad. I think 5 seats.
Okay, the BJP leading in 7 in Maharashtra, the Congress is leading in 5, the Shiv Sena, which is the Shinde Sena, leading in 4, the UBT is leading in 5, the NCP, which is Ajit Pawar's NCP, is leading in 1, which is Baramati, and Sharad Pawar's faction leading in 3. So the performance in Maharashtra for the NDA this morning, as first trends come in, is not the best. The leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party in that 1 seat, I am told, yes indeed, it probably is Haryana, because it's not Punjab, it's not Delhi. So the seat is probably there. Himanshuji, quick thoughts on the results that are coming in as we speak.
No, it's an expected line. It's going on. The postal ballot is no different this time than the actual voter. Because after all, it's the people of the country. These postal ballots come out in senior citizens. They go out. What I am seeing is, generally in the state assembly elections of the last 5 years, we are seeing the trends in a postal ballot actually reverses after 2 rounds.
Yes.
We have been seeing that. And so I would like to wait for 2 hours.
Okay, I want you to look at the figure on your screens in Uttar Pradesh, because the Samajwadi Party is now leading in 12. I'm just coming to you. Let me quickly read you through the updated figures. 490 trends out of 543 are currently in from the postal ballots at just a few minutes short of 9 a.m. The NDA is leading in 299, so almost at the 300 mark. The India Alliance is leading in 171. They'll be pretty happy with that number this morning, and the others in 19. And where are the India Alliance numbers coming from? They're obviously coming from Kerala and Tamil Nadu, but they're also coming from Maharashtra and Bihar. They are not coming from Karnataka. And keep an eye out on that figure of the Samajwadi Party in UP, because that is going to be one of the make or break figures. Priya, quickly.
Yeah, Rishabh, apart from that, Maharashtra, we were discussing Uddhav Thackeray's that they are winning in 1 seat. Sorry, not Uddhav Thackeray, Ajit Pawar. He's contesting only in 4 seats. So him winning, 2 or 3 seats would be a big thing for his part of the NCP also. So there are going to be a lot of regional leaders whose legacy is going to be at stake here. Sharad Pawar versus Ajit Pawar, Eknath Shinde versus Uddhav Thackeray. Even if you look down Bihar, there's going to be Tejasvi Yadav versus Nitish Kumar. So there are a lot of subplots and sub-battles for states also being fought along with the larger election of the assembly. Now, I want to put on one more thing, that the people who I'm looking at, because as you know, I anchor a women's show also for NewsX, is the fate of, we are all the women are interesting, but 5 very feisty women, interesting women at stake here, and they're all very close battles. Smriti Irani, Mahua Moitra, Supriya Sule we saw trailing, Mehbooba Mufti we saw trailing just now a while ago. These are the characters that I would, the close seats, I would really like to know where
so Mahua Moitra, remember, expected to win. Mehbooba Mufti expected to lose. Supriya Sule, I would have said might have won till last night, but it might be wrong. She might lose, but then
it's a close battle. And
be replaced.
If she wins, another woman will come, Sunetra Pawar.
Yeah, Sunetra Pawar.
The women balance is sorted.
Ajit Pawar's wife. Okay, the figures on your screen. The BJP 255 was at 303 last time. The Congress is leading in 71 seats. They are not going to be happy with that figure, but it beats 55. Remember, the exit polls said between 60 and 70 for the Congress and 300 plus for the Bharatiya Janata Party. So far, Joyita Basu, it's roughly along lines. We are still waiting for about 40 to 50 seats to report early leads. Your quick thoughts?
Well, it's going along expected lines, and of course, you see Maharashtra is a little confusing right now. Bihar also. UP, I'm waiting to see which way UP goes because it's still early days.
It's still early, but the Samajwadi Party leading in 17. Still early, but they're leading in 17 at this point of time.
Yeah, that's not bad. If you're looking at taking away 17, so BJP is right now looking at the NDA alliance is looking at 65, 66 seats right now. So let us see which way that goes. And let's not forget, when we are talking about the postal ballots, it's not just senior citizens, you also have government people, you know, government workers. So it's still, I mean, I don't think the EVMs have been opened as yet.
No, they have not been opened. We'll get the first round of counting results from the EVMs very shortly. I'll get an update as soon as it comes. Smriti Irani, there you go, Priya. She's leading in Amethi. It's still early, but yes, she is leading Himanshu. But the battle of UP is the core battle. It all matters here. If the BJP needs to improve on 303, they need to improve in UP. And right now, the BJP is leading in 38 as we speak out of the seats in UP. The Congress is leading in 4. The Samajwadi Party in 17. That I think is just flipped because we've just seen Smriti Irani take the lead in there. The BSP leading in 0. Manoj Tiwari has now fallen into trailing in Delhi. Interesting. Early days yet. Abhijit.
Very, very early days, you know. And as far as UP is concerned, you saw, you know, let it be a couple of hours, 2 hours now.
Yeah.
Correct.
And whatever is the leads you get, they will firm up on one side. Either one which is going up will go up, which is going down will go down. And in the total figure of 80 also, it will clearly reflect. Because that has been the way every election has been going. Once which starts leading heavily, keeps on leading. It's the trend, you know. Bucking the trend doesn't happen generally.
Okay, you know, it's
And
yeah. So
UP
yeah,
is
we are just approaching 9 o'clock. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are still an hour and a half. I would say 2 hours away before we can call it. But it is going along predicted lines this morning. We are not seeing a reversal. A reversal would have been the India alliance at 300 plus at this point of time.
Correct.
That is not happening. It is going now. Of course, the subtlety, nobody can count it down to every single seat. The NDA, of course, in its total has already crossed the halfway mark. Aditya Yadav, but leading from Badaयूं. Here's one for you, Priya Sehgal. Kangana Ranaut is leading against Vikramaditya Singh in Mandi.
Kangana Ranaut is going to be very interesting because, you know, she's up against a legacy. It is Veerbhadra Singh's legacy that Vikramaditya brings to the table. So we are going to see, if this holds, we are going to see a lot of legacies also being demolished because most of the legacy holders are from the opposition at the end of the day. Correct. So that's also going to be a very interesting subplot to look out for, which we can discuss later.
Okay, let me get Preeti ji back in. Preeti ji, regardless of how the result goes, you are most likely, for sure, going to open your Lok Sabha tally in a general election. Regardless of how it goes, do you think that this is about a referendum on Arvind ji and the party, or is it just about the national elections?
This is a national election and people vote differently in assembly and in national elections and in local elections. That's absolutely true. But what we've seen on the ground is not just in Delhi, but in different parts of the country, there is huge support for Arvind Kejriwal because people feel that he has been wrong. People feel that his way of governance is something that they look forward to. So I think that Aam Aadmi Party will make a very interesting debut in this election. We will be present in the Lok Sabha. And I still feel that these are early trends. I think that these trends will change. They definitely will change in Maharashtra. I'm from Maharashtra, and I know on the ground the amazing support that the Mahavikas Aghadi led by Uddhav Thackeray has got. So I think that these trends will surely change in a bit, and I'm looking forward to the results. I believe in democracy. I believe in the election process, but I don't think anybody can deny that power makes people do strange things once they get into power. And that is what we as people of the country, as politicians in this country, have to look out for.
Okay.
We have to always ensure that our democracy is not in any way hijacked, and we will continue doing that.
No doubt about that. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this and you're judging the Aam Aadmi Party performance, remember, a part of it might indeed be a referendum of Arvind Kejriwal. but other part of it is just realistic that yes, places like Delhi have traditionally voted BJP center Aam Aadmi Party states. So the real test of the Aam Aadmi Party is going to happen in the state battles, and interesting ones coming up. Delhi is coming up in a year or so. Haryana is coming up in 6 months. We'll find out. Akhilesh Yadav has mentioned leading in Kannauj. Amit Shah leading in Gandhinagar. No big surprises over there. As we speak, 497 of the 543 Lok Sabha seats are reporting their electoral poll leads and trends. The NDA is leading in 304 now. The India Alliance in 172 with the Congress at 76. Priya, I mean, a 20-30 seat improvement if they do get it. I think they'll be very happy with that.
Consolation prize, Rishabh, if they cross 60 or 61, they get the leader of opposition. They won't have to fight for at least that tag. So yes, I think the Congress's own figures, officially of course they are saying 106 or something, but internally the figures are around 75 to 80. So if that, if this holds, then the Congress's own figures, but I must add a word of caution, a lot of the bulk of the figures are coming from Karnataka. And Karnataka, as the leads are showing, the Congress is not doing all that well. So it's going to be interesting to see where the Congress can hope for. Uttar Pradesh, they seem to be getting at least, you know, the trends are showing at least 4 seats. Their figures are 5. So I think Uttar Pradesh seems to be holding on. They were, of course, hoping to win Amethi. I mean, the slogan in Amethi was that Rahul Gandhi 2 seats lad rahe hain, lekin jeetenge 3 seats.
Amethi was a bit nervous. It was a bit nervous.
They were nervous, and yeah, we never know because that's going to be a contest.
A bit, but as we speak right now, Smriti Irani is leading in Amethi. Syed Abbas, come in on this because
yes.
The numbers are along expected lines. It can still change, but it is unlikely to dramatically reverse, which means that the BJP's 255 is unlikely to become the Congress's 255. But the Congress is seeing an improvement. Is it going so far along what you suspected it would go?
I was in a debate and a discussion with Mr. Mayank Singh of D Dynamics, who've done this wonderful pollster of NewsX and India News, and a couple of interesting things I learned from him. With respect to Amethi, Smriti Irani was initially trailing. But in the last 10 days, the Modi magic really worked, and she started becoming the favorite to
Modi
win the lot.
But Modi didn't go and campaign for her.
Yeah. Yes, she didn't. But of course, Modi wave is, I would say, omnipresent.
Omnipresent, it's true. A lot of people are going to win Lok Sabha seats just on his name, let's be honest. A lot of people in the past have already won Lok Sabha seats.
All of them. Catch any of them winning it on their own.
Like my friend Tejasvi Surya from Bangalore South, where I vote, said that Modi ji is a de facto candidate on 543 seats.
Yeah,
okay. Joyita wants to come in. Yeah, Joyita, go ahead.
I think there is a slight, I differ on the Smriti Irani thing, because you see what I have been hearing is that, you know, Congress has been very good at media management when it comes to Amethi, and, you know, they have taken the media to only to those pockets where the Congress supporters were there.
No, but the media is free to roam around.
And let's not forget, I mean, the thing is that Smriti Irani has done a lot of work in Amethi.
Correct.
So to say that, you know, just because some, you know, the Gandhi family is campaigning for, you know, one of their family retainers, he will be able to defeat by 2.5 lakhs, we were told. That,
Okay,
you know, that
all
is the
right.
victory
Okay,
margin.
let's come back to the battle for Delhi for just a second. Battle of Delhi for just a second. Basuri Swaraj currently trailing from New Delhi seats. Kanhaiya Kumar now leading Manoj Tiwari in Delhi. In Punjab, the Congress is leading in 7, and the Aam Aadmi Party, which is opposing, which is the opponent in Punjab, not the BJP, is leading in 6. Interesting developments coming in from that. We are still early, but very interesting sub-battles are going in. Sumit, quickly your thoughts on what's happening in Delhi.
I think Rishabhji, too early to talk on Delhi, but let's see how it turns out. But my opinion, I'll stick my neck out and say all the 7 are going to BJP.
Okay.
Kanhaiya will not defeat Manoj Tiwari in any way whatsoever. He might try hard.
We're going to find out. 298 for the NDA, now 180, 182 for the India Alliance. They're creeping up. They're going to be very happy if they get somewhere at the 200 mark. Let's be realistic. Their figure for the India Alliance was 295. That now, Himanshu Bhatt, looks unlikely to happen as we head past 9 o'clock.
Yes, it looks unlikely. But then, you know, anything above 150 for India Alliance is going to be a victory. I'll put it that way. They'll be very happy, realistically, if they cross 150 and manage to go up to 175. That means that will reduce NDA's total tally on the other side. And so they will be very happy with that if it reaches that mark. If this current status holds, they will consider themselves that they have done an improvement on last times.
Okay, they got something to hold a press conference with. The BJP is currently leading in 255. Ladies and gentlemen, that puts it 17 seats short of what it needs to be a single party government this morning, and we are only 1 hour away into postal ballot counting. We are still probably a couple of hours away from how this goes. The NDA is near the 300 mark. They wanted to be nearer or above and beyond the 350 mark. So the battle is for those 50 seats, that plus minus 50, because the trend of who's going to win this election is pretty much being solidified with every minute that particularly passes. Meanwhile, more results are coming in. Pawan Singh, I'm told, is leading from Karakat in Bihar. I've told you the Punjab figures. I've just told you the Delhi figures. I've told you the figures that are coming in from Haryana as well, UP as well. No changes, no developments over there. Aditya Yadav still leading. Smriti Irani is still leading. Syed, come in onto this, because then what is the battle for? Because the trend of the election is now pretty much sorted. Now the battle is for those your swing 30-40 seats.
Well, you're pretty much right there, Rishabh Saab. As a matter of fact, a couple of interesting seats I'm looking at is undoubtedly Annamalai. You know, Annamalai is seen as a South force to reckon with. The, next face of Chief Minister for the Bharatiya Janata Party from Tamil Nadu. Kangana Ranaut is another interesting seat. Clash of the Titans, Rajiv Chandrasekhar versus Shashi Tharoor. Not just that, Mahua Moitra. Will she make it? Will she not? And also, of course, Supriya Sule. I would certainly want to see a Mahua Moitra or Supriya Sule, who've been feisty speakers of the parliament, working great in the Krishnanagar and Baramati constituency respectively, to come through. And of course, I, coming from Karnataka, would definitely want to see a Prajwal Revanna lose the election. Also, as a matter of fact, let us understand that this is undoubtedly not just India, but the world's largest festival of democracy with over 600 million voters. So this will be a stamp of India across the length and breadth of the world.
Okay.
So this is something kudos.
Okay, let me put some caveats out there. The scandal and the charges and the rape cases and the videos happened post the closing of the elections. So if he does indeed win that particular seat, it won't be because the voters knew what was going on. They found out later. And what happens, of course, remains whether he gives up that seat and it goes to a bypoll. We don't know. K. Annamalai trailing in Coimbatore this morning. Jyotiraditya Scindia is leading. H.D. Kumaraswamy is indeed leading as we speak. Just a quick thought on Annamalai, Sumit.
Rishabhji, it was always a close to contest seat because you're battling a tsunami. So we have to wait and watch how it turns. But I still believe, because the regional votes and the support I've seen for him on the ground in Coimbatore, the middle class of the Coimbatore, which has been going along with him. But there's an allegation that 1 lakh voters have been taken out at the last minute. We have to see and wait and watch how it turns out. Otherwise, the complete middle class, the complete Pada Likha Tabka of Coimbatore is with Annamalai. Logically, it will be a close fight, but he should wait unless until that 1 lakh allegation which BJP is saying that 1 lakh voters were taken out. If that is the case, then it might be tough.
So the figures that you're getting on your screens, I've explained to you that after the round of the postal ballots, the polling officer goes and literally they put a parchi outside with who has led. Then every round of EVM counting is going to be 10 or 12 rounds. Generally, by 5 or 6 rounds, you're finished. But if it's close, it can go down to the last round. It has happened. So it can happen in some seats. I think now it's going to happen. So we won't see a final figure, but you'll see a trend. I just want to read the Election Commission official figures to educate our conversation. The Election Commission of India is saying at this point of time that the BJP, which has already won 1 seat in Surat, is currently leading in 91. The Congress party is leading in 13. The Samajwadi party is leading in 15. They'll be thrilled with that. The TDP of Naidu is leading in 6. The Aam Aadmi party leading in 6. The JDU leading in 2. JDS leading in 2. The Shiv Sena is leading in 2. The YSRCP leading in only 1 seat. With Jitin Ram Manji leading in 1 seat. The Communist Party of India leading in 1. NPF leading in 1, expecting to win that. VOTPP is leading in 1. ZPM, which is in the northeast, is leading in 1. The NDPP is leading in 1. The SKM and Sikkim is leading in 1. The ASPKR is leading in 1, which is the Kashiram party, which is the breakaway faction. And Omar Abdullah's party is leading in 1. So the Election Commission is reporting 172 trends, of which the BJP is leading currently in 92. So just over half of the trends. This is the Election Commission report. Joyita, you want to make a point? Go ahead.
Yeah, actually the vote share also started coming in from the Election Commission. It seems BJP has already crossed 43% of the vote share. Now if this holds, I guess we are expecting...
Yeah, 43% of the votes counted so far.
Yes. So the thing is, you see, if this trend holds, so I would say that BJP is going to, in terms of vote share, it is likely to cross 2019's vote share.
Okay,
so
but look at the figures for the Congress at the bottom of our screens. Heading past 80. They'll be, well, they'll tell you they wanted 100 plus. But have a look at that. Patnamthitta, Anil Antony leading in Kerala. Wow, that holds. That's going to be an epic result. Okay, quickly. Okay.
The two seats in Kerala, I think we were expecting to be Raji Chandrasekhar and Thrissur. But if Anil Antony, you know, he's got not just the BJP vote, whatever it is, but more than that, I think it's his own father and his own goodwill. Apart from the, you know, the Congress vote has been, you know, in Kerala, I've seen even in Shashi Tharoor's constituency, it's not so much the Congress vote, but Shashi Tharoor's own personality that is dominating the vote. Similarly, over here it seems as if, because A.K. Antony did not really come and campaign against his son. You know, he towards the end he came out and spoke against it, but by and large I think the message was that he has the tacit support of his father. So that whole vote has come to the A.K. Antony camp. If the BJP gets a seat in Kerala and A.K. Antony gets it, then there's a lot of future for that young man, which you know.
Quick update. Arun Govil is currently trailing from Meerut. Anurag Thakur leading in Hamirpur, also expected. Dimple Yadav leading. No surprises that she is going to take that seat. In Delhi, the figure has now become 4 leads for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 3 leads for the India Alliance, which includes Kanhaiya Kumar, RP Singh of the BJP joining us this morning, Chitra Batham of the Congress joining us. Chitra ji, good morning to you, ma'am. I know it's still early. We're probably an hour or two away before we actually know what's going on. But the trend is getting established. It's looking like an improved performance, but it might not be enough. How are you feeling this morning, ma'am?
Well, I'm feeling ecstatic, I would say. we've started this morning with a good head start. So, and the trends are completely in our favor as well.
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. So, I would say that it's a great feeling. I am currently sitting in the Congress headquarters, and there's a frenzy over here. A lot of excitement, and we did have a great start today morning, and we are very hopeful that whatever the propaganda was of the exit poll was going on for the last 2 days, you know, that will be completely smashed, and we will come up with good flying numbers.
Okay, you're still hopeful of good numbers. They're looking better than before. We don't know whether they hold on to that. Let's have a look at what the situation is on the ground. Uday, my colleague, is standing by with the leads and trails. Uday, take it away.
Well, absolutely, Rishabh. Overall, of course, the trends now getting established currently in the NDA's favor. Remember, postal ballots counting is over. One round of counting of EVM votes is over. What are these early leads saying? Narendra Modi leading comfortably from Varanasi. No surprise there. The Prime Minister, of course, aiming for a 3rd term. Now let's talk about the Amethi constituency, which is one of the high-profile seats of Uttar Pradesh as well. Smriti Irani currently leading over KL Sharma of the Congress party. Let's tell you about Rahul Gandhi in Raebareli now. Rahul Gandhi is leading currently over Dinesh Pratap Singh of the BJP. So those, of course, are some high-profile seats coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Akhilesh Yadav as well from Kannauj leading. Remember, of course, he was brought in there against the incumbent MP Subrat Pathak. Rajnath Singh leading from Lucknow seat as well as we speak, Defence Minister. Amit Shah, Home Minister, leading comfortably from Gandhinagar. Let's also tell you about Supriya Sule. Currently a setback for her. She's trailing to Sunetra Pawar of the NCP Ajit Pawar faction. That's a high-profile Baramati contest there. Mumbai North, it's looking good so far for the debut of Piyush Goyal. He's leading currently from this seat, Union Minister. There, of course, Nitin Gadkari also leading from the Nagpur seat of Maharashtra. So things looking good for the VIPs. Only setback, of course, now coming in from Rajiv Chandrasekhar. He's trailing to Shashi Tharoor of the Congress. This was always meant to be a tight contest. Rajiv Chandrasekhar currently is behind. Shashi Tharoor is in the lead for the Congress from the Trivandrum seat. If we quickly talk about Anil Antony, he's leading from Pathamthitta seat. Good news, of course, coming in there for the BJP Kerala unit. Anil Antony leading there in Pathamthitta, and of course from Wayanad, the 2nd seat Rahul Gandhi is contesting. There also Rahul Gandhi in the green right now is leading. Annamalai though trailing currently from Coimbatore. So not good news, although these are of course very early trends. So far Annamalai is behind. Tamilisai Soundarajan still awaiting a fate. We haven't got the first round of leads for her or results. Kanimohi Karnanidhi of course from Thoothukudi leading currently. She's expected to retain that seat. She's in the green for now. But this is a very surprising news. Although let me tell you, just 54 seats she's trailing, 54 votes she's trailing by. Basuri Swaraj of BJP trailing to Somnath Bharti of the AAP in New Delhi seat. Another surprise here. Kanhaiya Kumar is leading. Manoj Tiwari is trailing. He's the current incumbent MP of that seat, two-time MP, hoping for a third term, but is behind. Manohar Khattar now in the lead. Remember, he was slightly behind in postal ballots. The former Chief Minister now ahead in the first round of counting. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, leader of opposition for the Congress party, leading currently from the Bahrampur seat of West Bengal. It became a very personal fight, of course, there. Anurag Thakur of the BJP leading from Hamirpur seat currently. Kangana Ranaut also leading over Vikramaditya Singh currently from the Mandi seat. Gaurav Gogoi, right now, good news for him. This is also a tight fight. Jorhat in Assam. Gaurav Gogoi is leading currently. He's in the green. Kiran Rijiju also from Arunachal West seat is leading. He is ahead of his competitor from the Congress party. Mr. Scindia this time contesting on a BJP ticket from Guna is ahead. So Jyotiraditya Scindia leading from the Guna seat of Madhya
all right.
Pradesh.
Uday, thank you, but it's changing very, very fast because as you've been speaking, Manoj Tiwari has now taken the lead. Okay, so the official figures of the Election Commission of India from Delhi say BJP leading in 3, the Aam Aadmi Party leading in 1, and the Congress leading in 1. That is just flipped around. In Manipur, the NDA ally is leading in 1. The Congress is expected to win the other, but we don't have an update there. Very, very interesting battle is happening. Let me try to rope in RP Singh into this conversation. RP Singh, how are you feeling this morning, sir? Let's start with your hometown in Delhi. How's Delhi shaping up?
Well, Delhi is a clear sweep. I mean, we are going to win all 7 seats without fail, and then is going to repeat the last 2 times parliamentary election result. See, understand, Rishabh, Delhi has seen the way Kejriwal has performed. Hindi की कहावत है कि काट के हांडी एक बार 2 बार चढ़ती है, हर बार नहीं चढ़ती. So it's not going to happen again and again. People have seen through the tricks and the gimmicks of Mr. Kejriwal. On ground, he is not performing, and on top of it, he is leading a corrupt government. So it's a matter of time that he will lose Delhi assembly also.
Okay, sir, as we speak, what is the figure? Is it still 400? Is that what you're still hoping for?
As I said, it will be a clean sweep, 7 out of 7, and then mark my word, none of the seats will get less than 57 or 58% of vote. We'll poll almost 57 to 58% of polled votes in each of the seats. Margins might be little less than 1 or 2 seats, but our vote poll is going to be almost the same number, which I am telling you.
Okay. Before I get in, Amol, let me get Anmol Pawar in to respond to this. Anmol, I'm sure there's a bit of nervousness, but also I'm assuming a bit of excitement because regardless of how it goes, you're going to have your first Lok Sabha members of parliament by this evening. Where do you think are the best bets?
Vineet ji, we are not nervous. We are very confident of our victory. We are winning all the 7 seats in Delhi, and India Alliance is forming a stable government. In Punjab also, the figure will be 13-0 because we have worked for the people of Delhi and Punjab, and people recognize the hard work which our leader has done. There's not a single case of corruption which has been proved. These are just mere allegations which are made by Bharatiya Janata Party in order to defame our leader. They have failed to prove any case of corruption.
Okay, just stay with me. I'm going to go through the figures because that's what matters right now. Look at the figure in Uttar Pradesh for the Samajwadi Party in terms of leads. The official figure is also now from the Election Commission at 19. This is going to be the battleground where the decision is either won or lost when it comes to the BJP in itself aspiring to get 272 seats or not. The rest of it, cancels out. You win some, you lose some. But the UP seats have to hold. They have to get at least 65 between their allies from UP. Currently, the Samajwadi Party is in a good position. It is currently at the 3rd rank in terms of the official leads from the Election Commission and 19. We've got a figure of 29 on our screens. Very, very interesting battle happening in Uttar Pradesh. Sumit, come in on this.
One of the leads that the Samajwadi Party is from Ayodhya, which is very interesting.
Which would be very, very interesting. Sumit, come in on this. I know it's still early.
Rishabh ji, you can safely take it from me. BJP is going to cross with its allies 70 plus 72. That is the number.
I mean, if you're looking at the
Joyita, go ahead.
If you're looking at the ECI website, Ajay Rai is leading over Mr. Modi by 6,000 votes. That is not going to hold. There's no way that is going to happen. So that's ridiculous.
Are you just making Ajay Rai feel bad? Okay.
72, sir.
Give him his 15 seconds of fame. I was leading Narendra Modi in the national elections.
Snapshot that and keep it.
I would just save it and just call it a day and go home. Bring out the laddus.
That itself is a win for him, for
Yeah, but that's not the Election Commission.
Exactly the postal ballot does.
Yeah.
Generates so much of euphoria.
Now Basur is leading.
For the opposition.
Yeah,
but no, 1 hour or two.
Okay.
After that,
euphoria for the opposition, it might all flip. Okay, Syed, do you think Ajay Rai is going to hold it against Narendra Modi in Varanasi?
Well, like I said, Rishabh sir, why it's a pleasure, because I must compliment you, sir. You are at your wittiest best today. And Ajay Rai, अरे बंदे को 15 सेकंड का फ्रेम तो लेने दो. Undoubtedly, hands down, Modi ji is winning the seat, and Ajay Rai, bhai, enjoy your 15 seconds of fame.
Okay, but the figures on our screen, ladies and gentlemen, UP does matter, okay? Tamil Nadu, the DMK is doing really, really well. They'll be very happy with how the postal ballots have gone. It boils down to the subtlety. So what you are seeing from the results this morning is that there are about 40. So the trends in about 350 seats is pretty clear. But there are still 100, 150 seats where we don't know yet, and you're pretty now show that at least 40, 50 are going to be close battles. And every seat matters.
UP jiska Bharat uska.
We need to pretty much. And every seat matters.
Uttar Pradesh is a very significant force to reckon with.
Yeah, just keep an eye on the top of your screens also, because the TDP is leading in 9 out of the 12 seats reporting out of Andhra Pradesh. Keep an eye out. The government in Andhra Pradesh is expected to
and Odisha, actually. I'm more excited about the Odisha government.
Odisha numbers also at the top of your screens. Very early right now, because the numbers are reporting from Odisha are only 2, of which the BJP is leading in 1. In fact, 3 of the BJP leading in 2 and the BJD leading in 1. There are 147 assembly constituencies. So we are a long way to go in terms of what the official results and of course the polling results that we are getting from our people on the ground, of what the polling officers are returning unofficially. That is telling you 4 for the Aam Aadmi Party, 29 for the DMK, 17 for the TMC. The BJP at 245. They've been around the 245 mark since the last 45 minutes. They want to be at the 300 mark. Forget the rest. They want to be at the 300 mark. So there are still 55 seats worth fighting. The Congress wants to be at the 100 mark. They'll be happy if they land up where they are currently. Okay. There is still 55 in it to win it competitions that need to happen. If the India Alliance comes anywhere near 200, they are going to consider it a good day in the office. They're going to be thrilled if that were to happen. Joyita, so much still to fight for. There are still going to be some close seats, and those close seats are going to matter. And in the end, I think UP is going to probably decide it once again.
Yes, but at the same time, it's interesting, Rishabh, that what we were expecting, it's going to be one-sided. That is not happening, especially in UP. So I think, all these, I mean, frankly, as a person who truly believes in India and Indian democracy, I'm very happy to see that everybody has to fight for every vote. Yeah. And all that canard that is being spread about India, about, the backsliding of democracy and ensure that the elections are not stolen, each and every person is being proven wrong today.
Okay. A lot of people will try to have their cake and eat it too. Yeah, quick thoughts, then I want to get in more guests.
I would keep an eye on Maharashtra.
Yeah,
because there are going to be about 20 seats there which will go down to the wire.
Maharashtra,
and especially not BJP seats, but these 4 parties from the 2 what has become 4 is going to be very, very interesting.
Maharashtra, Karnataka, West Bengal, and Odisha.
Will really matter.
Odisha, if it flips, Bengal, I think is probably flipping as we see. Flipping means that it's 50-50 between the BJP and TMC with advantage BJP rather than advantage TMC. That's a flip. Okay. Yeah. BJD also is going to lose, not all of it, but the BJP will have the higher number of Lok Sabha seats and the assembly matters. In Maharashtra is looking very complicated.
Karnataka
is stabilizing. But UP is where the battleground currently is. UP is where the focus is. Let me quickly get, meanwhile, Mayank Kumar Sinha joining us of the JDU. Mayank ji, how's it looking this morning?
Hello.
Mayank ji, how are you feeling this morning, sir? More confident, less confident?
We are
Just an hour to go.
We are feeling good. And अभी आने वाले टाइम में हम लोग बिल्कुल 400 के पार जाएंगे.
हम लोग नहीं.
अभी तो रुझान है और रुझान परिणाम में बदलेंगे एनडीए के पक्ष में.
Okay, let me just go again through the election commission figures. The BJP, which has already won one seat in Surat, is currently leading in 143. So 144 are the official leads. The Congress in 53. The Samajwadi Party still leading in 27 seats. Chandrababu Naidu is leading in 10. The Communist Party of India is leading in 4. The Aam Aadmi Party leading in 4. The Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray is leading in 3. The Shiv Sena under Shinde is leading in 6. The JDS is holding on to its lead in 2, expected to win both now. The YSRCP only leading in 2 seats. The JDU only leading in 1. The LJP only leading in 1. The RJD also only leading in 1. Bihar is reporting the least number of seats right now. We are expecting the Communist Party of India to take the 1 seat, which they are leading in currently. The Shiromani Akali Dal is now leading in 1. So they have now entered into the list finally. It's going to be very, very interesting. Keep an eye on that UP figure, because if the Samajwadi Party gets anywhere near the number that is currently on your screens, Akhilesh Yadav is going to be one of the most important political forces re-emerging, or 1 hour later, it could all come up to nothing. Joyita, it's the UP battle.
But can I bring in?
Priya, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, about Akhilesh Yadav, I have met him last week in UP, and he was very confident of the fight that they were fighting. And the whole problem, I think, also was between the alliances, which we are seeing translating on ground, also was that though there was campaigning and there was crowds, the Samajwadi Party machinery was, he's saying, the cadres or whatever, they were more in place to translate the votes at the ballot boxes. The Congress, it always happens. The Congress gets the crowds, but the problem is that they don't manage to translate that into votes. They don't have the cadre and the discipline on the ground for that. The second problem in this alliance was that the campaign, Akhilesh was taken to all the areas where the Congress was campaigning, but the Congress didn't do a joint campaign with the Samajwadi Party in the Samajwadi Party seats. I don't know whether he needed them or not, but at the end of the day, it was Akhilesh Yadav who was leading the opposition against the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. He was the face of the opposition, and the seats that he counted are pretty much,
okay, long way to go, long way to go. Quick update. Smriti Irani now trailing from Amethi. Dharmendra Yadav is leading. Meanwhile, Dinesh Lal Yadav is also trailing at this point of time, we are being told. That's the UP seat, which it might just be a Samajwadi Party lead currently. I'm trying to get you figures as fast as they're coming. Joyita, quickly, the battle for UP.
The battle for UP is turning out to be interesting. Of course, you have to look at it, the lead numbers. Sometimes the leads are maybe in 1,000, 2,000, 6,000, that kind of a thing. But yes, it is definitely not a one-sided sweep by the BJP. And obviously, that is something the BJP needs to ponder, whether the opposition's attempt to divide the election along caste lines has worked or not, because that is what we have been hearing, especially towards the end phases, that, that Hindutva factor was not working anymore. It was all about caste, and it seems like a lot of the Dalit vote has shifted to the Samajwadi Party alliance.
Okay,
so
the BJP. Okay, one second. Priya, you go first. Then
the Dalit vote has shifted, I think, in the western UP belt, but in the eastern UP, I think the Dalit vote has gone to the BJP side. So Dalit vote hasn't also shifted like one.
Okay, quickly,
let's not say this has shifted and that has shifted. I think at least half the counting needs to take place first before we make any
We are still in our way. We are still in our way.
And then I would, Rishabh,
we are giving each other company for sure.
Yeah, no, we are looking at trends. Yeah.
No, I'm waiting. I'm looking at 40 to 43% BJP vote share will lead to Samajwadi Party picking up seats. But in Uttar Pradesh, if BJP crosses 45% vote share cumulatively in Uttar Pradesh alone, then there will be a sweep, as Sumit said, 70 to 72 seats.
Okay, Sumit, quickly.
But they're still leading in numbers.
Rishabh, too early, the margins will be less, but I'm still confident 70, 72 is what the number will look like. It's too early to comment.
Okay.
But yes, UP is proving to be a fight right now.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. It is a fight. It's turning to be a very, very interesting fight. It's still very early, ladies and gentlemen, because as Joyita pointed out, Ajay Rai is not going to win Varanasi. Okay, and so one of the figures there for the India alliance is Varanasi. So that's not going to hold, right? There you have it on your screens. It's flipped as we speak, right?
They're all going to flip.
So what is now clearly emerging as we hit 9:30, that it is an NDA government that is returning at the center.
Correct.
What the battle is for every seat, and that battle is still important, so we've still got a few hours to go, because the BJP wants 300. They don't want 270, they don't want 275, they want 300, and they don't want anything other than that. The NDA would like to have 350. The Congress would like to have roughly where they are, and if they can make it 200, it will be amazing. If the India alliance makes it anywhere near 200, they'll think they have done a fabulous performance, okay? Because 295 was never going to happen. So it is still an interesting conversation to have. It's still an interesting result, because regardless of the fact that the 272 mark has already been crossed by an alliance and it's held for the past 1 hour, is likely to hold, probably likely to easily improve from there. How much it improves is still a point of conversation that we quickly need to have. Let me quickly get in RP Singh back into this conversation. Mr. Singh, if you're still with us, what are you making now, sir? Because how much of this do you really still expect is going to head towards the plus 300, plus 400 marks?
Well, Rishabh, these are all the indicators. I mean, just wait for another probably hour and a half. By 11 o'clock, you will have a clear direction on how the nation is voting, which the trends will be much more clearer, since at least 7-8 rounds will be through by that time. And I'm very hopeful that we'll achieve the target which we have thought of, and also that we'll perform very well. You were asking about Delhi earlier. We'll perform very well in Delhi also, and we'll ensure that we'll get all 7 seats in Delhi.
Okay, Anmol Panwar, how are you feeling now at this point of time? What is the feedback that you're getting? More confidence that you're winning? You're winning a few seats for sure, but where do you figure what your number is now?
So we are winning all the seats in Delhi and Punjab, and even RP Singh ji is not admitting these figures. So we must not get swayed by these early trends, because these are just preliminary numbers and they are not definitive results. We are pretty confident of our victory. We have been saying this since past 1 week, because we have spoken to all our supporters, and the sense which we are getting from the ground and the kind of work which we have done, which resonated with the people of this country. They are certainly bringing us to power this time, and India Alliance is forming the government.
Okay, so if you are still hopeful 1.5 hours in, well, guess what? There's 1 more hour, 2 more hours to feel hopeful, then we'll know for sure. But the Aam Aadmi Party is not a loser, because it's at 0. Every seat is a win, and they're definitely opening their Lok Sabha tally this time around. How many of those seats? 6 on your screens right now. Is the Aam Aadmi Party leading in. The TMC currently leading in 19. The Samajwadi Party down to 32. Very, very interesting leads are going on. Let me get Chitra ji back into this conversation. Chitra ji, I'm not saying it's stabilizing. It's going to change a lot. But what's the feedback that you're getting? Little bit more hopeful, little less hopeful?
Not just hopeful. Now we are extremely confident about what the results are, and let me just tell you that these numbers which are speaking for itself, and as we speak, you know, the India Alliance has actually crossed the 200 mark. Okay, so what I wanted to say is that this is the complete confidence of the people into the on the Nyaya Patra that we had come up with, and we had gone to the masses with our 5 Nyayas and 25 guarantees, and the people have actually given the confidence into that respective Nyaya Patra. Also, I would like to say that, you know, the OBC, SC, ST community, which constitutes 85% of the population of our country, they have imposed faith again into the Congress party for the caste census, and that is definitely going to be a reality in the near future.
Okay, what would be a good result for the Congress? So, ma'am, the Congress is not getting a 150, 160 seats for sure, but what would be a good result? Would you be happy if you make it to 80, 90, 100?
So we are already very happy since the beginning because we got a good head start, as I said. But yes, we are very much sure that at least 125 plus the Congress party should get, and as Rahul ji had said, 295 definitely the India Alliance will take them.
Okay, still hopeful. The BJP, according to the Election Commission officially posted results, is leading in 168 seats. The Congress in 65. The BJP already having 1-1. The figures on your screens of what we're getting reported from on the ground is telling you the BJP is leading in 244. That figure has stabilized. The NDA now leading in 291. So the NDA is well more than comfortable. Even swing seats that swing cancel each other around. Okay, but there are still 40-50 seats to watch out for. There are still 24 seats from which results are yet to be posted. Leads and trails are yet to be posted, and the BJP wants 300. The Congress for sure would want a little bit over what they've got right now, and they are going to be thrilled if that happens. They will consider it. Let me get Syed back into this conversation. Syed ji, how do you think this is firming up? Because we are seeing a lot of swings still happening, but it's creeping up. It's not 10-15 for the Congress. It's at least 70-80.
Absolutely. Rishabh Sabha, as a matter of fact, one very interesting Congress seat in the year 2019 was the only seat that they won in Karnataka, and that was DK Suresh. What is surprising is he's trailing by 46,000 votes. So that is supposed to be a gud, a bastion of the DK brothers, DK Shivkumar, DK Vinod and DK Suresh.
Yeah.
If he's going to lose, let me tell you something very interesting very quickly. He's up against a candidate who is Devegowda ji's, he's Damad. Not just that, Jayadava Hospital, one of the largest and best heart cardiac hospitals, he has been a messiah for the people of Karnataka. Dr. C.N. Manjunath, a candidate to look out for. If he is going to beat DK Suresh, let me tell you, he is going to be a giant slayer from the south. What Smriti Irani did in Amethi is going to be repeated by Dr. C.N. Manjunath of the BJP.
Okay.
Here in
So the news for the Congress from Karnataka is not good. They are currently leading in only 8 seats. They would have wanted double digits and more in Karnataka. The Delhi is also swinging. As you can see, Banswari Swaraj is now in the lead in New Delhi against Somnath Bharti of the Aam Aadmi Party. Expect this to happen because the chunk of the seats have reported. So now you know the trend of the election. The trend of the election is advantage BJP NDA, no surprises. But how much advantage BJP and NDA is still to be figured out in the subtleties of the next couple of hours. And yes, as we were discussing, Prajwal Revanna is indeed leading from Hassan. K. Annamalai, however, after the first round of counting of the EVMs, is still trading. Manoj Tiwari now back in the lead in Delhi. So Delhi is flipping as we speak from where it was just a short while ago. But the story of the moment right now is Akhilesh Yadav and his potential performance in Uttar Pradesh, and that is going to be something dramatic. Remember, Akhilesh Yadav sitting at 5, expected to win only 10 to 15. If he gets anything more than that, he is going to be back, and he is going to be the third largest party, political party in the country after the BJP and the Congress. And if he gets that number, he will have upset the apple cart for the Bharatiya Janata Party in UP. That hasn't happened yet, because one of those upsetting the apple carts, as I just mentioned, is a lead for Ajay Rai of the Congress in Varanasi, which of course he's not going to take. There are a few lakh
But that's
votes.
not part of the SP's 20.
Yeah, it's not part of the SP's 34. No, it's not part of the SP's 34.
If you go into the UP SP results, right now some of the leads are 294, 466, 2,500.
Yeah, it's hundreds of votes, not thousands of votes.
Except for Mayanpuri, Dimple Yadav has consolidated to almost 15,000 votes. I would say Aonla is 10,000, Itawa 7,000, Sant Kabir Nagar, some of these, except for that 100, 200 stuff like that.
Nice, ladies and gentlemen. Now you know that the election result is going as people thought it was going. But it is at least a contest, something for us to talk about at least 9:30 in the morning. Good to see that there are a few seats that are still nervous, even if it is for the local candidates, because they have to go back to the boss and report whether they won or not, and their careers are also at stake. The Congress figure is up a little bit. It's still a few hundred votes here and there, but up a little bit. Remember, the Congress was sitting at 55. Anything more than 75, they are going to be thrilled if that happens. Because let's be realistic, Priya, they were not looking at getting 200, 300 seats on their own.
No, they were not. In fact, they were contesting the lowest number of seats ever. I think 368 or something is the figure, which has been lowest that the Congress has contested even earlier when they've been in pre-poll alliances. So it was a realistic call. I think it was a smart move from the Congress. Seats where they could win and take on the BJP, they took them on. Seats where they felt the allies would have a better chance, like UP, for instance, they did not fight for a larger share. So I think at the end of the day, the Congress did fight a smart campaign. Fine, they're losing, but at the if you have to also give them some credit for the fact that how they came up with a decent manifesto. They didn't fall into the trap of Hindu-Muslim. Rahul didn't do his temple hopping. They focused on what issues they wanted to focus on, whether we can decide there were good issues or bad, for instance, the caste reservations or the constitution canard that they spread. But they kind of dictated the narrative. Rahul Gandhi just woke up too late. That is the problem with the Congress and the alliance. On ground, Rishabh, it has held. Whatever you may say, the TMC also, it was a strategic part for the Mamta not to divide the anti-Mamta votes, which is why she didn't go in for alliance with the Congress. So all the naysayers who said that this alliance is going to have too many egos, I think it has held on ground. I mean, it has held on paper. On ground, of course, we saw the little bit of differences.
Okay.
The problem in the alliances probably could have been perhaps with the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, because they on ground in Punjab were not fighting together, and in fact that became the big problem.
Okay, let me take you through as many figures as I can because they're coming in as we speak. The BJP as of 9:34 a.m. is now once again leading in all 7 seats in Delhi. Yogendra Chandolia has taken a lead of 33,000 votes. He is expected to now take that seat. Misa Bharti, meanwhile, is leading in her seat. In Himachal Pradesh, Anurag Thakur has already taken a 20,000 vote lead. He'll probably take that seat. In Kangra, Rajiv Bhardwaj has taken a 43,000 lead. He's probably going to take that seat. In Mandi, Kangana Ranaut is already leading by 11,000 votes. Good. In Shimla, Suresh Kashyap is already leading by 16,000 votes. These battles are now solidifying as we speak. Let me look at a little bit at UP if I can with the latest information we have. Bansari Swaraj is leading by 2,000 votes, which is why you're seeing that seat flip around multiple times, because it's still a tighter contest. Compare the 2,000 vote margin to a 40,000 vote lead in just the first round of counting. So that seat is gone. Mahesh Sharma from Noida leading by 40,000 votes, expected to win that seat now. Rajendra Solanki of the Baspa leading by 10,000 votes, expected now to lead that seat. In Mahendranagar, the Samajwadi Party leading by 15,000 votes, expected now to hold that seat. Mahesh Sharma I've already mentioned. In Gautam Budh Nagar, the BJP is leading, as I've just mentioned. Okay. In Khagadia, Rajesh Verma is now taken the lead. We've already mentioned through Himachal Pradesh. In Mumbai South, we are being told that as we speak, there is a lead of the Shiv Sena by 23,000 votes.
Which Shiv Sena?
So this is the Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde. The UBD Sena is behind. So the Mumbai South seat is expected to be going to Shiv Sena under Shinde. Now let's have a look in South Delhi. The Aam Aadmi Party leading or was leading by a few hundred votes. They've fallen behind now. These are the leads and trends coming in at this point of time. I'm trying to process them as fast as possible. Very, very interesting. The battle on your screens right now, ladies and gentlemen, is telling you that the Congress is creeping up in a few of the leads. The Samajwadi Party is holding on to some of the leads. The BJP is solidifying, but some of those seats are still switching rapidly. But some of them are now done and dusted. The battlegrounds are over as we speak. Priya, come in on this. As we are now seeing every minute that passes, one seat or the other gets more solidified. We are coming closer to a result.
No, and the result, I would say yes, it is expected lines in terms of the figures. But in terms of some of the dynamics, whether the BJP gets its 290, 300 plus or 330 through various things, but who are the people who are coming up, coming down at the cost of which allies? The Samajwadi Party's performance I'm looking at particularly closely because, UP, as we said, is the state where it decides the future. Prime Minister and, the BJP may win the state right now from the elections, but it's going to at least give some chance of an opposition to come up and stand up. The opposition figures, where the Congress is concerned, also I'm looking at the other allies. RJD, Congress is winning. It may not exceed, the opposition figures may not exceed, of course, to form the government, but at least the opposition Congress is solidifying, is making its presence felt. It may be at the expense of the RJD, it may be at the expense of other allies, but Congress is holding its own in the, I always say there are two election narratives. For the BJP, the target is 272, for the Congress, the target is 100. So Congress is meeting its target, BJP is meeting its target.
Okay, you're seeing Kamalji Sehrawat of the Bharatiya Janata Party now leading by 13 votes. This is happening in Delhi. In Ghaziabad, the Bharatiya Janata Party leading by 10,000 votes, expected to win that as we speak. Shambhavi Chaudhary of the NDA, the youngest, one of, I think if not the youngest, likely winner of the Lok Sabha at the age of 25, is leading in Samastipur, expected to hold that seat. It's going to be a big ticket item if she does. Syed Abbas, come in on this, come in on how things are stabilizing.
Can I make a quick point about...
Okay, just let me go to Syed, then I'll come into Jayata. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Rishabh Saab, I honestly believe that, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. And it's always great to see young guns, young trailblazers coming through. As much as I might disagree with many of the BJP leaders, but let me tell you, there are some fantastic leaders who need to come and shine through. K.R. Namala is one of them. Not just him, but Tejasvi Surya from Bangalore South and many others who could really make it a formidable front. Not just Anil Antony is also a very interesting candidate from Kerala. So I would definitely want to see a big win for youngsters in the parliamentary constituency so that they could raise the issues which matter to the youth, issues which matter about employment, issues which matter about education and many more. So yes, it's a big thumbs up to the 2024 parliamentary
Ladakh is probably flipping from a sitting BJP MP. That's probably along expected lines. That's what we were expecting to happen. And Haji Hanifa Jan is currently leading by about 2,000 votes. Still a long way to go. In Delhi, Rambir Singh Baduri is now leading by 40,000 votes. He's expected to win that seat. Gopal Thakur, meanwhile, in Darbhanga, is ahead. In Shopal, Dileshwar Kamath of the Bharatiya Janata Party is in the lead. More results coming in. I'm going to keep on knocking them away as soon as I can. Joyita, sorry, you want to make a point? Go ahead.
Yeah, in UP, BJP has taken a lead over SP. So, numbers are kind of, I told you about, 100, 200 votes and all those seats, BJP has started taking a lead. So let us not yet call UP about, it is going the Samajwadi Party way. It may not happen that way.
Okay, it might flip.
The stock market, I believe the stock market
has taken
the stock market is down.
Market is watching TV. They're a bit nervous. They want the BJP to get 272. That's what they were expecting.
No, they want them to get 400 par. 272, I think stock market is okay, but that the exit polls have to come true for the stock market to go up. Because the stock market really shot up yesterday.
Stock market, remember, the stock market went up 3.5% in the past couple of days. Okay.
Yes.
So we'll have to see how it goes.
Only has taken a lead
big time yesterday.
Arun Govind has taken a lead already.
Okay. One at a time. Himanshu,
yeah, 9:30:10 just. And for a Lok Sabha election with a 13 lakh plus, around 13 lakh votes to be counted in 12 rounds or 14 rounds or whatever it is. Let 5 or 6 rounds go.
No, still to go to stabilize. But Smriti Irani is still trailing in Amethi. Rahul Gandhi leading in both Wayanad and Raebareli. Mahendranath is trailing in Chandauli and UP. Meanwhile, Rajiv Kumar, the CEO of the CEC, has just come out and said that the Election Commission website is seeing 2 lakh hits per second as we speak. So you can see the number of people who are checking out the results and are keen on checking out what the results are. Let me quickly get Anmol Pawar back into this. Anmolji, how's it looking now? What's the feedback that you're getting from your party colleagues?
Shabji, there's only a margin of 1,000 or 2,000 votes on each and every seat in Delhi as far as I have the information. And the vote counting has just started. We must wait for an hour or so to get a clear picture of what the results would be.
Okay, still wait. Yeah, fair enough. Still have an hour or so to wait. No doubt we still have an hour or so to wait before we have a better idea. Is RP Singh still with us? RP Singh ji, what's the feedback you're getting, sir? Delhi is flipping as you said it would.
Yeah, Samajwadi numbers are going up.
Okay, all right. Let me get Chitra ji into this conversation. Chitra ji, how's it looking? What's the feedback that you're getting from your friends and colleagues?
Yeah, I'm getting happier as we speak because the numbers for the Congress party is actually going up. So slow and steady, we are definitely winning the race, and it is only time that will tell what will be the maximum numbers that we'll get. But we are very hopeful and we are very confident, and we will definitely form the government.
Okay, Bansuri Swaraj meanwhile in Delhi is consolidating her lead. She is now ahead by 4,500 votes. In Ghaziabad, we are expecting the BJP now is leading by 15,000 votes, now expecting to win the seats. Just for details, Bansuri Swaraj after this round of counting is at 24,922 votes. The Somnath Bharti is at 20,803 votes. It is still doable okay, let's head to West Bengal. Barakpur, the TMC leading with 5,500 votes. In Krishnanagar, the BJP leading by 3,000 votes. In Bardhaman, Kirti Azad leading by just 1,700 votes. In Jadavpur, the TMC leading by 1,700 votes. In East Bardhaman, the TMC leading by 3,000 votes. And the figure on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, is telling you the TMC at 19 in Bengal. Joyita, come in on this.
Well, it seems exit polls have not been exactly right in terms of what predicting sweep for, pretty decent result for the BJP. It seems TMC is holding on to its bastions. But of course, when you are looking at the seats that you are looking at, these are primarily TMC bastion seats. Only, I would say, Barakpur is a flip because you see of the Arjun Singh factor. Arjun Singh won the seat for BJP, then Arjun Singh went back to TMC, and then he is again back in the BJP. So this flip-flop people might not have liked. But again, as I'm going to say, until and unless the leads consolidate to about 50,000, 40,000 votes, let us not predict anything.
Okay, yeah.
Because as you see in UP, trends are changing pretty rapidly. BJP has picked up pace in UP.
Has picked up pace, but the Samajwadi Party is still holding fort. But some of those seats are less than 2,000 vote margins. 2,000 vote margins does not a victory make. Once you hit into 10, 20, 30, 40,000, some of the election seats will be decided by those margins. Some of them will be decided by margins of lakhs of votes. Okay, 2, 3, 4 lakh votes. So we have still a long way to go. But ladies and gentlemen, we now have a trend. The trend is that the BJP and the NDA are set to return to form a government. The BJP still in it for the balance 40 seats. That's the difference between being the not the single largest party, but having the 272 on their own. And that's what matters. It really, really matters. As you're seeing Kangana Ranaut, many people thought close contest when Vikramaditya was sent by the Congress to compete against her. But guess what? She is in the lead, one of those valuable seats going to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Himanshuji, come in on this. I want to get Chitra also in just a bit.
No, it's going to stay this way. I have a very close feeling because on the ground report, as and when anybody talk, and people were saying, "Hamari beti ko jitana hai."
And women
that
are
was
with
a
her.
standard phrase,
Women are with her.
Jitana hai.
Okay, there are still about 20 odd seats on which the leads and trends are not available currently. So I'm trying to find out which ones because that's an interesting one. We'll just find out and get us a detail here. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a trend from Karnataka, unhappy one for the Congress. We have a trend from UP, which is still fluctuating, but this is not what the Bharatiya Janata Party wants to see. Bengal close. It was expected to be close. Maharashtra is now becoming closer than suspected. But look at other states. Gujarat has been a sweep. Madhya Pradesh is turning into a sweep. Priya.
Madhya Pradesh, I am not surprised. Earlier also they are just at Chindwara seat, and we've known Kamal Nath's been also his own internal fluctuations within the Congress. So I am not surprised by Madhya Pradesh, the BJP sweeping. Congress was hopeful of Digvijay's seat. They were also hopeful of Kantilal Bhuria's seat. But I think, as you can see, that's not panning out as yet in the early trends. The state where the Congress is hoping to make gains was Rajasthan. Even internally, they were not seeing more than 2, 3 in Madhya Pradesh. Or Chhattisgarh, they were hoping to hold on to their 2 seats, but Rajasthan really is where they were hoping to get at least on interview, on record, Congress President Kharge told us 5, 6 seats. Off record, congressmen were actually going up the number to 7, 8 seats also.
Okay.
So that is something that I'm going to be watching.
Okay, here's another seat that is flipped in Delhi. Meanwhile, in Chandni Chowk, JP Agarwal has taken the lead by 3,000 votes. Still some way to go. Abhishek Banerjee, meanwhile, is leading by about 9,000 votes. So there is a battleground happening over there as we speak. here's a good sign if you're in the Congress. A few of the Congress leaders are out speaking to the media this morning, which means they're still holding on that they have a performance worth talking about. Let me get Anuja ji of the Bharatiya Janata Party into this conversation. Anuja ji, it's obviously looking very good because the party seems to be in a very good place. The alliance seems to be an even better place, and we are pretty sure now that your government is returning to power. But I'm sure there is still nervousness around 40-50 seats.
Jai Shri Ram. Good morning to all of you. Nervousness is just a hitch. That does not, it is a good sign. We don't want to be overconfident, but at the same time, we are confident enough. And we have seen and we have shown it in our last 2 terms and this term too, that Modi ji is coming back with a mandate. We always knew that Modi ji is coming back. It's just this, that we're looking into a distinction. Now we really wanted, and we are looking for a 400 plus with NDA and 370 plus with BJP. Now what we see is an India alliance, where on the other hand, they were talking about the decisive policy and all, but where Modi was asking for a unified nation, where Modi is talking about Gyan, Garib, youth, Antyodaya, Nari. And when we talk about the farmers and we talk about the people around the defense, we talk about Pakistan, we talk about everything, how we have been looking into. The India is not only hopeful, it is confident enough that we are definitely forming a government, but with a distinction.
Okay.
And where you have always seen in the Sensex, you have seen, and one more thing, it is not only India who is confident, it is outside India when we talk about the world who's standing with India, because India is the epicenter now of 140 crore people who has taken up Japan, Germany, EU and many other places who have voted, and that population has voted Modi ji.
Okay,
So I am
many people have come down, but okay. But of course, you would want to be nearer the 300 mark for the Bharatiya Janata Party, no doubt about it. So let me quickly get Pratim Bose joining us this morning as well. Pratim ji, let me quickly take thoughts from you. What do you make of the numbers as they stand? We are still at the conclusion only of the first round of counting with 10 more to go. So there is a long way to go, maybe an hour, maybe 2, maybe a little bit more. But what do you make of the numbers so far?
Nothing, because in the first round, you generally count the postal ballots.
Right.
So that makes a huge, the postal ballot trains are not the general train. So there is a huge discrepancy. Overall, if you just ask me to talk from the trained, whatever numbers we are getting, at this moment, see, we all said and it is known that UP will decide whether BJP will get the majority mark on its own. So we have to keep and watch out on the UP insofar as trends in the east and south are concerned, more or less in line with the exit polls. Let us not get into the nitty-gritties because this is not the time on the first round or second round of polling. You see, you mentioned about Diamond Harbour where Abhishek Banerjee is leading by 9,000 votes. Now, he wins by a couple of lakhs of votes.
Yeah.
So we are really talking on nothing. So let us just reserve our comments at the moment because we may land up in different in trouble otherwise.
Yeah.
So
we're not landing up in trouble, sir, because nothing is what we have to talk upon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's like a live cricket match. We don't know who the winner is yet, okay? But we will still discuss it ball by ball, okay? And if somebody hits a 6, we'll be very happy. And if somebody gets out, well, then so be it. Because speaking of that, Smriti Irani is indeed still trailing in Amethi. So it's a bit nervy there. Well, guess what? Manish Tiwari is now trailing in Chandigarh.
About Chandigarh.
Yeah, so you just heard it. He's trailing in Chandigarh. So still a long way to go. Because up until 1 hour ago, PM Narendra Modi was trailing in Varanasi by 6,000 votes. So Ajay Rai had his 15 seconds where he could take his screenshot and save it for his children that, for 15 seconds, I was beating Narendra Modi because he's going to lose by 3-4 lakh votes after that. So it's okay to feel nice and do it ball by ball. Okay, you might take a wicket but lose the match. It's fine.
Yes.
Okay.
Anything
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Lose the
Omar
battle, win the
Abdullah's
war.
seat?
Yeah, Omar is no, the NC is leading in all 3 seats.
As expected.
Yeah, which is expected. Mehbooba is losing the seat that she's herself contesting. Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, on your screens, we are still seeing early trends, but you are now pretty confident that an NDA government is coming back. Now the question is the NDA coming back with what kind of numbers? And the numbers do matter. And the Congress party is a little bit happy. They are not running away. Today they want to speak to the media a little bit more. They're feeling a bit happier because anything up north of 75, they'll be more than happy with. They would, of course, the BJP would want that no, they get. And the UP seats, as Mr. Bose has just said, is everything. And the UP seat is not the performance of the Congress. The performance of Akhilesh Yadav is going to be the pivotal performance of this election. Mamata Banerjee sort of holding on, doing okay, is fine. Karnataka, nothing special for the Congress. Everything else, Maharashtra was always going to be close. Bihar was going to be close. So everything else is predictable. This Akhilesh performance is where it now holds. If he gets 20 plus seats, 25 seats, all those seats are the ones he's denying the BJP. Because up to 10, 11 seats, he was simply taking them from Mayawati. Beyond that, he's taking them from the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Akhilesh Yadav will be the one who has dented the Bharatiya Janata Party in UP of all places, where you probably thought that the Bharatiya Janata Party was least to be dented. Sumit, I know there's somewhere to go. But the BJP would be disappointed with anything less than 60 in UP for sure.
Yeah, they will be definitely disappointed because the internal expectation has been around 70 to 72 seats. And Rishabhji, I still believe that's a matter of time because I was looking at the leads. Leads are 200, 300, 400.
Yeah.
So they are going to flip because it's first round and they're going to flip because the mood in UP is Bajpa, is Yogi Ji, is the Ram Mandir. So I don't think Akhilesh is going to get more than 4 to 8 seats, what has been predicted. So they're pretty early trends. And if you see in last 30 minutes, the tables have completely turned. The BJP is leading at around 38 seats and Akhilesh is back to 26 or 25. It was 45 minutes, it was Akhilesh at 36 and BJP at 27. It just turned in 30 minutes. Yeah, so that is how.
28.
Okay, speaking of turning,
38, 28 right
speaking
now.
of turning, Omar Abdullah, now trailing. As we
I told
speak,
you, Rashid Engineer.
Rashid
Engineer.
As we speak, he's been a disruptive force.
Rashid Engineer will
okay, Delhi one-seat battle is now solidifying. Kamaljeet is expected to beat Mahabal Mishra. She's now ahead by a margin of 20,000 votes. So that's solidifying. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Anurag Thakur has won his seat. He's now leading by 45,000 votes. Meanwhile, in Kangra, Rajiv Bhardwaj is leading by 62,000 votes. That seat is done. Mandi seems to be closed also. 16,000 vote is the lead for Kangana. She is expected to win that seat now. In Shimla, Suresh Kashyap is leading by 22,000 votes. Is expected to win that. It's looking like a BJP sweep in Himachal for sure. So that is done. It is a BJP sweep in Gujarat. It is looking like a BJP sweep in Madhya Pradesh. It is looking like the BJP has done really well in Karnataka and they've held on in Rajasthan. I'm trying to get the figures for Chhattisgarh as well. So the only contest now, which is a real focus item, and that's the difference between the 239 mark which the BJP is currently at and the 270 plus mark where they want to be, ladies and gentlemen, is now principally that figure of the Samajwadi Party in UP. I just want Chhattisgarh on your screens. The BJP is leading and expected to sweep. I think they'll be disappointed even if they drop one seat in Chhattisgarh. So those 3 and 2 seats are yet to report. So of the about 17 Lok Sabha seats yet to report leads and trails. 2 of them, of course, are from Chhattisgarh. That is taking time. As we have pretty much wrapped up in Himachal, that's gone. Gujarat is pretty much done.
I think 3 seats Congress was leading initially.
Yeah, so now it's come down. Yeah, no, but in Gujarat, in the early trends. But look at what's happening at the top of your screens. The BJP is leading in 19 seats out of the 27 reporting in Odisha, with the BJD only leading in 6. That government, if it flips, would be a huge upset. We are not there yet, all right? But the government in Andhra Pradesh, which is the other figure at the top of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, is telling you that it is Chandrababu Naidu who is now taking a lead in Andhra Pradesh. That is going to be a major flip as we speak if it were to take place as well. Meanwhile, the Lok Sabha figures are telling you that on expected lines, it is the TDP dominating, the Congress getting nothing, The NDA coming up with 18 seats out of Andhra, with Jagan Mohan Reddy reduced from 22 to 5. That's the situation in Andhra. And in the state level, the TDP now at 6 seats, the BJP at 4, the YSRCP at only 11, with about half the seats in that state reporting. Well, here it is. Abdul Rashid Sheikh is leading.
Wow.
Omar Abdullah is trailing, and Abdul Rashid Sheikh is leading by a chunky margin of 20,000 votes now.
I told you,
I
have been talking about Rashid Engineer. I have been talking about people on the ground.
It's a chunky thing. Omar Abdullah might lose.
He will.
That's going to be more than a disappointment for him. Well, that's a conversation.
Can I make a point?
Okay.
Yes.
Several people want to come in. Priya first, then Sumit, then I'm coming to you, Syed. Priya.
Yeah. So no, I had gone to Baramulla, and there the vote, Rashid Engineer and Sajjad Lone. So they were the two X factors in that election that, Omar Abdullah was supposed to contest from Srinagar. He went to Baramulla thinking that is another seat. He could swing the NC way. It wasn't a NC stronghold. It is really right at the LOC, the constituency. So for him, but the crowds, when we were returning from Omar's rally, we were stuck in a traffic jam that made us nearly miss our fight. And the rally was of Rashid Engineer, not Sajjad Lone. And he, as you know, is in prison. So the rally was being conducted by his sons. And the crowds, and it was all crowd funded. It was not, so we were told anyway. I don't know how the funding was. But
okay, quick, Sumit, quick response.
Rishabh, when Mayankji was doing the polls yesterday, I've been telling him that my people on the ground tell me when you see 57% of the turnout, it's all Rashid Engineer. Rashid Engineer is going to win by 20-30,000 votes. That is my intel on the ground. All the polls predicted Farooq Abdullah winning, but the people on the ground were telling me it is Rashid Engineer.
If that is the case, that's 2 out of the NC ranks, and that is of course going into the independent ranks, going to neither alliance. Udhampur, meanwhile, Jitendra Singh leading. He'll be a pretty relieved person because an election is a contest. Okay, he was expected to win it, but the fact that he's actually winning it is a comfortable thing. Quick update before I come to Syed is from Durgapur, where Kirti Azad, fighting on a TMC ticket, is leading by 4,000. Still too close to call. Chirag Paswan on your screens. Abhishek Banerjee is now leading by 32,000 and expected to win in Diamond Harbour. Quick thoughts from Joyita on this before I come to Syed. Joyita, the battle in Bengal.
It's still too early. It's very, very early. I mean, when we are looking at Lok Sabha election results, we normally look at lakhs. By 2 lakhs, 1 lakh, and so when you are talking about 10,000 votes, 5,000 votes, 5,000, it's way too early, because when you are looking at where Kirti Azad is fighting from, there I think Dilip Ghosh has a very good chance as well. So let's not, but yes, when it comes to Diamond Harbour, Abhishek Banerjee I think is going to win.
Dilip Ghosh would be expected to win that seat actually. But the fact that Kirti Azad giving him a fight, I think he'll be thrilled with that. So say the bus before I get into sorry, Joyita wants to make a quick point. Joyita, finish your thought.
I think one number is totally missing from all this is Telangana. Telangana, the EC website is not showing anything. So I think let us
Okay, I can update you. Asaduddin Owaisi leading in Hyderabad, no surprises. Congress is leading in 9, BJP leading in 6. That's the update from Telangana.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Say the bus.
Rishabh Saab, I would say, one man who's been screaming out for elections has been Omar Abdullah, saying elections kab honge, and finally it's happening. That would be very disheartening for him to lose this seat. And coming to Telangana, Revant Reddy promised the High Command of Mallikarjun Kharge ji, the Gandhi family, that he's going to win 14 seats. It's going to be very interesting how it's going to figure, because the BJP right now is looking good to bring out a large chunk of voters of the Telangana. So very interesting battle here in the south. And Chandrababu Naidu, mind you, yesterday's chief minister and the Cyberabad karne wala, the one who revolutionized Hyderabad Tech City, he's going to be back with the bank.
Okay.
Not just him, but Pawan Kalyan, the superstar.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the big ticket is, while we have this conversation, I want you to look at the big ticket is happening in UP. The big ticket is happening in Haryana. Look at this. Supriya is now leading back in, but those are going to flip back and forth. But the big ticket battles are happening currently in UP and Haryana. Keep an eye on those. Before I get the rest back in, Mr. Bose, come in on Bengal.
Nagina.
Mr. Bose, if you can hear us, come in on Bengal, because now we are expecting Abhishek Banerjee to actually win that seat. But Bengal is going on expected lines. Do you expect it to still be a 50-50 split?
first of all, regarding Abhishek Banerjee, he will win. Let us not get into that. But yes, it is overall, I mean, how can, why shouldn't we consider that it's 50-50? Because we barely have numbers. You spoke about Durgapur seat. Now that seat last time was won by BJP, if I'm not wrong, by a margin of 2 lakhs.
Correct.
And so this time when someone is ahead by 5,000 votes or whatever, 2,000 votes, it is still too early to talk about it. I think
so Kirti Azad is a cricketer. If he's hit one boundary, let him feel happy for a few hours. So why not? Why not? Why not be happy for him in the morning?
Yeah. No, that's okay. Perfectly okay. So, but there is no trend to talk about at this moment, except that till now, we can definitely say that the India Alliance is doing better.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to say, but Ajay Rai's moment of fame has elapsed because the PM is now officially leading in Varanasi. Okay, as we sort of suspected. Abhinandita Mathur of the Aam Aadmi Party is back with us. Ikram Sandhu of the Congress joining us. Sharad Kohli also joining us. Kailash Adhikari also joining us this morning. Let me quickly get Abhinandita Mathur into this. Abhinandita ji, we've had about couple of hours since we last met, okay? You have a smile on your face. Anything is better from the Aam Aadmi Party than zero. What's the feedback that you're getting from colleagues?
Well, the feedback I'm getting is that we are in a good place. I think that the Delhi results are going to be for us. That is the kind of feedback that we're getting. Also, I mean, there is an entire day is left. But if these ankras are anything to go by, then I think by evening, the India Alliance might be in a good place to even, stake a claim. So that is what our situation is, and we're very. And if you look at, and as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, we are such a tiny party. We are a new party. Now we'll make inroads into the Lok Sabha. So we are obviously very happy. Our fingers are crossed, and we are praying that we are able to all come together to save the country from this Modi session. Let's see. But we're happy with how it's going. Look at our lead in Haryana. I think that's stabilizing. That lead is stabilizing. That would be something.
So the conversation topics, ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye out of what's happening in Maharashtra, on UP and Haryana. The rest of it is going in predicted lines. Karnataka has not been the upset state for the Congress. They'll be deeply disappointed there. But the performance of Akhilesh Yadav is where this election now hangs. The next 2-3 hours hang on the performance of Akhilesh Yadav. Everybody else is getting roughly what we suspected that they would get. The Congress probably about 10-15 ahead of where we expected them to be as per the exit polls. So now this is about the performance of Akhilesh Yadav, who is currently sitting at 33 leads, primarily out of Uttar Pradesh. Let me quickly get Ikram Sandhu in before I get Sharad Kohli and the others. Ikram ji, how are you feeling? What's the feedback you're getting? At least you're hanging in there. Your party leaders are out in the Congress office today. There is probably going to be an improved performance. How's the buzz?
Well, the buzz is good, Good morning to all on the panel. And the buzz is very good, This is what we were expecting and this is what we are getting. And the 295 that people were scoffing about is just about maybe coming true. We are already at around 230 and you never know, we just might hit 295 that we were talking about, and which was supposed to be a lark that we are talking about, but it is something that might come true in another couple of hours. So we are feeling very good about the position that we are in right now. And this really shows that one thing that you cannot do is you cannot take the voters for granted. Arrogance, be it on part of the political party, be it on part of pollsters, they can all have egg on their face. And that is something that we should remember.
Where here is the official position, ladies and gentlemen. The BJP, having won one seat already in Surat, is leading in 216. The Indian National Congress is officially leading in 78, the Samajwadi Party leading in 29, the Trinamool leading in 16, the TDP leading in 15, the DMK leading in 13, the JDU leading in 10. They'll be more than happy with that performance if that holds. The Shiv Sena under UBT leading in 9, the Shiv Sena under Shinde leading in 7, the NCP leading in 7. Anywhere near to that performance, they'll be very happy. The Aam Aadmi Party leading in 4 officially. They'll also want to hold on to that. So everything is sort of on expected lines. You would say the Congress performance is probably plus 10 currently, with several seats yet to report. The NDA has crossed the 300 mark as we speak in terms of leads. So there is going to be an NDA government. It's very unlikely at this stage that the India alliance comes anywhere near the 290 mark, let alone the 270 mark. But the Congress is edging closer to 100 mark. They'll be thrilled with that performance if that holds. But a lot of those seats are still marginal and can still flip around. Let me get Anuja ji of the BJP into that. Anuja ji, okay, we'll just get the reaction. And Joyita wants to come in. Joyita, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to point out to one constituency in Punjab, Khadur Sahib, from where Khalistani Amritpal Singh is leading by almost 35,000 votes. So I think that should be a matter of worry, if you ask me.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow. I think I'll agree because there are 5 corner contests over there.
Yeah, and he's leading by 34,396 votes according to the EC updated
What is
thing.
Amritsar's?
Amritpal Singh is the one
I
who
know
is...
Amritpal Singh, but I'm asking about Amritsar.
Yeah, Amritsar. I'll just can we get the data from Amritsar also, and will be useful if you get it from Patiala also. It'll give us a trend on what is happening. Ikram, why don't you come in on this? Because last thing I'm sure you also want to see is a person sitting in jail in Assam is winning a vote in Punjab. What's going on?
Well, it's just early numbers for this as of yet.
34,000 is not early, brother.
Yeah, we lost him there. 40,000 votes, of course, is not early numbers.
34,000 is not early.
It's a chunk of change. Okay,
correct.
We'll try to get him back into this conversation very, very quickly. Sumit, come in on that.
Rishabh, 34,000 is not a small number. It's a worry. In fact, I would prefer Umar Abdullah to win rather than Rashid Engineer to win. No way this guy should win. No way. Because let anybody win, but this guy cannot win a string from the Amritpal, and people like Rashid Engineer should not be winning. That is my sure honor. Let Umar Abdullah win, let Aam Aadmi Party win. I have no problems, but not Amritpal and Rashid Engineer. This is not good.
Margin is 34,000.
34,000, sir.
Okay. This is of course from Khadur Sahib in constituency. The overall figure is that the Shiromani Akali Dal is leading in 2, the Aam Aadmi Party leading in 3, and the Congress leading in 6. Amritpal Singh is probably not going to win that seat. Okay, we'll have to wait for that to happen. But like I said, ladies and gentlemen, this figure is now boiling down to the performance in the states of Haryana in terms of what happens to the BJP. But frankly, the only figure that matters is Uttar Pradesh. And if the Samajwadi Party still holds on to 30 seats in UP, that's the 10, 15, 20 seats that they've taken away from the BJP. And that would be the difference between the BJP getting 272 plus. They would want 300, but 272 plus will do. They're sitting at 246. The BJP number has crept up in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Expected to creep up a little further. How much further is the question? How much further is the question? It's the question, is the question. Sharad Kohli joining us this morning.
Can I just bring in the RLD in UP? Is retaining his both his seats.
Jayant is winning 2 seats on expected lines.
On 42 now.
Yeah, so okay.
42
BJP creeping up as we speak, creeping up to 250.
Congress is 6 seats. Congress is showing, which is, I think even Congress was not expecting 6 when in its internal figures.
Yeah, that would be everything they're contesting. But Smriti Irani is one of them, okay, and they'll be thrilled if that takes place. Okay, Sharad Kohli, quick response, and I'm taking seat by seat. Sharad Kohli, what are you making? I know it's still early, sir.
I know it is early, but you can see a little bit traces of anti-incumbency there as far as UP is concerned, Maharashtra is concerned. So I think after 10 years of rule, there is a group of people who need a little bit of change, but there's no doubt that Prime Minister Modi is coming back, NDA is coming back. The margin of lead may be different. At the end of the day, you might see a stronger opposition, more uproars in the parliament, more disturbances in the parliament, but there's no stopping as far as NDA is concerned. There is no stopping as far as Prime Minister Modi's policies are concerned. There is no stopping as far as growth is concerned. Seats may vary here and there. There's no doubt. We must respect the rujhans or the early signals that you get. But then at the end of the day, I think NDA has been holding on to its majority. The numbers may vary. I can see traces of anti-incumbency in some parts of the country, Rishabh.
Okay, it's still variating. It's still variating. Okay,
Jitin Prasad is winning. That's interesting.
Okay. Pilibhit, expected to win that seat, which was of course contested by Varun Gandhi last time around. Okay, let's go hop across to Devika. Let's go hop across to Devika. Let's do it seat by seat. We should give us a quick update. Devika, over to you.
Absolutely, Rishabh. Let's have a look at some of the key states right now. Maharashtra, we're looking at 10:15 a.m. The early trends, 47 out of 48 seats. BJP stands at 14. Congress at 8, Shiv Sena stands at 7, Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray at 9, others at 2, NCP at 7. Let's move on to the next state quickly. We're looking at the results for the trends for Delhi. BJP at 6, INC at 1 and AAP at 0 at this point in time. As far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned, BJP at 42, SP at 28, Congress at 6, RLD at 2 and others at 1, BSP 0 of course. Let's look at the trends for Haryana. We're looking at trends out of 10 seats, BJP at 4, Congress at 5 and AAP looking at 1 seat in Haryana. As far as the trends for Himachal are concerned, BJP at 4 and others at 0. Of course, BJP leading the entire state. We're looking at Andhra Pradesh, the YSRCP at 5, TDP at 14, BJP at 4 and others at 1, Congress at 0 as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. Kerala, we're looking at BJP at 1 in the early trends, INC at 13 and the CPIM at 2 and others at 4 in Kerala. Moving on to the next big state, Uttarakhand, we're looking at BJP 3 seats in the early trends out of the 5. Then moving on to Tamil Nadu, 20 out of the 39 seats trends are in, DMK at 10, Congress at 5, CPIM at 2 and others at 3, BJP at 0 as far as the early trends of Tamil Nadu are concerned. J&K, 5 out of 5 trends are with us, BJP leading in 2 and of course the rest at 0 at this point in time. Gujarat, BJP at 24 and Congress at 2. So these were of course some of the key states.
Devika, thanks a ton. Here's an interesting one. Claim to fame, Rajiv Chandrasekhar is officially leading by 400 votes in Thiruvananthapuram. In Thrissur, the BJP is looking like they're going to win in Kerala. They're leading by a margin of more than 20,000 votes and expected to win that seat in Thrissur, where Suresh Gopi. Thiruvananthapuram, remember, it was a momentary lead. Whether that stabilizes or not, we are yet to find out. I'm trying to get you as many figures as fast as possible so we can knock them off. JP Agarwal, Praveen Kandelwal, what a match in Chandni Chowk. 6,000 votes still in it. It is close, 48,000 to 42,000. Very interesting match going on. In the New Delhi constituency, another very interesting match going on. 3,000 votes between Basuri Swaraj leading and Somnath Bharti. Very, very interesting battles happening. Himachal Pradesh, ladies and gentlemen, is done and dusted. The BJP is sweeping Himachal Pradesh all the seats. There are still some battlegrounds to be fought in a couple of seats in Gujarat, but it looks like the BJP sweep is all but set over there as well. Madhya Pradesh is also looking like a BJP sweep. Strong BJP performance, but they are definitely down seats in Karnataka. The BJP is down at least 6 or 7 seats in Karnataka because they only lost. The Congress, remember, had only won a single seat last time around. But an interesting one. In Amritsar, there you have it, Taranjit Singh Sandhu is winning. Is in the lead from the Bharatiya Janata Party, of course, former ambassador of India. He is leading currently in Amritsar. So there you have it of the Bharatiya Janata Party. If they win it, they'll be thrilled. In Vidisha, well, Shivraj Singh Chauhan is not only ahead, he is ahead with 1.4 lakh votes. So he is going to come back, probably head to the center for Shivraj Singh Chauhan, a promotion and probably an exit from the state. So the battleground, as we discuss it, is still upset performances that are taking place in Haryana for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Some would say that's roughly on predicted lines. They're losing a few seats there. But what is not on predicted lines is what is taking place in Uttar Pradesh. I'm going to try to rope in Alok Mehta, who's just joined us on the broadcast. Alokji, good morning. What do you make of the figures so far? 10:30 is creeping up, sir. We still have much to play for. What do you make of what's happening?
I think there's 2 rounds, and that's why I think it's not too early. But even then, the trend is still the NDA is leading. You know, a number of people they were thinking that it was very difficult. But I think we should hope that around 12 o'clock you will get real trend, because but UP, surprisingly, you see trend in UP is a very interesting, because it depends how the organizations work, either in BJP or Congress or Samajwadi Party. I think this trend is initially, I think it will give a lesson to everybody.
Okay, a trend of lessons. What a contest is going on in Patiala. What a contest. Dharamveer Gandhi of the Indian National Congress is leading by 600 votes from the Aam Aadmi Party, which in turn is leading by 10,000 votes from the Bharatiya Janata Party's Praneeth Kaur, which in turn is leading from 10,000 votes. So 27.2% votes for Dharamveer Gandhi, 26.6% votes for Balbir Singh, and 21% votes of Praneeth Kaur. What a contest, but advantage Congress and Aam Aadmi Party where the battle is. Priya, go ahead.
Yeah, no, about this, I want to say, even when the Prime Minister went and campaigned in Patiala, Captain Amrinder Singh was missing from the campaign.
Yeah. We were told he's unwell, yes.
He was unwell for whatever reasons.
That's what we were told, yes.
Yeah, so he's not been able to convert his going over to the BJP into a vote for his wife and for the Patiala seat.
Okay.
And that is something we were expecting.
Okay, let me get Radhika Khera joining us this morning. Radhika ji, good morning, representing the Bharatiya Janata Party. Ma'am, the big focus, of course, is we are trying to track the trends from UP. What's the feedback that you're getting from party colleagues? Okay, all right. I'm told Radhika is not with us. We'll get her very, very shortly. And let's try to get in. Alok ji, what do you make of what's happening in UP, sir? This is the story of the morning right now.
Yeah, because especially Raebareli, Amethi, Gorakhpur, you see that's why in the Samajwadi Party, really what Akhilesh Yadav was claiming, I think he was more successful in that sense. At least his supporters or he himself is ahead than the other parties.
Okay, Sumit, UP still hanging in there. It still matters. The NDA is forming the government. We are sorted. So now right now the immediate focus is the difference between 247 and 272. Okay.
Correct.
So you're looking at the 25 seats matter. That is not only psychological. It's a very real major battle. Those 25 seats still matter at this point of time.
They definitely matter, and BJP will ideally like to cross 303. They would want to be at around 310. But Rishabh ji, if you look at the margin by which Samajwadi is leading in UP is pretty small.
Yeah.
And it's just 1 or 2 rounds, and they have been flipping around. But if you look at last 1 hour, I think BJP has covered a lot of ground. But I believe Akhilesh has done better than expected. But it won't be what it looks right now by the end of the day.
Okay.
That's for sure.
Okay. Gautam Budh Nagar, Mahesh Sharma has won it. He's already leading by almost 1 lakh votes. Okay, so that is done. It's the BJP way. Priya, go ahead.
Ghaziabad,
I was talking about Orissa, the state election, where the BJP is ahead. So that's a state, Andhra Pradesh, we were expecting Chandrababu to win. But here, BJP winning ahead at the assembly level, not the Lok Sabha level, but the assembly level is going to be a very interesting.
Would be a huge, it'll be a huge upset, but it's going to be a sideshow. The reason it's going to be a sideshow because the only figure that right now we need to worry about, okay, forget the rest. The only figure is whether that 248 becomes 272, because only when it becomes 272 can we talk about 300, okay? So that
Correct.
248 to 272 is a huge figure, and for that to happen, the 34 in the Samajwadi Party column now has to come down to 14-15. Otherwise, it can't happen. Okay, it's simple as that, because the BJP, if it were to lose a seat in UP, where is it gaining a seat from? Couple in Kerala could be, it could happen, it could happen.
Odisha,
yeah, in Odisha they're gaining.
They are in Odisha, Jharkhand,
and Bengal
these
has
states.
not yet been reported fully. So Bengal, it seems from the local level, it
Bengal
is
is looking like it's going down exit poll lines. Karnataka is a disappointment for the Congress. Haryana is a happy position for the Congress. Maybe even for the Aam Aadmi Party if they take a seat. Okay, could happen. Okay, it'll be a big deal. In Maharashtra, much closer contest than expected. Bihar is going down exit poll line. Nitish is going to be very relieved if that happens. Okay, Anil Antony is still leading. What do you know? Okay, Patnam Titta. That's going to be a big upset if the BJP gets 3. But UP, all that matters right now is UP. That 34 is the difference between Narendra Modi's 272 and not. Joyita, quickly go ahead.
Yeah, it seems that, I'm just reading out from X. Of the 80 seats where counting has not started, 20 are in North Bengal. Let's not forget that is a BJP bastion. 17 Telangana and 5 in Uttarakhand. So you see, it is
very close battles taking place in Bihar also.
Gets a bump over here.
Yeah.
So I think they can cross the 272.
Yeah, that's all that matters. Narendra Modi is returning as Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen. The NDA is forming the government. Now the question is just the battle 24-25 seats. We're going to break down which 25 seats are close contest. Sid, can we get some of the close contest seats where the BJP is number 2 by a few hundred votes, which really matters. Some of them are going to be in UP. Let's figure out which of these 34 seats that the Samajwadi Party is leading in. We know Kannauj, we know Dimple is leading. Okay, but give us that breakdown and let's get Devika or somebody back and break that up for us. Priya ji, go ahead. Yeah.
Nipendra Mishra's son's seat, Samajwadi Party is leading. That's the other seat. And I wanted to make a point on Anil Antony. That is again a case of Congress scoring a self-goal. They had a winning candidate. They didn't give him his due or whatever. They let him go. They let him lose. So he's winning the seat for the BJP.
Okay.
And making a huge revolution in terms of the way Kerala votes also.
Okay. Yeah. Himachal, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to go back to, we have called it. Okay. Update from Delhi. Kamaljeet Kaur is leading. Manoj Tiwari leading. Bansuri leading. The Congress is leading. JP Agarwal still in the lead in Chandni Chowk. Might take it. It's still close. It's still a few thousand votes, but might take it. Might take it. You never know what happens. It's going to be very interesting battle. Kuldeep Kumar, meanwhile, is I'm told got 38,000 votes. So some room for improvement over there. Radhika Khera joining us with Bharatiya Janata Party. Radhika ji, well, it's too early to say congratulations, but it looks like that the NDA government is returning. But of course, the big conversation point is UP. What is the feedback that you're getting from the party in UP, ma'am?
Yeah, that's important.
See, I think we should wait till about 12:31 when all the votes, at least half of the EVMs will be counted, and then we'll have a clearer picture. Obviously, the opposition is going to get some votes. They're not going to end up at zero. But I'm just waiting to see, and I hope that they're not going to go running and crying now that they're celebrating. And the tweets that are coming out from the Indian National Congress, it's just a matter of time that they will start blaming the EVM for the rumbling that they're going to get very soon.
Okay. Let's quickly look at Delhi, ma'am, which has been an interesting battle after UP. Chandni Chowk is looking pretty close. What do you make of it?
Yes, there's a good fight in Chandni Chowk, but eventually Bharatiya Janata Party will end up winning all 7 seats in Delhi, and that's going to be even in Uttar Pradesh we're going to cross the 70 mark, that's for sure. There may be a little disturbances for a little bit of while, but like I said, it's just 10:30. Let's wait till 12 o'clock and we're going to see the opposition crying over
okay,
the EVM.
wait till 12 o'clock. Wait till 12 o'clock. And the reason to wait till 12 o'clock is only one, is the balance of the 28 seats that the BJP wants to meet the first threshold of 272, because Narendra Modi is returning as Prime Minister, but he wants to be returning with a single party majority once again. It will be the third time. Then, of course, the BJP can start aspiring towards the 300 mark. And trust me, if they get 300, they'll be more than happy with it. Okay, that's a thumping majority, and all you want in a country is thumping majority. Everything else is just for showboating. So you want to come in, Joyita? Go ahead.
The way the results are going right now, that also would explain why the BJP went around, stitching up alliances in such a frenetic pace.
Yes.
I think that is...
They've taken care. They've taken care.
They have taken care of the thing because they, I think, obviously anticipated that there will be trouble.
Yeah,
there will be a contest.
It's a contest which is stabilizing. Just look at the 25 seats of that BJP tally and the 34 seats of the Samajwadi Party tally. That's where it's holding. That's where the feedback is going to become interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on what's going on. I've already said that some of the states are closed now. Let's get Chhattisgarh on our screens once again, please, because that's been an interesting state. Odisha, look at what's happened in Odisha. The BJP, for all that it has, is in trouble in UP. The gains it is making from Odisha are substantial. In Karnataka, the BJP, remember, is down. But they are considering B.S. Yediyurappa is no longer there. They'll be thrilled with this performance in Karnataka if they're winning 18 or 20 seats in Karnataka. The Congress down to single digits in Karnataka. They were hoping at least double digits. And remember, 3 with the JDS means that is 21 for the NDA out of Karnataka, 28. That's a good performance. So Haryana is looking a bit dodgy for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and UP, unexpectedly, you probably thought UP was the least of the battleground states, but Akhilesh Yadav has at least turned this into a fight. We are here at almost 10:30 and we are still discussing UP as a fight, not because the BJP is in trouble in UP. If anyone won 50 seats from a state, you'll be more than happy. But Akhilesh Yadav has gone from nothing, 5 seats. He swallowed up Mayawati's share and he has dented the BJP share for sure. How much he's dented them is now still open for conversation. Let me quickly get Sumit in. Sumit, you know, at what point of time did one suspect that UP will be the battleground?
Well, honestly, Rishabhji, that was never the discussion. It was only about are you getting 65 or 72. That was the only discussion we were having. But looking at the numbers, even if it comes to 50 or 55, it's still 10 or 12 seats less than expected. And that's where the difference could be. Because if you want to cross 303, you had to gain more seats in UP. Because you ideally want to cross 303, you want to be at 310, 315. That's the number I have been projecting.
Yeah, 315 was exit polls. Most of the exit polls, remember last time got it wrong, but to the advantage of the BJP. The BJP performed better than the exit polls. This time, we are still an hour and a half away. An NDA government is being formed, no doubt. Priya wants to come in, then I want to get Lokji. Sharadji, I see you coming to you in a second, sir. Priya, go ahead.
No, I'm saying UP never came up for discussion because, Rishabh, you didn't discuss it with me or with Uday Pratap Singh. You look at our figures. We've got this figure of
30 plus for Akhilesh?
25 plus.
Okay, 25 plus.
Yeah,
okay.
So it's not mine was 20 plus, to be fair, not 25. But definitely, I spoke to the Samajwadi Party people and they said, ek tarfa hoga. Either we will get 25 or so, or we will not get. We will get 5, 6. So, they were expecting this kind of mandate, which could have gone either way. I met Akhilesh, he was very confident and he said the second and the sixth phase had gone very well for the Samajwadi Party. Those were his calculations, and the seats, I think when we do the breakdown, we'll see whether
if it holds anywhere close to these numbers, Akhilesh Yadav is going to emerge as the third largest political force in the country by a large measure. He'll be double the size of Mamata Banerjee. He'll be double the size near of the DMK. There is no other political party. He is going to be the de facto opposition, whether the Congress likes it or not, because he would have done something which nobody expected to happen at that scale. The Congress is most likely, ladies and gentlemen, going to improve upon its performance of 2024 for sure. They were wiped out to 44 in 2014. They improved it very marginally. I mean, it won't even qualify as an improvement from going from 44 to 55. Getting roughly double the seats. So they'll be calling it a moral victory, but a moral victory doesn't qualify as much because if you can't make it past the 100 mark, it's not a revival of the Congress, but they're hanging in there. The BJP is probably only going to be shocked by the developments from UP. Everything else is going as per predicted lines, because in every state you will not win cent% forever. Alokji, it's all boiling down to now pretty much one state, which is Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah, Akhilesh Yadav, what I differ with Priyaji, that they will get around 15 to 20. Even their close people also. They were thinking in Congress party. That's why they did arrangement with the Samajwadi Party. And I feel because of the organization, and if you are honest, Yogi Adityanath, because he was so much determined, law and order was good. But even then the party men, they want something to oblige people. That is the main problem, and that's why either in Haryana or in UP, you will find. If you have a very honest person, then it is very difficult. Okay. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar defeated twice. Who, when a constitutional maker, and you say B.R. Ambedkar was defeated. So this is the example that if you are honest, it's not necessary that you will get the votes. You have to oblige country like India when they give lollipop to everybody. Samajwadi Party also obliged. Earlier also I discussed this for minorities. What Akhilesh Yadav did, I think it was better than the Congress.
Okay, all right. Sharad Kohli wants to come in. Sharad Kohli, go ahead.
Hello, Rishabh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Rishabh, this Uttar Pradesh story, I mean, I can try and decipher it on two counts. One is, I think Akhilesh Yadav managed to polarize the Muslim votes. That's one. Second, I think the BJP, the low turnout, BJP voter in Uttar Pradesh did not step out. They were complacent. They were laid back. That probably there is a natural win which is coming up, which doesn't happen unless you go and press the button. So these are the two reasons I assign to this Uttar Pradesh turning tables which you are witnessing right now. I think the Muslim voter polarization and low turnout because of heat, which Election Commission yesterday has admitted that it was a mistake to have done polling in this season. Rishabh, that's what I want.
It's all up for analysis, sir. Some people will say no, some part of the vote was just people voting for Akhilesh. Priya wants to come in. Priya, go ahead.
Yeah, Akhilesh Yadav did not give tickets to Muslims. He gave only, I think, 4 tickets to Muslims. He did not fall into the Hindu-Muslim trap. He was playing the caste card, not the Muslim party. It was the BJP that polarized the vote, if anybody did, and sent the Muslim voter Akhilesh's way. So you can't say that Akhilesh
But this is the only point of conversation, and in the pending period, because we are still, ladies and gentlemen, at least an hour and a half away before we can know exactly what has happened, and we know Prime Minister Modi is returning to form a government. It is going to be a government that does not require to look beyond the pre-poll alliances, because a 300+ performance is already in the bag for the NDA. The question is, how much can they improve it? Because the Congress has gotten an extra 40 odd seats. That 40 will be disappointing if you're expecting the Congress to win 150, but you'll say, okay, it's an improvement, okay, it matters, 40 seats matters, those 40 seats have come from somewhere, okay. There is hope for the party. Joyita, you wanted to make a point, go ahead.
Well, the thing is that when you are looking at UP in particular, yes, 245, that means we are looking at another 26, 28 seats. And when we are looking at the UP numbers in particular, it's a very, very close contest in certain constituencies with a vote margin of 400 seats, 360 seats and all.
Yeah.
So it is flipping. It is constantly
it's flipping. Right.
Yeah.
So the thing is that the only constituencies that, the candidates have taken a solid lead is Mahesh Sharma in Noida, that is Gautam Budh Nagar, Ghaziabad. Prime Minister Modi has also gone up to over 10,000 votes lead. So you see, unless
you wonder why Varanasi is counting the slowest.
Yeah, I know. And the thing is unless and until the lead starts crossing, because if you are looking at UP also, it is, Samajwadi Party.
30,000-40,000 votes if you're ahead.
Yeah,
then
only then you can.
Yeah,
then it makes sense.
Even 10,000 is okay, not 450 votes.
UP 30-40,000 votes, especially in Varanasi, you have to be 30-40,000 votes ahead, because the Prime Minister is expected to win that by 2-4 lakh votes. Yeah, quickly, Sumit.
Rishabh even whichever way we go at, Akhilesh Babu might get 10, 15, 20 seats, but he's not going to get 35 seats. That's for sure. That's how it will end up.
We'll find out. We'll just find out. Nitin Gadkari, meanwhile,
the bar is being lowered. First it was Akhilesh won't get more than 10 seats. Now you're saying
that's
the
what
man
looks
of
like.
the moment right now in terms of making an unexpected, at least for most of us, unexpected performance, because 30 is definitely an unexpected performance. It's almost at par with the BJP performance, okay, if we were to hold, right? That would be a shocking change.
And
Quick update. Shatrughan Sinha is now trailing. Sukanta Majumdar is now trailing. Nitin Gadkari now expected to win Nagpur. So he's back. Giriraj Singh is still trailing. That will be an upset. Last time he fought against Kanhaiya Kumar in Begusarai, won that seat. Shashi Tharoor is leading. And Dharamveer Gandhi of the Congress from Patiala is leading, but we're in a very close fight between him and the Aam Aadmi Party over there. Let me quickly get a word in from the politicians. Rochika Agarwal joining us on the BJP. Rochika ji, what are you getting from on the ground, especially from UP? What's happening? Which seats do you think are still going to swing your way?
So overall, my Vande Mataram and Ram Ram to everybody. With the results that you people are showing continuously, I think it's going to be a very, very good number of seats for BJP. We are already crossed 300, and I'm sure we're going to touch 400 very soon. It's too early in the day, and then 400 we are going to touch base, because people have supported, people have loved, people are there supporting Narendra Modi ji as the Prime Minister for the next term as well. All the schemes and all the policies that we've been giving in last 10 years, people have appreciated it. The Jan Dhan Yojana to the Nari Suraksha to Nari Shakti Vandan to the Digital India. We're carrying our bank on mobile phone right now. So everything is appreciated. I've been there on the ground, worked, campaigned, and the kind of support and the love that we've been getting continuously in the name of Pradhan Mantri Modi ji, I'm sure we're going to touch the 400 mark. Okay, you're still confident it can. Okay, I don't want to dismiss it. It can. Okay, and when in doubt, your benefit of doubt these days goes down Narendra Modi BJP way. Okay, when in doubt on when you think it's going to change, but there are some very interesting things that have happened. Akhilesh Yadav's performance is one of them. Naveen Patnaik's lack of performance is the other.
We are seeing the BJD in a whole host of trouble, facing decimation in Odisha. And that's going to be a shocker. Jagan is another. Chandrababu Naidu is back. Mamata Banerjee is just holding on. No surprises there. We're not expecting any surprises from Bengal. Lots of things to discuss. Ikram, meanwhile, update us on what is the feedback you're getting. How is Punjab shaping up? Because that's important for your party as well. Ikram Sandhu, if you can hear us. Yeah, we got you. We got you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Punjab is shaping up well, you know, as far as AAP and Congress is concerned, it's a friendly fight when we come to Punjab. So whether Patiala goes our way or AAP ways, of course, I love it to go Mr. Dharamveer Gandhi's way, but then it still is a ticket and still is a vote in the AAP kitty. So that is as far as Punjab is concerned. On a pan-India basis, I will not give you a lot of bluster here. What we are looking at present is, and this is a real probability, and it's a reality which we should be there in another couple of hours. BJP will be below 272. So even if Mr. Modi has to form a government, for the first time he'll be forming a minority government. He will be dependent on his allies to form a government.
No, it's not a minority government. The alliance coming to government. It's not a minority government.
Let me finish.
As a party, let him finish.
Please, you know, don't.
We've understood what he's saying. Yes, please.
Yes. Number two, Congress is going over the 100 mark. So we are reaching the 3-figure mark. Now we will like it to go to 120, 130. Let us see where at the end of the day we end up. And the third is the difference between the NDA pre-poll alliance and the India pre-poll alliance will not be more than 40 to 50 seats. So whichever way it goes, we are in for a very interesting day and a very interesting afternoon.
It is interesting.
And let's hold our horses for some time and see what happens.
Yeah, we need to hold our horses till at least 12 o'clock. It is shaping up, but it is an NDA government. We are pretty sure we're past that stage now. Okay. But that 28 seats is the difference between the BJP at 272 or not.
25 rather.
It really matters. Yeah, 25 seats rather, 26 seats rather.
Correct.
It looks like that the Congress is winning a seat in Delhi. They are expected to now hold the seat in Chandni Chowk, and that will be a disappointment. But you can't win. The BJP now has thumping leads in all the other 6 constituencies. So the Aam Aadmi Party, ironically, not being able to open its khata in Delhi at this point of time. In Anantnag, thumping defeat to Mehbooba Mufti. She's going to lose by lakhs. In a position where only a few lakh votes were cast. She's already almost 1 lakh votes down to the National Conference, which is expected to win that seat. Mehbooba Mufti in a whole host of trouble, and she'll be more than shocked with that. Himachal is closed, as I've already mentioned several times. It's a clean sweep for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Himachal. So you're seeing lots of interesting talking points. Let's go, Alokji, quickly mention JDU. Nitish Kumar has held on to what he wanted to do if he wins 12-13 seats.
Yeah, that's why Nitish Kumar, what he was doing in last 20 years, and the BJP, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also accepted him again, returned to this fold. I think that's why in Bihar, people were thinking that because Nitish came and but Lalu Yadav and Tejasvi Yadav is emerging well. But even then, say Pappu Yadav is leading, whatever the reports are there. So you can imagine that Nitish and BJP combination. And again, I will say this alliance NDA, then the BJD and Chandrababu Naidu, they are also coming. Maybe afterwards they will also join hands with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, because you know the fight was for assembly. Here they can have adjustment with the BJP. And West Bengal also surprising, because no, they are also leading. BJP is now doing very well in West Bengal.
Okay, yeah, no, they're doing roughly what they did last time. We were expecting a slight change in Bengal, nothing dramatic. The entire election is going as per expectations. The assembly election in Odisha is one of them. The result from UP is one of the anomalies. For sure. So there are some anomalies in which the election is pivoting and is causing the difference of the 20-30 seats which is a chunky difference. Priya wants to come in. Priya, go ahead.
No, I just saw Mahua Moitra trailing, which I thought was very interesting because she was one of the people who one was expecting her to win. And the second thing is, I don't know whether Naveen Patnaik can tie up with the BJP because the campaign was very personal. You know, they didn't stop short of talking about his health, and even the BJD has alleged that, you know, they took Jay Panda's name and other BJP leaders for carrying out a malicious campaign against them. So now to come back from that, when the Prime Minister himself has also taken pot shots at Naveen Patnaik, and they had a very cordial working relationship before that. So it was very surprising the kind of attack the BJP did on Naveen Patnaik. To walk back from that and hope for any kind of alliance, that would be like politics at its best, I would say, because, you know, it's the art of the impossible.
Okay, remember what his associate Arvindan, what his name is, close Pandyan. Pandyan said the personal relation of Modi, he gave interview, that personal relation with Modi and Naveen Patnaik is still very good. And that's what I'm telling you. Nitish Kumar used to say, I will not allow Narendra Modi to enter in Bihar. Remember those days. So that's why in politics, always possible. What Indira Gandhi did with Charan Singh. Can you imagine?
More and more difficult. It looks more and more difficult for Naveen Patnaik now, after having been defeated by the BJP, to then subsequently join the BJP or join the NDA. Quick thought.
The thing is that what happens if BJP does not touch the 272 mark? Will there be some sort of pressure? You know, there are these conspiracy theories that do the rounds about, you know, the leadership, there should be a change and all. Will there be some pressures coming from inside
It's not going to come from inside. That the chance is zero.
I think even if they get 240, Narendra Modi will remain. I don't think that they...
Whether it's 220, 230, 240, 250, 260.
No, but
Yeah, but a Narendra Modi would like for all the ambitions that the government has immediately and of course internationally, would want to go back having secured 272 plus. I don't think it matters.
A simple majority.
A simple majority matters.
Yeah.
It is a prestige figure because his government is being formed. There's no doubt, there's no confusion about that in anybody's mind. Okay.
Right.
The only thing is that 25 seats. That 25 seats, ladies and gentlemen, is a big deal. 10 or 15 of those are the close battles in UP. Okay.
Rajasthan as well.
Yeah, where they have to be decided. Rajasthan, ladies and gentlemen, 3-4 have become close battles. Because the BJP was not going to perform as well in Karnataka, but they've done surprisingly decently. In Maharashtra, it's been close. Delhi, well, you got 10%, you lose one, fair. Haryana is a bit of a spanner in the wrench, because if the BJP is down to just 3 or 4 seats in Haryana, they would be expecting to win about at least 7 of the 10, if not 10 on the 10, which they won last time around. So that's a minus 5, minus 6 right there in Haryana, which will be a huge disappointment for the BJP if it pans out that way. Okay, let me try to get the politicians back in. Before I do that, Sharat Kohli, you know, it is going to shape up, but how important is it then? Because, you know, we are discussing the numbers here, but I've roped you in to discuss the larger picture. Psychologically, in forming a stable government, and that 272 mark, psychologically how important it is, regardless now who wins it?
Well, you pulled it out of my mouth, because that's what I wanted to comment on. I think the role of opposition going forward will be more important now. But there is a piece of advice here. I think the opposition, if it plays the role of a constructive opposition, I think BJP would not mind, and the people who voted for BJP would not mind. But if this opposition larger size is only meant to disrupt, is only meant to probably halt the government for taking decisions, is only meant to probably create havoc inside the parliament, I think then these numbers are worrying. Otherwise, a strong opposition for any democracy, Rishabh, you would agree, is very, very healthy. I think for a third term, for a government to survive in a third term, compromising a 20, 30, 40 seats here and there, it really doesn't matter so long as this government is in power, Rishabh. That's the larger picture. Okay, yeah, but the prediction, of course, and the logic and the consensus was that this would happen. If it is if there's disappointment, for sure, of course, the 272 mark will be a disappointment. Just a sentence to add. I feel that 400 par wala thing, the expectations were beyond, the real.
Yeah, so let's be practical. But 300 for the BJP repeat performance was sort of the benchmark. Because remember, the benchmark is now higher. The benchmark is what it was 160 10 years ago. The benchmark is now 300. So obviously it's higher. Any party that gets 250 seats should be thrilled with their performance. But they would want that 15-20 seats really matters. That 15-20 seats really matters, psychologically really matters. Sumit wants to come in. It is important that 25 seats, Sumit.
Rishabh, if you look at what it looks like, 303 and 340 is around how much? Is around 20-28 seats away. If you had 28 here and if you had 28 here, that will make the magical number. That is what the number has been.
Yeah, you need 25. No. So all of them are not going to flip because some flip in your favor, some flip against you. The BJP still now. I think it's boiling down to can the BJP get enough back in UP because they've done better than expected in Karnataka. They've done a whole lot better than expected in Odisha. They've done okay in Telangana, they have done okay in Andhra, their ally has done really well. Bihar is looking okay. Everything is looking okay. Delhi, you lose one, it's okay. I mean, you can't win 7 out of 7 every time. Haryana is a disappointment, but it's only 10 seats, you lost 3 or 4. So it's a 25 seats, of which at least 15 have to be clawed back in UP. There's still a possibility it can happen, but the possibility diminishes with every hour that passes by. Because every state, Priya, I mean, after a point, in Rajasthan, I mean, cent percent, MP cent percent, Chhattisgarh cent percent, 1 or 2 seats here and there you're going to drop. The UP is the big chunk. Rest of it is normal.
Yeah, that's why we say, all the roads to Delhi lead from UP. So UP is going to be the biggest battleground, and not just in terms of numerically, but also psychologically also, because here is this is also the Prime Minister's home state. This is where your most popular Chief Minister is from there. Your succession is also in UP. It's been widely assumed that Yogi Adityanath would be part of the succession stakes. So for BJP, this battle, if they don't retain, I'm not saying they're going to lose UP, they're going to obviously have the largest number of chunk, but if they don't retain their hold, that's going to be a big setback, and it also gives Akhilesh Yadav a hope for the future. For the UP assembly elections are due next.
Yeah.
So this is the comeback of the opposition would be the biggest tale of the story if the UP holds.
Yeah, he'll be very happy if that takes place, and certainly one of the men of the moment from the opposition ranks.
Definitely.
The man of the moment, Omar Abdullah, probably losing his seat. As Priya was telling you, he took a gamble. But Mehbooba Mufti, if he wants to feel better, is having a thumping defeat. She's going to be, I mean, she's not going to lose her deposit, but she's going to be left in shock with the nature of the defeat. The former ambassador of India to the United States, Taranjit Sandhu, still leading from the Bharatiya Janata Party from Punjab. So Praneeth Kaur, ironically, of the Bharatiya Janata Party, wife of Amrinder Singh, is trailing in Patiala, and she's at number 3. So she's unlikely to make a recovery.
Sandhu may win the only seat from Punjab, and it's also again a legacy seat. This is the seat that Arun Jaitley tried to win and couldn't. Hardeep Puri couldn't win. So if Sandhu wins, that's like a big one. Apart from the number.
It's going to say a lot.
Just reading that Raj Babbar is leading by 50,000 votes from Gurugram. Is it true?
Can we find out about Raj Babbar, please? Most likely, yes. I had to find the margin, yes. But is Raj Babbar leading from Gurugram? The figure on our screen says that yes, Haryana is 6 with the Congress, 3 with the BJP, and indeed the Aam Aadmi Party is winning that 1 seat. That's what the position currently is. Can we get Gurugram figures in, please? Which we are being told.
He's leading.
Yes, he is. He's leading for sure. By how much votes, we will find out. Meanwhile, in Rajasthan, you're seeing on your screen, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat is leading. Misa Bharti leading by 12,000 votes. Still a close contest there. In Chhapra, Rohini Acharya is now taking the lead. We've already closed there are some by-polls also taking place. Remember, I'll come back and address them very, very shortly. Delhi, it is looking 6-1 now. So you're seeing stability there. In Rohtas, Upendra Kushwaha of the NDA expecting to win. It's a very close contest, in fact. You might, between him and the CPIM. Just 3,000 votes in it. So you can tell that a lot of these are very, very close contests as we speak and as we stand. The BJP has edged up a couple of seats in the past 20 minutes we've been having the conversation. The Congress has edged down a couple of seats in the past 20 minutes. That couple of seats makes no difference to the larger picture. The magic number is 272 for the BJP. That's all they're interested in at this point of time. And if you're watching in behalf of the BJP, that's all you're interested in as well. Watch out for the figure in Uttar Pradesh, which is what we've been discussing and focusing on for the past 1 hour, because that's where the battleground seems to be. And the BJP is slipping in UP, not gaining in UP. The gains are coming from elsewhere, not from UP. Alokji, that would be one of the most shocking aspects of this election if this were to hold true, anywhere near this was to hold true?
You see, sometimes the extreme line when you take like only for Hindutva, I think this is also damaging because in cities, either Lucknow or Rabad or in big cities in Agra, you will find, and that's why the Giriraj Singh in Bihar also, the same. More extreme line if you take, ultimately the younger generation also not support you. Mandir for women voter, I think still you will find women voters voted for BJP, but even the younger people, because of the unemployment issue raised by the Congress and Samajwadi and all, I think is also in UP, Bihar, this alliance affecting because of this unemployment issue and more extreme line, just we want Hindu vote.
No, can I make
okay,
a point
can we get Ayodhya on our screens, please? Sid, can you get Ayodhya on our screens?
Faizabad.
And is BJP losing
in Faizabad. Yes, so the BJP is still trailing in Faizabad. Can we figure out what the margin is there? Is it a coincidence that it's a statistical anomaly, or indeed the BJP is losing Faizabad, which is of course in the constituency? Joyita, what would you make of that if something like that were to take place?
Well, I think what is happening, these are all local level issues that have come into play here. And especially, obviously the caste factor has worked for the opposition. Apart from that, there is anti-incumbency against certain MPs. BJP's candidate selection was bad, which all of us have been talking about for a long time. So even Prime Minister Modi's personality has not been able to gloss that over for the BJP.
But have we confirmed the logic that not building the mandir may win you votes, but building the mandir may not win you votes?
Well, actually, if you look at Faizabad in particular, there has been talk about, again, this caste thing has played a role over there, because there was a lot of talk about the Dalit vote was shifting towards the SP over there. So we do not know really. I mean, let us see. It all depends upon the margin and all. And yes,
yeah, I'm trying to get it back because like I said, sometimes it's an anomaly and sometimes it's a done deal. So I'm trying to figure out whether it's an anomaly or not. We'll get that figure on our screens. That done deal in Varanasi is happening for sure. Yes, indeed, Raj Babbar is leading by a large margin now in Gurugram. So Haryana has been a total upset for the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. It's a state with only 10 seats, but every seat matters, because in the race to 272, every seat matters. The BJP slipping down, the Congress also slipping down, and the person gaining is Akhilesh. He's still gaining. His margins are going up, his seat tally is going up, and everybody else is sort of roughly where they are, plus minus 1 or 2. But Akhilesh Yadav now at the 36 leads mark. That will be better than even, I'm pretty sure, even they suspected. 36 seats would be better than the best possible hope. Sumit wants to come in. Joyita, 1 second. Sumit, go ahead.
Rishabh, if the number holds, there's something which has really worked in favor of Akhilesh. There's something which BJP could not see, and there's something which drastically went wrong. Because Akhilesh, 10, 15 seats, maybe 20 was on the best lines. But if this 36 kind of a number holds, which I believe it will not, but then something has definitely gone wrong there.
Okay, all right, Joyita, go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is, you see, the BJP, if you look at it, although the numbers are kind of quote-unquote respectable and still have got another 30 seats to go to reach the 272 mark, the fact is that, you see, there has been a meltdown in terms of BJP's votes, not only in UP, we are witnessing it even in West Bengal. They had the potential, they were not able to live up to the potential, even in Bihar. But of course, in Bihar, they contested very few seats, and they're kind of 11 right now, and JDU is 14 right now. But I think the numbers BJP is making up to an extent. The numbers are coming from places like Odisha and then Telangana. These are the areas BJP is doing well, because even if you look at Gujarat, they are losing one seat over there.
Okay. Bit of a comeback. Alokji, come in on this, because the Congress, as we speak, is leading in 7 in UP. Most predictions were just principally, last time they had only 1, which was Raebareli. What do you make of this?
I think because of the Samajwadi Party, the alliance with the Samajwadi Party, because organization was very poor, very weak. But even then, I think Akhilesh Yadav, very positively supported Rahul Gandhi, just because national scene. You remember Mulayam Singh Yadav also wanted alliance with the Congress Party. Earlier, they had the alliance with the Devgowda time also. So you can imagine, Samajwadi Party always tried, and Akhilesh Yadav was working very well since last few years, and then that's why. But overconfidence of the Yogi Adityanath in the BJP, I think still earlier I used to talk about it, that no overconfidence always damage you. And Akhilesh Yadav was real fighter in that sense.
It's very close. Ayodhya is very, is very close. It's 5,000 votes.
But in Faizabad earlier also,
Samajwadi Party
recently,
leading by
remember-
5,000 votes. Okay, Mukhtar
So
Abbas.
that is two.
Who's joining us? Nakvi ji is with us.
Oh,
Nakvi ji, good morning to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. क्या आपको क्या फीडबैक मिल रहा है सर? अभी भी थोड़ा कुछ सीट्स पे क्लोज कॉन्टेस्ट लग रहा है.
देखिए, एक चीज़ बहुत साफ है, आप ये देश के इतिहास की ये पहली घटना होगी कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में इन 10 सालों तक यानी 2 कार्यकाल बिना कांग्रेस के रिमोट और सपोर्ट के ये सरकार सुशासन के सफर को आगे बढ़ाते हुए तीसरे कार्यकाल की तरफ प्रवेश कर रही है. मैं जो अभी तक देख रहा हूं, मुझे एक चीज़ बहुत साफ दिखाई पड़ रही है कि जनादेश जुगाड़ का जनादेश नहीं होगा बल्कि स्पष्ट जनादेश होगा. और जनता के जनादेश जो भी होगा वो उसका सभी लोगों को सम्मान करना है, उसको सर माथे पे लेना है. लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो अपोजिशन है या जो और ये सो कॉल्ड गठबंधन है, उसने जिस तरह से चुनाव के पहले और चुनाव के बीच में और रिजल्ट के पहले जो हाहाकार और हंगामा और मचाने की कोशिश की, उससे यही दिखाई पड़ा कि वो वायलेंट एनार्की के जरिए वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसी को हाईजैक करना चाहते हैं.
नकवी जी, सबसे चर्चा तो अब रहेगी, बाकी रफली एक्सपेक्टेड लाइंस पे है. यूपी पे अभी फोकस है, आपको क्या फीडबैक मिल रहा है यूपी से अभी?
NewsX पे NewsX पे स्टूडियो.
देखिए, जो अभी फाइट जिस तरह के रुझान है वो ये बात सही है, टफ फाइट है. और देखिए, हर चुनाव जो है वो हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के लिए सबक और संदेश होता है और उस सबक और संदेश के साथ वो पार्टी जो है वो आगे बढ़ती है. इसीलिए जो है वो जहां एक तरफ हमारे लिए जीत का ग्लैमर होता है, वहीं उनके लिए जो है वो हार का ग्रेस भी होना चाहिए. तो जीत का ग्लैमर और हार का ग्रेस दोनों एक ही सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं.
ओके, आपकी परफॉर्मेंस ओडिशा में कंप्लीट फ्लिप होने लगा है. अभी असेंबली के भी रिजल्ट्स आ रहे हैं. बीजेपी की परफॉर्मेंस वेरी स्ट्रांग, लोकसभा में तो बहुत ही स्ट्रांग लग रही है. शायद केरला में खाता अच्छी तरह से खुल रहा है. तमिलनाडु में फुटप्रिंट हमें अभी भी वोट शेयर पे देखना पड़ेगा सर. बट आप हाउ डू यू थिंक ऑफ थिंग्स बियॉन्ड द नॉर्थ?
नहीं, आंध्रा में अच्छा हमारा परफॉर्मेंस दिखाई पड़ रहा है. उसके अलावा और भी जगहों पे हमारा है. मैं मानता हूं कि अभी जो आखिरी गिनती तक हमें इंतज़ार करना चाहिए. भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए का परफॉर्मेंस मुझे लगता है कि बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस दिखाई पड़ेगा.
ओके,
लेट्स वेट एंड वॉच.
ओके, नकवी जी, in Karnataka it's been a solid performance. In Maharashtra सर थोड़ा कंफ्यूजिंग था बिकॉज आपको पता है इतनी पार्टियां वहां पर स्प्लिट हुई हैं. What would you think of the performance in Maharashtra, sir?
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में जो है वो कई तरह के कंफ्यूजिंग जो अभी तक रुझान आ रहे हैं और उस रुझान के आधार पर जो है वो अभी कहीं पर 2000 वोटों से, कहीं 1000 वोटों से, कहीं 5000 वोटों से इधर उधर का चल रहा है. तो इसलिए अभी जहाँ पर 15 लाख 20 लाख वोट हों और उसमें जो है वहीं कहाँ पर 60% 70% की पोलिंग हुई हो, तो उसमें एकदम आखिर तक हमें देखना चाहिए और देखना होगा. लेकिन ये है कि मैं ये नहीं कहता, ये अपोजिशन की जो जहाँ पर भी देख रहे हैं, मैं कांटे की टक्कर वो है, उसको हम ये नहीं कह सकते नज़रअंदाज करें.
ओके, नकवी जी, आपसे आखिरी सवाल करूंगा क्योंकि ऑफकोर्स अब आंकड़े स्टेबलाइज हो जाएंगे 2-3 घंटे बाद. वी कैन स्पीक अगेन, बट 272 is still important, sir, for the BJP. Are you still hopeful you'll make it? कि पहुंच जाएंगे 272 तक तो पहुंच जाएंगे?
जी बिल्कुल, हमें लगता है कि हम पहुंचेंगे और इस वक्त जुगाड़ का जो है वो जनादेश नहीं होने वाला है. बिल्कुल स्पष्ट जनादेश होगा और वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी और नरेंद्र मोदी जी की.
ओके, आई थिंक नकवी जी 1-2 घंटा और चल लगेगा हमें बिफोर वी कैन स्टेबलाइज दैट. थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस दिस मॉर्निंग. प्रिया वांट्स टू कम इन. Priya, go ahead.
No, I was actually wanted to ask Nakvi ji, but he's leaving.
Okay, all right. He just took out his EP. But anyway, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, have a look again. We are boiling down because a few of the seats are changing. The Congress has crept up close to the 100 mark. They've fallen back down to nearer the 90 mark. But the only figure that matters is that 242 on your screen. Does it make it to 272 or not? And whether that breaks out. I'm sure we'll have leads and trails with you very, very shortly. Joyita, come in because I mean, yes, Ayodhya is only 4,000 votes. 4,000 votes is not a predictable in multiple lakh votes cast. But do you really expect it to change dramatically? The 10-15 seats might change.
Well, actually, when you are looking at the Samajwadi Party's tally, I mean, some of the votes are in the range of 500, 600, even now 1,000, 1,100.
Yeah.
So I think those are very close fights that are going on. So I would say even places like Faizabad and all, where even, you know, in Lok Sabha elections, it's only rarely that seats are decided with a margin of 10,000, 15,000 votes. It happened in Chandauli last time. Mahendranath Pandey won with about 15,000 votes. And having travelled to Chandauli, I had seen the anti-incumbency against him. Even then, he pulled it off. Right now, he's trailing by about 10,000 votes. So let us see. Chandauli is the seat next to Varanasi. So let us see he can pull it off or not.
Okay.
So you see, it's
Only
even
1/8 of the seats have been counted so far.
Yeah, and when you are looking at the number of votes, they are talking about 64 crore votes have been cast. I mean, only about 6 crores have been counted. So
We are still a long way to go. We are still a long way to go. We are still a long way to go.
In
It's
fact,
interesting,
I
interesting,
just spoke to a
interesting.
BJP candidate from UP, and he says that so far 1/8 of the seats have been counted, and also he said that most of the minority votes have been counted.
Okay, okay. We'll leave it. So we have some way to go. But yes, there is a battle on. It's kept the match. At least if it goes down to the last few overs, at least it'll be interesting. And Megha's here to break it up for us on some leads and trails. Guess who is the first one?
So that's the Prime Minister of our country, Narendra Modi, in Uttar Pradesh in Varanasi. He's leading. Let's take a look at the second big constituency. And here it is, Smriti Irani, interestingly trailing from Amethi. We also have Akhilesh Yadav. He's in Kannauj. This time around, he's leading. He's been able to get the numbers this time around. Rajnath Singh from Lucknow, he's leading.
Not for him.
We have Amit Shah from Gandhinagar leading and perhaps going to win once again from this constituency. Supriya Sule, Baramati, tight contest after the factions got divided. She's leading from here. In Maharashtra, Mumbai North, Piyush Goyal leading comfortably. We have Nagpur, again a bastion constituency. Nitin Gadkari, he's leading from there. In Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram, Rajiv Chandrasekhar is trailing from this constituency. Thiruvananthapuram, Shashi Tharoor is going to be perhaps winning for the 4th time around. Patnamthitta, interesting. Anil Antony, first time contesting from this constituency and leading over there. Rahul Gandhi, Wayanad, he's leading from there. He won it last time around as well. Tamil Nadu, Coimbatore, K. Annamalai, he's trailing from this seat. Tamil Nadu, Chennai South, Tamilisai Soundarajan again trailing from the BJP.
Okay, all right. Okay, Megha, thanks so much. Of course, there are hundreds of seats to go through over there. We'll take you through them as quickly as possible. Thank you for getting us those quick updates. Some of them are going to change around. Some of them, of course, will now pretty much stabilize. Kani Mori is probably one of them. Bansri Suraj is certainly one of them. She's leading by more than 20,000 votes and expected to win that seat. First time she's contesting from that seat of New Delhi. Manoj Tiwari, also from Northeast Delhi, is now expected to win his seat. The one seat which is not going by the BJP's way in Delhi is now in Chandni Chowk, where JP Agarwal is actually in the lead and substantially in the lead, expected to now win that seat. Have a look at the Odisha Assembly results, which are telling you that the BJP is in the lead in the state and probably in a decent position to form the government. We'll find out. Have a look at what the polls are telling you, that the BJP has done okay in Assam, but it is the Congress party which is returning with 4 seats in Assam, not just 1. They'll be very happy with that result because they've gained a few there. As a political party, you can't win everything everywhere all the time. So the big disappointment is not Assam, it's not in Karnataka where the BJP's dropped a few, it's not in Delhi where you've dropped 1. The big disappointment, of course, would be right now in UP where the numbers are still close, they're still fascinating, and they still need to work a way out. Pankaj Vora joining us this morning. Pankaj, good morning to you. What do you make of what's going on in UP?
As Joyita said, I mean, right now it's too close to call. Right now, the margins are very less. So let's wait for some more time and see which way the election goes. But overall, the results as they are coming out are contrary to what the exit polls were showing. So, and if these results or these leads hold, then, you know, there will have to be a serious discussion on whether Election Commission should in future ever permit exit polls to be held.
Don't hold exit polls only.
You know, there are so many new questions which will be raised, but the surprise elements in
but
this.
at least the EVMs are working fine.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the point.
So far, so good.
So far the EVMs are okay.
And I hope, whatever is the fair outcome, in either way should, come to light.
Roughly it's gone, sir. I mean, there have been some interesting. Odisha is obviously interesting. Andhra is interesting. Okay, yeah. Bengal is roughly there. Haryana has been a disappointment. But the big, pivot is UP. That's
absolutely.
That was the. Was that expected? Was Akhilesh expected to do this well if he indeed gets 30 plus?
No, it must have, surprised even Akhilesh himself.
No, it hasn't surprised him.
They were expecting about 25 to 30 seats, the Congress and Akhilesh group. Now, if they go beyond 30, then it is something which would be very, very surprising. But these results also have certain surprises, like Taranjeet Singh Sandhu is shown as leading in Amritsar, which is hard to digest, and there are a lot of things which are coming out, and Smriti Irani trailing from Amethi is, I think, many people expected that to happen. That is not surprising, but Mahua Moitra's case is again something which needs to be looked at very closely as the hours go by. So we have some very interesting contests on.
It's still on. The game is still on. The game is still on because, as you can see, the BJP numbers slipping now to 3236 and the NDA numbers are 290. 272 is the halfway mark to form a government. So they are 18 ahead of the halfway mark. They would want the BJP itself to be gaining 30-40 seats to flip. They are still flipping rapidly. That's why the numbers on your screen are changing so rapidly. The Congress would be thrilled if they have a three-figure mark. And if the difference between the NDA and the India alliance is only 50, they'll be more than happy with it, with their performance, knowing full well that their back was against the wall. The BJP would be okay with the performance across the board. The big ticket item is UP. Dr. Datta joining us this morning. SK Datta, come in on this because UP is a matter of serious concern for the BJP this morning. Something has drastically not worked.
So far, the trend in UP is a seesaw battle, and every round the trend is changing.
Correct.
So it is something which needs to be introspected. What I understand is like by 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. in the afternoon, things will brighten up in the context of the whole country for the NDA as well as for the Bharatiya Janata Party. And I think things will also change in UP. As far as my information goes so far, the trend which is coming in different constituencies in UP, these are basically those areas where there is a domination of the minority community. The other areas, the trends are, fluctuating between Samajwadi Party as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party. But generally, in terms of the non-minority areas of different constituencies.
Yes. So, okay. So, let's not kid ourselves. The BJP has had a thumpingly good performance, but the benchmark is very high. The benchmark is 300. The benchmark is not 200. The Congress has had a very bad performance. Less than 3 digits is a bad performance, but the benchmark is 50. The benchmark was not 300.
So another 2 hours.
Yeah. So of course we have to wait because the seats are still changing. You're seeing them change. Yeah. Some have stabilized. Delhi is looking like it's pretty much done. 6-1 is how Delhi is going to end up. That's pretty much done. Gujarat is still looking interesting in about 2 or 3 seats. The remaining 23, 24 seats are done. Himachal is done. The BJP has swept it. That chapter is closed. There is a big upswing for the BJP and the NDA. Chandrababu Naidu is back. Naveen Patnaik is in a whole lot of trouble. Yes, Vikramaditya Singh was unable to defeat Kangana Ranaut. So lots of side stories are going on, no doubt about it. We're going to have to wait. Priya, quickly come in. Yes.
2 seats, Rajiv Chandrasekhar has again taken the lead in Kerala. And the second is, if Madhya Pradesh, the BJP is leading in all the seats, that means Kamal Nath is also losing Chinwada. So that's another Congress bastion that is going to be falling, Rishabh.
Yeah, so it's the dent you're saying to the BJP numbers, which is 60. A few is coming from Karnataka. Because they had only, they had much more seats. They only lost 1 to the Congress last time. A few is coming from Haryana, which is 5 or 6. Then there's 1 or 2 here, which you gain and lose, which is part of politics. But the major chunk is the 25 odd seats from UP. That is a chunk which is not being made up elsewhere. and it's still close. So we're going to have to watch it, we're going to have to process it, we're going to have to digest it, we're going to have to figure it out. There's still so much to discuss over here. Pankaj wants to make a point. Pankaj, go ahead.
I will be very curious to know what is happening in Maharashtra. You know, not too many details are coming in, because many people who were working on the ground did not give a very good output regarding BJP's performance there. And
Maharashtra has been closer than most. Then probably was expected in the exit polls for sure.
Maharashtra after UP could also hold some surprises.
Okay, so just keep an eye out. Let me quickly get in reactions now. Matthew Anthony joining us of the Congress. Vinita Hariharan of the Bharatiya Janata Party is with us. Vinita ji, what is the feedback that you're getting from UP, ma'am? I'm sure it's a bit of nervousness now. You would want more seats from UP for sure.
Maharashtra.
Yes, definitely. As you said, the game is still early, so we still have many more seats to be counted. So UP, we are still leading, therefore. So yes, elections and politics is always unpredictable on the turf when it comes to the final, result. But we're all very, we're very robust about our hopes that we would definitely form the government again, the third term. And we're still leading as far as the results, the overall results are concerned. BJP is still leading, so we still have many more seats to be counted, and we'll definitely make it there, yeah.
Okay, BJP is leading. Well, the BJP is the single largest party, there's no doubt about it. That the NDA is expected to cross the 272 mark doesn't seem to be a doubt still. There are still numbers to fight on, but the BJP does not want to be single largest party. The BJP wants to be at 272. So there are still 39 seats still worth discussing. The majority of them are coming in from from UP. And the reason, of course, is because the benchmark is for the BJP to set. They were the benchmark of 300. So the Congress, anything better than 55 is an improvement. Matthew Anthony is joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Anthony, it's 11 o'clock. It's not looking too bad. Obviously, it's not government formation good, but are you pretty happy, pretty thrilled, pretty perky?
I'm saying that we are happy as a party on our performance. However, we are confident that we will maintain the numbers which we have disclosed a couple of days back while we were discarding the exit poll numbers. Now, we are also very clear about the people's response on the number of the seats the downfall which BJP is facing right now in the trends. However, we will wait for 4 o'clock to see the final results, because this is not a match where we are scoring. This is something, the result is already there. We only need to wait for the counting to be completed. We need to see that how the people have responded to our campaign on the unemployment, the price rise, and the promises which you have made. Look at UP and Maharashtra is also in for a surprise. Not a surprise actually for us, but we are expecting good results from Maharashtra also. So this is where we see this campaign coming with respect to the feedback which we have gained from the Bharat Jodo Yatra of Rahul Gandhi, the two Bharat Jodo Yatras, and the particular mandate which we have put across to the people in terms of a manifesto that if we are elected to power, we will resolve these problems. Okay. Now let us see the final results by 4 o'clock.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, but the one thing this election has done is it's stretched out, because now every seat is mattering a lot more. Because last time around the remaining 30 seats didn't matter because the BJP had already gone past 270. So whether you get 301 or 305 becomes less.
I have one question to you. Why are you not asking the BJP people about the 400 par, 400 par? Nobody is asking that. Now you have brought it down to 300. Now you are saying that the Congress performance is good, whereas you are not commenting on the downfall of the BJP in the trend, at least by around.
So the Congress performance is good by the standards of historical disasters. 45, 50 is not a strong performance.
At least give the credit, when we have
performed. No, I said you'll be really happy, be feeling perky. So beyond that, feeling happy and perky, what can I say? I can't say ecstatic. Let's be like Saurav Ganguly at the balcony of Lords and take our shirts off. It's obviously not that kind of performance.
We are not going overboard. We are waiting for the results to complete, and we are expecting
anything ahead of 75 is a good performance. If the Congress is near or exceeds the 3-digit mark, they will be very, very happy with that. And yes, if the difference between the NDA and the India alliance is only 50 seats, that's a strong performance. A part of the improvement has come from the Congress party, no doubt. The chunky and surprising part of the improvement has come from the Akhilesh, who's really pivoted and may become, if this holds.
I'm saying that it is not a surprise for us. We were expecting this.
Very happy to hear that, sir, because you were told us up until last night is 295, so that's 65 short. It might change, it could happen. We're still a few hours away, but this has clearly been a more closely fought election. There have been more closer contests. The very fact that some of the UP seats are going down to the wire in a place where the BJP has dominated everything for the past 10 years. In fact, the Congress might win more than just one seat in UP is a change, and it's a pivot. They might get 2 or 3 seats. So it is an interesting fight, and the fact that we are having to discuss this longer is also telling you that a lot of the individual constituency fights have been a lot closer. Let me get a quick thought from Binay Singh, who's been listening in very patiently to all of us. Binay ji, what do you make of the situation thus far?
Look, what Matthew just told, that nobody is talking about 400. So let me put this thing in a correct way, Matthew, that very recently our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, he said that, 400 was not a target, but it was a trap for the India Alliance for the opposition, and they easily fell into that trap. And till today, when the election results are in the counting process, you are discussing about that BJP is going to get 400, NDA is going to get 400 plus or not. But the fact of the matter is that in this democracy, you need a number of 272 for a majority. And the BJP, if you include India with that, it is far ahead from that. So I am sure that BJP will cross, the mark they have set last time, that was 303. They will be well ahead of that. And till today, the opposition is busy in discussing that BJP is getting 400.
But here's what it is. This is what benchmarks do. When you set the benchmark, anything less than that is a disappointment. And when the opposition is at 50. Certainly a performance of 93, if you told an Indira Gandhi or a Rajiv Gandhi or a Jawaharlal Nehru that the Congress has got 90 seats, they would be celebrating. They would be shocked to the point of probably medical help required. But the benchmark has been poor. So now you can't say the Congress improving 40 seats is not an improvement, because it is an improvement. But the Congress improving is a big ticket item for the Congress, having contested the least number of seats ever. They are going to be in a position of winning 1 in 4 of seats that they contested. But it's the Samajwadi Party which is bringing in as the 3rd largest political force in India as we stand. And the other number, Joyita, has been pointed out, is the TMC, which has crept up to 28 leads, including Mahua Moitra.
Yeah, the thing is, you see, now Bengal is definitely a surprise, because if you ask me what we have been hearing about Bengal, the anti-incumbency against Mamata Banerjee is extremely solid. But at the same time, let's not forget, Mamata Banerjee is a savvy politician. She knows how to handle the administration. She knows how to work at the level of the booths. And obviously, this is a show of, this shows that BJP has not been able to convert the anger that is there against Mamata Banerjee at the level of the booth. So it is basically the weakness of the party organization that is showing, because till yesterday I was getting information from inside the TMC that they were convinced that they were doing badly. So now the thing is that, you see, this is a real surprise if you ask.
Okay, so it's good to be pleasantly surprised. Nice surprise to have Sumit quickly. Then I want to get Pankaj back in.
Even in Bengal, if you look, it's too close yet now.
Yeah, it is. 6 seats have flipped in the past 10 minutes. It is close.
Call it yet.
But yeah,
I think BJP will do fantastically well, and Mamata is definitely going to lose the ground. It depends how much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've sat in this chair so often where we've even seen political parties declare victory and then fall short. Karnataka was one, Maharashtra was another one, and then it's gone down to midnight because every seat matters. And if the difference between this result and last result is, last time by about 12 o'clock, the BJP was well past 272 on its own, so it didn't matter.
Correct.
Now, the NDA is well past 272, is probably likely to hold that, okay? So it should not matter, but since the BJP figure is not 272, it's still a point of conversation, because of course they would want it. Priya, then I want to bring in Pankaj back in. Priya,
no, I think yes, to take from where you left off is, I think you have to also give the BJP some credit. It is Narendra Modi's 3rd term. All that talk of 400 par, the exit poll hype and hoopla, whether it was a trap of rhetoric, as is what happened in West Bengal when they said, "Hum pata nahi 200 par karenge" and whatever. So sometimes they fall into their own rhetoric and the marketing trap at the end of the day. Expectations on its own for for a third term. Even if these numbers hold, which as you said are probably going to be improving, they are still doing a good show. It is the third term at the end of the day, and to hold that and to make a comeback is by itself a remarkable story in itself.
Okay.
But because of the hype and the hoopla and this whole thing of 400 seats, 400 par, Modi, exit polls saying he's getting 370, 377, that has also led to the moment today where there is somewhat the opposition is rejoicing, not because of what they've done very well, but the BJP hasn't done as well as their own marketing.
Okay, if the BJP emerges as the single largest party, Alokji, is in total of all other, let's say the next 4 parties combined, will that be a decent enough performance, or is the benchmark too high that anything less than 272 is a disappointment?
I think because if Narendra Modi come back again, it will be then he can implement what he wanted to do. You see, that's why you
but
want
is that
to
272 important? It is.
It is. Yeah, it certainly is important.
It is. Psychologically, it is important.
But you know what happened with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee, what happened to Mrs. Gandhi in 67. So always remember, and vote management. You see what Mamata Banerjee was doing, what the CPM and earlier those parties also doing, and the BJP doing. Aam Aadmi Party losing in Delhi is also interesting. You know how they used to manage in assembly and corporation. Here they are losing. That's why I always tell that Narendra Modi tried his best himself, Amit Shah, but even then the organization of the local candidates, local MPs, MLAs, they were not working depending on the digital. I am talking since last 1 month even on our channels, that if you depend on the WhatsApp and think how much followers we have in the in Facebook, that's why the BJP also went in the trap of the Congress party, what they used to do, depending on so much person-to-person contact.
Okay.
See the Madhya Pradesh, in Rajasthan, the organization, if they work, then certainly they can give results.
I have a point.
Okay, in any other election, if the last 2 elections had not happened, Pankaj Voraji, obviously the Congress in 94 would be disappointed. But the last 2 elections did happen. Would this be a pretty, re-energizing figure that, okay, we'd almost doubled our seats?
I am sure it will be, it will give a great boost to the Congress party. And if the Congress was to, which appears very difficult right now, crosses the 100 mark, then it will become increasingly difficult for BJP to reach the 272 mark as well. There are 2 or 3 things which need to be also highlighted here. One is that we must also take into account the role of the RSS or its neutrality. The fact that the RSS was neutral in this election has certainly impacted the BJP's performance, number 1. Number 2, one cannot really compare with 2019 because the Pulwama effect was there, which had taken BJP beyond 300. This time there's no Pulwama, there's no RSS, so BJP's numbers are likely to go down. But as Priya was saying, it's very creditable that even for the third term, if the BJP was to even attain 250 in this election, I would think that it's something for it to rejoice, because it will still be the single largest party. Now, there are also implications of psychologically, it will be a big setback for Mr. Modi and for the BJP if the number does not reach 272, and it is a psychological mark. And we have to see over a period of time in the next few hours how this plays out.
Okay. Okay. So a little bit of mathematics more gets involved. Sumit, come in, because it is important. 272 is important.
Yeah, yes. Definitely. There's no doubt that because the Modiji's way of governance, 272 is sacrosanct, not important. How he functions. Now, there's one point, Rishabh. If you look at the numbers, it's looking 240 for the BJP, right? 293 for the NDA. If we look at the sum total of swing seats, let's say they come up to be 50 or 40. If you divide them by 2, that should give you a number where the BJP could be worst case heading to. Is it 240 plus 20, 25, 15?
Yeah, they could but they could go down 25 also. So it's most likely that with every hour that passes, that the number is stabilizing. We are at 11:30 now, and the number is likely to be stable. Jumps of 20 or 30 are going to become more and more difficult, but can they still happen? Because there's a long way to go. Some of those margins are still 7,000-8,000 votes. 7,000-8,000 votes mean nothing in a Lok Sabha election. So it can still happen.
No, even 1,000-1,100 votes.
Yeah, some of them are very, very close.
100 seats where the margin is 1,000.
Yeah, it's a very, very. I don't know whether this time there is a little bit more care and caution that the Election Commission in posting out the results. It could be that we are having a slower intake of results coming in. That could be the case as well. Remember, the EVM result tallying is still done in rounds. They don't do all the EVMs together. They do them in 10-12 rounds. We are 3 or 4 rounds in, 8 rounds to go. but do rounds establish patterns? And the pattern is established. The pattern is an NDA government is most likely returning. Pretty confidently it is returning. Narendra Modi is returning as Prime Minister. But that 20 seats makes a huge difference, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big deal. It's not psychological. It's a very real constitutional deal that does matter, and we need to absorb it as such. Let me try to get Vinita ji back into this conversation. Vinita ji, what's the feedback that you're now getting from on the ground? How is it looking?
Yeah, definitely the mood is still upbeat because, as you said, the game is still early, and we've seen how election results can turn either this way or that towards the end. There could be a complete game changer results coming in towards the end. So it's still early days, but as is being said across the panel, that this is the third consecutive term for Narendra Modi, and that's a big achievement, as far as India is concerned, because such a complex country, such a diverse country, and we are able to weave this thread of nationalism and nation building across the country as one single narrative. I think that itself is a big achievement for whatever work has been done on the ground on the Vikas agenda that we've built. Although the opposition was targeting it as rhetoric, it's still not proved to be rhetoric, and I'm sure it will not be, because the reason why we really need to win this election is for policy stability and for continuity of the kind of programs that we've kind of been implementing across the country in the last 10 years, and India needs this kind of stability. India needs this kind of security and robustness going ahead. So that's the reason why it's so imperative that we have a strong and stable government again.
Okay, so far the BJP has improved its vote share at 39.5% by just less than a percent point. Okay, so this is an improvement in the BJP overall national vote share, but it is a substantial decline as things stand in the BJP seat conversion. Okay, the Congress, ladies and gentlemen, at 26% vote share has seen a 2 or 3% improvement in vote share. That 2 or 3% improvement is currently translating into an extra 38 seats on the ground for the Congress. So the vote share matters. So the BJP gaining in vote share but losing in seats, and that is going to be a lot of lessons to be told over here. The big ticket, and there's no doubt about it, the big ticket right now, point of conversation, is the performance of Akhilesh Yadav, and we're going to digest it. Dattaji, whether now he wins 30 or 33 or 36, it's going to change. But do you still suspect that the pivot may be 10, 15 seats now?
I understand that by 2 p.m. things will become much more clearer in relation to UP. As I said earlier also, that it is a seesaw kind of a battle right now. But what I understand is, like in terms of vote share, in terms of the number of seats which the Bharatiya Janata Party wins from UP, that is going to be substantial, and things will change within another 1.5 to 2 hours as such. The leads of the Samajwadi Party and the Congress Party, where they are leading right now, those leads are, except for Akhilesh and Dimple Yadav. In the rest of the seats, the leads are very, very close. Very close, and every 1,000 votes, things are changing. So as I said initially also, that it is a seesaw battle, but what I understand, that with 10 years of the Prime Minister's rule and the NDA getting a third term, in every likelihood it is going to happen. And as far as my information goes, I think by 2 p.m. or so, the BJP will also cross that psychological benchmark.
I think they will be, at this point of time, let's just be human beings, okay? At this point of time, no matter how experienced a politician you are, okay? If you are the Congress, you are looking at 100 and you are, or can almost taste it, okay? You're salivating that an extra 7 seats, 100 will be psychologically great. You know you're not forming the government, okay? But you're the BJP, is not just psychological, it's very practical. That 30 seats is a big deal, okay? Let's not kid ourselves. So you want to be 272, okay? The rest of it doesn't matter. Because, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is not a, what has already happened is a big deal for Narendra Modi. For that to happen would be phenomenal, but because the benchmark is high, that is the expectation, that's the practicality, that's the governance plan, it's being hedged on that. Yes, they've taken the safety precautions of getting Naidu in and making sure that their alliance was also sorted. Now you know why. Okay? This was the reason that the PM was campaigning with Naidu, because Naidu has done what he was needed to do. He's delivering 14 seats. Nitish Kumar has hung in there. Nitish Kumar has hung in there. Who would have thought he was getting 14, 15 seats? The JDU might have just delivered. So between Nitish and Naidu is the difference currently between being able to form the government and not being able to form the government in the NDA, which is a big deal. I just want to get Matthew in before I get you back, Priyaji. Matthew, what's the feedback that you're further getting? I know now, I mean, let's be practical. Right now, if the conversation is about whether you make 100 or not.
See, we are sure about making 100. Second thing is you see the vote shares of Congress in both 2009 and 2014. We have formed government when we had touched 26% vote share and above. The third thing is BJP, let's be very clear, with the current trends, they are not getting a single party majority. And we all know how much they have neglected NDA, how much they have insulted NDA partners. We have the history of Nitish Kumar turning this side also. We can't rule out that. Let's have the end of the day. Let's see how things are progressing. And now that is a challenge which you cannot be sure about an NDA government, because BJP has insulted the NDA alliance for the last 10 years with their arrogance of having a single party majority, which they are not going to get this time, going by the trends which we are seeing right now. So we are confident about the numbers which we spoke about. And we are waiting till the day.
Okay,
end.
the Congress led.
We are quite happy with our performance that we led the India Alliance, and we proved the fact that we are coming back, and we have been supported by the people.
144 is the benchmark for the Congress's lowest ever ability to form a government as a coalition leader. 144. Okay, they are currently 49 seats short of that mark. Is that possible to happen in the next couple of hours? Yes, if the BJP tally can go by 30, so can the Congress. It can happen. But in practicality, the BJP wants the extra 20, 30 because it's not just psychological. 95 to 100 is just psychological, okay? But 240 to 270 is not psychological, as Matthew Anthony has pointed out. Of course, it's practical. Of course, then permutation combinations are completely out of the window. And of course, where permutation combinations exist, they can be put into play. So let me get Pankaj into this. Pankaj, is there any possibility that the BJP doesn't make 272, which means they don't need anyone, that the others, Nitish Kumar, might start scratching his head?
Well, you know, BJP cannot be dependent on Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, because both these politicians are known for their flip-flops in the past. So if they are relying on these two politicians to help them form the government, then it could be something which they may be in for a shock. BJP, in case it has to form a government, will be more comfortable forming the government with 272 seats of its own. And if the number goes below 272, then there could be, you know, some sort of speculation which may begin about the choice of the leader also within the Sangh Parivar, because if the RSS asserts itself, you know, it could lead to certain other, you know, decisions which we don't expect. But right now, since it is too early to say or comment on this, let us wait.
That's going to be a shock to the system, and forget the stock market 2%. I don't know what's going to happen then at that point of time.
Stock market is tanking.
In fact, 2.5% down right now, because the stock market, as we were discussing, is factoring in 272 plus for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Okay, and because stable government is a stable government. Coalition governments can be run for 4 years, 5 years, and you expect the BJP to be able to run it. But what do you make, Alokji? Just one second. Alokji, what do you make of the fact that two allies, Nitish and Naidu, then become the difference between forming a government and not forming a government?
I think Nitish will certainly helping BJP, because they had some arrangement earlier, and therefore yesterday he was called in Delhi and they had discussed, because Modi was more practical for having alliance with the Nitish and the Chandrababu Naidu. That's why you have to rely on those people, because he was for a backup plan, what I think.
Yeah, the backup plan was needed. Okay, Priya. The backup plan was needed. Priya.
No, but Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar had that conversation yesterday, going on the position of strength, the strength of 300 plus, or the strength of the exit polls. Now, given this new thing, there is going to be a whole new conversation. And Nitish Kumar is an opportunist. He is known as a Paltu uncle at the end of the day, and he will go wherever he sees his future. So Nitish Kumar coming in, and Chandrababu Naidu again, they are both opportunists who will go with wherever the numbers are, because especially Chandrababu Naidu is focusing on his state and his welfare economics. He, as you know, was when he was supporting Atal Bihari Vajpayee, he was the one who was deciding who would be the president. He had a key share in a lot of policies. He made sure that a lot of funds came to the state. So he is a hard bargainer and a hard negotiator. And the BJP is the party that sent Chandrababu Naidu to jail. Don't forget that.
Okay, and let's not kid ourselves. These are the highly unlikely scenarios, and the only reason they're up for grabs is because of that 29-30 seats, and which is why the 29-30 seats is important one. Joyita first, and then Dr.
The thing is that what exactly is Nitish Kumar going to demand? You know, that is very important. And what if the India Alliance is in a position to offer him that? Will he flip or not? You know, unless and until, so BJP needs to increase its seats by at least 25 to 30. Otherwise, it's frankly, I mean, even though NDA right now seems to be crossing the 300 mark.
Such a high benchmark, no? High benchmark that at 250 you still want 25 more because it matters. That's not psychological. Yes. It's very real. It's a very real thing. 272 versus 240. 272 versus 260 is also very real. Okay, because you just have to be dependent. At 272, nobody can hold you hostage, and everybody will come with you. In fact, all of them will be begging to come with you because they know you're forming the government. Okay, at this point of time, people start thinking differently. Very unlikely. Chances of it happening. I mean, exponentially small at this point of time because we are far away. Let's take a few more updates. Let's put them on our screens so that we are tracking the election, not just analyzing the final trends because they're not with us and they're not concluded at this point of time. Some of them are more than done. Mansukh Mandavia and Porbandar is winning by a landslide of 2.5 lakh votes. No surprises. Biplav Dev is winning by a landslide in Tripura West. No surprises. The BJP has swept Himachal. On predicted lines, no surprises. Here's the breakup in Maharashtra, where in South Mumbai, Arvind Sawant is leading. In South Central Mumbai, Anil Desai is leading. So that goes to Uddhav Bal Thackeray faction. The BJP, Ujjwal Nikam is leading. He's expected to win in North Central Mumbai. Northwest Mumbai, the Shinde faction of Ravindra Vaikar is leading, expected to win. Northeast Mumbai is a close battle. With the margin is only 12,000 votes in advantage of the Shiv Sena UBT. Piyush Goyal leading in North Mumbai, now expected to win. Thane, Shiv Sena expected to win. Kalyan, Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son is leading, expected to win. In Beed, Pankaja Munde is trailing. In Ratnagiri, Narayan Rane of the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading. Let's look at the totals, which is 22 in fact for the NDA, 25 for the other side, which is the India Alliance, of which the BJP takes 13, the Shinde Sena takes 8, Ajit Pawar takes 1, Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray are taking 8 each, and the Congress in a very solid performance at 9 in Maharashtra. They'll be very happy with that figure if it indeed holds out. So that's the breakup of Maharashtra on your screens. And Jallore, Vaibhav Gehlot is expected to lose, and he's losing by a thump of 1 lakh votes. He's going to be shocked with that result. We are trying to get further updates on what's happening in Thiruvananthapuram, because Rajiv Chandrasekhar has been leading for some time against Shashi Tharoor. So what do you know, in an era when the Congress hit its lowest low at 44 seats, Tharoor was there, and when it's improving to double that, Tharoor, after winning 3 times, is losing out on that 1 seat.
He's
could
the
be.
MJ Akbar of this of the Congress.
Could be. Not yet. Okay, because if you're saying things can shift in advantage of the BJP, they can shift against the BJP in some seats as well. In Alwar, Bhupendra Yadav, he's won it. He's already got a lead of 50,000 plus. In Dausa, Murari Lal Meena, I'm told, is ahead by 1 lakh votes. He's winning that seat. Okay, in Tonk and Savai Madhepur, Harish Meena is leading by 46,000 votes. So that is going to be, so that's the second seat that the Congress can look forward to winning in Rajasthan, and the BJP will be upset with that. But 3-4 seats was always a bit dodgy in Rajasthan for them. Now, we've already mentioned Gautam Budh Nagar. It's a closed chapter. The BJP is taking it. Ghaziabad, it seems like a closed chapter. The BJP is taking it. They are ahead by 60-70,000 votes. That's a closed chapter. We are still seeing Rahul Gandhi is winning both Wayanad as well as Raebareli. The battle is still on in Amethi, but Smriti is still behind. K. Annamalai, we had a lot of hopes for him, but in terms of a conversion of vote share, there might be, but in terms of conversion of seat, it hasn't happened at this point of time. Meanwhile, it is Omar Abdullah losing the seat that he was contesting by a thumping 50,000 votes. He's down. He's going to be disappointed by that. I've already mentioned Narayan Rane is winning. Delhi 6-1 is how it's going. Basuri Swaraj's lead has come down to only 10,000 votes, but she is still ahead and is expected to win. Very, very fascinating contest still going on. Ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye out on UP, Samajwadi Party figure. Keep an eye on the figure of the Bharatiya Janata Party, because the NDA figure crossed 272 long way back. The Bharatiya Janata Party wants to be at 272. They are currently 30 seats short, 32 seats short, 33 seats short. It matters. It all matters, and it's going to add up. Let's see where this goes.
Amritsar has turned for the Congress.
Yeah. Well, what do you know? Well, the former ambassador is now trailing. Alokji, now it's become a closer contest. Okay, but is closer contest means what? I mean, what does this potentially then impact in terms of government formation, if any?
I think they have to review and bring more performance. People who come in the power, certainly they have the professionals like Ashwini Vaishnav, R. Jaishankar, but you need political people like Gadkari, because he was neglected to some extent. He was working very hard, but because his opinion was not carried very forward liked by the leadership. These kind of changes, and the RSS, what Pankaj Vohra was also mentioning, RSS was taking behind. They were not very aggressively suggesting or advising. You see, openly they said. And that's why you see Giriraj Singh losing. Rakesh Sinha was the real candidate. They wanted, RSS supported him. But they said, okay, no, we don't want. Now the new people should come. Not the RSS dominated what it used to be in 2014. These kind of changes, that's why I think that for government also, they will have some mix kind of thing. And the coalition, what Nitish Kumar, maybe like what George Fernandes was convener of the NDA. What I was yesterday, I was thinking that maybe he will be offered as an, even if they get 300, they will offer him as an NDA convener.
Who?
These kind of arrangements, Nitish Kumar.
Nitish.
Yeah, that's why. This was originally the idea was there, and the UPA also, they wanted this kind of leaders.
Okay, the other big ticket, and before I rope in the politician once again, Priya, the other big ticket is that the Aam Aadmi Party, yes, it's opening its tally, but it's not having a thumping performance of 9, 10, maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah.
So so they have not been able to dent the Congress in this Lok Sabha as much as they were hoping to.
In Punjab, exactly. No, Aam Aadmi Party, in terms of the alliance partners, I don't know how Tejasvi is doing. Maybe we can focus on that also. But given the fact that where Aam Aadmi Party thought it would do well, even the Haryana, if it's holding on to its lead, is on the strength of Bhupender Hooda and the Congress vote bank more than the Aam Aadmi Party vote bank. They fought hard. They made the Congress concede a lot of seats in Delhi, which now on retrospect, perhaps the Congress should not have conceded so many seats. So Aam Aadmi Party with Arvind Kejriwal back in Tihar is looking at a pretty grim future ahead. You know, he may play the sympathy vote for the Delhi elections, but Lok Sabha elections, his hopes of getting one MP to Parliament, let's see how that hopes. If it would be thanks to the alliance with the Congress and not because of any efforts on behalf of the Aam Aadmi Party by itself. So I think in that sense of the alliance politics, I think Aam Aadmi Party is perhaps the biggest loser.
Okay, let's pick this up.
Let's still winning.
Amritpal Singh was leading.
Amritpal Singh, that Khalistan.
And Rashid Engineer.
Yeah, Rashid Engineer winning an election. Amritpal Singh winning an election. Those days can come before you also. Remember, he's sitting in jail in Assam at this point of time, or in some place in Assam.
And he's
let me get Binay Singh into this conversation. Binay ji, let's absorb this. Let's absorb the fact that yes, you might have a member of parliament, Amritpal Singh, as per the Election Commission of India, very shortly.
Look, every time you have some sort of surprises, hidden surprises in the election results. So this time will be also same. But again, Amritpal, being selected as a member of parliament, I think it won't be very. You won't digest the fact as a vibrant democracy that a person who is accused, and then also he has a certain fan following. So it is a mix of surprises. So we must be ready for that. As far as the rights are concerned, yes, Amritpal has the right to contest and he has the right to be elected if he wins. So, a dented and painted and a criminal and a terrorist also have a right in this country. And I think you can describe it both ways, that it is beauty of our democracy or it is, you can say, majburi of our democratic structure. So again, we will have to accept that, whatever the result comes. So again, what I want to say that the fact of the matter is that NDA or BJP, they are going to get the majority mark or not, and it is very easily being seen if you take this fact, the second.
Okay, yeah, because Vinayji, you're right. Yeah, it can cut both ways. If you think that the yes in a coalition, that if the others can steal a few, well, the BJP is in a much better position to steal a few also. That can also happen, and there's certainly a whole host of others out there who are there for the taking. Who knows the 1 or 2 seats that are going to be won by the TRS, now the BRS? Who knows? Those might be tempted into the fold. Lots of independents still out there who might be tempted into the fold, so it cuts both ways. For the NDA to still think that they can get 300 plus, even on the current situation, if it doesn't improve, is probably more likely than for the Congress to think they can form a government. But nonetheless, everybody can dream at this point of time, and that dream continues only if Akhilesh's performance in UP, which is now down to 32, but a solid thumping 32, where he's kept the BJP in ranging distance. The BJP is just about 40 in UP. So he's kept the BJP in ranging distance in UP, and which is the big ticket item from this election, and there's no doubt, there's no doubt about it. There's no running away from it, and that's a reality check. But there are improvements in performances for a lot of people. For the Congress, under 100, but nonetheless double the seats. All these things matter, and Rahul Gandhi will indeed be taking both the seats. They might be clawing a Methi back from Smriti Irani. And the Congress is certainly going to be celebrating a few of these victories, just like the BJP celebrated when they were delivering defeats last time around. So these things do matter. They are going to matter. I'm trying to get you as many updates as we are getting information in. Reactions have now started coming in, but those might be a bit premature. In Jagdalpur, meanwhile, in the Bastar Lok Sabha seat, the BJP is leading, but only by about 4,000 votes. Let's have a look in Chhattisgarh. Battles have turned pretty close. The difference in one seat is 40 votes. Advantage to the BJP. So the Congress has put up a fight in Chhattisgarh, which was not on expected lines. And the Congress is still leading one seat in Gujarat, which they'll be thrilled about because the BJP was expecting a 26 out of 26 sweep in Gujarat. All these things matter, and they add up. Okay. So I'm going to have to boil everybody down to where it does matter, and forgive me if you do. Dattaji, UP still, we are now almost 12 o'clock. It's looking like Akhilesh has done a pretty good job in UP.
So far it seems yes, but I understand that his tally will come down further by 2 p.m. It is, as I have been saying right from the beginning, that in Maharashtra and UP it is a seesaw battle. And this will continue till evening, early evening as such. And UP certain seats, majority of the seats, the last vote actually counts. If, some of the seats even have 18 rounds, 19 rounds. So it is too early to say that Akhilesh will be, dominating in UP. I do not think so. Ultimately, the Bharatiya Janata Party will spring back a surprise in UP. We will comfortably form the government. Yes, but certain important things I would like to share here. What I understand is like neutrality of RSS in elections is something which is not a healthy call for the Bharatiya Janata Party. BJP needs to introspect on that, because ultimately most of the cadres, most of the sympathizers, they have their allegiance to the Sangh Parivar first, and second to the Bharatiya Janata Party, and I have no qualms in saying this on air openly. Third is like there has to be a kind of a samiksha as to where things went wrong, and I have personally been vehemently opposed to the turncoats coming from the other parties and joining the Bharatiya Janata Party. I think this is something which has to stop. People who have started their right-wing politics from student days, from AVVP, those who have been groomed from Vidyarthi Parishad, from other different outfits and affiliates of the Sangh Parivar, they have to be recognized.
Okay.
And sooner the party does it, It is better for the health of
Okay,
the
let me quick work. Shashank has been listening in. Shashank, quick thoughts on where the numbers are shaping up right now. I mean, this is not a predicted lines. It's a phenomenal performance for the NDA. Okay, if this had been an election in 2014, and if this is what the result was, it would have been a thumping excitement for the NDA. But this is an election in 2024. Obviously, anything less than 272 for the BJP is going to be a disappointment.
Pankaj ji, namaste to you and your fellow panelists. Pankaj ji, 3 points.
Rishabh, my name is Rishabh.
Rishabh, I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
Thank you. Carry on.
Rishabh ji, 3 points. I guess point number 1, what we are missing is that NDA and BJP is still leading. So they are forming government no matter what, the current trend, even as per current trend. Point number 2 is that majority of seats, other than Delhi and nearby, the difference of margin is less than 1,000. So it can change after 1 hour or 2 because we have such large majority of population and currently the election commission is only into 3rd or 4th rounds plus the postal votes. So that is why this particular trend may change at 1 p.m. or 1:30. And something which will be set at 1 or 1:30 will be the final number which we will be seeing. But nevertheless, there is one major factor. If the number of seats, as you are pointing right now, will be lesser as compared to the previous 2 elections for BJP, supposed less than 272 or something like that, that will be a big dent for Modi's image, because his persona has been in past 10 years like a big brother for all the NDA partners, a sole ruler for country and his own image and international persona. Also, what we are seeing is a very big setback in Uttar Pradesh as of now. So that will again be a big dent for the image of Yogi Adityanath, who has done phenomenal work in Uttar Pradesh. Now, BJP was expecting too much votes or too many seats in West Bengal. So that again, and plus Haryana.
No, the West Bengal is then that's a contest, right? So the upset is not an upset. So the Mamata did better than expected in Bengal. Okay, that happens, right? In other places, you're going to lose a few because you can't win 10%. But it is the big ticket has been, of course, UP's big ticket has been Akhilesh. Okay.
There's one thing,
finish your point, please. Yeah, then I want to get the rest in. Yeah, please go ahead.
There's just one thing I feel that current trend shows Congress getting 8 to 9 seats in Uttar Pradesh. Yeah. I don't think that is possible because not only Congress do not have that strength in Uttar Pradesh, but their candidates were also surprised when they got tickets in the first place.
So Matthew is wryly smiling, okay? Because he knows it's the truth that for the Congress to get 8 or 9 seats in UP is a top thumper. Okay?
No, Rishabh, I'm not smiling for that. I am saying that, see, we are becoming childlike in terms of predicting the victories and the failures right now, whereas the result has been finalized by the people of this country.
Yeah.
The counting is going to take time, and I think the level of margins in many seats, it's not going to be a 2 p.m. finish or a 3 p.m. finish. I think it's going to take some time.
I think it's going longer today. You're right. I think it's going longer today for sure.
Yeah. And second thing is that UP's setback is a setback to Narendra Modi. Don't shift the goalpost to Aditya Yogi right now, because Ram Temple and for everything, they politicized, they polarized everything, and if a setback is coming to them, it is a setback to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. No setback to anybody else.
This election is about Narendra Modi. There's no doubt about it. Okay. Similarly, an improvement.
Now the third thing, Rishabh, let me complete a few things.
Please go ahead.
So UP, Maharashtra, Karnataka is where we are going to see, and Haryana also is where we are going to see the mark shift change for Congress as well as the India Alliance partners. And we all very well know that Modi's personality is not something who accommodates others as equal partners. So the NDA, if BJP is not going to touch 272 on their own, it is quite questionable about an NDA formation with Narendra Modi as a Prime Minister, or we still have time to say that India Alliance stand by the numbers which we have told, and we might form the government. But we will only be said to qualify this only by the end of this day or late evening today. So that's where we stand right now.
Okay, everybody wants to come in. Everybody wants to come in. Okay, everybody wants to come in. Priya, go first.
Yeah, and the people of India has really felt the pain in their pockets for the price rise, as well as for the unemployment. As well as for the
I just want to have the caveat that after a national party wins 90 odd seats, for them to be claiming to represent the voice of India would be a little bit of a leap of imagination. But at the same time, for us to say that this is not a disappointment if you're in the BJP would also be a leap of the imagination. The BJP wants 272, let's not kid ourselves. And the Congress wanted to form a government, let's not kid ourselves. Priya, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to. I think that's a debate we'll have in the evening once
For
the
sure,
numbers
for
come.
sure.
But Bihar, we are ignoring Bihar. You know, we are talking about the India Alliance allies. Akhilesh Yadav has done extremely well, but the person who was supposed to do very well was Tejasvi Yadav. You know, Tejasvi Yadav has just managed to get about 5. And Nitish Kumar, who was said tried, you know, he's failed, he's lost all credibility, opportunist, is leading in Bihar with the numbers.
Yeah.
Tejasvi getting just 5 is interesting. Congress getting 0 in Bihar is equally interesting. So that is one state where the Congress hasn't yet got a single lead as yet.
Yeah, so Congress in trouble in Bihar. SP is fallen down to 32, okay, but so has the BJP to 237 and the NDA to 290. The others have picked up. The Congress now at 94. They've not once gone over the 100 mark in terms of leads. It can still happen. There are still 20-30 seats that are left to swing, and the reason is those 20-30 seats are really important. That 20-30 seats is not a psychological difference. Whatever the Congress gets beyond this, trust me, they're already happy, okay? Anything beyond this is psychologically important. So that's psychologically thrilling, but 272 is not about psychology. It's a very practical constitutional position, okay? It's not just about psychology. Dr. Datta, then I'll get Joyita. Dr. Datta, go ahead.
This question which is going on, that the image of the Honorable Prime Minister has been dented, or for that matter, the image of the Chief Minister of UP has been dented, I think this is too far-fetched an argument. It is not at all that way. Please remember, first and foremost, this is the 3rd term of the Honorable Prime Minister. Under no condition the Indi Gathbandhan will come to power. It is going to be a NDA-led government under the dynamic leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister. That is for the Parliamentary Board. Once the election results are declared, the Parliamentary Board will take a call on this. But I would like to say here one thing, that if it is something which is so rosy for the India Alliance, then they should have got a full verdict. Why haven't they got a full verdict?
So let's not kid ourselves.
No, they were hyping it up at 295, right?
Yeah, but
at 295,
everybody hypes up.
If they are short,
everybody hypes up.
Seats,
everybody hypes up.
Something which needs to be understood.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. 100-seat performance, if you are told this to Rajiv Gandhi or Indira Gandhi or Jawaharlal Nehru or Narasimha Rao, they would have been shocked, because they could not have imagined that the Congress could sink so low. So let's not kid ourselves, but at the same time, this is not 2009, this is 2024. The Congress has improved, it's double its seats, so you can't say they've not gotten better. Yes, they've gotten better. You can't say the BJP has not gone down. Potentially they have, because the BJP, let's not kid ourselves, has done thumpingly well. If this was the 2004 general elections, they would be thrilled right now. But it is the 2024 general elections. The standard is very high. The standard was 300. The desire was 272.
400, Rishabh.
I mean, like I said, sir, let's not be unrealistic. Let's be realistic.
But I got a quote from a Congress leader.
Joyita's been waiting. Joyita first, I'll come back to you. We have literally all day now. Joyita.
The thing is, you see, I think this is going well into the evening, and if not even night. This reminds me of the Bihar election, assembly election that happened when the counting went on well into the evening, because if you are looking at UP specifically, because this is such a pivotal state, I just counted around 12 seats where the SP is leading with a margin that is less than 10,000, one seat is a margin of 200 odd votes. So we do not know which way UP we cannot, but at the same time, has BJP done badly in UP? Goes without saying, because even if BJP, picks up those 10, 12 seats, even then that's a bad performance.
I need to take a very short break, okay, because we just need to cycle through. We've been sitting here for 5 hours and looks like it's going to be a long day. Priya, quickly, 10 seconds.
No, I was saying already the comments and the jokes have begun from the Congress. I got a message saying looks like the CBI headquarters is going to fall today. So that's the...
Okay, they can crack some jokes, but like I said, this would have been the worst nightmare for any other generation of Congress leaders, and for this generation of Congress leaders, it seems to be the worst. It seems to be the best performance of a lifetime. Quickly, Shashank, quickly.
Recently, just 2 points. One, We are, in past 10 years, we have seen a full majority government. Prior to that, they were a coalition government for, say, 2 decades. So that is why the expectations are too high from either of the party, and BJP is leading.
The expectations are too high. Okay, yes, of course they are too high. I'm told you repeatedly. If you went back in time and told Indira or Rajiv that this would be the fate of the Congress in 2024, they would be squirming. But at the same time, you cannot dismiss the fact that they've gone from 44 to near 100. It is better than total disaster. And Narendra Modi would have preferred as Prime Minister to have a mandate of 272. That's the bottom line. Okay, now I need to take a very short break, 30 seconds. We are going to be here all day to discuss it because, ladies and gentlemen, that last 30 seats is going down to the wire for sure today. And there is a potential for it to swing. It is still possible. Let's come back in a few seconds.
अब मोदी को गाली एक ऐसी चीज है कि उसमें बाकी कुछ हो या ना हो, पब्लिसिटी की गारंटी है। अब उनके मैनिफेस्टो में कहा गया है कि अब ठेके में भी आरक्षण होगा, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सिस्टम में। क्या दुनिया के किसी डेवलपिंग कंट्री ने इस प्रकार का पागलपन किया है क्या? मैं उन कम्युनल पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लिए बोल रहा हूं जिन्होंने सेकुलरिज्म का नकाब पहन करके घोर सांप्रदायिकता की है। अभी आपने स्कॉच का रिपोर्ट पढ़ा होगा और मैं चाहता हूं कि आपका टीवी चैनल ने स्कॉच के रिपोर्ट पर डिटेल में स्टडी करना चाहिए और टीवी डिबेट करना चाहिए। 4 करोड़ घर बनाने चाहिए तो कितने आवर लगते हैं, मतलब इतने लोगों को रोजगार मिलता है। देश आजाद होने के बाद तुरंत राम मंदिर बनना चाहिए।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX. I'm Megha Sharma and this is the 2024 Lok Sabha results that we are bringing to you. This is the rolling coverage, and what a phenomenal battle it has been. Taking a look at the BJP numbers, they've not even been able to cross the 303 mark that they had been able to win in 2019 elections. On the other hand, the opposition India Alliance is doing very well. It has at this point of time gotten about 232 seats. We have Congress, which has comfortably at this point led with 94 seats. I'm going to start my conversation. Joining me on the telecast is Mr. Tom Wadakan. He is the BJP leader. Sir, what is your response? The numbers have come in and looks like the BJP is not going to be able to even get the numbers that they had in the 2019 elections. That was 303.
Well, Megha, just I think a little patience is called for. We are in the middle of the game. Essentially, this is what in a football match would be say we have not even crossed the halfway mark. So the point here is, if you wait patiently, the figures will change, and we have our belief in our Panab Pramukhs who have told us that the kind of leads that we will get, and we are confident on the feedback that they have given us.
Okay.
So, there is going to be, now for example in Kerala, the margins are very small. So things change there. Uttar Pradesh, things can change. So just wait for a little while before taking a conscious decision on any issue.
Okay.
Because I would say that this decision is basically the people of India fighting the opposition. So whatever the people of India decide, we accept with grace.
Okay, you spoke about Uttar Pradesh, the pivotal state with 80 seats, the performance dismal by the BJP as per the numbers. They've not even able to keep the number of seats that they had won last time around, 62. In 2014, they had 70 plus, they had about 70 plus seats. The margin reduced to 62, and now I think they are in the 30s.
Mega, I told you, have some patience. Things will change. There are situations that are emerging. We have reports coming from the ground that the figures are bound to change because of the inputs we have received from our Panna Pramukhs, and we stand by it. So I only suggest, before coming to some conclusion on what is happening at the ground, let us wait patiently, and the whole figure will be put out by the Election Commission, which has come out with a straight bat. And I also take this opportunity to compliment the Election Commission for a very transparent election and a very peaceful election at that. And this is the dance of democracy.
Right. You know, talking about the slogan that had been forwarded, that had been led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Ab ki baar 400 par, do you feel humbled? Does the BJP feel humbled right now with the results that we are seeing on our screens?
We have always been a humble party. We believe in the people of India. Whatever verdict they tell us, we believe in them. We are not the ones who blame EVMs. We are not the ones who blame Election Commission. We are not the people who say that we will burn the country. We are not the people who will say, well, it is my dead body against the DM's dead body. And what all have they said? We believe in democracy. If an opposition emerges, so be it. But we have our agenda clear. We have the next Prime Minister, Honorable Modi ji, on a third term with a plan for 100 days and beyond, 5 years and 10 years. We will do what the country needs and what the people need. That's the difference between us and them.
Okay, all right. Let me get Pooja Tripathi, Congress spokesperson. Are you already celebrating at the Congress headquarters? Was this the expected number, 234 right now for India Alliance? Congress has gotten 94. And talking about India Alliance, and I have to speak about Uttar Pradesh. What a comeback for Samajwadi Party.
Megha, we are happy. We are not happy, I'll not say that, because we are happy, we are jubilant, because the exit polls, the way we were seen being routed off an exit polls, this goes on to share, I have a few observations. This is a moral and a decisive defeat for Narendra Modi ji's 400 par slogan. This is a moral and decisive defeat of the chest-thumping negative connotation of the political discourse it has taken. When Nota leads by 1 lakh plus votes in Indore, this is a defeat of, how do you derail constitution, and this goes on to say Smriti Irani trailing by some 35,000 votes is a big defeat of, the arrogance, as it said, and it's democracy. We go to the verdict of people. India Alliance inching to around some 41% of the vote share and NDA at 44%. This election results may go far along the later part of the day. But the point that we were being written off, and this is a moral victory of political strategy of Rahul Gandhi ji's Bharat Jodo Yatra, the extensive campaigning of Priyanka Gandhi ji's and Kharge ji's leadership.
But do you, at this point of time, do you reinforce your trust and faith in the EVMs in the Election Commission? Because you came out and attacked the Election Commission left, right and center for being biased against the BJP.
Independent of whoever wins or loses, Mega, Election Commission needs to come out and restore their faith in. We made 227 complaints of the violation of Model Code of Conduct, and Chief Election Commissioner in his press conference says we intentionally didn't touch the top two leaders of the party because that's not how it works. No, you are the supreme authority who has the onus of conducting a free and fair election. You should have touched the top two leaders. I think this shows, irrespective of whoever wins or loses, Election Commission needs to come out and clean. There were instances of a 8-year-old polling for 8 times. There were instances of people being written off from the voters list. These things need to come out Also, the long
but
elections.
This is the rough and tumble that the election commission faces every single election that takes place. There are going to be problems, there are going to be discrepancies, there are going to be violations, and this is the job. Like I said, there are 642 million people who came out and voted in the 2 months, and there has been hardly any incident of violence that has been reported. So there goes how there have been some thousands and thousands of election commission personnel that had been deployed to ensure there was a fair process that was then brought forth, allowed for the people to cast their ballot, and therefore a result that has come out that is not biased, that is free and fair, that once again reinstates our faith in democracy.
That's what I'm saying. Election Commission, when it comes to, I understand that this is a long process. We are a big democracy. There's millions of people voting. But the problem is when a prime minister goes on to the political rally and uses words like Mujra, uses words like Mangal Sutra, I think MCC violation need to be, and that's not something you equate it with numbers. This is a long process and it's a numbers. These are the big major campaigners of political parties lowering the political discourse, and it should have been cut across the political line, and they should have been rounded up. And that's what where I'm saying that so many instances of violation of model code of conduct, Election Commission did nothing.
Okay, all right. Now I'm going to keep my focus on the numbers, because numbers is what that matters. And it is going to be a long evening for all of us, because there are close contests where there are by margins of 5,000, 4,000 votes that a particular party is winning a particular constituency candidate is winning against the other, and it could just turn the other way, and we'll have to keep a watch on that. Advocate Shashank Shekhar Jha. Now, the question about the BJP, right now, a dismal performance. Yes, there is likelihood of them forming the government for the third time around. But the standards that had been brought forth by the BJP in 2019 and the performance they were hoping to exceed have obviously not turned out the way they wanted.
So I will look at it in a very different perspective. India was in a 2 decade of coalition government rulership. Thereafter, Modi ji came into existence in 2014 when he became Prime Minister, and since then, for a decade, we have seen a full majority, absolute majority government. Now, the expectations are definitely very high. So that is why we are looking at the numbers. So, but then even as per the current trend, I don't know why Congress is being happy, because of the fact is that BJP is still making government and Modi ji is still becoming Prime Minister. Now, the other aspects, definitely, Modi's image will get a dent if Modi do not get an absolute majority, because he has that persona where he is the sole ruler of this country. However, as per ECI, there is currently 3rd or 4th rounds of voting currently going on, the counting going on, plus the postal votes. So I guess still a very big picture will have to come into play. I guess UP and Bengal, where BJP were boosting much, they have a very high population density. So the exact figure will come out only after 1 or 2 p.m. So I think it will be very high, unlikely that this trend will continue, especially, give me a second. Especially, especially because current trend shows 8 to 9 seats for Congress in Uttar Pradesh. Even Congress is not that sure as to how they will be getting 8 to 9 seats. So I guess that is very unlikely.
All right. Dr. Ashok Mittal, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha from the Aam Aadmi Party, joining me on the telecast. Dr. Ashok Mittal, how do you view Aam Aadmi Party's performance? 4 seats is where your party is leading currently. Dr. Mittal, can you hear me? Okay, we'll come back to Dr. Mittal. I'm going to come to... Can you hear me, sir?
Punjab is concerned, we are 3 seats. So we have improved our tally in Punjab. So that's good for us.
Okay, well, how do you view your performance?
We are ahead in Haryana also. So we are winning 4 seats instead of 1 seat.
Okay. Okay. How do you view the India Alliance performance? You are right now at 230 32. I'll come back to you, sir. There is an audio issue over there. We'll try to reconnect you on the telecast with us. But Pankaj Vora ji also on the telecast with me. Pankaj Vora, how do you view the numbers that are flashing on our screens? BJP has done well in Odisha, in Andhra Pradesh, even Telangana as well. They've opened their account in Kerala from Pathanamthitta. Quite the surprise coming in from there. But the seats that they should have won in Uttar Pradesh and in other parts, whether we talk about in Maharashtra, now that's a tight contest over there, a dismal performance. What do you think were the reasons this happened?
Well, I don't know what the reasons were, but one major factor which is responsible for BJP's poor performance so far, as is evident on the TV screens, is that the non-participation of the RSS in the poll process. The neutrality of the RSS has impacted the BJP's chances, and it's very difficult to imagine that there are BJP cadres who can do micromanagement on the polling day and also can get their voters out. So absence of the RSS from the field has affected the BJP, number one. Number two, the real story is in Uttar Pradesh, Bengal, Maharashtra and Karnataka. We have to see how the BJP fares in these 4 states.
Okay.
And BJP is slipping in Haryana, it is slipping in Punjab, it is slipping, it has already conceded 1 seat in Delhi, and we have to see where else. So all these losses, where are they going to be made up? This is where is going to be a cause of worry for the BJP. But I should add this caveat that it is very early to predict or comment on the final outcome. So just let us wait and watch. And secondly, this also is not a very good advertisement for those who conducted the exit polls.
Okay.
They should have been here to explain why they went so wrong. If there's a quack who's posing as a doctor and he administers a wrong drug to a patient, he's charged for negligence and for various, charges by the IPC and the CRPC. I'm sure that there should be some legal action taken against those who conducted the exit polls and caused, loss of lakhs of crores at the stock exchange, and also created disaffection amongst the people.
Okay. Sumit, the numbers on our screens, the important constituencies, and I have to take a look at Amethi and Raebareli, where we see Rahul Gandhi with a comfortable margin. He's leading over there. And Smriti Irani, who is trailing right now. Now, that's the surprise. There were also political pundits and critics coming out that Smriti Irani may have won by fluke last time around. And the Congress obviously contesting and talking about how they were confident of winning this seat, taking it away from Smriti Irani this time around.
Look, I think what looks to be happening on the ground, Kishori Lal Sharma is taken seriously by people than Rahul Gandhi. If it was a Rahul Gandhi, then I think Smriti had a better chance looking at the numbers now. But Kishori Lal Sharma...
But Rahul is also winning from Raebareli, which is just about like an hour and a half from
No, that's why he chose
Amethi.
not to come to Amethi. That's why he chose Rahul Gandhi. Sonia ji had to go the Rajya Sabha way. That was a planned strategy. And when he will win Wayanad and Raebareli both, he will leave Raebareli, then Priyanka will contest it from there. That was the whole big plan. Now, this is a bit of a setback because if you look at the margin, it's around 34,000 if my memory serves me right, but how Smriti ji is trailing. It's a bit of things what we need to do an introspection on. Overall, I would say UP, forget, now the trend in Amethi looks to be consolidating by the numbers, but in UP, Meghaji, there are still seats with 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, 2,000 ka margin. Usually in UP, your seats been decided by 50,000, 1 lakh and all. So by a few rounds, it should consolidate more. Now, if you look at the swing seats,
how much more can it consolidate? Because I'm saying from 62, if you have lost so many seats that it's I think 32 or 35 of them right now that BJP has. Meanwhile, on the other end, when you take a look at Samajwadi Party, they've gained ground. 28 seats is on which they are leading currently.
I'm saying if you go look at by in next few hours, it won't be 28. What was expected that Akhilesh Bhaiya will be around 15-18 seats that he will be able to pull. If he's within 20 or 15 to 20, he has gained ground. But you will not say the BJP has lost 38. It would have, looking at this, they will be around 50 55, 60. So they would not be as good as last time, but it won't be seen as a substantial loss or debacle. In politics, such things happen. Look, who thought BJP could do this in Orissa? You look Karnataka, you look Andhra, you look Telangana, everywhere you have gained. Yeah, UP, you could not gain as much you anticipated. But even if you come to around 50 to 60 seats out of 80, it's a damn good job. It's like by 99 nahi hai to fail ho gaye. Well, that can't be the rule.
Advocate Anmol Panwar, again, talking about Aam Aadmi Party, 4 seats, you have been able to win 1 in Haryana, your performance in Punjab, your leaders are leading, there is Delhi, where is scope of winning 1 seat over there from the 7. How do you view your results? Are you anticipating more seats to be won?
Megha ji, the Bharatiya Janata Party, they entered this election with slogans and grand aspirations of winning 400 seats. But as this results are unfolding, it is very much evident that they are grappling for even 272 seats, the majority mark. There was no Modi wave. This election was fought on real issues, and the issues have resonated with the people. As far as our performance is concerned, we are very confident that the numbers will further solidify as the voting continues. And by evening, we will certainly have a good share of seats in our kitty.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about numbers. Chandni just joins me. Chandni, while you mic up, I'm going to again come to Gautam Mukherjee. And Gautam Mukherjee, about the 400 par slogan that was being chanted across the country by the BJP leaders, with a performance such as this, that BJP cannot even cross the 303 mark. How do you view, there is going to be quite the disappointment within the cadres. We will talk about what went wrong, what went right, but which are these key constituencies? We talk about Uttar Pradesh, we talk about Haryana, we talk about some other of these states where there has been a massive loss that has been seen by the BJP, and Uttar Pradesh is quite the shock.
Yes, it is. Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra are very disappointing in terms of what they have delivered for the BJP and the NDA. Maharashtra is all over the place. Uttar Pradesh, Akhilesh has pulled a surprise of substance, and it is very damaging. You've also got a situation in Bihar where it is really the JDU that has performed and the BJP has not. The one bright spot and bonus is, of course, Odisha, which has helped to up BJP's numbers such as they are. And, of course, they have, in all probability, if the numbers hold out, they will form the government, probably for the first time, as far as I recall, in Odisha. They have completely failed as per the numbers up to now in Bengal. This is something that keeps happening.
Yeah, but Gautam, is it of a major consequence? Yes, it's fantastic that they have increased their numbers in Odisha, and right now out of the 21 of those seats, there are some 15 or 16 that are with the BJP. But is it of real consequence as to how the results pan out? Because when we see BJD, that has always been an ally of the BJP, it always becomes part of the NDA post-elections.
Well, yeah, one thing is an ally that has always helped. The other is to form the assembly, in Odisha, as well as have these firmly in your seat. Navin has been around for a very long time, and he is indeed ill and ailing and old. So this was a good time for a transition like this to happen, and it has fortunately gone well. What I worry about is maybe they'll scrape by and form a coalition government along with the rest of the NDA, but it will slow down the momentum of what they have been doing so far by way of the economy, their political hands will be tied. There will be pounds of flesh extracted by those in the NDA who are now kingmakers, people like Nitish.
Yes.
So this is
Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu at the TDP.
Bad,
yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. You know, I'm going to concentrate again on the numbers, and Chandni also in the telecast with me. Chandni, I've just opened this screen of the Election Commission of India. BJP at 37 in Uttar Pradesh, Samajwadi Party at 33, Indian National Congress of the one seat that it had won last time around in 2019 has increased its tally to 7. So Rai Bareli and Amethi likely to be again part of the Congress fold.
Yes, Megha, actually, you know, surprisingly, Samajwadi Party is doing quite well, given the past record of, you know, of how it has performed when it was in the Gathbandhan last time. But again, you know, since we have around, you know, more rounds to go and more votes to share, yes, there is a neck-to-neck competition, but I guess, you know, anywhere around 55 to 60 seats for BJP, I see that coming. You know, for
but this
Uttar
was,
Pradesh.
you know, the last time around it was a complete landslide. I think by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, we had the figures, maybe 3-4 seats here and there by the end of 5 p.m. But we had the figures. It was a decisive victory, and we all were able to wrap up for the day and go back home by about 9 p.m. But that's not the case this time around.
True. I mean, you know, there's the shift in the voting has taken at a lot of place. You know, pro BJP shift also, and you know, pro INDI alliance shift also. I guess you know, if we see, because in Punjab also, if you see, there is one seat where Amritpal Singh is leading, and which is very surprising given that he is a Khalistani leader. Now in Uttar Pradesh also, I think you know, one seat that I go you know, like see going to the Sapa is you know, of Dimple Yadav of Mainpuri, because it's their junction, it's their main junction, and of Kannauj Akhilesh Yadav, he is also doing pretty well and pretty strong. But overall, I think, you know, yes, the 400 par mark of the BJP is a very, very difficult thing to achieve. I'm
difficult.
Sure,
I think it's currently an impossibility.
Yes,
I mean, when the BJP cannot even cross 303, what is the chance of the alliance NDA to even cross? I think this is 293 right now. So they will be lucky if they are able to cross the 350 mark this time around. All right, Priya Sehgal also on the telecast. Priya, talking about the numbers and the kind of narrative that is going to be set in the country right now, with the Congress and India alliance coming up and with encouraging numbers, BJP, which has defaulted 2014 versus 2019, and it's quite the downward trend for the BJP in 2024.
No, absolutely, Megha. You know, we should look at this in two terms. One is, of course, in the numbers actually. If you look at the actual numbers, it is a third term for the Prime Minister. You know, third term comes with all its anti-incumbency and everything. Given that, the fact that BJP is still the single largest party, I think is commendable. But I think the BJP, Megha, has fallen prey to its own hype. You know, this whole thing of 400 bar, up ki bar, like they happened in West Bengal. They did pretty well in West Bengal on their own, but because they said we are going to sweep West Bengal elections, in the end, they, you know, it was a kind of a come down in the media in the terms of the narrative. Similarly here, the exit polls saying 377, 300 only for BJP. I mean, these numbers are unnatural, but you know, such was the hype and the mood of the moment that nobody could question them. We are still waiting to see how many rounds that are there, but I think by now the trend has been established, as you said. You know, they're not going to be crossing 400. They are, of course, ahead. They may cross 2. Now the benchmark is lowered. Will BJP cross 272? Forget 400 par, 300 par bhi nahi hoga. You know what the Congress has been saying. So given all that, I think this is a moment of reality for the BJP not to fall prey to its own marketing. It's come on the strength of big balloon marketing, but now I think it's time to face reality.
Okay. Pankaj Vora, how do you view the numbers? It is going to be a long night for all of us today. Uttar Pradesh, again, my focus, and time and again, because that's the pivotal state. And if a party cannot score over there, it is a major debacle. And as Priya was saying, the third term for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it's only going to become tougher for him, because there is going to be coming criticism not just from India Alliance, not just from the Congress, not just from the Aam Aadmi Party, not just from the TMC, but also within the party cadres and the other allies of the NDA.
Why Uttar Pradesh? Apart from Uttar Pradesh, which is the largest state in India, even Maharashtra, which is the second largest state in terms of numbers, BJP is not performing as well as it was expected to. So, the two largest states is where the story lies, and also Bengal. In Bengal, no one, at least people who were working on the ground, never expected the BJP to, even repeat the 18 seats which it had got last time. But the hype was so much that people had started believing, the TV viewers, that BJP will cross more than 30 on its own. Now, the numbers as they stand today, and as you said, the night is going to be long and we have to discuss. But if you look at the things today, like they are unfolding, we must see the proper things in perspective.
Okay.
BJP during Mr. Vajpayee and Mr. Advani's time could never cross 182. Their natural strength in this country was between 180 to 200. In 2014, when Mr. Modi was declared as the prime ministerial candidate, the votes which the BJP got, were around 282 seats they got. 100 seats more than what Vajpayee had ever got. This was not on account of BJP alone. It was on account of the anti-Congress votes which were cast. People were fed up with the scams and the perception that had been created regarding corruption. Last time around in 2019, again the votes, BJP's vote share on BJP's seats would have come down had Pulwama not happened. So a surge of about 80 to 100 seats took place because of Pulwama, where patriotism and nationalism became the major plank for the elections. This time around, there is no such thing. So BJP is, still floating over its natural, strength in this country. And, if it is able to hold on to the figure which it has right now, I think they should be very, very thankful that in the third term they are getting this kind of numbers.
Okay, Advocate Shashank, I'm going to read out the numbers for Maharashtra. BJP, that's 13. We have Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray faction at 10. It is the Indian National Congress at 9. There is the NCP, Sharad Pawar faction at 8. There is NCP, which has 1. Now, that's quite the performance. There was the narrative being built that after the division of the Shiv Sena and the NCP, it is going to be a make or break moment for these factions, whether it is of Eknath Shinde, for Uddhav Thackeray, and the verdict is clear as day. You see that the NCP Sharad Pawar faction has done better, much better than the NCP Ajit Pawar faction. Ajit Pawar has gotten just 1 seat. He's won just 1 seat. Sharad Pawar has won 8 of them. Similarly, for Uddhav Thackeray, it's 10 seats that they've gotten in their kitty, while it is the Shinde faction which has gotten just 6.
I guess it will be not good if we call it a win or loss as of now, because it's still trending. But the best part is that the Maharashtra map, which I am looking at my phone, is very colorful. 6 big political parties in 2 different alliances, and everyone is getting some seats either of the way. So that shows the beauty of the democracy in this country. However, what I feel is that if we keep BJP aside and look into NDA and the partners of BJP, the surprising part is that BJP has actually done better, the NDA alliance has actually done better in states like Bihar, where Nitish Kumar is leading, LJP is leading, or for that point in a state where it was very less expected because the current government was very famous, that is Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu. Now on the other hand, Maharashtra, because they were too much anti-incumbency, the change in government in between, breakup of the parties, different...
Yeah, we'll talk about Telangana, we'll talk about Odisha, and we'll talk about Andhra Pradesh, but right now focus on Maharashtra, because there was quite the confusion amongst the voters. The symbols being changed, and who are they going to vote, who are they not going to vote, what if they by mistake vote for Shinde and they wanted to vote for Uddhav Thackeray, but this reinstates that Uddhav Thackeray has carried forward the legacy of his father, Baba Sahib Thackeray.
Definitely. At this point of time, it is very much likely that the Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray is leading whatever the fraction he is controlling. Because yes, it was during exit poll and even prior to that, that there was a confusion among voters as to what is real Shiv Sena, what is real NCP and who should we vote for. And we were expecting, as in everyone was expecting, that majority of will vote in favor of NDA. But what we are seeing as of now is a bit surprising trend. However, what I believe is that Maharashtra is a very big state, very populated state, and the margin, the vote margin as of now is less than 1,000 in multiple seats. So I guess the trend will definitely change.
But also compared to what the performance of Sharad Pawar versus his nephew Ajit Pawar. Now 1 seat for Ajit, 8 seats for Sharad Pawar. Now will Ajit Pawar find solace in coming back to the faction? Will NCP now again become a one constituted unit?
I guess even worse fact will be after Lok Sabha, the state will get into assembly elections, and there the majority of voters and the parties will have to rethink as to which alliance and which party they are belonging to. Because right now the trends which we are seeing is where the India Alliance, NCP and Shiv Sena are leading and way ahead of the NDA alliance of Shiv Sena and NCP. So I guess more than Lok Sabha, what I am focusing after this trend is for the assembly elections, because that there BJP will have to work really hard.
Okay, because there was horse trading, there was poaching that happened. We saw all that drama that went on for months together.
One more thing.
The division, and then over fights over the symbols and so on and so forth. All right.
No, even for just a second. Even for NDA voters, even for BJP voters, the government had 5 years of Devendra Fadnavis government. It was a very famous government, good government, and then you had someone else to become CM and Devendra Fadnavis to become the deputy CM. I guess that also gave a bad signal there in the Maharashtra, and that may have changed the voters' turnout in favor of India Alliance.
Okay, Sharad Pawar has once again proved his mettle, and he is there to stay. Supriya Sule is the natural successor. Ajit Pawar continued to be dissident. He continued to show defiance, and then he decided to start his own party, cut down on Sharad Pawar. But here's the result. It is understandably who the boss is in the NCP. All right, joining also on the telecast is Dr. Ashok Mittal. He is Member of Parliament of Rajya Sabha. He belongs to the Aam Aadmi Party. And Dr. Mittal, 4 seats that you are leading in Haryana, Delhi and Punjab. Right. This is obviously a performance which is much better than what happened in 2019 for you. What are your reactions to this?
Yeah, definitely we are having 1 seat in parliament in Lok Sabha, but now we are going to have 4 seats at least at our own, and we feel there are 2 seats where the margin is very less, and we are likely to win those seats also. It's a wonderful performance, and you know, we were in tactical understanding with the Congress in Punjab, and of course full understanding with the Congress in Delhi. So we are, as a jointly, we are winning 1 seat in Delhi also, and in Punjab we are winning 3, Congress winning 7. So put together, 10 seats are going to India Gathbandhan out of 30, and 2 independents. So it's a big achievement, and I think it's a marvelous achievement in the state of Punjab.
Okay, has Arvind Kejriwal factor worked, particularly when he was put behind bars and when he had been campaigning, when he stepped out, he said, hey, this is a fight for democracy, this is fight for freedom of rights, and how he had been allegedly put behind bars because of unwarranted allegations by the Enforcement Directorate?
Yes, it did work, no doubt about that. But at the same time, we believe in taking votes, asking for votes from the public out of our work, for the work we have done. So the public has recognized our work and has voted for us. So we are thankful to the public and our voters who have voted for us.
Okay, Advocate Panwar, also on the telecast with me, Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson. What worked for you, Advocate Anmol, at this point of time? Was it the wave for India Alliance, anti-incumbency, or Arvind Kejriwal and him talking about the freedom struggle against the tyranny as he put forth of the BJP and the other investigative agencies in the country?
Megha ji, initially everyone in the BJP was dismissing the presence of India Alliance, but we worked collectively and we posed a formidable challenge. That is why we are witnessing that in comparison to 2019, BJP has lost 32% of seats. Now, instead of showing Narendra Modi as leader, the media houses are displaying picture of JP Nadda. That itself speaks volume. They have lost around 92 seats. There was no Modi wave. And the fact is that BJP, the alliance partners, BJP fought with 47 alliance partners. And by evening, you will see that those alliance partners will also leave the NDA and will be a part of the India Alliance. And we are comfortably reaching the majority mark and will give this country the development which the people needs. We will not, the BJP believes in jumlas, but we believe in development.
Okay, all right.
So we will certainly present a development model which will resonate with the needs of the people.
Okay, Pooja Tripathi, how do you see things work, and particularly about when we take a look at the southern states, we have a tough fight between Rajiv Chandrasekhar and we talk about Shashi Tharoor, who has been winning 2 times consecutively. Here is a chance for Shashi Tharoor to perform once again, but Rajiv Chandrasekhar is giving him a tough fight.
Totally agree, and I think that's the beauty of democracy, where we presume somebody to having a clean sweep and they are trailing or they are fighting for them. But I'm sure the people of Thiruvananthapuram will repose their trust in Mr. Tharoor, because he has been an exceptional parliamentarian when it comes to. I've always seen Mr. Tharoor, being there at the thick and thin of every member of the constituency. So I'm sure he'll win it with a comfortable margin. As I say, this election I was in a panel at 8 a.m. and they were congratulating BJP, but it's not the same here. This election would actually run up to somewhere around evening. But the fact of the matter, the biggest story of the day is the char so far, the burst of the bubble called char so far, the burst of the bubble of the arrogance and political discourse and the rural distress. Nobody looked through, thought that rural distress will cause Bharatiya Janata Party, the unemployment, the inflation, the actual, the difficulty in survival of people would cost Bharatiya Janata Party this much seats. And Uttar Pradesh is a winning testimony for the rural distress happening. So
okay, all right. Yeah, specifically, I'll come back to you, Priya. And you were in Thiruvananthapuram. You were tracking Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and you were also tracking Shashi Tharoor. Now, a margin of about 30 to 35,000 votes is by which Rajiv Chandrasekhar is winning. Last time around as well, in 2019, there was a small margin by which the BJP was lagging behind Shashi Tharoor. Now, do you think this can be a change seat? And once again, a foot in the door for the BJP?
No, getting a seat in Kerala is huge for the BJP. The BJP has made its inroads into a lot of bastions, including Odisha also. But Kerala, where the BJP hasn't been able to make an inroad, though they've been fielding candidates, including popular film stars and other, grassroots leaders, for Rajiv Chandrasekhar to come from neighboring Karnataka, and it's also his first Lok Sabha, to make the dent and take on a giant like Shashi Tharoor. No, it's not an easy seat. A Thrissur seat would have been an easy seat for him to win, easier seat than Thiruvananthapuram. But he was given a tough seat, and there was a lot of buzz that he's been set up for a fall, or he's been set up like Smriti Irani was sent to Amethi. She lost the first election, but she made inroads, and then she won the second election. So everybody was thinking this is the same pattern that Rajiv would follow. What worked for Rajiv, Meka, as you probably also, since you were also there, was in the urban lot, and also a lot of the young guys, they wanted jobs. They wanted, someone who had a connect with the central government. Rajiv's campaign was, if you elect me, you elect a minister in the government. If you elect Shashi, all you elect is the opposition MP. So they wanted people who would come and bring industry, bring jobs. He was talking about bringing IT industry and bringing a lot of jobs, and also more, new age and tech-savvy entrepreneur who's coming turned politician. All that, I think his own image also worked apart from the BJP vote.
Yes, absolutely. A technocrat. He promised to bring in development, jobs, bringing in industries, the IT sector, growing it, and perhaps that ended up working for him. Young voters coming out and vote. That's exactly what I also was able to infer when I went to the ground. Pankaj Vora ji, about the southern push that was heralded by the Prime Minister. You know, I think there were some 50 rallies and roadshows and public addresses that he did in Kerala, he did it in Tamil Nadu, in Andhra Pradesh, in Odisha. That has fared well for the BJP. How do you view this South connect that BJP has been able to find amongst the voters?
BJP was focusing on the South because it was in its inner heart sure that it is going to lose seats in the North. And, you know, as Priya said, you know, making a foray into Kerala is something very, very commendable. And if Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Anil Anthony win for the BJP, it shall be a real big achievement, bigger than its achievement in Karnataka, where, you know, BJP has been the only southern state where BJP has a very sizable presence. BJP is not likely to make any dent in Tamil Nadu, and in Telangana and Andhra. Its allies are doing well, and it is not going to have a very impressive tally.
Yeah, but interestingly, the big face that came was not just popular in Tamil Nadu but across the country. It was K. Annamalai. Now, the last I saw, the margin by which he was trailing was about 5,000 votes. So that this could just turn for the BJP in a huge way.
Anything can turn. You know, election counting is on, so we have to wait till the entire counting gets over. But, you know, it is very unlikely that Tamil Nadu BJP is going to make a mark, because there's also this issue of Hindi, English and, you know, all those kind of things. And there are regional aspirations and regional issues which come up. So it's very, very unlikely. But let's wait, you know, let's not pass the final judgment on it till the time the outcome is clear and is on the Election Commission website.
Okay, all right. So let me again get into the conversation. Chandni, about the southern states, Odisha focus, BJP has been able to sweep it as per the leads that we are currently witnessing. Southern states, you take a look at Odisha, how much of a difference does it make? Yes, individually, BJP has been able to defeat the BJD and the bastion of Naveen Patnaik that he has been carrying forward for decades together. But on the larger scale, where BJD has always supported the BJP, will this really impact the way NDA functions as opposed to India Alliance fight that is being witnessed on the ground?
See, Megha, you know, when I see towards Orissa, one thing was that, you know, there was an anti-incumbency, you know, towards the BJD, towards Naveen Babu. But, you know, when you come around and see, ideologically, both the parties, you know, work for the nation and have the same kind of ideological stand. So when it comes to whether in alliance or whether, you know, if in NDA, would they be together or would they be able to work together? Yes, I guess there won't be any problem in that. Strategically also, in Orissa, it was better for them to, you know, have the contest, you know, like by you know, by themselves, because that would actually help them consolidate more seats. You know, the BJD contesting alone, the BJP contesting alone, that actually is strategically well planned. Now, after the elections, whether it was, you know, obviously the BJP clean swept the whole Orissa, it was not that much, you know, expected in Orissa. But I guess, you know, when it comes to the end results, I guess both the parties would be working together. Okay, all right. Well, also the assembly elections that are happening in Odisha, and BJP has made inroads. It's not as much as BJP would have expected. BJD is still at this point of time in the lead in assembly. Likelihood of it forming the government once again is very, very high. Advocate Shashank, I've just gotten the numbers. Let me put that out for you. Seats where Samajwadi Party is leading by less than 1,000 votes in Uttar Pradesh. There's Meerut with just over 3,000, Keri just about over 3,000, Sultanpur 10,411, Banda is just over 2,000, Faizabad just over 3,000, Jaunpur just over 5,000, Chandoli 900, Mirzapur 866. And can this be a turnaround that can be anticipated for the BJP in all these 8 seats?
I guess Uttar Pradesh is a very hugely populated state, and the caste angle, the religion angle is very vast. So I guess, especially after Ram Mandir, and the Yogi's performance in the state, I guess it will be really tricky for BJP not to win these seats which we have just mentioned. Also, you must check one point that BSP and SP are not fighting together like last time. So it is even surprising for me as of now that BJP is trending behind. However, I believe that these seats BJP may jump in again, and we may have a clear picture in next few hours. However, surprisingly, few seats like you were just mentioning, one is Amethi. I am really surprised about that because last time Smriti Irani ji at this point of time was leading by a margin of 50,000. As of now, she is losing by a margin of 50,000. So this trend, if continues, will be a very big shocker, especially in a seat like Amethi. And like someone, my fellow parents was saying, that had it been Rahul Gandhi contesting against Smriti Irani ji, the fight would have been tougher from BJP side as well. However, that was a trick which Congress used and successfully used.
Are you saying Smriti Irani and BJP were lax in their campaigning and the groundwork simply because Rahul Gandhi was not fielded by the Congress from Amethi?
I guess that was a trick which Congress used, and probably a successful trick, and that actually gave Congress an edge to work upon in different seats, and not to focus more on.
Megha, I'd like to.
Yeah, let Pankaj.
Yeah, yes, sir.
There are two things. First of all, you mentioned that one seat where BJP is trailing is Sultanpur. That means Menaka Gandhi is the candidate from there. She is the senior most member of parliament in the current Lok Sabha. If she is trailing, it is very big news. So, whether she wins her 10th Lok Sabha election or not is to be seen. Number two, to write off Kishori Lal Sharma as just a small time, this thing is unfair, because Kishori Lal Sharma was drafted by Rajiv Gandhi in 1984 along with 7-8 people to look after Amethi. He knows about every village in Amethi, and Smriti Irani is a migrant MP in Amethi. So if she's losing it, there's nothing surprising. A worker of the Congress party who has worked there for the last 40 years is winning. So it is something which the Congress should be very happy about, and which should be also people who believe in democracy should also celebrate.
Okay, yes, sir. You wanted to make
yeah, I wanted to. I agree with him, but I agree also the point that maybe if a big ticket candidate like Rahul Gandhi would have been fielded, the BJP would have worked harder. But Congress worked hard. They put Priyanka Gandhi there and made sure that it was a high-profile election, whether it was Kishori Lal standing or Rahul Gandhi or anybody from the Gandhi family. They made it personal. That was the whole idea. The game, the strategy of the Congress, I think, worked in that sense. The campaign in Amethi, what people were saying is that Rahul Gandhi lad do seat पे रहे हैं लेकिन जीतेंगे 3 seat. That campaign seems to have worked also on ground because it was personal for the Gandhi family. Amethi is where most of them take their first political steps from Raebareli and Amethi. So I think in that sense the Congress, and I give credit to Akhilesh, he's the one who pushed Rahul Gandhi to contest from Raebareli. He was saying that Rahul Gandhi wasn't keen, as we all know, and it was Akhilesh Yadav who actually told him that either you contest from Raebareli or you give the seat back to Samajwadi Party and we will contest. But we are not even going to let Dinesh Singh win from Raebareli. So if we are looking for a man of the match, if we are looking for the surprise story over here, it is Akhilesh Yadav in more ways than one. He didn't just fight his own campaign, he also carried the Congress on his shoulders. Each and every joint rally of Rahul Gandhi, the only rallies Rahul did in UP were joint rallies with Akhilesh. He didn't hold a single rally on his own. So he was banking on the Samajwadi Party vote bank, and despite the fact that Congress hasn't performed well in the past, Akhilesh kept the coalition dharma and gave him the seats. The alliance was breaking. If you recall, when Nitish Kumar walked out, there was a lot of despondence in the India alliance, whether they should continue or not. Again, it was Akhilesh who stepped in and decided to do the seat sharing with the Congress. So in that sense, a lot of credit for winning seats and also for the background work that he's done has to go to the Samajwadi Party leader.
Yeah. Also, that sloganeering that used to happen, UP ke ladke, and you had Rahul Gandhi and you had Akhilesh Yadav. That magic seems to have been brought back into Uttar Pradesh, although they were defeated in 2014-2019 assembly election. Samajwadi Party and Congress came and what a rout they had to face from BJP and that has brought about a turnaround, and obviously it also
sorry. If I may quickly come in, the word magic you use, that is, I think, now becoming a bit of a this thing. It's boomeranging. Modi magic, ladkon ka magic. It is hard work on the ground that is winning more than all these things that psephologists come and tell us. I really hope what Pankaj said at the beginning of the discussion, that it's time we put the psephology and exit polls to rest and just focus on the reality.
Because that's exactly what the Congress and India Alliance members came out and said, that this is a fantasy exit poll, and they came out with their exit numbers, talking about how these were the numbers that were real and that were accurate. It looks like the India Alliance is at this point of time, rejoicing in being able to win the seats and in being closer to the mark that they had predicted for the win that they were going to win, for the seats that they were going to win in the election against the BJP. All right, Jasmine Sandawalia, BJP spokesperson, also on the telecast with me. Jasmine, we are talking about the kind of debacle the BJP has faced, particularly in Uttar Pradesh. What a dismal performance, and particularly when we talk about Faizabad, where the Ram Mandir was built, and even there is a trail that BJP is seeing, even though it may be about 3,000 to 4,000 votes.
You see, these are very early trends, and in the next hour one would get a clearer picture. And like you said yourself, that the margin of votes, the lead is very little yet, and there are about, I think, 4 or 5 rounds left to be counted, and we are very confident that we will win from Faizabad. And considering, when you say about the decimal position of BJP in UP, this is a democracy, and the voter has every right. He is the first god in a democracy, and we have been ruling for a decade, and I think we have still performed very well considering the other opposition parties when they were in power. We are retaining our seats, and we are very confident that we will form the government, and Mr. Narendra Modi will be the Prime Minister of this country for the 3rd time.
Okay, all right. And talking about how there were, these lofty goals that seemed to be unachievable in the 3rd term, do you think there was anti-incumbency? You were able to perform better in 2019. You had 303 seats in your kitty in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. What went wrong?
You see, like I said, and I maintain that it is very early to, come to a very concrete decision that we have not done as well as we did in 2019. And in another 2 hours' time, the picture will be very crystal clear. But there is always, India is a very vibrant democracy, and like I said, that an Indian citizen has every right to cast his vote the way he or she wants, and we respect that.
Was this also, problematic in terms of the decision that the party high command had to make, focus on the southern seats, southern states, where you have performed comparatively better, where you have gotten a stronghold, whether it's Odisha or Andhra Pradesh, and a foot in the door for Kerala and Tamil Nadu? While you may be happy with your performance, is it then the BJP has not paid too much attention to the northern and the western belts?
No, it's not a question of, that we have neglected or we were lackadaisical in north, but we were always very confident that we were going to do very well in south. And look at Odisha, we've done outstandingly well, and after 2.5 decades, Mr. Patnaik will not be forming a government in the state. The south has finally, I would say, kind of warmed up to the BJP and has understood that this is the only nationalist party and a party which is economically driven to bring India to the center stage. And when you say about North, we have been in power for the last 10 years, and that's in any political electoral history, 10 years is a long time.
Okay, all right. I'll come back to you, sir. Pankaj Vora, about West Bengal, and again, you know, tall claims being made by the BJP, and the performance in 2019 was much, much better. They were much closer to the number that had been garnered by the TMC. TMC was at 22, BJP was at about 17, 18. This time around, BJP is at 10, and TMC has got 31 seats. So that's a humongous margin that has been created this time around, despite the political pundits coming out and experts, you know, sticking their neck out and saying that BJP will defeat the TMC.
Well, I was not one of them who had ever predicted that, you know, BJP can defeat Mamata Banerjee in Bengal. You know, it was a hype which was created by the media that, you know, BJP is going to outperform itself and is going to go above the 18 seats it had won in 2019. You know, the ground reality in West Bengal was that, you know, a lot of people in Bengal looked at Mamata Banerjee as a possible prime ministerial candidate, you know, in case the NDA alliance came into power, and also as a person who was basically representing the dignity and the pride of Bengal. So it became, they did not want people from outside to come and intrude into their territory. And, you know, West Bengal traditionally and Punjab have traditionally, with a very few exceptions of 1972, when in Bengal it was Siddharth Shankar Ray and in Punjab it was Gyani Zail Singh, have by and large voted against the establishment at the centre. So it was, you know, on cards that BJP is not going to do well, and I'm surprised that they've got 10 or 12 seats. I would think that they will end up in, you know, single digits so far as Bengal is concerned.
Okay, all right. On that note, I'm out of time. We'll take a short break. Stay tuned. It's a neck-and-neck fight, and it is interesting versus the exit polls that had predicted a landslide victory with over 370 seats for the NDA. So stay tuned on NewsX.
अब मोदी को गाली एक ऐसी चीज है कि उसमें बाकी कुछ हो या ना हो, पब्लिसिटी की गारंटी है। अब उनके मैनिफेस्टो में कहा गया है कि अब ठेके में भी आरक्षण होगा, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सिस्टम में। क्या दुनिया के किसी डेवलपिंग कंट्री ने इस प्रकार का पागलपन किया है क्या? मैं उन कम्युनल पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लिए बोल रहा हूं जिन्होंने सेकुलरिज्म का नकाब पहन करके घोर सांप्रदायिकता की है। अभी आपने स्कॉच का रिपोर्ट पढ़ा होगा और मैं चाहता हूं कि आपका टीवी चैनल ने स्कॉच के रिपोर्ट पर डिटेल में स्टडी करना चाहिए और टीवी डिबेट करना चाहिए। 4 करोड़ घर बनाने चाहिए तो कितने आवर लगते हैं, मतलब इतने लोगों को रोजगार मिलता है। देश आजाद होने के बाद तुरंत राम मंदिर बनना चाहिए।
Welcome back. I'm Uttar Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Decision Day coverage right here on NewsX. Yes, the election results are slowly trickling in for the Lok Sabha elections 2024, and all the exit polls seem to have got it wrong. Yes, it's a fight, of course, between the NDA and India Alliance. It's a race to the finish, but NDA right now clearly, of course, poised to retain power. NDA as a whole comfortably passed the magic figure of 272, 292 leads as we speak for NDA, and for the India Alliance, it's 230 leads. You can see there the individual party breakups on our screen. We'll keep apprising you with the latest updates coming in and the VIP candidates, trails and leads. But for now, let's go straight across to Pankhuri Pathak of the Congress, who's joining us live. We also have Savio Rodriguez of the BJP live with us. Pankhuri, let me come to you first, because your home state of Uttar Pradesh has really brought in a ray of hope for the opposition alliance. Stupendous performance by the Congress and Samajwadi Party, Pankhuri. You've spent time on ground. Have the results surprised you, or are they on expected lines?
Well, to be very honest, from the reports that we were getting and from the kind of feedback that we were getting from the public, we were very confident of a result in our favor, because UP has been used as a communal playground by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they seemed very arrogant and very confident when it came to UP, but the people really wanted the party, any party, to talk about their own issues, and the issues that were taken up by the Congress party, especially, and by the India Alliance and by Rahul ji and Akhilesh ji, especially the issue of unemployment, which remains a very big issue in the entire state. I think that really resonated with the public, and the people of UP have given a very clear answer to the BJP's arrogance, because the Prime Minister comes from our state. He's a candidate in Varanasi, and we are seeing a lot of central ministers, they are trailing in their own constituency. So the people of Uttar Pradesh have clearly given this example that we will not accept your
to play on
arrogance.
localized issues, because you ran a very local campaign. You tried to not make it a national issues campaign, because then the BJP always has an advantage. You tried to make it a localized election against each individual MP of the BJP or candidate. Do you believe that strategy has worked? Did you find anti-incumbency against MPs? You know, we often saw MPs were trying to rely on Modi ji, but that obviously has not helped them in UP.
Well, I would like to say that this is a moral defeat for the BJP, and especially personally for the Prime Minister, because it was the BJP who was saying that we are going to win 400 plus on the Prime Minister's face. So I think it is a very big defeat, a very big setback for the BJP, and especially for the Prime Minister, because their PR campaign, the kind of PR campaign they carried around Modi ji in 2014, 2019, they certainly did not work, and the people wanted that their
Pankhuri Pathak, stay with us.
Should be
Let's bring in another colleague of yours from the party. Imran Pratapgarhi, Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament of the Congress, is joining us live. He's also chair of the All India Minority Cell of the Congress Party. Imran Pratapgarhi, welcome to NewsX. Thank you so much for being with us today. मुझे अभी भी याद है हम आपके संग बैठे थे जब हमारे सीनियर सहयोगी राणा जी आए थे आपका इंटरव्यू करने के लिए, बातों बातों में के लिए, और तब आपसे चर्चा हो रही थी और आप कॉन्फिडेंट थे. हम कह रहे थे बीजेपी भी कॉन्फिडेंट है, मगर आप में भी कॉन्फिडेंस था कि खास करके यूपी में प्रदर्शन अच्छा होगा गठबंधन का, और ओवरऑल फिगर इतना एक तरफा नहीं होगा। हालांकि अभी भी जो रुझान है, कांग्रेस पार्टी और इंडिया अलायंस को जीत नहीं मिल रही है, मगर ये जो आंकड़े सामने आ रहे हैं, आपकी क्या पहली टिप्पणी रहेगी? इमरान जी।
देखिए, मेरा जो आत्मविश्वास था वो एग्जिट पोल की वजह से नहीं था। मैंने देश के 15 राज्यों में चुनाव प्रचार किया है, मैंने 65-70 सभाएं की हैं, मैंने नुक्कड़ मीटिंग्स की हैं, तो मैं देश की जनता का जो असली मन था उसको महसूस करके आया था, इसलिए मैं उस कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ बोल रहा था। दरअसल ये जो मैंडेट है, राहुल गांधी जी पहले दिन से कह रहे थे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुमत से कोसों दूर रहेगी, और आज आप देख लीजिए कि नंबर कुछ भी हो, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो 370 और 400 का आंकड़ा पार करने का बड़ा बड़ा दावा कर रही थी, प्रधानमंत्री जी बड़े बड़े दावे कर रहे थे, वो सारे दावे जुमला साबित हुए हैं, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी 250 का भी आंकड़ा नहीं पहुंच पा रही है। तो ये हमारी बहुत बड़ी जीत है, ये राहुल गांधी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा की जीत है, ये संविधान बचाने की जो हमारी जिद थी उसकी जीत है, ये हमारी इंडिया गठबंधन की जीत है। उत्तर प्रदेश जहां सबसे मजबूत मानती थी भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने को, वहां आप देखिए कि भाजपा के पैर के नीचे से जमीन सरक गई है। हरियाणा हो, राजस्थान हो, महाराष्ट्र हो, तमिलनाडु हो, केरल हो, इन तमाम राज्यों में, बंगाल जहां भारतीय
मगर इमरान प्रतापगढ़ी आप कह रहे हैं कि जीत है,
तो
हाँ इश्यूज की जीत हो सकती है, मगर आपकी जीत नहीं हुई है। बीजेपी की जीत हुई है, एनडीए की जीत हुई है, बहुमत के पार तो वो है। तो ये क्या मॉरल विन से आप लोग खुश हैं?
देखिए, ये आपका जो उदय जी आपका जो बयान है, अब भाजपा जीती है, आप कहते हैं नरेंद्र मोदी की जीत है, आज राहुल गांधी जीत रहे हैं तो आप कह रहे हैं इश्यूज की जीत है। तो दोनों के लिए मानक एक जैसा रखिए ना, दोनों के लिए पैमाना एक जैसा रखिए। अगर भाजपा की जीत नरेंद्र मोदी की जीत है तो यह जीत राहुल गांधी की जीत है। अगर भाजपा की जीत जो है वो तमाम उनके मुद्दों की जीत है, तो हमारे मुद्दों की जीत को आप हमसे अलग क्यों कर देंगे? इश्यूज जीता, हमने इश्यूज बनाए ना। भाजपा तो मंदिर, मस्जिद, मंगलसूत्र, मुजरा और पता नहीं क्या क्या कर रही थी, भैंस क्या क्या कर रही थी। हमने ये कहा कि हम बेरोजगारी, महंगाई, अग्निवीर योजना, जातिगत जनगणना, महिलाओं को महालक्ष्मी योजना, हम इन मुद्दों पर चुनाव लड़ेंगे, हम इन मुद्दों पर डटे रहे, हम संविधान को बचाने की बात करते रहे और हमारे मुद्दे जीते। हमने वो मुद्दे बनाए, हम भाजपा को अपनी पिच पर ले आए, हमने मजबूर किया उनको। तो आप इसे राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस की जीत नहीं मानेंगे तो किसकी जीत मानेंगे?
जी नहीं, स्ट्राइक रेट काफी अच्छा है कांग्रेस पार्टी के, मैं मानूंगा। 93 सीट्स पर अभी आप आगे चल रहे हैं। 500 सीटों पे तो आप नहीं लड़े थे इस बार, ये भी कहना होगा दर्शकों को कि तो स्ट्राइक रेट आपकी नो डाउट काफ़ी अच्छी रही है। मगर क्या आपको लगता है कहीं ना कहीं अगर मुकाबला जो है काफ़ी सीटों में बीजेपी के फेवर में गया है तो वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की वजह से गया है? क्या आपको लगता है एक जो ड्रॉबैक था, एक कैटेगरी में जहां पीछे रह गए थे, वो ये था कि कोई चेहरा नहीं था इंडिया गठबंधन का, क्योंकि काफ़ी लोग ये कह रहे थे कि ये चुनाव जो है वो मोदी बनाम क्वेश्चन मार्क है।
ये विशुद्ध रूप से उदय जी नरेंद्र मोदी जी की हार है। आप जबरन नरेंद्र मोदी जी को क्रेडिट मत दीजिए। जिन सीटों पे भाजपा जीत रही है उनके स्थानीय प्रत्याशियों और जातिगत समीकरणों की जीत है, वरना नरेंद्र मोदी जी के 10 साल से जनता इतनी नाराज है, इतनी नाराज है कि उसने नरेंद्र मोदी जी के भाषण में न कोई उत्साह दिखाया, न पार्टिसिपेट करने में उसके कोई जोश था। प्रधानमंत्री जी रोज मुद्दे बदल रहे थे, रोज मर्यादा से नीचे जाके बात कर रहे थे और जनता ने ऐसा लग रहा था जैसे कान बंद कर लिया हो। वहीं इंडिया अलायंस की रैलियों में जज्बा यह था कि बैरिकेड टूट जाते थे, अव्यवस्था हो जाती थी, माइक बंद हो जाता था और जनता सिर्फ अपने नेताओं की एक झलक पाके लौट जाती थी। मैं 60-70 से ज्यादा रैलियां करके देश में आया हूं, बिना संसाधन लगाए हजारों हजार लोग अपने आप आ रहे थे, तो लग रहा था कि जनता चुनाव लड़ रही है भाजपा के खिलाफ। यह शुद्ध रूप से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के जो वो एक झूठा नैरेटिव बनाया गया था, उस नैरेटिव की हार है और इस देश के तमाम एग्जिट पोल जो फर्जी गढ़े गए थे उनकी हार है। ये
आपका गृह क्षेत्र प्रतापगढ़ है, तो मैं एक सवाल उत्तर प्रदेश पे भी पूछूंगा आपसे। प्रतापगढ़ में विपक्ष का जो प्रत्याशी है वो आगे चल रहा है, कौशाम्बी में भी विपक्ष का प्रत्याशी जो है वो आगे चल रहा है। इसकी वजह आपको क्या लग रही है कि ये जो इलाका है जो आपके गृह क्षेत्र से सटा हुआ है और आपके पड़ोस में रायबरेली और अमेठी भी है,
मेरे जिले का, हमारे पड़ोस में अमेठी भी है, हमारे विधानसभा क्षेत्र से अमेठी का क्षेत्र मतलब टच है, तो मतलब कितनी बड़ी बात है कि देखिए स्मृति ईरानी जी पंडित किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी से हार रही हैं।
क्योंकि बीजेपी ने कहा था कहीं ना कहीं राहुल गांधी भाग गए थे, मैदान छोड़ के चले गए थे, तो वो आश्वस्त थे उनकी जीत को लेकर। उनको क्या कहेंगे आज? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं हम देख रहे हैं स्मृति ईरानी जो है वो पीछे चल रही हैं और एक और बड़ी बात है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जिसकी मशीनरी बहुत वीक हो गई थी वह भी 6-7 सीटों पे आगे चल रही है, काफी बड़ी बात है।
नहीं, हमारी कोई मशीनरी वीक नहीं हुई थी, हमारा एक एक कार्यकर्ता लड़ रहा था। हमें अपेक्षित नतीजे 2 चुनावों में नहीं आए थे, लेकिन हम उसके बावजूद मजबूती के साथ सड़क से संसद तक लड़ रहे थे, हर मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे थे। देश में जो काम प्रधानमंत्री को करने थे वो राहुल गांधी कर रहे थे। राहुल गांधी मणिपुर के लोगों के साथ खड़े थे, राहुल गांधी किसानों के साथ, नौजवानों के साथ, ट्रक ड्राइवरों के साथ, यूपीएससी की तैयारी करने वाले बच्चों के साथ राहुल गांधी खड़े थे। तो राहुल गांधी हर वो काम कर रहे थे जो देश के प्रधानमंत्री को करना। नंबर हमारे पास भले कम थे, लेकिन देश के हर घर में आज भी कांग्रेस का एक कार्यकर्ता मौजूद है। ये हमारी जीत है, हमने उसको फिर से संजोया।
अमेठी रायबरेली पे आप कुछ कह रहे थे, बताइए।
तो आप देख रहे हैं कि वो परिणाम के तौर पर राहुल गांधी की मोहब्बत निकल रही है।
अमेठी रायबरेली पे आप कुछ कह रहे थे।
रायबरेली और अमेठी, मैं कह रहा था कि अमेठी में प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रचार क्यों करने नहीं गए? प्रधानमंत्री अमेठी में प्रचार करने क्यों नहीं गए?
जी, अब
सवाल तो ये है, जिस उत्तर प्रदेश से प्रधानमंत्री खुद चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं वहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी बुरी तरह हार रही है। प्रधानमंत्री की नैतिक हार है।
मेरे वरिष्ठ सहयोगी भी इस वक्त स्टूडियो में मौजूद है, प्रिया सहगल और पंकज वोरा जी। क्या आपका सवाल है कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठ नेता से? जी, प्रिया जी पूछना चाहेंगी।
इमरान जी, मैं प्रिया सहगल बोल रही हूँ। ये जो चुनाव जो लड़ा था जिस तौर से, इसमें समाजवादी पार्टी और जो कांग्रेस का गठबंधन है उसके बारे में आप कुछ बताइए कि व्हाट वर्क, इसमें क्या काम करा?
देखिए, हमारे हर घटक दल ने बहुत शानदार काम किया है और खासतौर से उत्तर प्रदेश में अखिलेश जी को बहुत बधाई देता हूं, मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। ये जो अलायंस बना, अच्छी बात यह रही कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का हर नेता चिढ़ा रहा था ना, यूपी के 2 लड़के, उन्हीं यूपी के 2 लड़कों ने तख्ता पलट दिया है। दिल्ली का रास्ता उत्तर प्रदेश से होकर के आता है और आप देखिए कि जहां प्रधानमंत्री खुद चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं उस उत्तर प्रदेश में उन्हीं 2 लड़कों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पैर के नीचे से जमीन सरका दी। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। हमने मुद्दों पर चुनाव लड़ा,
काम किया,
हमने
यूपी के 2 लड़के पहले भी इकट्ठे आए थे।
जनगणना की बात की नहीं, इस बार आए तो और ताकत के साथ आए। पिछली बार आशातीत सफलता नहीं मिली थी, इस बार आए तो और मजबूत होकर आए और इस बार ऐसी सफलता मिली है कि सब हतप्रभ हैं। सारे एग्जिट पोल झूठे साबित हो गए। उत्तर प्रदेश को तो सारे एग्जिट पोल बहुत ही किनारे लगा करके रख रहे थे ना, गिन ही नहीं रहे थे। आज उसी उत्तर प्रदेश ने हालत खराब कर दी है भाजपा की।
जी, पंकज वोरा जी।
इमरान जी, मैं पंकज वोरा बोल रहा हूँ। आपसे ये पूछना था कि अमेठी और रायबरेली को छोड़कर 5 और सीट्स हैं इसी इलाके में, इंक्लूडिंग सुल्तानपुर, जहाँ से मेनका गांधी 10,000 वोट से पीछे हैं। ये सारी सीट्स बीजेपी हार रही है, तो इसका क्या कारण आप बताते हैं?
देखिए, सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कारण यह है कि जिस अहंकार के साथ राहुल गांधी जी पर पिछले 5 सालों में तंज किया गया, जिस तरह उनको व्यक्तिगत चोट पहुंचाई गई, उनके हमले किए गए, निजी हमले किए गए, जिस तरह अखिलेश यादव जी पर निजी हमले किए गए, और उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार ने जो प्रताड़ना की राजनीति की, जनता उससे उबी हुई थी। हमने मुद्दों पर बात की। भाजपा मंदिर मस्जिद हिंदू मुसलमान करती रही, हम बेरोजगारी और महंगाई की बात करते रहे, हम पेपर लीक की बात करते रहे, हम जातिगत जनगणना की बात करते रहे। हमारा मैनिफेस्टो बहुत शानदार था, हमारा कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम बहुत शानदार है। और महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि राहुल गांधी जी और अखिलेश यादव जी के बीच में जो ट्यूनिंग दिखी वो जमीन तक उतर के गई। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो सहयोगी दल थे उनके आपस के बीच में ही उन्होंने वैचारिक रूप से, जो सुहेलदेव राजभर पार्टी उनको गाली देती थी उसको चिट्ठी लिख के बुलाया, जो प्रवीण निषाद पार्टी उनके साथ वैचारिक रूप से सहमत नहीं दिखती थी उसको अपने पास बुलाया। तो भाजपा ने जो एक तरह से अपनी विचारधारा से इतर जाकर के गठबंधन किए वो फलीभूत नहीं हुआ और कांग्रेस ने गठबंधन को मजबूती से ग्राउंड पर उतारा, डटे रहे। हमारी इस बात की जीत है। और राहुल गांधी जी का रायबरेली से चुनाव लड़ना बहुत बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट है, अखिलेश जी का कन्नौज से चुनाव लड़ना बहुत बड़ा टर्निंग पॉइंट।
चलिए, आखिरी सवाल आपसे मैं पूछूंगा, मगर कमजोर कड़ी के बारे में भी बात कर लेते हैं। कमजोर कड़ी कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए गुजरात, मध्य प्रदेश और बिहार साबित हुई है। बिहार में कहीं ना कहीं हम देख रहे हैं एनडीए गठबंधन को बड़ी बढ़त मिल रही है। क्या आप मानते हैं बिहार ने आपको लेट डाउन किया है? कहीं ना कहीं वहां चीजें ठीक क्यों नहीं हो पाई? और गुजरात और मध्य प्रदेश की बारे में बात करें तो वहां तो क्लीन स्वीप दिख रहा है दोबारा बीजेपी के लिए। इस बार तो नकुल नाथ भी चुनाव हार रहे हैं, ऐसे रुझान से सामने।
देखिए, गुजरात में हम बिहार में हमने बहुत मजबूती के साथ चुनाव प्रचार किया था और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि शाम होते होते जब रुझान नतीजों में बदलेंगे तो हम आशातीत सफलता भी अर्जित करेंगे। बाकी हम उस पर समीक्षा करेंगे। तेजस्वी जी ने बहुत मेहनत की, कांग्रेस ने वहाँ बहुत मेहनत की। मध्य प्रदेश और गुजरात को लेकर के हम आने वाले दिनों में और बेहतर तैयारी के साथ चुनाव में जाएंगे और आप देखेंगे कि गुजरात में विधानसभा में कांग्रेस पार्टी बहुत शानदार प्रदर्शन करेगी।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इमरान प्रतापगढ़ी हमारे संग जुड़ने के लिए। इमरान प्रतापगढ़ी एक बहुत अच्छे वक्ता हैं, तो बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि हमारे संग जुड़े और विश्लेषण हम हमारे लिए किया। मगर साबिर रोड्रिगेज is also with us live, BJP's senior leader. He wants to respond, of course, to a lot of the points that Imran Pratapgarhi made. Also, we have Pankuri Pathak still with us. She was also speaking about the UP big win for the SP and the Congress and the reasons for that. Sabir, go ahead.
Well, let's look at various aspects of the results that have come out right now, and these are trends. And obviously, we got to wait for it till the final results actually get fructified.
Yes.
But let us look at what it's really telling us, and telling us when I mean for the country, for the political parties, whether it's BJP, Congress, or any other political party. What it's telling us is that democracy is alive in India, and the voter is the single most important factor in any election. It is not a political party, it is not a political leader, it is the voters, and the voters decide who is it that they want to elect for whatever reason they have decided to do that. Now, coming back to the trends that you're seeing in the elections right now. Now, let me give you an example, and related to sports. Now, in sports, Usain Bolt had the world record for the 100 meters sprint. But on his last race, everyone thought that Usain Bolt will break that record. And everybody was talking about it. It was tom-tom. Media wrote about it. Usain Bolt himself spoke about the fact that he would break the record. But on his final race, he did not. However, he did win the gold. So the point is, in an election, the results will show that the BJP will form the government for the third time, and Narendra Modi will come back as the Prime Minister. Yes, there is a certain amount of introspection that needs to be done by the senior leaders in the party, but that's a post-poll review that will happen so that we understand what went wrong and where we have made errors, where we have gained, and what could be corrected as we go ahead. The fact does not change that BJP is not forming the government.
Yes.
The Congress and the opposition may continue to have what you call
moral wins
as a moral victory.
Okay.
And continue to say that they have won, but they've really not won.
Okay. Pankuri Pathak, respond to that. Why are you claiming moral wins? The picture is clear. There will be introspection on why it's not 400 par, 400 par. But the fact is BJP is won. BJP is forming government. PM Modi is coming back, says Savio. Why claim a moral win then? Go ahead.
Should I continue?
No, Pankuri wants to respond.
It was the BJP who had claimed that they'll be getting 400 par, and that they'll be getting 400 par on the basis of Modi ji's persona and his face. So I think that is the first point, that they made this trap for themselves in which they fell into. Secondly,
but BJP claims they were trying to trap the opposition, that the opposition got busy trying to stop 400, but they crossed 272. It was all part of their plan. That's what certain BJP insiders also say.
I think another takeaway today has been that the people of India have fought to save their constitution, and they have fought to keep BJP out of a situation where they could tamper with the constitution, or they could do something drastic to take away the rights of the people, which many of the BJP leaders claimed was their intention of getting a bigger mandate. And because it was the BJP who was claiming that they'll be getting a bigger victory, I think it has clearly been shown today by the people of India that they are not happy with the BJP, that they wanted to teach the BJP's arrogance a lesson, and that the BJP, the kind of deceit and the kind of lies with which they fought the election, and they thought they'll be able to fool the people of India, they'll be able to trap them in a cycle of negativity. The people of India have broken away from that cycle.
I'll just come to you, Savio. I'll just come to you. Abhinandita Mathur is also with us at the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's allow a quick word as well. She's been waiting patiently. Abhinandita Mathur, your interpretation of the results so far, your reaction to how things are going so far for the Aam Aadmi Party and the overall India figure. Obviously not good news coming in so far from Delhi, but these are still trends, of course. Are you hopeful that a couple of seats could turn in the national capital? Punjab is where you are leading though currently, although the Congress is ahead there.
Yes, I mean, in Delhi, we're on a couple of seats, the margins are not so much, and we're hoping to cover up. For example, East Delhi has a margin of, has a difference of about 14,000 seats, which is highly, it's highly possible for us to cover. Similarly, even the New Delhi seat does not have a very wide margin as yet. We are hoping, it's only 1:30. We're hoping that in a couple of hours, there'll be, things will look better for us. But most importantly, I think the good news is that the country has accepted the India alliance. It has rejected certain kind of politics. And I was just thinking that imagine if it was actually really a level playing field. If it was not that the opposition leaders were in jail and the opposition's bank accounts were not frozen and the electoral bonds were not as they, if all
But
the
Arvind
agencies
Kejriwal
were
was
not
allowed
under
to come
the
out. He did campaign.
Well, and he worked very hard, and I think he did influence a lot of votes throughout the country. I think that, UP, for example, credit where due, I think that he did actually, pakdo the nerves right and said that, there is some issue between Modi ji and Yogi ji, and there is some confusion about who will be the next chief minister. Is there likely to be a different chief minister now in a couple of months, or who will be the next prime minister? So all these things have impacted, Arvind Kejriwal ji, inside or outside the jail, is an impact maker, and I don't think that we can shy away from that. Another good news coming up from Kurukshetra for us, we are now closing in on the difference.
It's close
and
there.
hopefully
Yes.
we'll be back in the lead again.
Yeah, that's
And
a seat.
of
That's a
course,
seat that I
Sabri was
visited.
your card.
It's
Say
quite
like
close.
Goa.
Unfortunately for you, there's a third player there, Abhay Chautala, who's cutting, in a bit to Sushil Gupta's vote. Yes, complete your point, and then I'll get in our studio guests as well.
No, but it's going to go up and down. Also, good news from Goa that the India Alliance is doing very well on one seat out of the two. In Ladakh, BJP is losing. They've really troubled the people of Ladakh. They've really, exploited the resources. People
Sabi,
are
respond to
really
that. What's happening in Goa? Not good news coming in from one seat, says Abhinandita.
And imagine if this was an even playing field.
And I'm amused when I wonder, and I'm amused when the AAP, this very articulate spokesperson, actually talks about level playing field. But the fact of the matter is that Arvind Kejriwal is in jail or right now in custody because of the liquor scam and because of the court. Nothing to do with politics about it, but she can continue to mourn. That's fine. Coming back to Goa, I think you don't have your results yet. But the South Goa seat, from what I've been given to understand, has been won by the India Alliance, and the North Goa seat has been won by the BJP. Now, let me tell you a very, very interesting trend that very few people are willing to talk about. And it is very important and for the BJP as well as the opposition. And I'm saying that as a citizen. I don't like what has happened, but it has happened. Okay? The fact of the matter is that there has been a massive, at least in Goa, or in other parts where there is a large minority concentration, the minority consolidation has happened. And in South Goa, as you can see, the minority consolidation has allowed for the victory to happen. But while the minority consolidation has happened, the majority, which in this case are the Hindus, that consolidation has not happened. Because if the majority consolidation happened in Goa, South Goa in particular, where they have a larger majority.
Okay, let's quickly address some more leads and trails coming in. We are being told Omar Abdullah continues his trail. Engineer Rashid leading by over 1 lakhs in Baramulla. Let's also apprise our viewers on what's happening in Chhattisgarh. On 10 seats, it's the BJP that's ahead. The Congress only ahead on 1 seat as we speak in Chhattisgarh. In Ara and Bihar now, RK Singh is trailing. RK Singh of the BJP is, of course, a minister as well, is now trailing in Ara. So that's, of course, not good news so far for the NDA. OSC, Asaduddin Owaisi, of course, leading by over 1,70,000 in Hyderabad. So AIMIM, of course, continues their lead there. Mandi, Kangana Ranaut is comfortably ahead of Vikramaditya Singh. If we talk about Chandigarh, well, in Chandigarh, Manish Tiwari is currently leading by 6,500 votes. So Manish Tiwari of the Congress, of course, is ahead in Chandigarh. Quickly talking about another interesting seat, 3 other interesting seats of Himachal. So we told you about Mandi, where Kangana Ranaut, of course, is leading. Let's also tell you about Hamirpur. Anurag Thakur is clearly ahead there by over 1,50,000. Kangra, where Anand Sharma of the Congress party was taking on Rajiv Bhardwaj of the BJP, where Anand Sharma is currently trailing by over 230,000 votes. Kangana Ranaut ahead of Vikramaditya by 70,000 votes. In Shimla, the BJP Suresh Kashyap also leading by 85,000 votes. So that's the picture in Himachal Pradesh. If we talk about Guna, well, stupendous lead for Jyotiraditya Scindia. Jyotiraditya Scindia of the BJP leading by 4 lakh votes in that seat. Virendra Kumar Khatik, he's a minister in the Modi government. He's leading from Tikamgarh in Madhya Pradesh by over 3 lakhs. So that's so those are of course some trends emerging so far. Let's get quick reactions from Chandni Priti Shah and also Shashank Shekhar Jha. Shashank Shekhar Jha, why don't you come in first? Your home state is in Bihar. What's the picture emerging from Bihar? What do you believe are your first reactions to how the India's alliance is failing there and the NDA alliance is phasing there? We're seeing, of course, not good news for RJD. Rohini Acharya is trailing. Misa Bharti has been trailing. Although now, of course, some reprieve coming in with RK Singh of the BJP going behind his competitor from the Mahagathbandhan there.
Yeah, so if we look into Bihar, it is one of those states which surprised me after BJP gave tickets. Most of the MPs were repeated in Bihar, unlike in other states where MPs were actually changed. Over 100 candidates were changed by BJP and they did not repeat their previous candidates. In Bihar, they actually repeated most of their candidates. Now, JDU also did very well, is doing very well in Bihar. So I guess that shows that the maturity which Bihar people showed while voting has resulted in favoring BJP. However, unfortunately, what I am seeing here is that the government which will be possibly be formed after these elections, that may be a coalition government, and that will be a setback for this country, which has seen 10 years of good governance with absolute majority. So that is where I feel that that narrative which the opposition were very successfully portrayed, that if BJP wins 400 they can change constitution. So I traveled to a lot of states in past few months. So even in Tamil Nadu, or for that point even in Bihar, so these two states are completely very different. But the narrative was similar in both states, that if BJP wins in Bihar, wins over 400, it may change constitution and reservation. They do not want to support Rahul Gandhi as Prime Minister, but they wanted a strong opposition and they did not want constitution to change. So this particular narrative actually gave a huge boost to or a narrative to the opposition.
And however, the flip-flops of Nitish Kumar have not really cost him, because he's leading on several seats there.
Yeah, in fact, the alliance BJP did at the last moments were very good. Nitish Kumar in Bihar, JDU, LJP in Bihar 5 seats, they are leading in those 5 seats. Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu leading both in assembly and national elections. So I guess these.
Yeah, Chirag Paswan also emerging as quite a hero today. He's leading in all the 5 seats that the BJP
in fact, Mandal
had
Commission
given him.
was defeated.
I'm going to go back to Pankaj Bora and Chandni Priti Shah as well. Chandni Priti Shah, it's of course good news so far for the NDA from Bihar, but also just talking now, of course, about 2 other states, Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. Now, these states, somewhere the NDA is not faring as well as they would have hoped. What do you make of that, Chand?
Uday, Maharashtra, there has been a lot of confusion, in between the voters, because they are confused with, which is the actual Shiv Sena, which is the, Shiv Sena which was formed later on. This has actually come out.
And with the NCP as well.
Yeah, with the NCP as well. So that factor has actually taken a toll on the voters. Big time. Now, when you come to Uttar Pradesh, I think, I have a data which says that, in Uttar Pradesh, where Samajwadi Party is actually leading, So over there are 9 seats in which, the margin is below 10,000, out of which 2 seats, it's, within 500 votes. All right, the Salimpur is within 363 votes of margin. Kheri 79 seats of, of margin. And overall also, in all over India also, there are like around 193 seats which has, under 10,000 margin. So I think we need to wait until 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m. to see if, because these seats will take a turn. around 50%, at least 50% of these seats will take a turn. That is what my take is with how it is going on. So it is very early right now to rejoice for the INDI alliance, and because this alliance also is I have always maintained this, I will still say this, it is an alliance of convenience. The Congress today, Aam Aadmi Party is sitting over here and they are vouching for Congress without even realizing that today Arvind Kejriwal is in the jail because Congress gave a complaint against Arvind Kejriwal and put him behind the bars. So when you see the whole picture, the whole scenario, it is very clear that the entire opposition has come together only to defeat one person. So I guess until 3 p.m. we will get a very clear picture on how much of seat sharing would be
wait for an hour and a half more. You're confident NDA will cross 300?
I guess it will reach 300.
Okay, let's see. 293 is the leads currently for the NDA. Pankaj Bora, come in here. On of course your your overall assessment of the trends that are emerging so far, and for the Congress party as well. 93 leads currently. What do you make of their strike rate? A, Pankaj Bora. B, where their main wins are coming from and their main leads are coming from. And C, now this clamour within the Congress, which we were hearing from Imran Pratapgarhi a short while back, saying that all the credit should go to Rahul Gandhi.
Well, Congress performance has been, as per expectations, which were there, before the elections commenced, even though the television channels were not expecting the Congress to go beyond 60-65. So if it has touched 90s and remains around that figure, I think it should be very satisfied with whatever it has done. Secondly, this election, as we have been pointing out since the last 2 months, has been a Modi-centric election. So another way of looking at things is that if the BJP fails to get a majority on its own, it can also be interpreted that the people of India have rejected Mr. Modi. So if, going by that, in 1989, in 1984, Congress had got 415 odd seats. And in 1989, when Rajiv Gandhi got 196 seats or 197 seats, he could have still formed the government, but he decided to sit in the opposition because he said that the mandate is against me. So what needs to be seen is whether the same kind of spirit will be shown by the BJP, that the mandate is against them in case it fails to.
Okay, two updates coming in from the NCR region. Let me just quickly apprise our viewers. Pankaj ji, I'm coming back to you in a second. BJP's Atul Garg ahead in Ghaziabad seat. He's leading currently by over 1 lakh votes. The Congress's Dolly Sharma is trailing. Meanwhile, in Gautam Budh Nagar, it's Mahesh Sharma of the BJP who's ahead by 3 lakh votes. He's leading by over 3 lakh votes currently. The SP is trailing him by 3 lakh votes. Mahendra Nagar, of course, of the Samajwadi Party. Yes, back to you.
So I was wondering whether the BJP will show the same sort of spirit and say that the mandate has gone against them. From 303, they have come down by 60-70 seats. In case these trends hold good, that is. So will they also like to sit in the opposition? And in these elections, we have to also wait and watch how the RSS responds, because RSS has been neutral. And to think that the BJP could win a majority of its own without the help of RSS was very, very difficult. And in case BJP had crossed the majority mark on its own, RSS in its 100th year would have become redundant. So, there is a lot of things which can happen once the actual results come out, and we have to wait and watch for these results in totality and with finality when the Election Commission declares them officially.
All right. Let me quickly, of course, go back across to Savio Rodriguez. Savio, just talking, of course, do we have Pankuri Pathak with us as well? Is Pankuri there with us? Okay, Pankuri Pathak is also there. Savio, I'm just coming to you in a second. Let me quickly go back to Pankuri on the assessment of the Congress that Pankaj Bora was just doing. Do you believe that the Congress will be pleased with 92 seats if it stays to this? Because there were question marks, of course, on the Congress, on where the Congress will be post this election if they do not cross that 3-digit mark, if they are not close to 100 seats. Right now, 93 leads for you, Pankuri. Where does the Congress go from here on? And also, as far as now Rahul Gandhi as well is concerned, do you believe this credit goes to him? Does it go to your President Mallikarjun Kharge or to your individual candidates?
Well, because you've asked me a question about Rahul ji, first of all, when it comes to credit, I think the credit goes to all the leaders of India Alliance. But apart from that, I would also like to tell your viewers that right now Rahul ji is leading by twice the margin in Rai Bareli that Modi ji is leading in Varanasi. So I think that says a lot about the current popularity of both the candidates in the state of Uttar Pradesh, and I think overall also because this election was, like I said before, it was fought by the BJP on Modi ji's face. It was, fought on the basis of giving Modi ji another term. We don't know how many rounds are completed. So I think the people of India have rejected. So we are still waiting for the results, and we are very confident that our numbers are going to improve drastically, because that's the sense that we have got from the ground. There are a lot of seats that are in close contest, and we are confident that the number will increase. But again, I would like to repeat that the kind of contest that we had this time, it was very unequal in the terms of resources, in the terms of the administrative power that the BJP had. Two of our chief ministers were put behind the bars. Most of our leaders, they were harassed by ED and CBI raids. Our bank accounts were frozen. We were up against the richest party in the world. So the election was played on very unequal playing field.
So like
and even during the elections,
like
the BJP
the Congress
was allowed
also says it was an unequal playing field, Savio. Respond to that. Respond to that.
Well, I don't think it deserves a response, because the BJP had nothing to do with their leaders being in jail. I think the leaders being in jail and continuing to remain in custody is a decision of the court. So I think the opposition and the Congress and the political parties like Aam Aadmi Party can actually go to court and fight it out. The most important thing is, I love the fact of the narrative that the Congress and the opposition likes to bring about. In a race, and then I come back, in the race, the only thing that matters is winning. And NDA is coming back for the third term. I don't know how many of you have watched the movie Jo Jeeta Wohi Sikandar, but there is a beautiful saying in that movie which talks about Jo Jeeta Wohi Sikandar, Jo Hara Wo Bandar, is a dialogue that Amir Khan, one of the characters.
तेरी आपने dialogue मार दिया, पंखुड़ी भी जवाब दे रही है आपको.
In the reality of the situation is the victor takes
within
it all,
24
and
hours
that is what you understand.
from BJP going 400 par to NDA is coming in power. They can't even say that BJP is coming to power on their own. They have to say NDA is coming to power. Earlier it was Modi ji is getting us 400 par, BJP is going 400 par. So I think the language has completely changed. And even they know today they'll be afraid to even utter Modi ji's name.
The race was about NDA.
Channels have already taken out his photo and replaced it with Nadda ji's photo. So they will try to shield their supreme leader today.
I don't know what you're
because he has lost credibility.
Rahul Gandhi is not becoming the Prime Minister. Nobody from India Alliance is becoming the Prime Minister. So stop hyperventilating. Yes, the record was not made. And I accept we will
Rahul ji is getting,
but the victory
Rahul ji has a bigger margin than Modi ji in Varanasi. Varanasi is the seat where the entire BJP had campaigned.
Okay, Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar, Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar, Shashank Shekhar Jha, Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar, BJP says at the end of the day, they're crossing the magic figure. It doesn't matter if it's BJP doing it or NDA, they're crossing the figure and they're going to form government. Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar, they're saying that's all that should matter. Pankhuri Pathak of the BJP is saying it's a defeat for them because they wanted to cross 400 par.
The fun fact or the irony of this election is BJP is as of now currently trending at 238, Congress at 94. Yet the voters or the supporters of Congress are happy and BJP are not happy because BJP's expectation was much more. Because BJP has done enormous work in past 10 years and they thought that through that work, be it on national level, be it on GDP, economy, anything, be it environmental issues, etc., BJP will win on those seats. Okay. Now, Congress is happy because they are getting 94.
Okay, so from Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar to Dil Mange More. That is why the BJP isn't, that happy. Let's talk about Pankaj Bora. Pankaj Bora, more aata,
जब हरियाणा और राजस्थान साथ. Now these are two states where we're seeing the BJP numbers dipping, at least in these trends if they convert to results. What do you believe went wrong for the BJP in Haryana and in Rajasthan?
To begin with, in Haryana, you know, they had things going for them when they changed Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar as the chief minister midway, thinking that the anti-incumbency against him will, you know, end. And secondly, they, you know, also put up candidates. Most of the candidates put up by the BJP were former congressmen and not BJP, you know, homegrown people. So there was a senior leader of BJP in Haryana who told me कि वृक्ष हमने उगाया और छाँव में भी अब हम नहीं बैठ सकते क्योंकि बाकी लोग जो आए हैं वो छाँव में बैठ रहे हैं. And there was an anti, you know, BJP sentiment also amongst the farmers, and like in Punjab, and that was also translating to how people voted in Haryana. And Mr. Huda's leadership there has been very strong, and he has emerged as the, you know, strongest leader amongst the Jat community, and he has, you know, led his party to the kind of victory it is, you know, witnessing. In Rajasthan, BJP was complacent when they, you know, had changed and did not appoint Vasundhara Raje as the chief minister and opted for a newcomer. You know, in an election year, the thing is that the emphasis should always be on having experienced people at the helm of affairs. You know, there were people close to Vasundhara who later switched over to the Congress, and there were large sections, you know, who were with the BJP earlier. This time they were not. So that is also showing so far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Okay. Also, you know, as far as, of course, the states very quickly of, you know, Maharashtra as well and Bihar. Those are two interesting stories, Pankaj Vora, that I'd like your take on. Maharashtra, where the allies helping the Congress party. Bihar, where, of course, the alliance somewhere being let down, you know, by the switch of Nitish Kumar back to the BJP.
Well, you know, in Maharashtra, which is the second largest state in terms of number of seats with 48, the BJP was very hopeful that it will be, you know, sweeping Maharashtra. But like the story in Haryana and in some other places, you know, by taking in people from the NCP and from the Shiv Sena, the BJP spoilt its own internal house. You know, there were aspirants within the BJP who wanted to contest elections from Maharashtra. They had been waiting for 30-40 years, and when their turn came, they were asked to support the very people they had been opposing all their lives. So this has boomeranged very, very badly on the BJP in Maharashtra. Yes, you are right. In Bihar, you know, the Nitish Kumar's, you know, turning over has proved to be a major setback for the India bloc.
Yeah.
But Nitish Kumar can still turn over. So if the BJP is relying on Nitish Kumar to be a part of the coalition which it hopes to head, then there can still be many things which can, you know, change on the way.
You know, at the end of the day, of course, Chandni Preeti Shah, you know, there is still immense popularity for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. One sees that, of course, on ground when one travels across the country, as one has during the campaign. But against a lot of your MPs, some of whom you did not change as well, there was a lot of anti-incumbency. And, you know, the perception was that because of PM Modi, that anti-incumbency will, you know, get finished. But it's not happened in every single case. Do you believe also that is one of the reasons why these numbers have fallen?
Yes.
Against individual MPs, anti-incumbency.
Somewhere you can say this, that, you know, there were several, especially on the northern belt, all right, that there were...
It's like UP, Bihar.
Yes, there were places, there were constituencies where the, you know, candidates weren't changed because there was this notion that, you know, because it's the face of the Prime Minister on, you know, on which the voting would be done. And I guess there was, you know, they lacked, you know, the strategy, you know, they should have been more careful about it.
Yeah.
But again, you know, coming to the, you know, crux of it, I think, you know, it's a good lesson to learn BJP is forming a government, BJP-led NDA is forming a government, Narendra Modi is going to become the Prime Minister. I think for the next next Lok Sabha elections, I think, a lot of things have to, they have to learn from these elections. The opposition, I would commend the opposition. They've given a good fight.
Okay. Meanwhile, more news now coming in. Let's quickly apprise our viewers with more leads and trails coming in. Dipender Hooda of the Congress Party continues his lead. From Rohtak, he's leading currently by 1,87,000 votes. Naveen Jindal continues his lead from Kurukshetra. He's leading now by 8,800 votes there. Omar Abdullah, meanwhile, interestingly accepting defeat in Baramulla. He has tweeted saying, I think it's time to accept the inevitable. Congratulations to Engineer Rashid for his victory in North Kashmir. So a setback there for the former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah in this seat. He has now accepted defeat because the lead has pretty much solidified in the favor of Engineer Rashid. Meanwhile, talking about Manolal Khattar, the former Chief Minister contesting from Karnal seat, he's leading now by 1,70,000 votes. So comfortable lead for Manolal Khattar as well. If we talk about Hisar, well there Ranjit Singh Chautala of the BJP is trailing. Jaiprakash of the Congress is leading now by 22,000 votes. So that is the latest coming in from Haryana. Meanwhile, let's also quickly apprise our viewers with a couple of other seats. So in Gurugram now, slightly Rao Inderjeet Singh catching up, but still Raj Babbar of the Congress ahead. Raj Babbar leading now by 2,593 votes. So that is the scenario in Gurugram. Quickly talking about what's happening in Faridabad. In Faridabad, it's a BJP that's leading. They're leading by 1,30,000 votes as we speak. Other seats of Haryana, Varun Chaudhary of the Congress Party leading from Ambala. He's leading by 18,800 votes. The BJP leading in the Bhiwani Mahendragarh seat. Dharambir Singh of the BJP leading there. 26,000 votes is the margin of his lead. And let's quickly apprise our viewers with one more lead coming in from Haryana. That is Kumari Selja. Massive lead for Kumari Selja in Sirsa. She is leading over Ashok Tawar by 2,10,000 votes. So those are of course some latest updates coming in, and quickly apprising our viewers now with the scenario in okay, we will apprise our viewers with Punjab and a couple of other states in just a second. But Shashank Shekhar Jha, yes, you had a point to make. You were responding to Chandni.
Yes.
Go ahead.
One thing which I have evaluated from this election, and it is throughout this country, most of the MPs, as in over 80% MPs, I'm not saying everyone, but over 80% of the MPs who got ticket again from BJP are banking on the face of Narendra Modi.
Exactly.
They are not fighting on their own merit. They have not done work in their area. Their voters are not very happy. Even if they are winning with high margin, the only factor in this particular matter is Narendra Modi's face. So that thing I think should be changed in BJP. BJP should be more firm about every MP working actually, and sabka saath sabka prayas should
Let's
be
talk about
also
Punjab
for
now.
MPs.
Punjab now. Congress leading on 7 seats in Punjab. AAP leading on 3 seats in Punjab. Akali Dal leading on 1 seat in Punjab. BJP not leading at all on any seat currently. So not a good showing for the BJP in Punjab so far. Others leading on 2 seats as we speak. Let me quickly go across to Savio Rodriguez on this flip-flop we are seeing in Trivandrum. Sometimes Rajiv Chandrasekhar leading there, sometimes Shashi Tharoor. Very close fight in Thiruvananthapuram. What do you make of it, Savio?
Very exciting fight because both the candidates, the Congress candidate and of course the BJP candidate, are highly knowledgeable, articulate and very well respected candidates. So for Thiruvananthapuram, it's a huge benefit to have two of the most intellectual people compete to lead them. However, I think towards the end, I believe that Rajiv Chandrasekhar will cross the finishing line in Thiruvananthapuram.
Okay, you believe finally it'll be a win for Rajiv Chandrasekhar. We'll wait and watch and track that seat very, very closely. But as far as this Mission South is concerned, how much progress has been made in this Mission South for the BJP, Savio, and how much still remains to be done?
Well, I think the most important aspect is the fact that the BJP has endeavored to not necessarily be considered to be just a northern party, but try and build its inroads in south of India as well. And south is not an easy bastion. They have some very reputed political parties that have controlled the politics of the regions for a very long time. But BJP is making tremendous inroads. They're doing well in Kerala. They are opening their account in Kerala. You have a pretty decent performance in Tamil Nadu. You have done very well in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh. So I think what we are seeing,
and I just want to talk about, yes, it's important to look at where else the BJP is doing well, and I just want to talk about Odisha for a second as well, because Pankaj Bora, it's phenomenal, the performance of the BJP in Odisha this time around. If we talk about the Lok Sabha, out of 21 seats, BJP is leading on 19 seats, Pankaj Bora in Odisha. BJD down to just one lead, and Congress also stays constant at one lead. Last time also they won one seat, but not a good showing for the BJD as far as Lok Sabha goes at all. And if we talk about the Vidhan Sabha, Pankaj Bora, well, in Vidhan Sabha too, the BJP right now is leading on more seats. The BJP is leading right now on more seats than the BJD in the Vidhan Sabha as well. In fact, they could form a government if these leads convert into results. I think they're on about 75 leads, and the magic figure is somewhere between 72 and 73. In Odisha, Pankaj Bora, what do you make of this Odisha picture coming in?
That is the real story for the BJP. Actually, people have been talking about other states, but for BJP, the real gains are in Odisha. And this despite the fact that Sambit Patra had, given that statement where he said that Lord Jagannath is a follower of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And later he apologized and said that he is going to, have penance for whatever he had said. The thing is that in Odisha, people see that Naveen Patnaik, Biju Janata Dal's leader, is in failing health, and he has basically nominated a former IS officer as his possible successor. So people are finding it very difficult.
And he's an outsider. That's what the BJP has been emphasizing on. That he's from Tamil Nadu, he's not an Odia.
Yeah, so this I think has appealed to the people, and BJP, there's not much difference, as my fellow panelist had said, between the BJD and the BJP there. And the BJP is, marching ahead, and it is something which the party should be proud of, and it's an achievement which is going to be talked about for a long time. However, whether they will form the government or not will depend on the final results and how many seats Congress gets, and if total along with the BJD and the Congress and the independents, if the number is more than what the BJP's tally is, then one will have to take a call on that.
Yeah, but no doubt, currently, of course, things looking very, very good in Odisha. I'll just quickly take our viewers through a couple of interesting leads there. Pratap Sarangi from Balasore, he's leading currently. Bolangir, Sangeeta Singhdeo is leading currently of the BJP. Aprajita Sarangi is leading in Bhubaneswar as well. Also Bhartuhari Mehtab, he was a senior leader of the BJD, switched over to the BJP. He's leading from Cuttack as we speak. Also currently leading is Jay Panda. Jay Panda is leading from Kendrapada as we speak. Also leading is Sambit Patra from Puri. Sambalpur also Dharmendra Pradhan leading currently from that seat. Jewel Oram also leading from Sundargarh. So very, very good news for the BJP's candidates there in Odisha. As Pankaj Bora was saying, they could form a government as well. Obviously, this Odia Asmita card working well for them. And people not too happy with this transition to VK Pandian from Naveen Patnaik whenever that happens. Also, Chandni Priti Shah, another story coming in is from Andhra Pradesh. Let's just talk a bit about that, because these were the two assembly elections also happening.
Yes.
Voting for Lok Sabha parallelly. And in Andhra too, not good news for BJP. In fact, I've just received some news from my sources, some breaking news in fact that I'd like to put out as well, that Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy is likely to resign very, very soon. My sources tell me a short time from the governor. He could go and meet him at 4 p.m. today and submit his resignation, because over there it's looking like the NDA alliance is going to form government. TDP currently leading on 130 seats in the Vidhan Sabha, BJP on 7, and I think Jan Sena also leading on a few. So that's pretty well past the magic figure comfortably. If we talk about Lok Sabha as well, TDP leading on 16 seats, BJP on 3, Jan Sena on 2, YSRCP down to just 4 out of 25. Not a good showing at all. So clearly another contributing factor to the NDA's performance today, apart from Odisha, is the great performance in Andhra Pradesh, Chandni.
This is a key takeaway. Andhra Pradesh, the alliance that was formed, that is TDP, BJP and Janasena party. I guess this alliance has actually played out very well, given the popularity of Pawan Kalyan, as not just as an actor but also as an on-ground worker of the party. Plus, they're because they are all ideologically also aligned with each other, and Andhra Pradesh was. I think I actually had a notion that Andhra Pradesh would be an easy win for the for this alliance, NDA alliance, because not just in the Lok Sabha elections but also in the Vidhan Sabha elections, because people need a change in Andhra Pradesh and they were tired of the Jagan Mohan Reddy government. When there were surveys that were being conducted, people were wanting that change, people were wanting, and when you again when it comes to Lok Sabha elections, there is obviously a factor that who would run the country. That factors plays whether someone agrees with it or not. That factor actually plays a bigger hand. Now, coming to the Vidhan Sabha, that is the assembly elections also, people wanted a change in the state government, and I think TDP, Jan Sena and BJP was the best option that was available to them. So I'm not surprised to see these results, because this was a little bit expected from my end.
Very smart strategies of the BJP,
correct,
both in Andhra and Bihar, Savio, and clearly reaping dividends where, and Odisha, let me address all three. In Odisha, obviously, you decided not to go in for an alliance with BJD. That was also being talked about. Obviously, you saw that, you can make the effort yourself to go it alone. That's reaped dividends for you. In Andhra, this, interesting coalition with Janasena of Pawan Kalyan and Chandrababu Naidu was stitched just before the election. Chandrababu Naidu used to be in NDA. He left you all. Now he returned. And in, if we talk about, of course, the third state of Bihar as well, obviously a very, very smart strategy to again get back Nitish Kumar into your fold. Again, someone who was with you earlier but had deserted you in the middle.
So one of the most important criteria or strategies of the BJP has been to work with like-minded political leaders and political parties that have similar visions to what the BJP has as far as the growth and the progress of this country is concerned. Sometimes those relationships work, as we had done with, as you would have seen with Shiv Sena, when the relationship was working, and sometimes it doesn't work, again as in Shiv Sena. So the point is, we have to look at each relationship in the eyes of what BJP and the party leaders and the people of India want as far as progress and growth is concerned. And that is why those strategic alliances were made. And the dividends because of the strategic alliance are there for all to see. And that is important for any political party as far as the entire diversity of India is concerned. See, one thing we must never forget, that no matter how much hard we might try to create nationalized politics in this country, because of the diversity of India, there's always going to be an immense role for regional players to be able to control the narratives and the outcomes within their regions. So you have BJP as a national party that is strong at the center and strong in certain parts of the state, and then it works with very strong allies, regional players at a state level that helps take the mission of the country forward.
Okay. Two more interesting trends coming in from Bihar. RK Singh of the BJP still trailing. India coalition Sudama Prasad there is leading by 35,000 votes in the Ara seat. Also, if we talk about Hajipur, well, in Hajipur seat, it's Chirag Paswan of the LJP who's leading there. NDA's Chirag Paswan leading by 55,000 votes as we speak. So these are, of course, the latest trends emerging from Bihar. Let's also quickly go across to Shashank Shekhar Jha. Shashank Shekhar Jha on, of course, these smart coalitions, which were stitched just before. Obviously, very, very well thought out by BJP.
Yeah, especially the alliance which BJP made, while breaking India alliance, first in Bihar, they went with JDU. even BJP core voters were opposed to it.
Yeah.
But BJP went ahead. BJP actually gave them 70 seats.
And there were many people who were saying these flip-flops of Nitish are going to cost the NDA.
Yes,
but
yes.
It's worked very well.
Everyone will actually backing behind RJD's Tejasvi and saying that Lalu is also out of jail, so they may get enough number of seats. However, there BJP actually NDA alliance have surprised the opposition. In Andhra Pradesh also we have seen the growth of NDA, what I am expecting or we were expecting, and the numbers are reflecting here.
Okay.
However, what I feel here is that this election also reflects as to what are the core issues of voters.
Okay, let's take a very short break. We're back on the other side. Our rolling coverage continues. Don't go anywhere. We are, of course, analyzing the big Lok Sabha election verdict.
अब मोदी को गाली एक ऐसी चीज है कि उसमें बाकी कुछ हो या ना हो, पब्लिसिटी की गारंटी है। अब उनके मैनिफेस्टो में कहा गया है कि अब ठेके में भी आरक्षण होगा, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सिस्टम में। क्या दुनिया के किसी डेवलपिंग कंट्री ने इस प्रकार का पागलपन किया है क्या? मैं उन कम्युनल पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लिए बोल रहा हूं जिन्होंने सेकुलरिज्म का नकाब पहन करके घोर सांप्रदायिकता की है। अभी आपने स्कॉच का रिपोर्ट पढ़ा होगा और मैं चाहता हूं कि आपका टीवी चैनल ने स्कॉच के रिपोर्ट पर डिटेल में स्टडी करना चाहिए और टीवी डिबेट करना चाहिए। 4 करोड़ घर बनाने चाहिए तो कितने आवर लगते हैं?
Welcome back to NewsX. I'm Devika Chopra and we are, of course, continuing our rolling coverage of the Lok Sabha 2024 election results. At the top of 2 o'clock, I would just like to take our viewers quickly through the numbers as per the official website of the Election Commission. Bharatiya Janata Party leading on 239 seats right now. Indian National Congress on 99 seats, the Samajwadi Party on 37 seats, the TMC on 30 seats, DMK on 21 seats, the TDP on 16 seats, the JDU on 14 seats, Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray on 11 seats, the NCP, Sharad Pawar faction on 6 seats, the LGP on 5 seats, and the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde faction on 5 seats as well, YSRCP on 4, CPIM on 4, RJD on 3. And those are, of course, the key numbers. Aam Aadmi Party on 3 as well. I have with me our panelists to take this discussion forward. Somewhere or the other, the results do seem a little bit stabilized. However, at this point in time, every last seat matters. There are several seats that we have also discussed previously that are currently fighting a very, very close battle. So it really now boils down to every last seat, but as far as the numbers are concerned, they're on your screens as well. And as I've said, the Bharatiya Janata Party at 239 and the NDA at this point in time continues to be very comfortably above the halfway mark of 272. I have with me on the broadcast Savio Rodriguez of the BJP, Swati Malik of the Congress, Patikrit also joins us. We have Shashank Shekhar, political analyst with us, Ujjwal Chaudhary, political analyst, Chandni Preeti Shah and Mr. Pankaj Vora, executive editor of the Sunday Guardian, also with us. Let me begin this conversation with Chandni, if I may. Chandni, as I've just read out the numbers, and we have seen for the past couple of hours that the NDA bloc as a whole has managed to now stay above the halfway mark. The simple point right now is that the benchmark that was set by the BJP for itself and for the NDA as a whole was extremely high, right? They were talking about a 400 par. So the BJP supporters right now are feeling really upset, are not too happy, because they were expecting an exceedingly phenomenal performance. However, the numbers still speak for themselves. A victory at the end of the day will be a victory. The NDA is forming the government. And the Congress party, on the other hand, is currently leading on 99 seats, and the numbers continue to change. The India Alliance continues to be on 234. That's sort of where they've been, between 230 to 240. Why is it that, of course, the BJP must introspect and wonder what exactly happened. But like I said, for people to now start claiming that this is actually a major victory for the Congress party and that the Bharatiya Janata Party has done, it's been a disaster. That's not true. The numbers really do speak for themselves.
Hi, Devika. So, you are very right when you say that. See, they aimed high, all right? They aimed for 400. They did not reach that aim. They aimed for 400 because they know what they've done in the past 10 years.
Right.
It's not just the Hindu-Muslim that they've done. It's not just the, Mangal Sutra and Mujra and whatnot that, the opposition comes and keeps saying. That is not at all that they have done. They have done a lot of things in the last 10 years. There were people who were saying that the GDP would not cross 5. Today it's 8.2, right? We have, we have from 7 aims, today we have 23 aims. From 7 IITs, today we have 21 IITs running, to 3 already up and ready, to run. There are a lot of things. Like, I have a list of things that I can go on for 10 minutes.
Yes.
that the BJP government has done in the last 10 years. Now, coming to, the opposition rejoicing and, saying that, oh, BJP, see, that is what, if Narendra Modi said that, I once said that, okay, we would go 400 par, and their whole narrative, focused into how we would not let BJP cross the mark of 400. And today also they are rejoicing with this fact that, okay, BJP is not going to cross the mark of 400, but they are not, they are not accepting that fact that it is going to form the government no matter what. For the next 5 years, they are going to cry only. They have to do this only for the next 5 years. So their strategy, their entire strategy of the elections was that Modi ko harana hai, wo kaise harana hai, sabko saath aake harana hai. They had no vision for the country. They had, I have read their manifesto. No vision for India. We would give 1 lakh rupees to each woman, but where is the blueprint? There was no blueprint. 35 crore women in India. And from where would they bring the 35 lakh crores, right? Today, they are in alliance, but they do not have a PM candidate, right? They are in alliance at one place, but they are standing against each other and, cussing each other at, at Punjab and at Bengal and, in all other states. So the alliance that has been formed was only formed with one mission, that we have to anyhow defeat Modi. Now that strategy is not going to work. You have to tell what would you do for the people of India. You have to tell how much, what would you contribute if you are coming into the power. Now you see the other state-wise. Now, as I said earlier also when I was with Uday, that there are 193 seats right now that are below the margin of 10,000. And I am sure that at least 50% of these seats would flip in the favor of of NDA and BJP.
Okay, Ujjwal Chaudhary wants to come in there. Ujjwal Chaudhary.
Yeah, first of all, the last word on this election is yet not spoken.
Yes.
To my knowledge, 106 seats are there, where the margin of difference between the leading and the trailing candidates are less than 30,000 votes. 106 borderline states come from UP, Bihar, Bengal, Maharashtra, and even 2 in Gujarat. Maybe one off here and there, Punjab and others are also there. So these 106 seats, finally, yes, as a pre-poll alliance, leading. But we do not know the last figure, point 1. Point 2, I have strong reasons to say what I'm saying next. Stalin has contacted Chandrasekhar Naidu, whereas on the other hand, BJP has offered Chandrasekhar Naidu to become the
Chandrababu Naidu, yes,
the chairman of the NDA. So here Stalin has already contacted and Sharad Pawar has contacted Nitish Kumar. We really do not know where the situation will go by 8 p.m. today and by 8 p.m. tomorrow. So that's point 1. Now, as far as the broad issues are concerned, people have already voted. Right, wrong, left, right. Let's not get into that. People have voted. The exit polls gave 350 to 420 votes, seats for NDA. Things have been much lower than that. Some channels are telling as much as 272, 274. Some are telling 290. That's fine.
Okay.
Even 1 or 2 channels, I do not want to get into that, are also telling that India is getting slightly higher. The issue is that people have spoken. There has not been a single overarching issue this time, like it was Pulwama last time. Like before that was 3G scam and Achhe Din promise. So there was no single overarching issue. Every state voted on state situations, issues at that particular state. There are certain states, for example, I'm talking from Calcutta. I'm sure the BJP never expected the drubbing that it is getting now. At this point of time, it's 9 seats leading. And they were already at 18 and they were expecting to grow even more. So there were several reasons that went into consolidation of all pro-Mamata votes in her favor. That happened. Then the certain segment of the vote that went to BJP last time came back to the left and Congress. They have not won much, but they've got 16% votes. So which were less than 9% last time. 5-6% have shifted back. So there were several other issues. 8 out of the 42 candidates of BJP are former TMC leaders, whom people have already rejected.
Yes,
so there have been issues like that.
Yes. Okay, all right. So your perspective is that after 10 years and because there was no overarching national issue per se, in fact, the national issues came much later. Once the campaigning and the elections had already begun is when we saw the elections gaining some steam and momentum in terms of issues of wealth distribution and caste surveys and all of those issues came up much later. They came up much later.
With the manifesto, Congress manifesto issue, the wealth distribution point came. If you remember, the discussion on BJP manifesto has been much lesser than the discussion on Congress manifesto. What India flopped in the campaign is not to come out with the India bloc common manifesto. They should have brought it. So whether the same Congress manifesto or something new, whatever. But this manifesto, the Congress manifesto was debated a lot. Okay. So wealth distribution became the discussion on Haas and Pani Ki Toti and Mangal Sutra was a much dumbing down of the campaign, and people, I'm sure, did not like it.
All right. Okay, I want to bring in Pankaj Vora as well. Mr. Vora, I just want to understand from you, if the Prime Minister does come back, if the NDA does come back, regardless of the numbers, like I said, they literally just need 273 to win, right, at the end of the day. If they do come back, they will still be making history. So is it fair to disregard that altogether, simply because, like I said in the beginning itself, they had themselves set a really high benchmark?
Well, it has to be understood that these elections are not over as yet. The final results will be tabulated and will be known by later this evening or by tomorrow morning or something of that nature. Number 2 is that the only thing certain before the elections also was that BJP will be the single largest party, and it is going to be the single largest party. And now it has to be seen whether it is under 250 or it is to be seen whether it is over 272. Now, if it remains under 250, it has its own implications, because it will be for the first time in last 10 years that BJP will have to be dependent on its allies to help in formation of the government. So how will the allies behave? What will happen? And another salient feature of this election is that the RSS has not participated and supported the BJP and has been neutral. So will the RSS assert itself if the BJP is under 250 or 240 and, perhaps, pull out some trick up its sleeve? Another thing is, like the previous speaker said, there are no overarching issues. One way of interpreting it also is that the 2014 victory was not on account of BJP's own strength, but on account of the anti-Congress and anti-scam and anti-corruption movements that had preceded 2014 election.
Yes.
Similarly, 2019, the overarching issue was, the Pulwama attack, which had, aroused patriotic and nationalistic feelings and had helped the BJP to, surge beyond 300. Now, with no overarching issues and with the RSS not working, how is the BJP going to look at the entire thing? This is to be seen. Number two, in 1989, after scoring more than 400 seats in 1984, Rajiv Gandhi had still emerged as the leader of the single largest party with 196 or 197 seats.
Okay.
However, he stated that the mandate was against the Congress, so he decided to sit in opposition.
Okay.
Now it is to be seen whether the BJP does the same thing, because the mandate is...
Yes, Mr. Bora, sorry to interrupt you there. I've been told Pawan Khera, leader of the Congress party, also joins us on the broadcast. Mr. Khera, thank you so much for speaking to NewsX. It is, of course, the counting is still underway, sir, and of course, matters continue to remain quite tense. But we just want to understand from you, given the current trends, as per the official website of the Election Commission, Congress leading on 99 seats so far. How is the Congress viewing the results?
No, we are absolutely confident of getting many more seats, and we are confident of touching the 295 mark as an alliance. And let's wait and watch. The Election Commission website is a little slow in uploading the data. So from our counting centers, we are getting very encouraging reports.
Okay, if you can shed some light, sir, how exactly does the Congress party then, what is the plan forward? You're saying you're very confident of getting the numbers.
The plan forward is to, the plan forward is to meet the alliance partners and take it forward.
Okay, the Congress party then, you're saying if you do win, the Congress party emerges as the single largest party. Have discussions already been had on what really will be the next steps? Because everybody, of course, is then waiting for a name, for a leader.
Yeah, you won't have to wait for long.
Okay, I'm getting very, very crisp and precise answers from Mr. Pawan Khera. But Mr. Khera, at the end of the day, like you said, counting is still going on. But these numbers, the current numbers, is the Congress party truly happy about its performance thus far? And if you were to predict, how many more seats are you hoping to get in the next few hours till the counting actually stabilizes
because
further?
when Mr. Rahul Gandhi, when he undertook the Bharat Jodo Yatra, I think that's when the dialogue between the people and Congress party actually started. All along, the BJP was spending billions of rupees on destroying our image, destroying our legacy, and they didn't succeed. The Nyay Patra went down very well with the people of India. Mr. Kharge cobbled a very good alliance. Very consistently, he brought everyone together. And I think Priyanka ji's emergence as an ace campaigner to communicate what our Nyay Patra is and to counter Mr. Modi's very childish jibes, I think it went on very well with the people. And hats off to the people of this country who do not tolerate anybody's arrogance. This man was almost declaring himself as the incarnation of God.
Okay, but Mr. Khera, the BJP, as per the current trends, continues to be the single largest party in the country. Can it be dismissed as a force, as a political force?
For a man who thought that declared himself as the reincarnation of Lord Vishnu, this is worse than a defeat.
Okay, all right. We've heard from Pawan Khera, leader of the Congress party. Thank you so much, Mr. Khera.
Thank you.
Like I said, it's a busy time for all of you, and all the parties trying to, of course, get an understanding of where exactly what their position is currently. But I want to bring in our analysts back into the conversation. Let me bring in if I can, Pathikrit at this point in time. Pathikrit, for the opposition to now say that this is the worst possible disaster for the Bharatiya Janata Party, do you think that's a fair assessment? Because like I said, we're hours now into the counting taking place. Yes, there are several seats which continue to be very close battles, and all of us understand that this is now a seat by seat contest, quite literally. It could come down to that. But as far as the current numbers are concerned, for the opposition to come and say that this is a disaster for the Bharatiya Janata Party, is that really true? Because if we were to go by the current digits, the NDA is coming back. Prime Minister Modi is coming back.
Devika, first of all, against the backdrop of what Bharatiya Janata Party projected in terms of India winning 400 seats, so compared to that, I think, yes, this result is not as per their expectations. I think it is definitely a setback, and they have to introspect about some of the local, regional issues or issues related to candidate selection or the patterns of voting. But if you look at how UPA fared in 2014 after being in government for 10 years, you would see that UPA was reduced. UPA was reduced to 93 seats, and Congress got 44 seats. Now contrast that with the NDA being in power, Modi government being in power for 10 years. And after that, even after that, if BJP is getting 240 seats and NDA is getting 290 plus, then I don't think it is that bad a result. We have to be a little realistic rather than bringing personal bias. If somebody thinks that after getting 240 seats, BJP should sit in the opposition, then I think it's a little more personal bias than an analysis. Right. I think the president would still call Bharatiya Janata Party provided this number remains. I am not trying to speculate what happens in the next 2-3 hours. Okay. If this number remains, then BJP remains the single largest party. I think Prime Minister Modi would be invited to form the government. So I think the advantage would definitely be with Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, okay, if whatever happens, I don't know what happens in the next 2 hours. If the Congress or the alternate is brought into or asked to form a government, who would be their prime ministerial candidate and who would listen to whom? That's a question mark. We all know, because one of the biggest glue that brought all these people together, with due respect to their performance, has been the Modi factor, nothing else. Because most of the time they don't see eye to eye with each other. So let us accept whether, irrespective of what the NDA government performed in the last 10 years, no doubt they have done a lot of good work. There has been a disconnect, perhaps, you have to accept, between their long-term agenda, which are good, and a certain short-term crisis maybe some people faced, or the patterns of caste line voting that is a reality of central, Hindi heartland, especially UP or Rajasthan. These are realities. I think they have to introspect. The more pertinent issue is this. I think in the next 5 years, the government wanted to bring major policy reforms, some radical reforms. Whether those reforms can be brought in, if it remains at 240 BJP, and if it remains a coalition government, depending more on the coalition partners, whether those reforms can be brought in, I think that is an issue. But otherwise, after being in 10 years in power, if you are still coming back with 240 plus seats on your own and having a 290 plus for the coalition, I think it is not that bad a performance. If this performance had come, Devika, in 2014 for BJP and NDA, even then NDA would have been very happy. But the expectations have been risen so far so much in the last 10 years that people expected more. But yes, anti-incumbency is a reality in this country. Once you got used to everything, you don't realize what was the situation 10 years back when there were so many terror attacks. You don't realize many things because, attention span, memory is an issue. So we have to respect the audience. We have to respect the voters. The Congress, everything said and done, whether their campaign was positive or negative, it did impact in a way. And I think it's time for BJP to introspect.
Okay, all right. Shashank Shekhar, bringing you into the conversation. I just want to understand from you. Like I said, and as Pathikrit was also pointing out, that if the numbers more or less stabilize around the current marks that we're seeing on our screens, up and down just by, say, 10, 20 seats perhaps, for each party, for that matter, it still remains advantage BJP in this situation, because as the single largest party, they will be invited to form the government. They have their pre-poll alliances very clear. But do you feel that somewhere it's now time for really hectic parleys within the BJP? Because that's something that they've also not been used to in the past 10 years. They're used to forming single largest party majority government for the past 2 times. So this time around, it will be different for the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. How do you see that scenario sort of playing out?
It is unfortunate that India will have to return to coalition government. We have seen in past as to how smaller parties, be it with BJP or with Congress, has made their own benefit out of a government while supporting with fewer number of seats or Lok Sabha members. So that will be not very good situation for India as a country. However, what I have been thinking about is that none of the BJP supporters or leaders, even after current scenario into consideration, have actually doubted the process or the EVM. They are calling for introspections. They are calling for more study on this. They are asking for changes or discussions in future and what are the problems. Had it been Congress or the opposition alliance getting less seats than anticipated, there would have been demonstration against EVM and voters and North versus South, etc. What we have seen in past. So yes, coalition government is likely to come. However, I am still expecting, especially from states like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and West Bengal, where the vote margin still is less than 20k. So the seats where the margin is less than 20k, the chances are very likely that it can change. Seats where the margin is 1 lakh or above, I don't think that will change. For example, I just checked Amethi from Uttar Pradesh.
Yes.
The margin is around 1 lakh. So I don't think that will change. Okay. However, the seats with margin of 5,000, 6,000, 10,000 in states like UP, Bihar and Bengal, that can change.
Okay, all right. Ujjwal Chaudhary wanted to come in there. Ujjwal Chaudhary, also, I just want to bring in, Jairam Ramesh has just tweeted about the Prime Minister. He says it's now been proved that the outgoing Prime Minister is going to become former. He must take moral responsibility and resign. This is the message of the election. On what basis then really is the Congress party also making these comments? Because like I said, if the current numbers have not changed drastically in the past 2-3 hours, I'm not saying that they won't increase or decrease, but the past 2-3 hours we've seen sort of stable numbers. Given that the Congress party, is it fair for the Congress party to really be giving themselves such a huge pat on the back for the sort of performance they've had? Yes, they've done it way better than last time, but last time they were really in the dumps for a national party, and they've of course improved and something really has gone right. But to say at this point in time that the Prime Minister must resign, even though BJP continues to be the single largest party?
First of all, on defense of Congress, let the Congress spokesman speak. As an analyst, I would say that yes, you are right. These numbers are getting stabilized gradually. So NDA as an alliance, not BJP, NDA as an alliance may be above 270 as is now looking like.
Yes.
I will add a caveat, 106 seats are there, below 30,000 difference, out of which 17 seats have been highlighted already by Akhilesh Yadav in tweet, noting caution there. And all of them are below 30,000 gap. All over the country, 106 are there. And this includes seats from Rajasthan, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and 2 from even Gujarat. So this is one part. So there could be change of numbers. But provided, taking your argument, or rather your scenario into consideration, that NDA is the leading alliance above 272, the president is constitutionally duty bound to invite NDA to form the government and will give a specific time, 7, 8, 10 days, whatever, to prove their majority on the floor of the Lok Sabha. In this scenario, there could be many changes. As you all know, that the personality of Mr. Modi has been quite domineering. So allies dependence may force RSS to call for a new leader of BJP. It's a serious possibility, point one. And please, I'm sure everyone understands this. RSS has not been very active in the Hindi heartland. Otherwise, the results in UP would have been different. Having said that, if there is a change of leader, there could be a different scenario.
Okay.
On the other hand, if there is no change of leader, there is a bright possibility of some of the alliance partners of NDA moving out. And hence, I just said a little earlier, I'm adding to that, the NDA has offered NDA chairmanship to Chandrababu Naidu, and Chandrababu Naidu on one side, and on the other side, special status has been offered by Stalin on behalf of India Alliance. And similarly, and this is very critical, similarly, if Nitish Kumar leaves Bihar to Tejasvi, he has been offered Deputy Prime Minister by India Alliance. These scenarios may be cock and bull story just now to your ears, may not be the same thing one day later, 1 or 2 days later. Therefore, first of all, we should know the final figures. And the figures are going very, very close at this point of time. But if at all NDA is called, there could be a change of leader. It could be an NDA government with a new leader. And it could be change in the composition of NDA itself. These are possibilities. India composition will not break. For the simple reason.
All right. Okay, you made your point. Yes, I want to bring in Rishabh Gulati into the conversation as well. Rishabh, as far as the current numbers are concerned, what are the possible then perhaps scenarios that we are considering just on the basis of the current numbers?
You just said cock and bull story. Because we are trying to now say that after winning 240 seats, that someone else is going to say that that mandate is not for Narendra Modi, it's for somebody else, or that the RSS thinks that there's a better option out there, or that the allies would want to think there's a better option out there. The next name you'll be given is Nitin Gadkari. We've all been here before, okay? So let's not kid ourselves. The mandate is for Narendra Modi. If indeed the NDA gets 272 seats, and the president invites them to form a government, that government is going to be led by Narendra Modi. Let's not confuse ourselves. I'll just give you the results that have now been declared, which are now beyond speculation. Manju Sharma has been declared. She's won by 3.3 lakh votes in Jaipur. Charanjit Singh Channi of the Indian National Congress has had a thumping victory with almost 2 lakh votes, 1.75 lakh votes in Jalandhar. So those 2 seats are now declared. What is going to happen now next is that we have to now wait for each seat to be declared, for the polling officer to give the certificate to these people. The BJP is now going to be sitting, collecting all of them, and if they move quickly, it might be tonight itself that they would want to go to the president with a set of numbers with which to claim to form the government. As has been already discussed, if they have 272 as declared by the Election Commission, there is no constitutional confusion. The president will invite the Bharatiya Janata Party to form the government. In case they don't have the numbers and nobody has the numbers and it's a hung house, which is unlikely but can happen, it's 20 seats away from being a hung house, in which case the single largest party gets the opportunity. Now, you will be told very shortly that the Congress will offer Nitish Kumar the prime ministership to get him to come across. They are going to have to be much closer in the numbers for that to happen. Remember, there are lots of others, lots of very interesting election results. You might have an Amritpal Singh just winning a seat out of Punjab, believe it or not. You're going to have 2 independents, one of them defeating Omar Abdullah, and their proclivities and their thought processes in terms of ideology might leave some people thinking certain things, but that's how democratic processes work. Unless you're convicted of something, you can fight an election, win, and become a Lok Sabha MP. So what is no doubt that this election is down to the wire, that every seat matters. It is not done. We are now well into almost 3 o'clock. It's not done. Every single seat and every single returning officer certificate matters. There is no doubt that a mandate has been received by Narendra Modi. There is no doubt that the mandate has been reduced by the people of this country. The mandate is not for the Congress party with 100 seats. If you told Rajiv and Indira that the Congress had won 100 out of 543 seats, they would not be feeling proud of themselves. It's because the bar for the Congress is now double. They've doubled the seats. Credit to them. But in Narendra Modi's birthday party, the Congress has received a promotion letter. Let's not confuse ourselves. So a lot of things will go around, but let's not confuse ourselves on those, because those are conversation points. The only thing that matters right now is who gets how many returning officer certificates, who claims to form the government, and please don't start thinking that somebody else is about to become prime minister unless the numbers change dramatically, which they still can. There are still about 70-80 seats with the margin is less than 20,000, so the numbers can still change.
Okay, Savio, as far as the ground reports are concerned, what exactly are you learning? Because like I said, every seat does matter. What are you learning as far as the ground situation is concerned?
Well, Devika, I'm extremely confident that the BJP NDA is going to form the government, and this is going to be the third of the Narendra Modi government. It's a race, just like any other race that you would experience in life. What matters is crossing the finishing line and winning the race. And that's what BJP NDA is going to achieve. Yes, we did not touch the records that were planned, and we will introspect on that. But the most important thing is winning. And if we cross the 272 mark, then Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister. And I believe we are going to do that. We're going to cross more than 270. However, what we need to now really look at is what really went wrong. And my assessment is that the minority consolidation has something that has benefited the opposition a lot and in considerably amount of places. Like in Goa, for example, in the South Goa seat, there was almost 85 to 90% of the minority consolidation that happened in favor of the India Alliance candidate, and that is why you had them winning the South Goa seat. But what has not happened in favor of the BJP is that the Hindu consolidation that should have happened around as much as the minority consolidation did not happen. And that is why you would see in certain areas, the BJP will not fare as desirable as expected. But this is a lesson for us to introspect and actually rework the strategies when dealing with overall issues. The second most important point is that while many people want India to become like a Western world, like the US, for example, where everything is about individual leaders, I think we are living in a very democratic country and a very diverse country. So while national-based politicians are also very important, it is also the strength of the regional, local leadership. That is also very important for us to create a strong foundation. And that is something that BJP needs to work on as well.
Okay, Swati Malik of the Congress, bringing you into the conversation. Pawan Kher has just told us that the India bloc is expecting to cross the halfway mark as well. If you can just shed some light, where exactly are you hoping to then get those numbers from, given the current scenario?
Devika, like the experts just said, there are about 60 to 70 seats which are less than 30,000. So let's just wait for those numbers to come. 3 o'clock, I'm sure it's a matter of another 2 hours and we'll have the final results. But the numbers as they stand are, no matter how much you try and balance it, Devika, to say that at least BJP is still going to form the government, it is still Narendra Modi's birthday party where Congress has received a promotion letter, etc. I am sorry, the voters have decided differently. The narrative that was built by Modi ji and the BJP of making this parliamentary election almost like a presidential election. It seemed like the country was voting for Narendra Modi ji or India Alliance. That is what was happening. So there was this one man who was projected. Nobody was talking about local leadership, and Sergio, in all fairness, has just said that, everybody, all political parties for that matter, everybody needs to, focus on the local leadership as well. It can't be a one-man show, because that one-man show that the BJP was trying to run since last 10 years has failed. The gentleman said, the Prime Minister, even if he was taking a, jab at the whole system, and he said, that yes, 400 पार. अब वो खुद एक इंटरव्यू में बोल रहे, अरे मैंने 400 पार बोला, उन्हें पता ही नहीं चला मैं कहाँ ले गया हूँ. So he tried to change the whole narrative, right, to this 400 par and try to probably boost the moral of his BJP workers, which is good as a leader. But look where it's landed them. Today, even NDA is not matching 303. It is less than what they got as NDA, right? Less than that. So just imagine the kind of
Swati Malik, a win will be a win at the end of the day. Are you saying that the India bloc will then match 303 by the time the counting is done?
Well,
or will the India bloc be happy if they get 273? And if so, why should the NDA not be happy about that?
Because it's a downfall of our NDA. Please look at that. Please see the number of votes they had last time, from 353 to even 275 or 300. It is a downgrading. They've been rejected by the voters. Look at the percentage.
But formation of a government is formation of the government, Swati Malik. That's what I'm saying. Try to explain to me. You're saying that it's a downfall simply because the BJP set the benchmark really high for themselves.
No, not just the BJP, the media too. The exit polls too. Please understand what has happened here from exit poll, opinion polls. Everybody made it such a...
Okay, say take your exit polls and opinion polls with a pinch of salt. But Rishabh, is that a fair assessment to say that this is a downfall
Okay, let me address this as a journalist, okay, and editor of a news channel. I remember starting off 2009, everybody had written off the UPA. No chance are they going to return to power. It's not going to happen. Stock market is going to collapse on Monday. It is going to be a totally fractured hung house mandate, okay? That's what the exit poll said. That's all the analysts, that's all the people like us said. And hey presto, Manmohan Singh, Sonia Gandhi delivered a UPA win in 2009, okay? So not with a pinch of salt. The exit polls last time under-predicted Narendra Modi's performance. This time by 20%, not by a small measure. They under-predicted the BJP performance by 30, 40 seats. This time around, they over-predicted it easily by 40, 50 seats. Okay, 300 plus was everybody's exit poll. It'll be near the 240, 250 mark. So let's boil it down, Devika, to what is fair. What is fair is that a mandate which is historic. This is the government in power because once the Congress finished under the UPA, and somebody else got the mandate, that party fell from 150, 160 seats down to 40. Here the BJP has gone potentially from 303 down to 240. There's no comparison. So my initial verdict on this is the correct one. This is still Narendra Modi's party. This is still him. But he has been reduced. There's no doubt about it. How is the BJP going to digest that they don't have a single party rule anymore? It's going to be difficult for them. Obviously, the opposition has something to rejoice. And Akhilesh Yadav should be ecstatic. He's almost matched the BJP one-on-one in UP. The Congress party has done even better than they themselves were thinking that they'll do in UP. So the Congress party needs to introspect, and Karnataka could have done better. Look at Mamata Banerjee's performance. You know, she's an incumbent facing I don't know how many decades of incumbency. She's performed very well. So it is a very interesting and a very balanced mandate which has come. There has not been a Modi wave. But to say that this is not Narendra Modi's election would be a leap of faith also.
Okay, Pankaj Vora, bringing you in on the aspect of Uttar Pradesh, was Akhilesh Yadav's presence really underplayed somewhere by the Bharatiya Janata Party? And this is a question that has been raised and posed to them several times, because we did see that Akhilesh Yadav led a very, very strong campaign in Uttar Pradesh, also in terms of groundwork. If you were to just go visit Uttar Pradesh and see what was truly happening on the ground, one could tell that the Samajwadi Party is all guns blazing as far as this election is concerned, and somewhere you can see that in the results as well. So, did the Bharatiya Janata Party somewhere underplay Akhilesh Yadav?
Akhilesh Yadav was getting massive crowds wherever he went. You know, he worked very hard. Even, you know, whenever Rahul Gandhi was to hold a rally in Uttar Pradesh, he would hold it along with Akhilesh Yadav because together, you know, they were able to address huge gatherings. One thing which was working in favor of the alliance between Congress and Akhilesh Yadav was that the Muslim and Dalit consolidation was there. And in some seats, because of the Rajput factor, which was, you know, because of this agitation going on elsewhere, you know, the Rajput vote also shifted towards, it appears, I mean, we will have to analyze it later in minuteness, but it appears that it has shifted towards this particular combination, and the Brahmins had earlier been unhappy. So the combination of factors, Mayawati this time her campaign just did not take off, and I mean BJP also in selection of candidates perhaps has faltered, and that somehow there was also this impression that all was not well between Mr. Yogi, the Chief Minister, and Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister, which I don't believe to be, but you know, people were talking about it, and ये double engine की सरकार में Yogi says that if Modi becomes the Prime Minister for the third time, he won't remain the Chief Minister. All that talk was also there. But you know, overall, the major difference in UP was with the RSS not working on the ground and the RSS not managing things at the micro level. Things did not work out well for the BJP. So it is basically the absence of RSS from the fray that has perhaps led to Akhilesh's resurgence and BJP's downfall in Uttar Pradesh.
Okay, Chandni Preeti Shah, Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party, last time five seats to now nearly, if the current numbers are to be believed, 35 seats, leading on 35 seats. That's a big jump for the Samajwadi Party. What do you think has worked in their favor as far as UP is concerned?
You know, very bluntly, what's worked in their favor is the, you know, Muslim Yadav combination. The minority votes have definitely gone to Akhilesh Yadav. in a large number, and as he has always been playing on the on the Jativad side of and that card has actually worked somehow in UP. He has done tremendously well. I was not expecting Akhilesh Yadav to do so well in the elections, because the kind of the response that you two were getting on your channel when you were there to do surveys was a lot more different than what kind of results we are looking at right now. But again, the margin of these votes are very, very less, where SAPA is, Samajwadi Party is actually currently leading. They have, there are 9 seats which are less than 10,000 votes, out of which 2 seats which are less than 500 votes. There's 1 seat, I guess, Kheri is having a difference of only 72 votes. So, again, as I said, there will be a shift in the, in the seats once, these margins would come down on these seats in UP.
Can I just read that out? Aligarh, Bijendra Singh of the Samajwadi Party leading by 9,000 votes to 9,217. In Aonla, Dharmendra Kashyap of the Samajwadi Party leading by 1,900 votes. In Chandan Chauhan of the Samajwadi Party in Bijnor leading by 9,000 votes. In Farrukhabad is the opposite. Naval Kishore Shake of the BJP is leading by only 4,600 votes. In Fatehpur Sikri, where the Congress is leading but by 275 votes. In Fatehpur, the Samajwadi Party leading by 4,600 votes. In Kanpur, the BJP is leading by 5,000 votes. In Maharajganj, Pankaj Chaudhary is leading of the BJP by 10,000 votes. In Meerut, the Samajwadi Party is leading by 8,300 votes. Anupriya Patel, point of conversation with Pankaj ji, leading by only 9,000 votes. In Phulpur, Naveen Patel leading by only 2,000 votes. In Salempur, Samajwadi Party leading by only 400 votes. Naveen Jindal is now leading by 8,000 votes. In Sonipat, the Congress is leading by 560 votes. In Athingal, the Congress is leading by 230 votes. In Thiruvananthapuram, Shashi Tharoor is leading by only 5,000 votes. He won by lakhs last time. Balurghat, the BJP is leading by only 7,000 votes. Sujata Mandal of the TMC in Bishnupur is leading by only 1,000 votes. In Kanti, 30,000 vote margin in favor of the TMC. In Purulia, BJP is leading but only by 2,600 votes. So a lot of flipping is happening, some to the BJP's advantage and some to their disadvantage, because if they gain one, they can also lose one, Devika.
Okay, all right. Patrick, so is it too early to currently then write off the Samajwadi Party as perhaps the 3rd largest political party in India? And that is a big shift in Indian politics itself for an Akhilesh Yadav to make this sort of a comeback. But like I said, would it be too early to say that?
No, I think no one should be written off. I think it has been a formidable performance on the part of Samajwadi Party. If you look at the India Alliance, they have been able to polarize the voters, who traditionally vote for them. But the counter polarization for NDA did not happen. Unfortunately, if I am allowed to say this, the Hindus again got back to the caste politics. And that actually, those who wanted to plant that caste politics, this class politics, they to a certain extent succeeded. But I want to reiterate again, I mean, for those who are saying it's a major defeat for BJP and Narendra Modi, I want to reiterate this. UPA in 2009, as Rishabh was mentioning, when they came back to power, I think Congress got around 205 seats in the parliament, and it was considered a major victory. Compared to that, after 2 terms, when Prime Minister Modi comes back with 240 seats for BJP and 290 plus seats for NDA, again compare this with what UPA performed after 2 terms, being reduced to 93 for UPA and 44 for Congress. It is definitely not a write-off, but it is also a point of caution that while long-term structural reforms, major policy shifts for making a strong India, these are very important, and the government has done a lot of work. I think there are a lot of micro-level, microscopic issues when it comes to certain challenges, when it comes to candidate selection. Look, I think it's very clear. You cannot win everybody in the name of Prime Minister Modi. You have to be very clear about, I have come across people who did not, in spite of being strong supporter of BJP. Unfortunately, and I'm saying it on television, they did not vote for the local candidate of BJP in this election because they did not like the candidate at all. So it has happened. So I think those local issues, the factor that played against them in Maharashtra in terms of splitting the parties, I am not comment on whether it's right or wrong, but I think the sentiments went in favor of Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. Whatever the reasons are, I think the government has performed a lot in the last 10 years. This mandate is not about performance, but about the opposition narratives which they have been able to plant somehow or the other. Yet, in this kind of a large country, after 2 terms, if you have still been able to beat the anti-incumbency to that extent that you are almost on the threshold of coming back to power, I think you have to give credit to the Prime Minister of the country. I think some people who are talking about Nitin Gadkari, I mean, some thinking that somebody else will come. If this performance is 240 for BJP and 290 for UPA, for NDA, I beg your pardon, who else could have done it after 2 terms? And in spite of all the challenges during pandemic, nobody else but for the Prime Minister Modi. So we have to give credit, and I think BJP as a political party, to the best I know, has always been still critical. They would introspect, they will find out reasons to to improve. And I think sometimes that kind of improvement is necessary. Yes, it is a verdict in favor of the NDA, but I think the mandate is also, the electorate has put a split of leash that you have to be a little more cautious in terms of balancing your long-term agenda and the short-term challenges. Back to you.
All right. Rishabh, as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned, somewhere do you feel that both the Congress and the Samajwadi Party coming together was actually the correct strategy as far as UP is concerned in terms of cutting of votes? And similarly, was Mamata Banerjee then clever enough to not do that in West Bengal?
It is Akhilesh's drive in Uttar Pradesh that has worked. For them to come together and not cut votes is not an obvious easy transfer. Okay, the UP voters have given a near 50-50 mandate, and UP is the difference between 272 for the BJP and the current figure at 242. Okay, so UP is everything. So the BJP, which has dominated the politics at all levels, panchayat upwards, downwards in UP, has to now figure out, because without UP, that's the difference, and it's a lesson learned for all politicians. So Akhilesh has done something which is a bit of fortune, bit of anti-incumbency, bit of his good campaigning, bit of his time has come. This was just his time. Mamata Banerjee, on the other hand, after having faced anti-incumbency, has done something remarkable. She has upturned the BJP in Bengal. That was a bigger challenge than Akhilesh coming in from nowhere and trying to go for gold. So something very dramatic has happened, and that's the difference. UP is the difference, Akhilesh is the difference. The Congress is in recovery mode. In no other time in history would they be happy with the 97 mark. They're happy now because the earlier figures 55 and 44. So is it a good thing for the Congress to say, listen, we are back in the game? And are they going to be energized, and all their cadres are going to feel some more great hope? And is the people leaving, will they have to think twice? Absolutely. So that a good thing overall? I think it is. I think that's an excellent thing both for an opposition and for the incumbents.
Okay, Chandni Preetisha, your take on what's happened in West Bengal?
I think what happened in West Bengal is, see, Mamata Banerjee is the woman who uprooted the entire left in West Bengal, and she knows Bengal in and out.
Sorry to quickly interrupt you. I'll come back to you. We're just learning that Prime Minister Modi will be reaching the BJP headquarters at 7 p.m. tonight. Chandi, continue, please.
So, last in the 2019 elections, when BJP won 18 seats, I was expecting BJP to at least cross, 22, 23 seats in Bengal, and that was an expectation from everybody. Even I guess BJP was expecting that. But somehow, I think, the voters have not, went out and voted for BJP. The BJP voters have actually not went out and voted. The Sandesh, there were many instances, where the government of Bengal was facing a backlash. There was Sandesh Khali, there was, the scam that came out, the Muslim, the names that were cut out, the OBC names that were cut out. That was also a big blow on the Mamata Banerjee government. Despite of that, if the Mamata Banerjee government is doing well, is only and only because Mamata Banerjee knows the core of Bengal and the nerve of Bengal, and she the social engagement that she does in Bengal is something that she actually has a very similar pattern of, of social engineering like Modi and Shah for the state of Bengal.
Okay, Patrikrit, quickly, your perspective, what do you think has worked in the favor of Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal?
Look, it's very difficult to say there has been, I won't say people have not voted, unlike in other parts of the country. The voter turnout has been very high. It's around 80%. I mean, if you ask me what are the reasons, frankly speaking, this figure and this result is a little startling. Also, we have to understand that maybe Bharatiya Janata Party, in spite of all the effort they put in, I think somewhere the organization still lacks the kind of penetration at the ground that perhaps Trinamool Congress have. Last time what happened in 2019 is that CPM could not garner that kind of vote. All the votes of the CPM did actually come towards Bharatiya Janata Party. I think this time CPM did come up as a more formidable party in this election, contested. So I think they have been able to cut quite a bit of share of the vote, which otherwise would have gone to Bharatiya Janata Party. Whether there are other reasons, whether there are in certain ways, I don't want to cast any aspersion on the victory of the TMC candidates. They actually are winning, and that is the reality. I think the Bharatiya Janata Party will also have to introspect. But let me tell you, on the ground, the BJP did actually put up a fight. You would see in many places, I think the margin of victory of TMC would not be very high. So it is a contest. Just because they have been reduced to 10 doesn't mean that they are completely out of the picture. They are still a formidable second largest political party. But yes, the organizational structure, the penetration, I think TMC is still way ahead of BJP, and that actually played a role.
All right, with that, I just have to step into a very, very quick break, but we will come back to our rolling coverage on the other side. Stay tuned to NewsX.
संघटनेच्या वतीनं आम्ही कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करतो. महाराष्ट्रात एक प्रकारचं परिवर्तनाची प्रक्रिया सुरू झाली. जे काही निवडणुकीचा निकाल आहे, तुमच्या हातामध्ये माझे स्टेटमेंट आहे, त्याच्यामध्ये सविस्तर लिहिलं आहे की हा निकाल इतर परिवर्तनाला पोषक अशा प्रकारचा आहे.
थोडं पुढे बोल, त्यांना ऐकू येत नाही. थोडे पुढे घेऊया का? थोडं पुढे घ्या. हां हां थोडंसं
माईक पडतील अशा नको.
माईक नाही, स्पीकरवाला नाही.
आणि आम्हाला लोकांचा प्रयत्न हा राहणार आहे की ही देशाच्या लोकसभेची निवडणूक झाली सुदैवानं देश पातळीवरचं चित्रसुद्धा अतिशय आशादायक आहे. विशेषतः उत्तर प्रदेशमध्ये सर्वसाधारणपणानं तुम्हा लोकांचं आणि आमच्या काही सहकाऱ्यांचं असेसमेंट जे होतं त्यापेक्षा वेगळा निकाल उत्तर प्रदेशच्या जनतेनं दिलेला आहे. या निकालाचं आणखीन एक वैशिष्ट्य असं आहे की यापूर्वी भाजपला उत्तर प्रदेश आणि या भागामध्ये जे यश मिळायचं ते त्याचं मार्जिन हे फार मोठं असायचं. आता त्यांना काही ज्या जागा मिळाल्यात त्या मर्यादित अशा प्रकारच्या मार्जिनी मिळाल्यात. याचा अर्थ राष्ट्र पातळीवर आम्ही लोक जे सगळे काम करतो त्याचे विशेषतः उत्तर प्रदेश आणि हिंदी बेल्टमध्ये जे आमचे सहकारी काम करतात त्यांनी आम्ही सगळ्यांनी मिळून अधिक लक्ष दिलं तर आज उत्तरेकडचा जो चेहरा आहे तो बदलायला एक अनुकूल अशा प्रकारचं चित्र दिसतंय आणि त्यासाठी आम्हाला लोकांच्याकडून काळजी घेतली जाईल. आज हा निकाल झाल्याच्या नंतर मी काही सहकाऱ्यांशी चर्चा केली. विशेषतः काँग्रेस पक्षाचे अध्यक्ष खरगे, मार्क्सवादी कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीचे प्रमुख काँग्रेस सीताराम येचुरी आणि अन्य. तर त्याच्यामध्ये कदाचित अजून नक्की नाही पण उद्याच्यालाच दिल्लीमध्ये बैठक होण्याची शक्यता आहे आणि त्याचा संदेश आज संध्याकाळपर्यंत मला आणि आमच्या इतर सहकाऱ्यांना मिळेल. ते असेल तर उद्याच्या बैठकीला आम्ही तातडीने जाऊ आणि एकंदर पुढचे धोरण पुढची नीती ही सामूहिकपणानं चर्चा करून ठरवू एवढंच या ठिकाणी मला सांगायचं. आज या निवडणुकीमध्ये अनेक गोष्टी चांगल्या घडलेल्या आहेत. राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षानं जयंतराव पाटलांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली आम्ही जागा मर्यादित लढवल्या. सगळ्या मिळून आम्ही 10 जागा लढवल्या. पण त्याच्यामध्ये असं दिसतंय की 7 जागेवर अंतिम काही त्याचं पूर्ण काउंटिंग झालेलं नाही पण 7 जागेवर आज आम्ही तुझ्या आहोत. किती 7 होती? 7 जागेंच्यावर आज आम्ही पुढे आहोत. याचा अर्थ 10 जागा लढून 7मध्ये विजय मिळण्याच्या संबंधीचं चित्र. याचा अर्थ स्ट्रायकिंग रेट हा राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसचा या निवडणुकीमध्ये निश्चितपणाने झालेला आहे. हा जो काही यश मिळालं ते यश मिळालं ते एकट्या राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसचं यश आहे असं आम्ही मानत नाही. आम्ही ही जी महाराष्ट्र विकास आघाडी केली याचा उल्लेख माझ्या स्टेटमेंटमध्ये सविस्तर आहे. त्या आघाडीच्या वतीनं आणि विशेषतः काँग्रेस पक्ष आणि उद्धव ठाकरेंच्या नेतृत्वाखालची शिवसेना आणि आमचे सहकारी या सगळ्यांनी एकत्रित जीवाभावाच्या वतीनं काम करण्याची भूमिका घेतली आणि त्यामुळेच हे यश जसं आम्हाला मिळालं राष्ट्रवादीला तसं काँग्रेसला मिळालं आणि उद्धव ठाकरेंच्या नेतृत्वाखालच्या पक्षाला सुद्धा मिळालं. आणि या जे मी सुरुवातीला सांगितलं की परिवर्तनाचं वातावरण आहे आणि आम्ही तिघेही एकत्रित राहून उद्याच्या काळामध्ये आमची धोरणं ठरवू आणि महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेची सेवा करण्याची खबरदारी घेऊ एवढंच या ठिकाणी मला सांगायचं आहे. उद्याची बैठक ही दिल्लीला आज संध्याकाळी करेल ठरेल आणि ती झाली तर त्या बैठकीला माझी उपस्थिती असेल. आज काही टेलिव्हिजनवर बातमी आहे किंवा मी चंद्रबाबूंशी बोललो आणखीन कुणाशी बोललो याच्यात काही तथ्य नाही. मी काही कुणाशी बोललेलं नाही. बोलणं माझं झालं असेल तर ते काँग्रेस अध्यक्ष आणि काँग्रेस येचुरी यांच्याशी झालं बाकी कुणाच्या संबंधीचं नाही. या चर्चा करणं इतरांशी याबद्दलचं धोरण हे राष्ट्रीय
All right, welcome back. You're watching NewsX. The political landscape in Maharashtra has completely changed to what we saw in 2019. Well, the trends are still pouring in. We are close to solidifying what the actual figure is going to look like. But it seems once again that the NDA is coming back to power with the Prime Minister and his allies, not getting the mandate that they in fact had hoped for or in fact envisaged. But the fact of the matter is, Rishabh, that the NDA is forming the government once again, though it's, a lot of celebrations for the India alliance, but at the same time, let us not forget that there is going to be upset, but there is also going to be a repeated glory for the NDA.
Yeah, that's the reality check. So let's again, we were discussing in the break. Let's not confuse ourselves. Had this been 2014 and the Congress had come out with 98 seats and the NDA was forming the government with the BJP's best ever performance at that point of time at 242, the same conversation on the exact same numbers would have been different. But it is 2024. There is no doubt that the Congress has much to celebrate. And they should feel now very energetic about the next election. But let me just quickly update, because I know you do the analysis with the guests. So you just heard Sharad Pawar speaking. What are the takeaways? The NCP, his faction, is leading in 7 seats. 6 they are going to win. 1 is close, and that is Ahmednagar, where Nilesh Lanke is leading by only 3,700 votes. So that can still flip. But 6, Sharad Pawar is winning for sure. Now, he's come and held his press conference, and he has said, I give full support to the allies. So he's making it clear, in case there was any consideration in anybody's mind that he is going to patch up with Ajit, which is a member of the NDA. Remember, Sharad Pawar has been playing this game for a long time. Okay, he's a past master at all of this. But he has held this press conference. Now, what's happening privately, we don't know. Meanwhile, Mamata Banerjee expected to hold a press conference at 5 o'clock. She is also going to be exulting. She could not have had a better performance. She should be thrilled. And she is going to be thrilled. And she is not going to be allying herself. No chance with the NDA. That's not going to happen. Okay. So the other big ticket item is that Narendra Modi as Prime Minister is intending to go to the BJP headquarters at 7 o'clock. Now we know how this works, that JP Nadda will make a speech, then Narendra Modi will make a speech, the party cadres will gather. It means that they are confident that they are celebrating a victory, and this entire other conversation, which you will see happening over the next couple of hours, plants will come our way, that Nitish Kumar is in talks, and Jagan is in talks, and Naidu is in talks, and they'll make Nitish Prime Minister, and this will all happen, unlikely to happen. So Narendra Modi likely to return, or pretty much all set to return as Prime Minister, but a day of celebration for the Congress nonetheless. There is a moral victory. If they make 100, I mean, there'll be 3 cheers, for sure. And especially the result in UP is going to make them really ecstatic. That's the quick update, and I think it's really crucial now what happens in that BJP meeting at 7 o'clock, because I don't think the India Alliance has the numbers to even try to cobble together something if they're around the 230 mark, Vineet.
Absolutely. And Sumit Peer, West Bengal and Uttar Pradesh, of course, couple of states that have resulted in disappointment for the NDA. But the fact of the matter is that there's going to be a lot of headbanging now that's going to happen at the NDA headquarters when Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar are going to be thrown into this fold.
Vineet, absolutely right, because you see, at the end of the day, BJP would have loved to have this 273 kind of a mandate at least, so that is what the Modi ji style has been, to work quite independently. He loves the allies but doesn't want to depend on them. Now this time around, he has to adapt, because if this is the number which holds, so he has to accommodate Nitish Babu, he has to accommodate him, he has to accommodate TDP. And what do they demand in return? What is the pound of flesh they want? What is the ministries they want? That all has to be accommodated. But definitely...
What is the level of flip-flop here when you, in fact, use Nitish Kumar in the same sentence, considering that he's popularly known as Paltu Ram?
He will want his pound of flesh. Even this is what I want, you give it me. By this time, the others would have already approached him with a prime ministerial offer, that is for sure. So how can you keep him, and how long can you keep him in your fold? And remember, Chandrababu Naidu was once the convener of erstwhile UPA. And it's after the Modi ji's win and all, he had this 10 years of being nobody. So what is the grudge inside his heart? Has he reconciled with that, or he still have those grouses with him? That is again to be contemplated. So Modi ji doesn't like dependence. He loves the allies but doesn't like dependence. So how does it pan up? What do they ask? What are their terms and conditions?
All right.
There will be some changes they will definitely ask.
All right. Ujjwal Chaudhary wants to come in. Ujjwal, go ahead.
The final word is still not spoken. We all know that, because as you have yourself said, in a few minutes earlier, There are several seats with less than 20,000 votes difference between the leading one and the trailing one, where the number of voters are more than 10 lakhs. 62 seats is what I am told all over the country. So there could be a change of 20-25 seats on both sides, plus and minus. If India goes down, no chances of anywhere coming close to power. But if NDA goes down by 25 or 20 out of this 62, then these become the gain of India. The scenario changes. That's point one. Point two, yes, I understand. Still the single largest, if no one gets 272, no pre-poll alliance gets 272, the single largest party should be called. And
okay, we're also getting to know that Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will be addressing the media at the Congress headquarters at around 4:30.
Yes,
this is obviously, you know, a chest thumping day for Rahul Gandhi, who in fact just the other day said that they will solidify their count at 295, Chandni. This is obviously, you know, a part where we still are waiting for some consolidation to happen, and these consolidations are primarily with very few numbers that are left in a number of important states. But the fact of the matter is that we're not looking at these numbers now changing drastically. The Prime Minister is, of course, you know, going to take a call on what he's going to say and what he's going to do now. But important to keep us, to keep everybody in the loop that this is still going to be an NDA government. This is still going to be a government which is going to focus on stability. But we might be looking at, you know, a rejuvenated opposition.
Yes, very true, Vineet. And actually, it's good for, you know, the government to have a rejuvenated and a strong opposition. I guess let's give it to them. They performed very well. It was above the mark that was expected. Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav, he performed very well. And I think there's a lesson to be learned by the BJP. Of course, the BJP is going to form the government. The NDA is going to form the government. Narendra Modi is going to become the Prime Minister. But there are a lot of you know, things that could have been done differently, which they did not choose to. For example, you know, in the northern belt, they did not focus on the candidates. There was a lot of anti-incumbency towards a lot of MPs, but they chose to retain them and, you know, play on the face of the Prime Minister of India. That certainly did not work towards, you know, quiet candidates. Their whole focus, you know, went around the southern states. Of course, they did very well in the Andhra Pradesh and, you know, Orissa. They had a clean sweep in Orissa, and it is a very well, you know, taken constituency. Andhra Pradesh as well, you know, with the coalition of TDP and Jan Sena Party and BJP, which they clean swept in, you know, assembly elections as well as the Lok Sabha elections. But somewhere the calculation also went wrong in the, you know, in the Bengal.
Right. Meeta Chakravarti, Congress spokesperson, also joins us on the broadcast. Meeta, thank you for speaking with us. First up, you know, this minute or this hour also calls for congratulations. Is there a sense of vindication and victory within the Congress party? Of course, if you go by the pollsters and what the exit polls said, you know, there was supposed to be a complete decimation of the India alliance. But it seems you guys have come back or made a comeback of sorts.
Okay, yes, first of all, I would like to congratulate the people of India who have voted and who have voted for a change. However, we have to wait for another couple of hours to get a clear mandate to understand what's happening, because there are few constituencies where the contest is very close. So the numbers can really change. That's number one. Number two, we were never given a level playing field. Let's face the facts. A couple of months before the election, our bank accounts were frozen. There were two opposition chief ministers
but
who
Meeta,
were arrested.
what about the rhetoric that the opposition was pushing, that, you know, there's going to be EVM fraud? What happened to that? Meeta, what happened to that? What about EVM frauds? Are the EVMs working? Are the EVMs working fine now?
I never spoke about EVM fraud. I have never spoken.
So the EVMs are fine. You're not going to be marching to the Election Commission office.
We do not know that for sure. No. Let us just stick to the facts which are there out there in public domain, that 95% of cases by income tax, ED and CBI are directed against opposition leaders. There were two popular opposition chief ministers who were sent to jail. They were the principal opposition party, Congress party's bank accounts got frozen 2 months before the election. And we have seen how the surveys and the opinion polls and the exit polls were manipulated. This is not a small margin of error that we are talking about. We are talking about a difference between 400 par and somewhere now the NDA is down to 290 and the numbers are likely to go lower. So this is not a small margin or small percentage of error.
Right, but Vinita...
So when we look at the different factors, it was not a level playing field. And yet we have given a close contest, and I'm sure that you wait till the evening, the numbers will change favorably in our favor. So abhi picture baki hai.
All right, but Meeta,
do not come to any conclusion as of
all
now.
right, Mr. Sudhanshu Mittal is also joining as BJP leader on the broadcast. Mr. Mittal, you know, momentous day for, you know, the NDA. I would not say so much for the Bharatiya Janata Party. You will be, in fact, in coalition with Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar. You know, ideologically, there are differences when these parties are going to come together. You know, reservation is one. Chandrababu Naidu believes in 4% reservation for the Muslim community. The Prime Minister perhaps does not. Even for that matter, Nitish Kumar has a different opinion when it comes to reservation. How do you think this getting along is going to function? And is the BJP going to be living under constant stress with these two allies in tow?
First and foremost, the tone and tenor of the entire conversation which I heard earlier made me really wonder whether NDA is the winner or the vanquished. It seemed by the rhetorics of the others that NDA was the vanquished, which it is not. It is still crossed the halfway mark and it is going to form the government. Yes, the results may not have been to our expectation. I talking about 400. What happened to 400? I mean, what happened to your 295? I mean, you made claims, you could not live up to your claims. We made claims, the people of this country thought otherwise, which is okay. At the end of the day, it's a people's mandate. And
Correct.
as a responsible political party, everybody has to honor the mandate of people.
Absolutely. And Rishabh, it's still a mandate. Rishabh, it's still a mandate. Let's not forget that it perhaps is an area where the Bharatiya Janata Party has not been before. But considering what Amit Shah has done and the kind of acumen, you know, the party leaders possess, this is just another challenge which will be forgotten perhaps in the next few days to come. We are not in fact looking at the big picture.
What Sudhanshu Mittal is saying is reasonably correct. And this is where we began the conversation, Sudhanshu ji, that had we been sitting in 2014 right now, and if we looked at the exact same numbers, 244 BJP, 97 Congress, NDA forming the government with a 20-25 seat majority, and the Congress less than 100, it would have been a thumping victory for the NDA, Congress decimated, exact same numbers. It's because the bar has been set very high, where, let's be honest, the BJP would have wanted 272. Yes, Akhilesh has surprised with the performance. He's going to be thrilled. But it is Narendra Modi's party in which everybody else has also got a piece of cake. And that's what the honest premise is. So yes, the BJP comes back to power. Narendra Modi, don't go for all the canards that are going to come your way. That no, now people will talk about Gadkari. No, there's nothing like that. No, Nitish Kumar, they will become opposition PM. This is all nonsense. Narendra Modi, if these numbers hold, and they're likely to hold now, is going to become Prime Minister. He's going to make a historic third term. Yes, would the BJP have preferred 272? Yes. Will they have to adjust a little bit? Yes. Has the Congress done a lot better? Will they be excited about it? They should be. Should Akhilesh be thrilled by being number 3 party in the country now? He should be. Should Mamata Banerjee be feeling she's had a good day? She should. Yes, so that's the honest picture. And within that, whatever conversation needs to be had, needs to be had.
Mr. Bhatt?
Sir, can I add?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, quickly.
You see, show me one political party which will not like to form the government on its own. Every political party aspires to get an absolute mandate from people. But at the end of the day, Janta Janardhan hai. Unka Janadesh sar aankhon par. They have chosen not to give an absolute mandate to BJP. That's if that is a fact, then that is a fact. But they have chosen to repose their faith on NDA. And this is a pre-poll alliance. This is not Jod Tod. This is a combination which was formulated before, and we fought the elections not as BJP, we fought the elections as NDA. And the people of this country have reposed their faith
Right,
on
but
NDA.
Mr. Bhatt, there's still
So
going to be a
we are the-
biopsy. There is still going to be a look
That's
at the
okay.
drawing board and what happened. You know, what happened in West Bengal, what happened in South India. The Prime Minister, as we have reiterated, made numerous visits to that part of the country. What happened in Maharashtra? All of these things will definitely, be on the agenda. Once the government forms and looks at what needs to be done in order to make these issues a bit more streamlined.
Yes, they need to be. There needs to be a biopsy. There needs to be a course correction, if you say. Because BJP, as far as I understand, the original BJP is something which is hardcore Hindutva. Whether people like it or not, whether you give house to everybody or not, still, from a community, a man or a woman is going to come out and say, "Humko sab mila, still I will not vote for him."
Correct.
And that is what has gone wrong there. Whether you like it or not, second thing which I'll point out is the core worker of BJP today, across the country, including Gujarat, is unhappy and absolutely unhappy. They will go and vote there. But he will not bring his 10 people to whom he used to bring. And that is what has probably cost BJP in places like Uttar Pradesh. And in West Bengal, people are insecure. Looking at the past example, when the entire BJP cadre was hit back after the elections, they were identified and being taken care of. At that time, nobody from the center put a hand. That is what is causing them, that reluctance. 18 not becoming 24 and 18 becoming 11. That is the basic difference. So on the ground you go and see. People say we have got the deliveries. They are not saying no, we have not got the deliveries. In the best case scenario today, a party with 303...
Rahul Ishwar also joins us on the broadcast. Rahul, the other big news today was, the markets plummeting very suddenly. When the exit polls came out, they went up by 3-4% and they've plummeted today. In fact, 3,000 points is the loss, is what I heard. A lot of these things come out of nothing but are made a big deal of. That's exactly what we're looking at. This is a BJP mandate, but perhaps, we're inflating or conflating the situation with something that does not exist.
As Sudhanshuji rightly said, see, BJP is in the pole position. BJP is in a comfortable position to get the ministry or something, but everyone is lauding the opposition performance because nobody thought or nobody saw it coming in a big way. Let us be honest about analysis, and there are many factors that happens. Every election is decided by caste, community, candidate, charisma, campaign, communication, and cash factors. These factors come together and a rainbow coalition is happening. That's how every election is done. Let us be honest about it. And Modi ji was trying for some kind of a larger Hindu consolidation. Plus, in spaces like Kerala, they wanted to reach out to Christian community. They wanted to appeal to the moderate of every community. This is how Modi ji was pitching the campaign. Naturally, after 10 years, there might be some spaces that it will backfire in a big way. And Mayawati ji and BSP were putting up a lot of Muslim candidates. So they thought the India Alliance will not have that much of a Muslim vote because many Muslim votes are coming for BSP. And naturally, the forward communities or middle class and upper middle class interested in SIPs, interested in stocks, they are more inclined to BJP's model of development and governance. I am also inclined to it. In that sense, I'm a Modi ji admirer. But it's about a mix. Every election is about a particular mix, a formula, as you call it. That was, and BJP even right now is in a comfortable position, but along with their allies. For example, Chandrababu Naidu ji will be very happy. He will be singing and dancing in his home because either way he switch, he will get a special package for Andhra. He will have great offers to his side. JDU, which unexpectedly or which more than expectation did really well because many people believe Tejasvi Yadav's huge crowd will turn into seats, didn't materialize in that way. So it's a combination of so many factors, and I believe Modi ji again has a mandate. There is nothing called this kind of a dharmic victory or something. Modi ji, even after 10 years, if he is able to be in pole position, that itself is a very significant achievement. And I believe, nobody was, the 400 plank was more of a motivating plank for people. But, with Janata Janardhan, let us respect their mandate in a good sense. I think markets will be stabilizing once the new government is formed, then there will be a policy crystallization and policy consensus.
All right, Sumit, let's also talk about Purvanchal a little bit. Yeah. One area where the BJP was, obviously optimistic after the Ram Mandir. What do you think? What went wrong in terms of the groundwork that the cadre put in?
I think we need a couple of things. First of all, it's too early to say, but we have to wait for the final results to come. I think the traditional formula of UP has worked for Akhilesh Babu. That is Muslim and Yadav consolidation. That has worked. Let me tell you clearly what I have analyzed and what I have looked through the numbers. Muslims have voted against the BJP, amidst getting everything and all the benefits. 34% of the benefits minority community got, but I don't think they have voted. Even the women have not voted. I think it was a very tactical move. Look at any of the seats. Muslims have voted to a candidate jahan BJP harta ho. That was the underlying message, and that has to come. So admits Modi ji doing his best, admits Modi ji leaving no stone unturned, but when it comes to votes, you don't get the votes. Is a reality of life. You see, this, what is it, Rashid Engineer is winning in Baramulla.
It's also
and let me tell you,
it's also a credible result for the Congress party in UP with 7 seats.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, they have tactically voted where the BJP is losing. It doesn't matter who's samne kaun hai. If you win, if BJP is losing, I have to vote you. If I have to vote Rishabh, I'll vote Rishabh. It doesn't matter. It's not my choice of candidate. It is mereko aapko harana hai. I'll exactly vote. Yadav Muslim combine has done the magic. It is exactly that thing it has done. And that is what BJP is going to pay the price for. But let's settle for the seats. How do they still? There are still 15-20 seats up for grab. But this is a lesson to be learned. Again, in West Bengal, it happened. And I concur, what happened last time when the cadres were killed, don't nobody lend a helping hand. They know when the election is over what is going to happen. You know what happened in Sandeshkhali and what is still happening in West Bengal. So many horror stories are there. But Mamta Didi continues her government and she continues to do whatever she is to do. So there are at times things which you have to do. You see, there is a core Hindutva vote. We need 5-6%. Hardcore Hindutva vote. If that starts shifting, that costs 30 to 50 seats. It's very simple. This 6% vote shift costs 30 to 50 seats. Has it been done? Wholly, partially, we don't know. But looking at the numbers, Muslims have not voted for BJP. Admits Modi ji giving them anything and everything without any discrimination.
Rishabh, your thoughts on West Bengal? Despite the violence, despite Sandeshkhali, and despite the recent orders from the Calcutta High Court, it seems that the TMC has been able to pull some strings and keep an image that has appealed to the voters.
So what's the bottom line? The bottom line is Mamta was up against it more than Akhilesh was. Akhilesh was starting with nothing. Okay, if he had gone from 5 to 10 seats, he would have still been a hero. 10 to 15 seats would have still been a hero. So Mamta was up against it. I think the result in Bengal is far more troubling from the BJP in that sense. Correct. But the fundamental change that has really hurt them is in UP period. Correct. We can twist because they've done okay. I mean, Delhi, if you won 7 out of 7, you lose 1, it can happen. In Haryana, you're down 3 or 4 seats, it can happen. Rajasthan, we can't win 10% every time. Let's be realistic. You gain some here and lose some here. Correct. That's elections. But in UP, it wasn't gain some, it was not lose some. And this is what the mandate has been. The mandate has been that Rahul Gandhi can stand today in this press conference that he'll be holding with Priyanka, and he can point out all of these things. He can say, look, we have nearly doubled our seats. We've gained vote share. In UP, us and the India Alliance are now the largest Lok Sabha force because the BJP and its allies, Jayant is going to win his 2, Apna Dal is winning only 1. So they'll have about 38, 39. If the numbers change, maybe 40. But between the Congress and Samajwadi Party, they're going to have the other 40 for sure. So they are going to be big players in UP. This is where the election has been pivoted from a 272 for the BJP and a 244 for the BJP. A win is a win, but the win would have been sweeter with 25 more seats.
Absolutely. And Chandni and Mr. Bhatt, you both hail from Gujarat. It was also a shocker for a number of people to see that the Congress party was able to get 1 seat in Gujarat, in Banaskantha. Yes. What do you make of that?
I said that in the morning, early in the morning, when the leads were discussing, we had a discussion about this. And we were very sure that if this is the way things are going, then Banaskantha will be up for a real fight. Because that's where, you had a seasoned campaigner there on the Congress side against a total newcomer for the BJP. And the BJP cadres, as I said, I said even before this, BJP cadre in Gujarat has become complacent. They think everything, because Modi ji is there and Amit Bhai is there, everything is going to fall straight, It doesn't happen that way. I'm more surprised, that a candidate like Tushar Chaudhary of Congress lost. And probably he lost not narrowly, but with quite a big margin. That happens only when there is a gross discontent on the local leadership.
Right. And Mr. Bhatt, what about Rajasthan as well? There was strong discontent
Rajasthan, I had
amongst the Jatav votes also in Rajasthan. That
Yes.
seems to have consolidated with the Congress party getting around 8 seats so far. Or
So
leading
far
up to
they
8
are
seats.
leading 8.
Yeah.
I am expecting 3 to 4 loss for BJP. That I have been saying right from the beginning. So they will lose 3 to 4 seats. The other 4 seats, whatever is happening because of the consolidation on one side, whereas the core voter not getting out and voting will lead to this. No, this 3 or 4 seats will not have a huge margin of a lack of votes. Maybe a 1 lakh or 1.5 lakh or something, but maybe a few thousands. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, but those seats are lost because your co-voters did not get out and vote. Whereas, other side, you had a jot of consolidation. And that is happening in so many places. And that's basically because, it's something like, on certain places in Gujarat, anti-incumbency does come in. That is what we call in Hindi or Gujarati, shithilta.
Right.
In the political terms.
Mr. Mittal, in fact, the Prime Minister, even when he spoke to NewsX, there was this confidence about what he was going to do in the first 100 days when he came back to power. You think all those plans are going to, in fact, stay, or do you think there is perhaps going to be a readjustment of the trajectory?
No, I don't think. I think these are all plans for the development of this country, to make India a developed nation by 47. So I think there is no need why these plans should now be stopped or slowed down upon. I mean, these are all developmental agendas and they'll continue to be this way. As I said earlier, yes, the results may not have been to the expectation, but at the end of the day, the mandate is for NDA to form government and for Narendra Modi to be the Prime Minister, which will happen. Now, when we talk about Congress gaining, the experiment has failed in Bihar also now. See, MY combination we just heard. So what happened to the MY combination in Bihar? Bihar is a proportionately a larger population of Yadavs as well as Muslims. Yet it failed because there are multiple factors which at the end of the day determine the victory or defeat of a candidate. What is the quotient of opposition unity? What is the split factor? What is the caste? You see, my only this thing is this election, what saddens me is there was a time when there was a primacy of caste from 1990 when Mandal Commission was implemented. From then on till the 2005, the primacy was on caste. We used to say you don't cast your vote, you vote your caste. Then after that, the politics of delivery, the politics of hope, the politics of performance took over. So every successive government which was performing or doing well or delivering was voted back. People who were not delivering were voted out. This election has once again brought the focus on caste.
Correct.
And the consolidation of caste and the division of votes are called on caste lines.
All right,
Sure,
Sumit wants to comment on what you said. And Sumit, let's also talk about
can I
Himachal
just
Pradesh.
finish?
Yeah,
Can I
quickly,
just-
sir, quickly.
One line. See, this caste politics has consequences. The fear of the ending of reservation has played a very, very major role in creating a fear psychosis in the OBCs as well as the Dalits that if we get 400 seats, then probably the constitution would be amended and the caste
That's a good point you made.
would be ended. That has actually altered a lot of...
Right. Before I go to Sumit, Rishabh, would you like to respond to that? That there's actually been a psychosis of, people fear-mongering about the end of reservation.
Yes, they tried the same thing last time. They tried it this time. So is Sudhanshu Mittal right? The caste is still a factor. Yes. Do some people still feel that there is a comfort in being told that we'll give you freebies and government jobs? All these matter. But what's the bottom line? Let's boil it to bottom lines. There is and was an excitement about a Narendra Modi leading this country. Okay? He was the hope of India. He, to a large measure, has delivered on it for 10 years. This time, 10 years later, the excitement has receded and a lot of old sort of divisions which existed and were taken for granted in Indian politics, some of them have returned because the people who look past their caste identity and this identity simply because of Narendra Modi, The second is that the party is now learning that just thinking that because Narendra Modi is there, that our local politics, local governance doesn't matter because everybody will vote for Modi's name, it's a realization. But the bottom line, and I disagree with the premise that the agenda of the government will be functioned. I think no. I think Narendra Modi now is even more confident, more sorted. He's got nothing left to prove. Yes, he'll be disappointed and have to make maybe a slight adjustment. But to say that Nitish Kumar will be calling the shots or Chandrababu Naidu who just come home from the cold will be calling the shots, no. Will they have to be accommodated? That's part of politics. When you have to do important things in government like a GST council together, or you have to get things passed, Aadhaar passed, you need consensus. So you have to make accommodation, and everybody does. So I think you have a prime minister who is now probably a little bit disappointed, but not stressed, thinking that, oh my God, from tomorrow morning things are going to be different. They're going to be different in terms of the agenda for sure, but I don't see the agenda put on hold. I think you're going to see a lot of exciting things happening in the next 100 days.
Absolutely.
And that will settle itself out.
Absolutely. And let us also not allow the opposition to, in fact, readjust that vision or, put things out of focus. Mr. Bhatt, you wanted to come in. Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to come in, because I'll tell you one statistical figure. Last time around, with 37% votes, BJP won 303 seats. Now, this time around, right now, their total vote share is about 38 point something,
correct,
or 39,
correct,
if I'm right. What do you foresee is, what I foresee is, with 37%, if they can get 303, but with 38.4, what their vision was, add 10% to 37%. Now, I was looking at something like, 40 to 43% to reach to the same level of 303. Now, with this 38% vote, if they are going at 249 seats or 250 seats, now that means they have lost some vote. They have lost some core vote. And that vote actually amounts to, because basically everywhere you see, you did not get the votes of Muslims. 92% Muslims voted against you. What they have lost? They have lost their core vote. Now, that core vote, which was always there with BJP, which was backing BJP, which was backing Narendra Bhai, has gone out of it. And that is a cause of concern. BJP will not agree. BJP people will not agree to this. But let me tell you something. In my 30 years of journalism, right from the time he was a chief minister,
Mr. Sudhanshu Mittal wants to respond to you, then we go to Meeta Chakrabarti. Sudhanshu, quickly.
See, you please understand that if the core voter of Hindu has deserted us, who would he have voted for? You think in UP, the Hindutva voter who saw what had the Pran Pratishthan would have voted for the Congress or would have voted for SP. No, that's not the fact. That's not the reality.
He has gone back to his caste politics.
Meeta ji, in fact,
yes.
Right, Meeta ji, the complications
and Congress has
one second, Mr. Bhatt. Meeta ji, the complications with coalition governments are nothing new to our country. Though the India alliance, has picked up numbers that are admirable, but like they say, too many cooks are going to spoil the broth, and perhaps the only thing that you're going to take away from this general election is that you will probably be a lot more virile and stronger than you were in the last 10 years. Is this something that, the India alliance is ready to settle for?
Or possibly in an alliance government, there will be more checks and balances, and there will not be an over-centralization of power. So I think it's a welcome move, number one. And there will be, even if, we have to really wait for the final results and then see as whether we are in a position to form the government or not. But even if we sit on the opposition benches, will come as a much stronger opposition. Now, a little while back, there was a discussion being done about the vote share increasing and the seat share decreasing. Now, as we know that if the votes are concentrated in certain geographical areas, then it's easier to have the seats being closed there in those areas. But since BJP has tried to expand its base in new organizational base in new states, so their increase in vote share can be misleading, because they have gained in votes in certain areas where they did not get they did not have much of a presence earlier. But the fact is that their vote share in their key states have gone down, and hence their seat share has also gone down. So when we do a correlation between vote share and seat share, we really need to keep in mind is how concentrated the vote share is.
All right. Sumit, in fact, we continue to talk and harp about West Bengal, UP and some of the other states, but let's also look at what the BJP has been able to pull off in Odisha. You know,
Yeah.
this was something which obviously is not being considered or consolidated as a part of BJP's success.
I think Orissa was fantastic. Andhra, Telangana's NDA was fantastic. There are wins in Karnataka which are much more than perceived. The only setback what I see, Vineet, and the major setback is UP, then there is West Bengal. So there, whatever 20, 30 seats went out of the radar or whatever happened, if they would have been there today, it will be a 280 at least for BJP, going to 300. That would what ideally we thought the number was. This is the only drawback. If you look at all over India, even Haryana, 2 or 3 seats here and there do not matter. 1 seat of Delhi here and there doesn't matter. The only setback is UP and West Bengal. I think West Bengal people are still fearing, they're still paranoid. They don't know what will happen because, you know, when the elections are over, then the TMC goons start going on the rampage and settling their scores. And unfortunately in UP, the caste politics is back. Is back. You can't deny it. And let me be very candid, Muslims have not voted for BJP in UP. They have voted where the BJP candidates are losing. Look at any seat. This is how the number looks like. This Yadav consolidation, which was bound to happen, and Yadav Muslim vote bank combined has done the job. That is what the traditional recipe of Akhilesh Yadav is. He focuses on that. He works on that. He only knows one formula. And there in UP it worked. Though if we go back to Bihar, Tejasvi did more than 200 rallies, carpet bombing of Bihar, but kuch nahi kar paya. He could not do anything. But here this magic has worked. And let's not forget, Vineet, in India, the highest Muslim population, number-wise, is in UP. It's not percentage-wise, number-wise in UP. So there, you might be illusion that okay, Assam you have 35%, UP have 18%. But if you number ko dekhoge, it's the highest in UP, and you combine it with the Yadav population, it is good enough to do you this kind of a surprise. What has happened? So that is what has happened. So it has to be thought out.
If you'll allow me to interject, if you just boil it down to brass tacks, the brass tacks right now, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to be doing analysis for a few days, okay? But the brass tacks is, who is forming the next government of India?
Modi ji.
Is the opposition in any position as the numbers stand? And the numbers may change, but are they going to dramatically shift? That's very unlikely now, okay? Most of the leads, ladies and gentlemen, are thumping leads now. Okay, so it's done. Okay, so we are plus minus 4 or 5, not plus minus 20, 30. For the opposition to get 40 plus Lok Sabha seats, where are they going to potentially come from? Even if you offer Nitish Kumar Prime Minister's post or Chandrababu Naidu Prime Minister's post, that's another maybe 20, 30 if both of them come your way. Don't think that the other independents that are left, and we're putting this number on your screens, don't have options. The BJD only has 2 MPs. Who are they going to vote for now? The Jagan, if he has 2 or 3 or 4, where are they going to go? So the bottom line is, who's forming the next government? If the bottom line is no, the Indy alliance is not going to form the next government, then this next question is simply, does the Indy alliance stay together tomorrow morning, day after tomorrow, or do they go back to where they were? Okay, is it going to be a bloc in parliament that is constantly, taking on the BJP and constantly pushing the BJP, or do they disperse as per their own priorities come tomorrow morning that they came for? They came for the election. The elections are now over. Aam Aadmi Party performance, is 3. That's a khata kholo, but not where it wants. Tejasvi didn't do a great job. So Mamta, a big winner here. Akhilesh, a big winner here. Sharad Pawar has held it on. Uddhav Thackeray has held it on, but he's not reversed the tide. The JDS, the Karnataka performance has not been very good. DMK has held what it was supposed to hold. So who are the exemplary performers? The Congress has gotten an extra 40 seats. Akhilesh has improved, and Mamata Banerjee has improved. So if they're not forming the government, are they tomorrow an alliance as well?
That's a valid point, and Chandni, we've been witness to this, that how even after shaking hands for this pre-poll alliance, TMC and some of the other parties have completely denied taking responsibility for the India alliance.
I mean, see, have have maintained this always on your shows, that this alliance has always been an alliance of convenience. So as Rishabh was saying, that tomorrow, this is for sure that Narendra Modi is going to become the Prime Minister, and NDA, BJP-led NDA is going to form the government. So tomorrow, is this alliance even going to stay? Is it even going to be there because you see in Bengal we've seen, as you said, TMC and Congress are contesting on
against
their
each
own.
other. Yeah.
In Punjab,
the Aam Aadmi Party
and Congress are literally
they are
and they continue to pull no punches. Yeah.
And Kejriwal is on record saying this.
And in Delhi, they are like all they are hugging each other. So what kind of an alliance and what kind of an idea of government are they supposed to give? Because a spokesperson is sitting over here and she has been
right. Let's in fact get a response from Meeta ji as well. Meeta, if the alliance itself is not going to be able to show any kind of unity, then what kind of a unity will it project to the people if it wants to rule the country? There's obviously going to be a sense of instability with the India alliance, because on one day you're fighting with each other and on the next day you're hailing this verdict. Meeta, I can't hear you. Yeah, there you are.
At the Lok Sabha.
Go ahead, Meeta, go ahead.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. So even before this alliance was formally prepared, we had a situation where in both the upper house and lower house, the opposition parties were coming together on different issues. All the like-minded parties which believed in the constitution of the country, which believed in the secular and federal structure of India, had been coming together and had been opposing the autocratic rule of the Modi-led government. So this has been happening over the past 5 years, much before the India Alliance was actually formally formed. And now that the India Alliance has been formed and we have been able to deliver a result that has surprised a lot of critics, then we are obviously going to take it to the next level. So irrespective, I would still say that the picture abhi baki hai, so we may still be in a position to form the government. But even if we do not, and even if we continue to be opposition, we will be a much, much stronger opposition. And that is a must for any healthy democracy. Any healthy democracy needs a stronger opposition. From the fact that Rahul Gandhi ji took out 2 yatras, Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, more than 4,000 kilometers he walked, and he interacted with lakhs of people. The fact that he followed it up with Bharat Jodo Nyay Yatra, to the fact that our manifesto was actually prepared not only by our manifesto team, but in consultation with the people of India.
Okay. All right. Chandni wants to respond to you, and then Mr. Bhatt also, in fact, wanted to emphatically respond to you. So does Sumit. Chandni, go ahead quickly, please.
I just want to ask Ms. Meeta that, if you're so like-minded, why are you having, separate contests in different states? Why are you not in alliance in all the states? Why are you not, together in all the states? Why are you infighting each other? For example, Rahul Gandhi is fighting CPI in Wayanad. Rahul Gandhi is fighting AAP in, Congress is fighting AAP in Punjab. Congress is fighting TMC. But together, you say that you are like-minded and you all are against the
Okay, let her respond. Meeta, respond to that.
Let me answer, very valid query, and let me answer this. In states like Kerala, in states like Punjab, where BJP is a distant third or fourth political force, does it make any political sense to share our political space and give space to BJP? Kerala, the fight is between UTF and LDF. In Punjab, the contest is between Aam Aadmi Party and the Indian National Congress. So where BJP is not a factor at all, where BJP is a distant third or a distant fourth, there was no reason for us to come together for an alliance. In most of the states where BJP is a factor, where we were fighting against the BJP, we have tried to put up a unified candidate. And I think it makes a lot of political sense. In Kerala, all the 20 seats are being won by the India Alliance. We were very clear that post-poll we will come together. So we are not the same party. Please do not be very sure about this, that we are different political organizations.
All right, Meeta, just hold on to that thought. In fact, Chirag Paswan is addressing the media. We're going to cut across.
चली रही है, एक बार अंतिम रिजल्ट आ जाए, मैं मानता हूं बहुत सी ऐसी सीटें हैं जहां पर बहुत कम मार्जिन से अभी भी हार जीत का फैसला होना है। ऐसे में मैं मानता हूं कि एनडीए का प्रदर्शन पहले ही बहुत बेहतर रहा है। जो आंकलन लगाए जा रहे थे, जिस तरीके से विपक्षी दल दावा करते थे कि एक तरफा हो जाएगा, सूपड़ा साफ हो जाएगा, खाता तक नहीं खोलने देंगे, उसके बनिस्बत जो एनडीए गठबंधन का जो परफॉर्मेंस रहा है वो काबिले तारीफ रहा है और मुझे उम्मीद है कि फाइनल रिजल्ट आते आते हम लोग का बहुत बेहतर है। मैं कतई बार्गेन करने की राजनीति में विश्वास नहीं रखता, बट हाँ, ये मेरे लिए, मेरे पार्टी के हर एक नेता, हर एक कार्यकर्ता को इसका श्रेय जाता है। जिस तरीके से 100% स्ट्राइक रेट के साथ लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास ने 5 की 5 सीटें जीतने का काम किया, जहां मैं पार्टी का अध्यक्ष होने के नाते हमारे जमुई से हमारे सांसद अरुण भारती जी को बधाई देता हूं, खगड़िया से राजेश वर्मा जी को, शांभवी चौधरी को समस्तीपुर से और वीना देवी जी को वैशाली से। ये कहीं ना कहीं हमारे गठबंधन की ताकत है, जिसकी वजह से 5 की 5 सीटें हम लोग जीते। प्रधानमंत्री जी का कुशल नेतृत्व।
All right, Mr. Paswan, in fact, very happy about the victory, and he said that there are a number of seats which we have already discussed that have a very limited margin. When they will be concluded, perhaps this picture is going to look very different. In fact, Sumit, before we went into this reaction, you wanted to respond to Meeta, Congress spokesperson, on what she said about the combinations that have stood strong when it comes to South India and the BJP performing poorly in the same states in South India.
Vineet, you see, Mitaji was saying that where BJP is not a distance force, we don't want to concede space to them. That is why we do not have an alliance. Let me name you a state called West Bengal. Wahan to BJP force hai na. Why are you fighting each other there? Now, don't tell me, Mitaji, in West Bengal, BJP is not a force to reckon with. And you're saying Punjab BJP is nothing, BJP is taking half of the seats of Punjab, and Aam Aadmi Party is taking 3 seats. So you can't say BJP is not a force. It is an alliance of convenience. It's an alliance of selfish interests. It's an alliance of majburi, and it's an alliance of marta kya na karta. So these all things combine, and that is what the alliance is about. And isn't Mr. Kejriwal saying कि ये दोस्ती permanent नहीं है? This is not going to last beyond the elections. Mr. Kejriwal, quote unquote, is saying that. So which alliance are we talking here about? So you have people with conflicting interests and trying to cobble an alliance together. वो बानू पट्टी का पिटारा है. It will disintegrate with the winds of time. So let's not be.
All right, Mr. Mittal also wants to respond. Mr. Mittal, go ahead. Mr. Mittal, go ahead.
If you look at the tally of the Congress, it is piggy riding on the other parties for its performance. Barring Telangana and Punjab, wherever they are a poor second or a third party, and they're piggy riding on the strength of the other political party, which is the dominating force. Now, that may be something which may be very pleasing to the Congress, and the argument which I just heard from the spokesperson of the Congress belies the reality. The reality is just Kerala, Telangana. These are the 2 states and Punjab. These are the 3 states. These are the only 3 states where you are there on your own. Otherwise, elsewhere, all what you're doing is piggy riding. So, do not eulogize yourself as somebody.
All right. We have a paucity of time as well. I want Mr. Himanshu Bhatt to come in.
I just would like to state a fact that we'll be in a stage of political uncertainty. And why I'm saying this, I have a very big reason for saying this. On one side, the opposition thinks they can go up to 272 and form an alliance government. If that happens, we are certainly in for a political instability. Because there are so many parties there, and they are going to fight over it. And when you go to BJP's cadre, a depleted Narendra Modi government will make him more firm to push his agenda.
I want to make one point.
Okay, quickly. So, in fact,
you
Mr.
see,
Bhatt has a point as well.
You see,
this is also a test of resolve for the Prime Minister when he comes back.
It is still the mandate, the winners of Narendra Modi ji. I'll tell you why. When it was UPA 1 and UPA 2, there were a group of parties together. Ab ki baar to pura vipaksh ek saath hai. Everybody has got together, and still if this is the mandate, and still they are fighting and trying to, cobble an alliance.
And decimate the BJP.
Right? Modi ji's problem is if you don't get 99% marks, aap fail ho gaye. If you are getting 88% marks, what have you done? Your performance is far below expectations. Why don't you accept one fact? You all put together could not do what Modi ji could still do on his own. Right. Look at the numbers. Still Modi ji is bigger than all of you to put together.
Yeah, and like right now also Congress on 18 seats, there's a margin of less than 20,000, and on 11 seats there's margin of less than 10,000. So I guess these seats are also they could shift.
Correct. They could.
And there's a lot of things that we could see in the coming hours. The results could change drastically if we.
Abhi baki hai.
All right, we're going to be right here to track those and trace those, and of course talk about them as well. We're going to dip into a very short break, but this rolling coverage is going to continue on the other side of this very short break.
अब मोदी को गाली एक ऐसी चीज है कि उसमें बाकी कुछ हो या ना हो, पब्लिसिटी की गारंटी है। अब उनके मैनिफेस्टो में कहा गया है कि अब ठेके में भी आरक्षण होगा, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सिस्टम में। क्या दुनिया के किसी डेवलपिंग कंट्री ने इस प्रकार का पागलपन किया है क्या? मैं उन कम्युनल पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लिए बोल रहा हूं।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX. I'm Megha Sharma and the verdict is out. It is going to be the NDA government led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi for the third consecutive time. But we are also going to analyze the numbers. There are 40 to 50 of these seats that are going to become crucial for the BJP to then cross the 273 mark, which will allow them to get the simple majority in the parliament. Let's start our conversation. Editor-in-Chief Rishabh Gulati joins me on the telecast. And Rishabh, a quick analysis, and particularly these close contests to these 40 to 50 seats, where the margin is less than 10,000. Somewhere it is even 500 to 600 seats by which these candidates have won. So how does the wave fortune who?
Yeah, it doesn't change much from here, okay? So if you're thinking it's going to change by 20, 30 seats from here, no, it's not going to change. It's going to change by a few seats. Every seat matters. So let's not kid ourselves. 4-5 seats here and there can make a difference. It's the difference between 100 versus 95 for the Congress. It's a difference between 240 and 250 for the Bharatiya Janata Party. These things matter. But what are the bottom lines? The bottom lines are only this. Who's forming the government? Does the NDA alliance have any chance to form the government? Is this a mandate in favor of the Congress-led coalition to come to power? The answer is, the numbers tell you no. Is it going to be then an NDA government? Yes. Is there any confusion on who's leading the NDA? No, it's Narendra Modi. So Narendra Modi is going to return as a third term. Some things will change. I don't think his reform agenda, his governance agenda, none of that is going to change. Maybe a Nitish Kumar, who could have earlier been retired to the center, will now have a more active role in Bihar politics. Chirag Paswan you saw celebrating because Bihar has gone the way NDA wanted it to go. UP has not gone the way the BJP would have liked it to go. Bengal has not gone the way they would have wanted to go. They would have hoped for a little bit better in Maharashtra, but that's okay. They've done really well in Odisha. They've done decently well in Andhra. And pretty much everywhere else in the country is gone plus minus a couple. So the difference between 241 for the NDA and a majority for Narendra Modi is just UP, the 30 seats in UP, which Akhilesh Dekhan, that's it. So fundamentally nothing changes, but this is one of those kind of verdicts where today, unlike in 2019, where the opposition could only hang its head in shame, this time around, they have something to talk about, they have something to feel good about, they have something to feel energetic about. The Congress has something to feel energetic about, Akhilesh is going to be supercharged, Mamata Banerjee is going to be on a high. Can they all stay together tomorrow morning if they don't have the lure of power to glue them together? The answer is no, probably not. But can the Congress, can Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi stand shoulder to shoulder and say, look, we've nearly doubled our seats, we've increased our vote share, we've had a thumping performance by our standards in UP, anything more than 2 or 3 seats is an excellent performance. Have there been a lot of close contests? Amethi, we have taken again. Guess what? Even in Varanasi, we've reduced the Prime Minister's himself, Ajay Rai has reduced his winning margin. So do they have something to talk about? Yes, they do. And you have to give them, don't rain on their parade, but that's all they've got. They've got energy and momentum. They've not got government, and that's the difference.
Okay, all right. Let's also take a look at the numbers. Uday, give us the overall scenario and also state-wise, the important states and constituencies where there is a margin that is very minimal and it could go either way.
Well, absolutely, Megha. This is currently how, India is looking like. The voting has, of course, concluded. Now the results are, the trends are slowly becoming results. But this is where things stand, and these are leads plus results. So the BJP, of course, emerging as the single largest party, standing at 245 leads plus results right now. The Congress, of course, comes in second. The Congress party right now stands at 97 leads plus results. So just short of 100, just short of 3-digit figure. The Samajwadi Party is emerging as the third largest party across the country with 33 leads plus results. Of course, all of this coming from Uttar Pradesh. The TMC is also done very well, of course, in West Bengal. They're currently standing at 29 leads plus results. The DMK, of course, also with 21. Quickly showing you where the vote share, of course, is right now. This is the party-wise vote share. Of course, as you can see, a large chunk is still saffron because most overwhelmingly Indians have voted for the BJP. 37.78% is their vote share as of now. The Congress is at 22.85%. The Samajwadi Party at 4.51%. This is, of course, the individual breakup. You asked me to quickly show you a couple of interesting states. Well, let's show you then Uttar Pradesh, because Uttar Pradesh is where a lot of these close contests are happening. Remember, 80 seats and a huge, population in all those seats, which is why the result declaration officially is taking a lot of time. And as you can see, it's BJP at 37 right now, Samajwadi Party at 33, the Congress at 6, RLD at 2, Apna Dal at, this is the Azad Samaj Party of Chandrasekhar Ravan at 1 and Apna Dal at 1. Interestingly, quickly showing you, of course, some of those constituencies where the result has not yet come and which you were pointing out, some of the margins are even as, I'll just show you one seat of Aligarh, in fact. So as you can see, the margin is just 7,449. Just about an hour back, it was Vijender Singh of the Samajwadi Party who was leading, but now Satish Gautam has come ahead of him with 7,400. Of course, certain seats, the margin is much more, like SP Singh Baghel in Agra at 1,90,000. Aula is also very interesting. Aula seat is also, of course, because here the margin is just 2,000, as you can see. Amroha also, Danish Ali was leading all morning. Now the BJP has gone ahead in that seat. Kamar Singh Tawar going ahead in 1,114. Quickly just showing you a couple of other seats, which are, of course, Raebareli and the Varanasi of the Prime Minister, where, of course, counting is still on. So as you can see, of course, in Raebareli, seat in Uttar Pradesh. So there's Lucknow, that's Rajnath Singh's seat. 74,000 is the margin he's leading by currently. Mainpuri, overwhelming victory for Dimple Yadav being seen. And the last slide, of course, will have both the crucial seats of Raebareli, of Rahul Gandhi and Varanasi of the Prime Minister. This is another seat where close contest is being seen. Very neck-to-neck fight in Muzaffarnagar, and that's something we knew in Western UP. The margin now is just 1,157 between Sanjeev Balian, he's a minister in the government, and Harinder Singh Malik. So neck-to-neck fight over there. And quickly, of course, telling you Raebareli, overwhelming. Almost 4 lakhs is the margin there of Rahul Gandhi in Raebareli. And last, Prime Minister Modi is currently leading with a over 1.5 lakh margin in Varanasi.
Absolutely. Thank you, Uday, for giving us all those updates. I'm going to start my conversation with Savio, BJP leader. Savio, of course, the government is going to be made by the NDA. It is going to be led by the BJP. The question over here is that the margin with which the BJP wanted to win, that was 370, is not something that has been achieved by the BJP. Your performance from 2019 to 2024 has deteriorated.
Well, I'm a firm believer, and so is the party, that the most important aspect of any contest, whether it's an election, whether it's a race or any other contest anybody takes part in, is the winnability and the winning. And at this point of time, we are there and we will be forming the government with the allies, that's the NDA allies. And yes, we were looking at breaking records. We were looking at doing things that was pushing ourselves to overperform and to really do something wonderful. And that's what sportsmen and politicians and political parties do, to try and make better their performances. It's not like we are trying to say, okay, listen, you know, we are overconfident or arrogant. No, it's not that. I think performance is about setting the bar a little high and trying to achieve it. The important part is, what is the mandate of the people and what was the mandate of the election? The mandate of the election is that a party who has 272 votes is the party that actually forms the government. And that's exactly what we're going to do with the allies.
Yeah, but talking about the 272 votes, and yes, of course, you are getting your 295, which is much more than the 273, which is the majority mark, the halfway mark. But when we talk about BJP's performance, and the number that you at this point of time flashing on our screens is 241. Now here, when you form the government, when the cabinet is going to be formed, now there is more reliance on the other NDA partners, whether it is Nitish Kumar and JDU, whether it is about the TDS and Chandrababu Naidu, and they both were actually coming out and celebrating, and we had those visuals on our screen. So the dependence on these allies becomes much more as compared to the 2019 elections that were held.
Well, to be honest, Megha, I think alliance relationships are not based on dependency, but they are based on interdependency. And both Nitish as well as Chandrababu Naidu are extremely interdependent upon the BJP. And because they have a common platform and a common vision as far as the growth for India and their individual states are concerned. So I really don't see a concern in that direction. What would have been a concern if there were no ideological similarities in what they have as far as their vision is concerned for India? Yes, we are dependent on them, but they are natural allies for us. And that is what we want. We wanted a government and a government formation of a coalition that are natural allies, not a coalition which has push and pull, where what you have to do for the interest of the country is normally subjugated to the push and pulls of the allies.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Professor Madan Nalapat, How do you view the result? Of course, our exit polls were all tilting towards the BJP and a massive, simple majority for the BJP. And here, when we talk about the certain pockets where BJP has done tremendously well, as opposed to Uttar Pradesh, where it has lost more than 30 seats. But when we take a look at Andhra Pradesh, when we take a look at Odisha particularly, BJD has been decimated. BJD has been decimated by the BJP, both in assembly elections as well as in the Lok Sabha elections.
Well, I'd like to say that in Andhra Pradesh, the BJP made a very wise decision, and so did Chandrababu Naidu, to come together. As a consequence, you're seeing this situation in Andhra Pradesh. Frankly, now the reality is the TDP vote and the BJP vote increased significantly because they came together. The same thing could have happened in Tamil Nadu had the AADMK also been part of the alliance. But I think a decision was taken to keep the AADMK out because it is a Dravidian party. But the reality is the AADMK was basically run by Jayalalitha, who was a Brahmin, and by MGR, who was supposed to be a forward caste. And neither of them were from Tamil Nadu. So calling the ADMK as a purely Dravidian party, I think that is not correct. But anyway, having said that, the reality is, yes, there is going to be a Modi 3.0. He is going to come back as the Prime Minister. He has got 10 years of experience as Prime Minister. These 10 years are more than enough to ensure that he runs a coalition government smoothly. And regarding TDP, I can tell you that Chandrababu Naidu is interested in becoming Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, period. He declined the price when offered to him, and he's not looking at Delhi. And as far as the other partners are concerned, Nitish also is quite secure in Bihar. So I do not believe there's going to be any problem. I think the Prime Minister will be able to handle it properly, and I do believe that the extra need to be on one's toes, as it were, will improve the performance of Modi 3.0 beyond Modi 1.0 and 2.0.
Okay, all right. So, talking about the states where BJP was expected to do well and it has not, barring Uttar Pradesh, there has also been the state of West Bengal. Correct. 2019 versus 2024. It's a really bad tally that the BJP has gotten of 10 Correct. Seats against Correct. Mamata Banerjee's, I think 32 of those seats. Similarly, when we take a look at Haryana, I think Congress has ended up winning 6 of the seats, or at least it's leading in 6 of the seats. BJP has 4 of them. When we take a look at Punjab, it has been a dismal performance for the BJP. Why have these constituencies in all these states not favored well for the BJP?
I think, Meghaji, let's start from Haryana. Haryana, you were expected to win 8, you got 4 or 5. The losses of 2 or 3 seats. You can live with it. It happens in politics. Punjab, you didn't have a cadre. Still, if you're pulling 3 or 4 seats out of 12, it's an okay job. It's not good, it's not too bad. But the problem is, the real problem is Uttar Pradesh. And in Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal from 18, if you're coming back to 10 or 11, you have lost almost 50% of the ground. And in Uttar Pradesh, you're losing 40% of the ground. So there's a drop of, if you combine them together, there's a drop of 40 seats. And if those 40 seats will be here, the BJP alone will be at 290 right now. Even if you could hold to the old ground. Because if you look at Uttar Pradesh, the caste consolidation has come back. Yadav Muslim factor has delivered on the ground. That is how the Uttar Pradesh has went. And when you look at the West Bengal, the problem is paranoia. The problem is the fright. After the last time assembly elections, the BJP cadres were really hunted down. Hunted down. So a lot of them had to go to Assam, then they came back. Still there were a lot of killings and all which happened. Now this time around, still there was not a great support which came from the center. There was a lot of action taken against the Mamata government. So this time cadres are reluctant to come out and take on Mamata because they know when the election will be over, who is there to fund for us? You see, still BJP karyakartas, RSS karyakartas are getting killed in West Bengal. It happens every second day. So that is the problem which worked. So West Bengal is inaction against Mamata government, and UP is the cause. You are the Muslim factor worked. And let me tell you one last point.
Quickly,
if you look at Meghaji, all the UP seats, wherever BJP is losing, and you look at the Muslim population and the Muslim dominance of the seats, it looks like Muslims have tactically voted just to a candidate where the BJP is losing. It doesn't matter who the candidate is, who the party is.
All right. Himanshu, then, taking a look at the overall picture, and we talk about how there should be healthy signs of democracy in the country. Does this also help a country to develop, to move forward, when you have a strong opposition? And when you see a strong opposition, which has improved in the last 5 years, it gives us hope.
If it's a strong opposition and constructive opposition, it always does help. For a democracy, to be in a situation of 55-45 is always good for the people, because people will have an option. But here there is no guarantee that the opposition will stay united. That's number one, because Mamata has already said that I am not a part of NDA. Kejriwal, before going to jail, maybe 2 or 3 seats, but an opposition party, all right. He says that we are not in a permanent alliance with Congress.
Friendship.
So this sort of thing, this sort of things, when it comes, I have a doubt of mind, with the NDA also. How long will Nitish stay? How he is going to stay? Before his retirement, if he doesn't get his way now suppose he has asked something, or let's say a governorship, or let's say a particular ministry, and if it's not given, because the weaker Modi is a more dangerous Modi. He will be very firm on his part. He will be very firm on his agenda. He's not going to relent now this time. He's not going to take everyone, try and appease everyone, because that's original Narendra Bhai Modi. And now you will see Narendra Modi in it. In that case, if he has to lose his government after a year or so, be it so. I'm making a very conscious statement today.
No, that's something that's debatable, and at the end of the day,
no, that's my viewpoint, basically.
They're only relevant till the time they are sitting at the seats of power, and if the BJP and the NDA were to let go of power, it is not going to work for them. There are a number of projects that have already been planned, they are already executed, implemented in the last 10 years. That's going to come to a standstill. I wonder whether it works for the country, whether it works to build the momentum and the stability in the country. That has always been the point. All right. I have with me Rahul Ishwar. And Rahul, how do you view about the situation, about how the Congress has been able to double its tally from the 44 seats it had won in 2014, and now it has 98 of those seats. Now, it's still far-fetched. It's still, definitely not even closer to the times of Nehru and Indira and Rajiv, when there were tallies to the total of 300, 350. Even there have been times that the Congress has won over 400 seats. But do you see that this is perhaps the start of the revival of the Congress that was at its bottommost from 2014 onwards?
I don't think anybody will dispute that. But first of all, let us congratulate BJP and Narendra Modi ji, who seem to be poised for a third term. I mean, unless something radical happens, unless Chandrababu Naidu ji will be the Prime Minister and Nitish Kumar ji will be the Home Minister, that kind of a scenario is very unlikely to happen. So Narendra Modi ji is all set for a third term. And as a Gandhian and a centrist, I believe a strong opposition is very important for any democracy. See, too much one side is bad for everything. So that means we want a center right and a center left formation, where we need the secular, liberal, kind of a friends on one spectrum, the center left, and we need the nationalistic, more energetic market, more market oriented center right on the other side. So that is important for every nation. And I believe at least now our opposition friends won't blame the EVM. They won't have the Trump disease of election denialism. Right now, there was one occasion where Modi ji was trailing 6,000 votes to Ajay Rai in the initial phase. So, I was telling my left liberal friends that at least now you will trust EVM. So the old idea of election denialism, living in a denial land, won't be there. See, this is good for democracy in a vibrant way. But two people who will be happy the most will be Chandrababu Naidu ji and Nitish Kumar ji, because they will be more in demand. They will be people who will be more supported with or accepted with. Chandrababu Naidu ji definitely will have some kind of a special package. Bihar needs to have a special package. So these things will definitely be done. One or two states' performance, if it had been the other way, the things could have changed in a radical different way. For example, Bihar, many people thought Tejasvi Yadav will bring in more seats because of the huge number of rallies. Had there been 6 or 7 seats to Tejasvi Yadav, things would have looked much different in that sense. Or had the performance in Orissa not repeated by or not achieved by BJP, things would have been very different. So it was a close call, but Modi ji or the NDA formation ran through it, or they are on the verge of being successful. So this is good, and it is all set for Modi 3.0, but we can definitely see a Modi ji who will be more of a consensus builder, and Modi ji has an avatar like that. See, Modi ji had brutal majority the last 2 times, but he didn't push through any things which was, he was very supportive of feedback. For example, the farm bills, he could have easily pushed through, but respecting our Sikh friends or respecting many of the farmer organizations, he took it back. Modi ji during the earlier times, brought something like a land ordinance, which some people in Sangh also opposed. The Swadeshi Jagran Manch opposed. Modi ji took it back. See, that's the sign of a good minister, good prime minister, whether it be from Congress.
I'm just getting information, and this could shock us. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress has lost from Behrampur, where the Sandesh Khali riots had happened, the Sandesh Khali sexual abuse cases that had erupted. So how does which means that even the lone seat that Congress used to be winning up until 2019 is a complete wipeout of the Congress from West Bengal. How does this reflect, Garga Chatterjee, on the way Congress has been reducing, not just reducing, it's completely out of the picture in West Bengal?
My name is Gorgo Chatterjee.
Okay, I'm sorry, Gorgo Chatterjee.
Yeah, so as the results in West Bengal speak, that the various viewpoints we in Bengal hear about politics in Bengal, reality in Bengal from Delhi-based analysts, and we often wonder which planet are they talking about. Okay, murders every day has become some Islamic jihadi area, etc., etc., etc. So when this is constantly done with the people, they feel very insulted. In addition to that, when conspiracies are done by a ruling party in the center to divide the state, that also unites people like never before. So as we have seen in both 2021 and 2024, Bengal has voted in a way in which Delhi or BJP may not like, but in a way which Bengalis like. There are certain highlights of this performance. Number one, Trinamool is likely to win Kuch Bihar. So this is the main person who was supportive of CAA and raised the Bangladeshi infiltration issue, and also was the MOS state, which was under BSF, which was BSF's ministry basically under Amit Shah. He is trailing. As I've been sitting, I don't know what the final figures are. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary in the end of the campaign, end days of the campaign, actually said that if you do not vote for me, go vote for the BJP, but not for the Trinamool. And of course, Bengalis were very riled by this sort of a thing, and that has cost Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary quite a lot.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Also, if you see for the first time in West Bengal, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had made a road show. The BJP has been washed out from that area. Okay, so Arjun Singh, who is an outsider and was basically known as a mafia, he has also lost. So this is from the BJP. So these are 4 major highlights. Of course, what we look forward to is a government and opposition as it should be in various places, in various democracies around the world. And also what's important is Indian people in general, all together, have voted so that BJP does not get a majority. Indian people did not want a government where BJP has majority.
Okay, Rishabh, coming back to you and talking about the state of affairs for BJP in West Bengal, and the numbers in, I think 2014, they had about 6 or 7 seats in their kitty, when in 2019 they ended up winning 80. Now what was expected was for them to then get more seats than the TMC. But that's not happened. They've again regressed to 10.
Okay, this is telling you Mamta wave in Bengal. Okay, this has got nothing to do with anything else. Yusuf Pathan is not a local boy. He's not even Bengali. This is not about Bengali pride, identity. He's from Gujarat. He's a Gujarati boy who just came and played some cricket there, and he's come and he's defeated Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, the man who's been holding that seat for 3 terms. And he's defeated with a thumping victory. He's won by 60,000 votes. It's not a close one. Thumping victory. And Mamta Banerjee will be rejoicing. The Congress will not be shedding tears at losing Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary because they have enough of other performance. But yes, it marks the diminishment of the Congress in Bengal. Salman Khurshid and Abhishek Manu Singhvi, I'm assuming that they have an issue on a technical matter since they're both lawyers. Let's find out what it is.
EVMs had developed a fault, the counting could not be done, and for that the Election Commission was kind enough to explain that where this happens, we already have instructions. We will check once again that the VVPAT slips are counted so that the number is updated and you would know that the entire vote has been counted. So we've come back fairly satisfied and we are happy that the Election Commission has cooperated with us in these matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Largely अधिकतर और बाकी वो एक्शन अभी देंगे, आदेश देंगे, बट हाँ आंसर है यस.
सर अभी और भी शिकायतें चुनाव आयोग से की गई हैं कुछ देर पहले सुप्रिया शिंदे जी ने.
And Salman Khurshid have come out and spoken about the India alliance and the numbers that they have garnered against the BJP, against the NDA. So yeah, Rishabh, you're talking about Bengal, you're talking about how the Mamata wave is back and back with a vengeance.
Yeah, so Mamta Banerjee and she was up against it, okay? She's sitting on incumbency. There's nothing that can't be said. This is a wave in Bengal in which the BJP has been punished and the Congress is probably going to win 1 seat. They're going to win 1 seat. So they're going to hold on to 1 seat, but not Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary seat. So it has, whether that's a self-goal, we can debate it. So Bengal, Mamta Banerjee's got a lot to celebrate. And this is the premise of the election, that the voters' mandate, which is very, very, very nuanced. There is a wisdom of the crowd of 650 million people, which has told you they want Narendra Modi back, but they've given enough of resuscitation for the Congress, for a Rahul Gandhi to stand in front of you and says, look, we got 40 more seats, we improved our vote share by a few %, our performance in UP has improved, we got Amethi back. Ajay Rai gave a competition to the PM who won by only 2 lakh votes. They would have hoped to win by 4-5 lakh votes. So we've done enough to have a say, but that is all for later. It's all for 5 years later. It's of no consequence in this present moment. And I disagree with the premise, and you can ask Professor Nalapat about this, whether this dramatically changes the Narendra Modi agenda. I think Narendra Modi is much more sorted, much more focused. In the first term, when you come in, you're just trying to put a team together, you're trying to get a working culture built. And I don't think he's got anything to lose or he's got anything fearful of these numbers that people will walk away, because there are consequences for others for walking away as well.
Absolutely. Professor Nalapat, how do you view the next 5 years? Also, the reliance on the other NDA partners, does that change things at the cabinet?
Look, I'd like to agree with Rishabh on one very, very clearly. And that is that Modi 2.0, remember, this was the period when taxes were not cut. Tax rates were not cut. GST rates have been high and they have remained high. Absolutely no concession was given to any kind of a tax cut or GST cut or anything, because the government had to take bitter medicine for the economy, for the future. 3.0 is now a situation where you can get a certain amount of room for this kind of activity. So I don't believe that you're going to see the same very harsh medicine that you've seen in Modi 2.0. The Prime Minister took a calculated risk. He's going to put that harsh medicine. The Indian people will stand by him because they know it's important. And reform is always difficult. And now in 3.0, you are going to see the fruits of that particular medicine take effect in the form of better economic health and higher economic growth. So that is going to be a period when you are going to see a consolidation of public support behind the government. From that reason, I don't see that there are going to be any problems within the NDA. In fact, some parties that are now in the opposition alliance may want to come over to the NDA, but I do not see any problem within the NDA. And yes, I agree with Rishabh. The Prime Minister is going to double down on his agenda because it's an agenda which 3.0, it's very important to complete the task begun in Modi 2.0. And once they are completed, the benefits to the country and the economy will be immense.
Okay. Savio, get in here, and of course there is going to be a review meeting. What has happened in the last 5 years, and how has BJP performed, how has the cadre performed, how have all the ministers and the candidates performed. But at the same time, there will be a review of the policies and the schemes that have been launched, the kind of campaigning that has been done, on the number of planks that the BJP fought. And an example that I give you in Faizabad, where the Ayodhya Ram Mandir was built. And here you see a difference of about 45,506 votes to be precise, which the BJP is trailing, and it is the Samajwadi Party that is winning the seat by this margin. What does this reflect?
Let me explain to you what I believe has happened not only in Ayodhya but also in other parts of the country. The Congress and the opposition, that is the NDA alliance, decided to work on a formula that made absolute logical sense. They realized that the number of percentage of people in 2019 that did not vote for the Narendra Modi government was a sizable number. And if those numbers could come together, then there is a probability of putting up a good fight. And in order to do that, they needed to consolidate the minority votes first, which is the large number of Muslim voters and a considerable number of the Christian voters as well in different parts of the country. Therefore, you would have seen in Goa, for example, in South Goa, almost 85% plus the consolidation of minority votes has happened in favor of the Indian candidates. What does that show? It shows that they were bringing people together on the basis of the religious identities that they were talking about being in danger. But what did not happen in favor of the BJP is that the same thought process is not followed by the BJP voter, or in this case, the majority voter, the Hindus. The Hindus have time and again ensured that when they are needed to come together and consolidate, they think largely over non-political interests and non-party interests and decide to vote as where their heart wants them to vote.
Okay, but
so they don't vote on religion.
It makes political sense if India Alliance comes together, and if they are playing the caste card, if they are playing and wanting the Muslim minorities to vote for them, whether right or wrong, it has worked for them. In Uttar
I'm not
Pradesh.
saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's a strategy. I'm saying where it went wrong is that the Hindu consolidation did not happen. And
So
that's
where has BJP gone wrong in getting the Hindus consolidated to vote for them?
So that is something that we need to introspect, because what I am failing to understand is that why have the Hindus not consolidated? And it only brings me to one point, that Hindus by nature will vote as per what their heart tells them and not what their religious congregations tell them. That's how Hindus have always voted.
Okay.
And that's why it is an uphill task to have Hindu consolidation,
Okay.
no matter how much you polarize.
Okay, all right. Sumit, you want to make a point?
You see, if you talk of the Hindu vote, traditionally Hindus have voted as per the caste. That is what the traditional model is. Last 10 years, those caste divides were diminished but not eliminated. Now, when you talk of a player like Akhilesh Yadav, what is his traditional formula? He has only one formula which he knows, which he inherited from his father, Yadav Muslim combined. So that is the only formula he knows, and that works for him. So when you get the Muslim vote consolidated, you get one people at least from your caste to vote for you. That put together does the thing. Now, where did BJP get it wrong? BJP possibly got it wrong. I think Prime Minister Modi is the only Prime Minister who has done maximum for the Muslims of this country without any discrimination, without caring for the vote bank, and he maybe a lot of BJP leaders know when you talk to them privately, Muslims will not vote for us. But it was not supposed to be, Meghaji, this time. You will vote for somebody A, B, C, D, where BJP will lose. That is where the calculation went wrong. Secondly, you thought at least the ladies will vote because of the triple talaq and the benefits and all that. They did not vote. Thirdly, what was baffling was that, after getting 34% of the benefits, what they got in the UP, still people chose not to vote for Narendra Modi and Yogi Adityanath. When you combine all these three factors, that did the magic for Akhilesh. Akhilesh simply tossed a coin. It just fitted in the right place. It was exactly being waited for. And even Bahan Mayawati puts a lot of Muslim candidates, by the way. Nobody voted for that Muslim candidate. How come that Muslim candidate doesn't have any percent of the votes? Because it was tactically chosen by BJP. Kahan haarti, wahan vote do. It's very simple.
Okay, all right. So then coming to you, Himanshu, when the Congress review meeting happened in 2019 and in 2014, and then the report came out and said that because the Congress is not working for the welfare and development of the majority of the country, for the majority population, for the majority religious population in the country, hinting at Hindus, and therefore they have not been able to garner the votes. They have not been able to garner the support. Can the same be applied for the BJP as well?
Yes, the same, exactly similar thing, same thing I was going to tell you. Correct. BJP's last time's vote share was about 37%. This time's vote share is about 38 point something.
Kuch bhi nahi bada.
Just 1% increase and spread across the country, where initially with 37% it was concentrated in the northern and western part of the country.
Correct.
When you look at all these things, that means they have spread their votes but got fewer seats. And that is what is exactly happening. And in that, the vote they have lost is about 6 to 7% of the core Hindu vote.
Yes.
Which is not happy with appeasing Muslims.
Absolutely right.
You see, on the other one side, you have an appeasement of Muslims. Similar way, you have an appeasement of Hindus. That is what the two flanks are. That is what the two lines of thinkings are. When you talk of sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabka vishwas. But that vishwas is very difficult to come in.
Okay.
And that 6%
can I make
the
one point?
building of the Ram Mandir does not gain you trust and faith and votes of the Hindus across the globe. Are you talking about Article 370? The revocation of it does not help you get Hindu votes. Are you saying that when Jammu and Kashmir Pandits who have now been given a reservation in the seats does not give you Hindu votes?
Can I answer?
Yeah, can I answer you this?
Yes.
Actually, what happens is, you do all these things. They consider it's an appeasement, revoking 370, making Kashmir an integral part, Kashmiri brothers going back. All these things are fine. But when you have on video, a Muslim woman or a Muslim man comes up and says, "Mujhe sab mila, magar फिर भी मैं वोट नहीं दूंगा."
I want to add one point.
And that, when that happens, that, extremely genuinely Hindu, I'll put it that way, an extremely genuinely Muslim. That core vote bank.
Are you saying the Hindus? You're talking about the core Hindu. Or
Yes.
I don't want to use the fanatics. The word fanatics.
Hardcore.
But the point is, are you saying that they were unhappy that the BJP provided welfare schemes and projects and policies that not just favored the Hindus but also the Muslims? Is this what you're saying?
Meghaji, I'll explain to where Himanshu Bhai left. You see, on various digital platforms and all, I have been trying to harper one point very strong. You see, there is 6% core Hindu vote bank. Who wants temples to be free of government? Who wanted a uniform civil code? Who wanted such things where the Hindu communities are benefited? While there's nothing of that thing percolated in this 10 years, and Prime Minister trying to be equal to all, they were not happy with that. I was talking to somebody, he is in UP police, I can name him, very senior officer. He talked to me, Sumit bhai, Hinduo ke liye kya kiya? I mean, he's a very senior officer in UP police. Hinduo ke liye kya kiya? I tried to explain him, ye kiya, wo kya, nahi. So this, something down the line, this is where this 6% of, I've been always warning if this 6% vote swings. Here, right, Himanshu bhai, on Meres platforms.
Congress has got 25% this time from 18%.
I told them that you will lose 30 seats at least in UP only 30. How many months I've been talking to Harper this point on digital platform?
We have been talking
6%
about
if you lose, it will lose.
Okay, Rahul, your opinion over here. How do you view the analysis being made by Himanshu and Sumit about if there were policies and schemes that primarily adhered to facilitating, improving the lives of Hindus in the country and sidelining the Muslims and creating this religious polarization, a divide that Congress is also accused of doing, Samajwadi Party is accused of doing, it would have fared better for the BJP?
Yes. Two submissions. One, we need a strong pro-Hindu government, but pro-Hindu doesn't mean anti-Muslim. We can be strongly pro-Hindu without being anti-Muslim at all. Similarly, we can be strongly pro-Muslim without being anti-Hindu at all. See, the issue is India has two formations. One is broadly the center-right BJP, which is coming together of all castes. And the other thing is a center-left Congress formation, which is basically minority or Muslim votes plus other minority votes plus backward Hindu community plus some forward caste leaders, forward caste Hindu leaders. This is the combination that usually works in India. The unfortunate reality is both spectrum needs villains. For my right wing, we want Muslim as the villain. We want all the love jihad and the other things to be there. For the others, Brahmin, my community is the villain. The Brahmin, Savarna Hindus are the villains, and they are historically people who are exploiting you. I always tell our Muslim brothers, we Brahmins and Muslims should come together and de-villainize ourselves. Rather stop being villain to each other so that people can play us. We can be strongly pro-Hindu and pro-Muslim at the same point of time. People like Mahatma Gandhi used to do that. He was a very hardcore Hindu activist. He at the same point of time, he worked for Hindu-Muslim unity too. That is possible. And Modi ji was trying to do that. And we will be surprised to know back in 2015, there were even reports in Times of India that the ultra-Hindutva right-wingers, wanted to harm Modi ji because Modi ji is trying a sabka saath, sabka vikas. Our nation needs a balance, and this balance is where you win. For example, Kerala, Suresh Gopi won the first NDA seat. Suresh Gopi won because a huge number of Christian community brothers voted for Suresh Gopi, understanding that he is a very inclusive, pluralistic person. And Suresh Gopi, even during the campaign trail, went on to say that for the past 20 years, I have been taking a Ramzan November or Ramzan fast for a long period of time, much to the displeasure of some of our right-wing brothers. See, Modi ji was trying that sabka saath, sabka vikas, Gandhian kind of a line. And Pujaniya Sarsang Jai, like Mohan Bhagwat ji used to do it, and Mohan Bhagwat ji rightly said, Gandhi is the cutter Hindu that we have to follow. I am just paraphrasing Mohan Bhagwat ji. So there is a thin line where you can hold people together, be it Hindu, Muslim, and take it forward. Please remember, this is not Nehruvian secularism. See, that Nehruvian secularism is a flawed, failed model where you alienate every religion. Magar Modi ji ka rasta abhi he try kar raha tha, or Mahatma Gandhi ka rasta is enjoining everyone, coming all the parties together and taking it forward. And that is the line that Modi ji should try. Modi ji should definitely try ahead. But just one submission. The core Hindu, I will never use the word harshliners or hardliners to my own fellow brothers. I believe some of us have misunderstood. See, we want to see some action on Muslims to feel Hindu. That is not right. But issues like temple freedom is very important. I think Modi ji can still work on it. Karnataka government took a step and they then took it back. Karnataka government took a step towards that.
So, while there are a lot of questions, obviously, on unfulfilled promises right now, next 5 years remaining for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and you talk about UCC, you talk about temple trust being given privatization, not be under the gambit of the government of India or the state government. But the point over here is that there has been the CA that has now been implemented. The number of proposals that have been sent by the Telangana government or the Andhra Pradesh government to allow for Muslim minority quota to be increased has been completely negated. It has not been given a nod by the BJP government. Ram Mandir, a massive issue that had lasted for so many years, has been built now under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That manifesto promise has been fulfilled. So, Professor Madhav Nalapat, if we go by the hypothesis that is at this point of time is being created during the discussion, should a party forego national development and welfare of the people for religious polarization, because that is perhaps the only way to win an election?
Frankly, Megha, I don't believe that's the only way to win an election. And I do believe that the Indian people are not going to appreciate any kind of that kind of polarization. I think Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is absolutely the only way that a government should function. And the whole problem was in the past, it was not Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Prayas, Sabka Vishwas. The problem was reform was carried out in some communities and other communities, they were not, the reform was not encouraged. It's almost as though there was an effort to make sure that there was no reform, to make sure there was no spread of education. And today you are seeing the spread of education and you are going to see that even more. I think that is the right line to follow. And secondly, the point is when we are talking about the Article 370, it's based on two-nation theory. It should never have been accepted by Congress party in 47. It is wrong and I'm glad it has been removed. Everybody who's a genuinely secular person will be happy about that. So, you know, one can talk about so many issues and put them in a religious context when they're not really in a religious context.
Can I come in?
Yes, Sumit.
You see, Meghaji, it's not about that when you do something for the Hindus, you have to do it against the Muslims. Look, if you free temples, it's not against Muslims, right? Muslims are not hurt. If there's a uniform civil code, Muslims are not hurt because it happens in every country of the world. And if this Waqf Act, Places of Worships Act, if this is repealed, you say Waqf Act and Place of Worship Act is a con. You know, how can Waqf own more lands than the government of India? How can Mukesh Ambani's property be called as a Waqf property? So these are the things which expected to go, which were historical wrongs. There were a lot of wrongs which were corrected, I'm not denying. But if these 2-3 things would have done, and one of these would have been done, at least this is the sentiment of the people. It's not what I think. I might be a logical thinking person. I agree to what Prime Minister Modi did 101%. But imagine a person living in a UP का गांव बोले भैया मंदिर काहे कहीं फ्री करे ये वक्फ बोर्ड को काहे नहीं डिसॉल्व किया even that is the sentiment which goes on a kasbah and town and these are the people who will vote.
Okay, you are at this point in time assuming that if all these reforms were also made and the policies were brought out, more Hindus would have come out and voted, but this is a hypothesis. Now, this is what your opinion is.
It's not a hypothesis.
I mean, how do you? I'm again saying, you know, Ram Mandir. Every single campaign of every BJP leader across the country, barring perhaps southern India, has been on the plank that Ram Mandir has been built. In fact, there have been these songs and hymns that have been written to vote for BJP, vote for Narendra Modi because he has brought the Ram Mandir. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, to Amit Shah, to JP Nadda, to all these leaders have come out and said that if Congress comes to power, there are going to be the Babri Masjid lock that is going to be placed on Ram Mandir. Yes, if there is development that has happened for the welfare of Hindus in the last 10 years and especially in the last 5 years, shouldn't there already be hope amongst Hindus in the country that the Uniform Civil Code, the Waqf Board and the temples and all these things are going to be then tackled well by the government?
You see, Meghaji, there's one point of a bone of contention here. Yes, I agree. I'm 100% with you. But look at Faizabad. Who is leading in Faizabad? Samajwadi Party guy. Is the Samajwadi Party are the same people who fired at car sevaks and put them in the Saryo Nadi? Right? But today, the irony is that Samajwadi Party guy is able to win it because Modi ji is a gentleman, he may not do it. But how do you stop Akhilesh Yadav from playing the caste politics? He did what he had to do. In order to stop that, you have to, it's not only about doing what you are right, but at that times you have to also defend and attack. If your defense is weak, your attack might be very good, but you will not survive the war. It's what has happened here. Akhilesh played the card.
How do you view the situation? Again, the question, at this point of time, do you have to play the religious polarization card to win the elections in the country?
No, I'm not saying that. What I said was statistically, if you look at the data on both the sides, 18% goes up to 24-25%, and 37% just climbs to 38% by becoming pan-India. There has to be some reason. There has to be some vote lost. And what is that vote that is lost? BJP was all-time high last time with 37% vote with their core vote bank of 6% of Kattar Hindus.
We expected that to go to 42%.
That to go to 14%.
42
and
rather.
that was the calculation of their own leaders. That from 37%, if we increase this by 6%, we go to 43%, with that we will be 330, 340 seats. That is that leaders talking about it.
Okay.
In that sense, I was saying.
Professor Nalapat, obviously, the major chunk of seats that BJP has lost, which could have helped it cross the 272 mark, which is the halfway mark for winning the election with an absolute majority. Now, are these all Muslim Yadav combination that has worked in favor of Samajwadi Party and the Congress? If BJP would have done this, if it would have brought the Uniform Civil Code or the Waqf Board property, is going to be brought back, given to the government or given to the people who actually hold the property and the temple freedom. These are hypothetical situations that are being created, but again, the point is that the BJP has lost these seats and it has to do better.
Well, look, Megha, I'd like to say that one issue could possibly be that many of these decisions could have been left to a state level. For example, the farm bills. They were super bills. They were brought to a central level. One state, Punjab, a small group in one state opposed it, and a small group in two other states, they also opposed it. Rest of the country was perfectly okay with the farm bill. Now, supposing you say that let the state government decide. If, for example, you want temples freed from state control, let the state government decide which state governments want that. And I can tell you many state governments, when they find the good reaction to freeing of temples, others will follow. Farm bill, which state governments, when some state government decide to go ahead with the farm bill, other state governments will follow. So let there be a competition for doing these things. Everything need not be centralized at the central level, and then everybody else implement it. Anyway, that's not possible in a system like India, where you have federal system, where you have multiplicity of parties, and where you have multiplicity of opinions within every party. So I think one thing which I think the Prime Minister will be taking back from the last experience of the last 5 years would be the question of centralization. And I'm very certain that a lot of these measures will, for example, this question of a uniform civil code, it's there in every European country. It's there in North America. It's there in so many Muslim countries. There's nothing anti-secular about it. So I would suggest that the central government say, look, this is a good idea. We are in favor of it. But at the same time, if you as a state want to do it, go ahead and do it. Maybe some of that uniform civil code, in my view, should be done centrally. Freeing of temples can be also, the center can give a clear recommendation to that effect, the recommendation about the farm bills, and get it done. So then let the states compete. And those states that are holding on to regressive platforms, those states that are holding on to regressive, restrictive practices that mainly target the Hindu community, they're going to be exposed.
Correct.
I mean, I want to end by saying that it was the good fortune of the BJP that they lost the assembly election in Karnataka, because the Karnataka government was functioning very, very badly, I'm sorry to say. And as a consequence, BJP as the opposition party has got many more Lok Sabha seats than it would have got had it been in the government. So the fact of the matter is, please, I think there needs to be more decentralization, and above all, there needs to be the Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Prayas, Sabka Vishwas is absolutely the right thing to follow for a country like India.
Okay, Savio, now the performance which was not up to the mark for the BJP with the standards that it had set after the win of the last 10 years in 2014 and 2019, there you see in Haryana, it has been not the optimum result that BJP would have wanted. Then you take a look at Maharashtra, something similar that is coming out as a result. Rajasthan, in fact, was a state that BJP was expecting to win almost all the seats. Where are these then in Punjab as well? BJP has not performed at all. Then the results in 2019 elections, are they going to be reflective of the assembly polls that take place in all these states successively?
Well, I think that's too early to actually discuss at this point of time, because I think what happens at the state level and what happens at center are completely different form of politics. Of course, there's going to be a lot of churning going on after the results that have happened. There's going to be a lot of confidence in the India Alliance partners and their level of politics. And there's going to be an equal amount of confidence in the BJP and the NDA. What is important in this entire thing, Megha, is that we are a democracy, and we are people who believe that the power does not lie in a political party or a political leader. It lies with the people. The people have decided on a mandate. The people have declared on that mandate. That mandate is how it's going to perform. And that's how it's going to be for a long time. And I believe, like I'm saying it again, this is going to be the BJP NDA government, and Prime Minister Modi is going to come back for the third time. Whatever introspection that needs to be done will be done by the party, because where we have performed not as desirable as we wanted, there are other areas where we have performed much, much better than what was expected. So the point is introspection necessary? Yes. Could victory have been better? Yes. But the fact of the matter is, victory is still a victory, Megha.
Yeah,
and that is what matters.
And nobody is taking it away from you.
Correct.
The point is that the standards were set so high after your 2019 win, and of course the sloganeering of 400 par and 370 for the BJP, the country expected so much. In fact, the exit polls all came out in favor of the BJP with an absolute majority.
What is important, Megha, is that the initiatives of the Prime Minister Modi's government, which is something we've been speaking so much about, that continues, because you see, Modi never worked on basis of religion or caste. He looked at you as a citizen, and by virtue of that, you got the benefits. Now, some people have decided to allow themselves to be polarized. I respect that. I think at the end of the day, when you come into a prime minister's position, you cannot look at it based on caste or creed. You have to look at them, and that's how policies are made. Politically, you might say whatever you want to in your political party, but when you're on that chair and you represent the people, you're not representing a community. You're representing the entire people.
Okay, all right. All right, now I'm just going to give you an update. Bansuri Swaraj of the BJP, she fought for the first time on the New Delhi ticket from the BJP side. She has won against Somnath Bharti. All right, so on that update, Rahul Ishwar, now, maybe just about 30 to 40 seats left, which is a close contest with candidates winning or losing by under 5 to 6,000 seats. And BJP at this point of time at a very crucial position of 245 seats. It will require another 30 to cross the 270 mark. What are the chances this happens?
I don't think BJP, even the party workers will say that BJP alone will be crossing, but NDA will be at a position of crossing. And just one quick rejoinder to Madhav sir and the earlier things. I totally agree and concur and applaud the Free Temple movement, which is a believer's demand for a long time. But I would like to submit one thing. Regarding Uniform Civil Code, Ambedkar ji was for Uniform Civil Code, Nehru ji was for Uniform Civil Code, all the Supreme Court judges are for Uniform Civil Code. But one great man in India's history who was against Uniform Civil Code, who I consider my guru, was Guruji Golwalkar. The RSS Supremo for 33 years said we don't need a uniform civil code. Not only that, we don't need a uniform civil code, we need unity and not uniformity. So there has been such opinions. And Guruji Golwalkar went on to say that rather than focusing on Muslim fertility, we need to have unity and we need to focus on our own family issues. This was no one less than Guruji Golwalkar who led the RSS for the most number of time. So let there be a space for debating such issues. And I have always gone to Muslim stages saying, let us debate and discuss about such things. There is nothing wrong in discussing such things, because even Ambedkar ji approved of it, or Nehru ji approved of it, or even in modern times, the global citizen from Congress, Sri Shashi Tharoor, approves of Uniform Civil Code. So let there be informed debate regarding all these things. But that's a different thing. But right now here, NDA is in a pole position, and we should not take the credit away for winning. It's a time to appreciate and applaud.
Absolutely not. Third consecutive time, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be leading the country. That's a massive achievement, and of course the next 5 years are going to be the programs, the schemes, the projects and the policies that the Prime Minister has already rolled out, and the time for implementation and execution, and of course the Vision 2047 that the Prime Minister continues to speak about and is looking forward to, not just in terms of policy making, not just talking about it on the drawing board, but also implementing it. On that note, I slip into a short break. I thank all of you for joining me on the telecast, but stay tuned on NewsX. On the other side, rolling coverage of the counting day today of the elections of 2024. Results are almost out. There are just a few handful of seats where the contest is very tight. So stay tuned for all the results.
अब मोदी को गाली एक ऐसी चीज है कि उसमें बाकी कुछ हो या ना हो, पब्लिसिटी की गारंटी है। अब उनके मैनिफेस्टो में कहा गया है कि अब ठेके में भी आरक्षण होगा, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सिस्टम में। क्या दुनिया के किसी डेवलपिंग कंट्री ने इस प्रकार का पागलपन किया है क्या? मैं उन कम्युनल पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लिए बोल रहा हूं जिन्होंने सेकुलरिज्म का नकाब पहन करके घोर सांप्रदायिकता की है। अभी आपने स्कॉच का रिपोर्ट पढ़ा होगा और मैं चाहता हूं कि आपका टीवी चैनल ने स्कॉच के रिपोर्ट पर डिटेल में स्टडी करना चाहिए और टीवी डिबेट करना चाहिए। 4 करोड़ घर बनाने चाहिए तो कितने आवर लगते हैं, मतलब इतने लोगों को रोजगार मिलता है। देश आजाद होने के बाद तुरंत राम मंदिर बनना चाहिए।
All right, welcome back. You're watching NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra. Of course, we are talking about the results that came out today in the 2024 general elections. A number of setbacks for the ruling dispensation, and of course, a few celebrations in store for the India Alliance, but they are still far away from forming the government. Of course, there are going to be parlays that will unfold and transpire in the next few hours to figure out what the permutation and combination is going to be. We've also heard that Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are likely to speak at the Congress headquarters. The Prime Minister, BJP President JP Nadda, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, all of them will be in fact getting together around 7 p.m. at the BJP headquarters to figure out what the next strategy is going to be. This mandate is extremely important. It's important not only because of the continuity it will bring to the ruling dispensation and the work that they've been doing. It is also important because a number of things that have found solid ground, like our foreign policy, like our policy towards immigrants, like our policy towards how we deal with our laws, all of these things are at, in fact, a continuing good governance mode at this point in time. So what we are trying to achieve here is definitely to understand why the government is going to try and figure out how this mandate, in some sense, was not up to the mark. Of course, all the pollsters, the exit polls did get it wrong, considerably wrong if you compare it to what happened in 2014 and 2019. But we're not going to cry over spilt milk. What's going to be important is to understand how the next 100 days are going to be projected by this government. Let's not forget that they still are the largest party to come up with this mandate. They have their pre-poll alliance, and that is something that Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be looking into. We have already heard that the Home Minister has called both Nitish Kumar as well as Chandrababu Naidu. Professor Nalapat is joining us at this point in time. Sumit Peer, political commentator, with me in the studio. Himanshu Bhatt, senior journalist, also here. Chandni Preeti Shah, political analyst, also joins us on the show. Yash Srivastav, Congress spokesperson, also joins us on the program. Dr. Sharad Kohli, economist, is also joining us on the show. Professor Nalapat, I'll begin with you. Well, the backroom parlays is something that are going to be very, very interesting. In fact, if you open Twitter or if you open any other social media platform, the number one meme doing the rounds is how Nitish Kumar is going to take advantage of this opportunity. Is that going to be a Damocles sword which is going to be looming large over the BJP's head because they have not been able to cross that mandate of 272 on their own? Or do you think when it comes to alliances, there's nobody better than the Bharatiya Janata Party when it comes to reward and recognition?
Look, I'd like to say that the good thing about democracy is that ultimately you have to face the people. Now, Nitish Kumar has basically shifted sides quite often. And the latest switch has been to the BJP side, and on balance, it has worked very well for him. So I see absolutely no reason why he should not continue with the BJP. The same goes to the TDP. Both the BJP and the TDP took a very smart decision to come together. The total of votes polled by the two parties together in Pawan Kalyan were much more than they could have polled had they fought the battle individually. So I don't see, frankly, the kind of danger that some people have been talking about the coalition government. And the reality is the coalition government also can do a lot of amazing good work. Don't forget, in 1992, the Congress party was in a minority under Narasimha Rao. And Narasimha Rao was a super reformer. He began the entire process of reform. He trying to dismantle the permit license system. And frankly, he was opposed by senior leaders of the Congress party. They opposed him tooth and nail. And they basically criticized every one of the reforms for which he is now well known throughout the world as a reformer. So I'd like to say that I don't believe that just being a coalition situation is going to weaken the government. In my view, the government will have an added incentive for better performance, which is why I'm making a prediction that Modi 3.0 is going to be an even better, much more improved than Modi 2.0.
Sumit Peer, how do you react to that? In fact, offline, before the show started, we were also looking in, to what happened in UP, and that could also be considered as some sort of a microcosm as to why, there were certain setbacks for the Bharatiya Janata Party across the country as well. Please elucidate.
We need two parts of your question. First part is, I can say I trust Vineet, but can I bank on you? Trust means 5-10, I trust you, but at 8-10, can I bank on you that you will be always there? So the problem with Nitish Babu is you can trust him, but can you bank on him? looking at his track record, it's a tough nut to crack. And you really don't know which way the winds are going to blow. And at times he's known for taking some illogical decisions. He's a survivor. He will survive whichever way. And you have to he will get his way, whichever way. You don't give to him, he will find somebody else where he can go. So that is the trouble part. Mr. Naidu is still an easier person to work with. He's not flipped. And he's still, I would say, a better gentleman to work with. So 272 is a very ideal situation for BJP. If you don't have 272, it's not how Modi ji governs, it's not what Modi ji likes to govern. Now, what happened in UP, Vineet, you see, unfortunately in UP, if you analyze the seats and if you analyze the data, caste politics is back, sir. It's the Yadav-Muslim combination which has given this surprise, which was not on the cards. And exactly the Muslims in UP, and let me remind you, Vineet, if you look at the number of Muslims, which they are highest in number, not in percentage. Percentage might be Assam, but the number is highest in UP. So this Yadav and Muslim combination, wherever it has worked, it has dented BJP. It has voted in favor of any candidate where the BJP loses. Look, Bayan Mayawati had so many Muslim candidates, right? Akhilesh did not have a lot of them. But still, the combo dramatically voted in a fashion where BJP is losing and losing with small margins. So this combination has really dented BJP a lot. That is the main reason. And, in Bengal, BJP could not do what it was expected. We were expecting from 18 to go to 24 or 30. It has gone back to 11. You lost 40% seats there. And still, Bengal, you could have recorded. I think rest all were on expected lines. Orissa and all your got gains, but UP kind of a setback is something which has to be really reconciled, because you may not want to do this, this brand of politics, but your opponents will go there and use their cards. I mean, what does Samajwadi Party know? What has been the winning formula? Ek hi teej to aati, Yadav Muslim combined, and they played the card and it got them the dividends. So it is in politics or in कहते हैं ना कोई भी जंग जीतने के लिए जिंदा रहना जरूरी है. So it applies in the politics. So if you want to have a very decisive government, you must have 272 of your own, then allies are welcome. But dependence on allies is a bit tricky, especially when you have a person like Nitish Kumar. But I think Modi ji is a seasoned politician. Still the mandate is on Modi ji. It's still the Modi's win. Modi ji is going to be the Prime Minister. There's no doubt on that. But would it be as robust? Would it be as, agile as it was before? Because tomorrow, let's say we want to go and do a surgical strike in Pakistan. So can we take that decision? Do we want to do demonetization? Can we do it or not? Do we have to talk to Nitish Babu? Yes, you have to talk to Nitish Babu. So earlier those compulsions were not there, but Modi ji's character is he will not change. With Modi, it is my way or highway. If Nitish Babu has to walk, he will be relevant in Bihar politics, and Chandrababu Naidu will be relevant in Andhra politics. There are also gains or losses. So, but you cannot tame Modi ji. Modi ji will run his own way, but he has a bit of compulsions. He has to take a consensus in some issues, which was not there. And the Modi ji ka character nahi hai consensus lene ka. This is the way, and you have to follow my way. So there is going to be a bit of adjustment there.
All right, let's also take a reaction from Dr. Abbas on this. Dr. Abbas, you've seen the proceedings of the day. I see that grin is back on your face, which was missing the day the exit polls came out. Your reaction to the mandate that the people of this nation have handed out?
Well, मेरी जीत हुई है विनीत साहब, precisely for the reason for the statement I made to my good friend Sumit Peer. I did say, if you remember, exit polls are not exact polls, and I repeat it. Your show and Rishabh Shah's show, exit polls are never the exact polls, and yes, this has shown it. Many of my friends who were debating or discussing with me did say 300 par, 400 par, what not? One of the anchors, Uday Pratap Singh Saab, asked me, will you shave your beard if 400 par happens? I said I would happily do it, but lo and behold, we know what the answer is. The fact we need to understand, गिरते हैं शहसवार मैदानी जंग में, वो तिफल क्या गिरे जो घुटनों के बल चले. We need to understand that this is politics. This is one place जहां कभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है. This is the most unpredictable. As a matter of fact, every single pollster got it wrong. None of the pollsters, mind you, got this. So we need to understand that the exit poll is not the exact poll because they are bound by a few thousand sample sizes, which collectively give them 5 lakh, 8 lakh, maximum 10 lakh. But how many votes? More than 60 crore people voted. So look at the number. Sample size of a constituency of a 6,000 to a 60 crore, the margin is huge. So therefore, this shows do not bank on exit polls. It's good to keep the excitement on, but they don't always get it right. Now, the next point, we need to understand here that when I mentioned you first time when I did the show with you, there is a strong undercurrent in India. Unemployment is an issue. Price rise is an issue. Inflation is an issue. These are very at the core issues. And also, no doubt, Modi ji is a global leader. Modi ji is a Vishwa Guru. No taking away. I think without Modi ji, BJP won't even be 100 par, not even 100 par. But Modi ji is your biggest strength, and Modi ji is your biggest, I'd say, in a certain way, weakness, because banking too much on Modi ji, this is what it does. We know what happened in Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh, mind you, 80 seat. There was a beautiful saying in the Hindi heartland, UP jiska, Bharat uska. You let it go. And mind you, my friend Sumit Peer has got absolutely wrong on the dynamics of Uttar Pradesh. Professor Madhav Nalapat also will tell you how you've got it wrong. No, my friend. This time, Akhilesh Yadav actually won because of his least banking of Muslim and Yadav votes. The fact he gave only 14 seats to the Muslims and Yadavs. But his outreach, if you actually understand, towards the non-Yadav OBCs has been huge. You need to understand, Dalits especially. Dalits is one such voter, the reach out needs to be strong. And that cannot be through religion, but other ways. That is where Akhilesh Yadav strongly won his outreach on the ground. And mind you, this gives a huge gap in Uttar Pradesh as to what is going to happen to Yogi Adityanath next. Is he going to be pissed off, or will he be really a face? We need to understand the Rajput largely vowed to not vote for the BJP this time. I think largely the Bharatiya Janata Party undoubtedly is going to be the majority party, but 272 majority is going to be a big question mark. We need to understand that. One factor which has largely failed them is banking too much on Modi. My friend Tejasvi Surya, here from my city of Bangalore South, where I'm a constituent, said that Modi ji is a de facto parliamentarian from all the 543 seats. This banking is not going to help you. This time the people have voted on every single seat. Your parliamentary candidates matters. Today's voter, the issues aren't Hindu-Muslim, aren't any form of polarization. The issues which matter, 83%, according to the International Labour Organization, 83% of the urban youth is unemployed. And that's a fact today. We need to understand that there was a strong undercurrent, and that is giving the answers. So therefore, every political party, mind you, still BJP is the biggest party today. Congress, Akhilesh Yadav, Mamata
Okay, Sumit wants to respond to you quickly, then we go to Dr. Kohli. Quickly. Yeah, we have a full house. We have a full house.
It is not just UP they have got it wrong. They've got West Bengal wrong.
You see, I'll tell you one thing. You know, it's Vineet. It's easy to write the political arbitrary of BJP, but look at the board. Look at the board, Vineet. BJP is 244 and India Alliance some milke 231 pe hai. Still, all put together cannot even match BJP's number, and you are writing political arbitrary, sab kuch kharab hai, everything is gone. The problem with BJP is if you don't exceedingly well, you write them off. Still BJP is bigger than all of them put together. Still.
All right, one second. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's take a response from Dr. Kohli as well. Dr. Kohli, this doesn't qualify or validate any kind of an obituary. You know, the BJP has fallen short of the expectations, but the fact of the matter is that
still 244 versus 231.
Everybody was used to them, going beyond expectations that they themselves had.
I think BJP, Vineet, has fallen a victim to its own targets, which were set. There's nothing beyond that, because this is the first time when I see we are lamenting a win. You're lamenting a win, and somebody is celebrating a loss. This is what it boils down to. Somebody is celebrating a loss, as Sumit rightly said. All of them don't add up to BJP's tally. And BJP crosses with NDA the majority mark. NDA has been in existence. The BJP never needed NDA in 2014 and 2019, but NDA survived. NDA as an institution, BJP respects and realizes the fact that despite the fact that we have the majority, we still respect, we cherish, and we honor the coalition or the tie-up or the alliance we have done with other parties. And I think it is this particular mindset of BJP, it is this particular strategy of BJP which is going to work. After all, you've been in power for 10 years. Some kind of anti-incumbency has to be there. Let's not celebrate strategies implemented by Akhilesh Yadav or Mamata Banerjee for a moment. Just take simple psephology principles. Anti-incumbency after 10 years, some anti-incumbency has to come, But despite that anti-incumbency, you are still very much in majority. So why are we lamenting majority first? That's my first question. And why is the opposition celebrating sitting in the opposition? You're still sitting in the opposition. Your numbers may be larger. What they are celebrating is that जो मोदी जी ने कहा था 400 बार वो नहीं हुआ. This is what you are celebrating. So I think if they want to celebrate, somebody wants to be happy, let them be happy. That's not a big deal. But the fact of the matter is that Indian growth story, Vinay, remains unperturbed. Indian growth story is irreversible. Indian growth stories has got such a strong momentum behind it that whether it is Nitish Babu or Chandra Babu, there is no reversal of Indian growth story. Both the alliance partners, the major alliance partners know they came along with Modi ji only for the reason that Modi ji has a vision for growth. What Modi ji has done for this country, that is why they came with him. So why will they now take a panga to make sure or pull legs here and there? I think what I'm envisaging is the Parliament House by itself, the composition of the Parliament House, you might see a lot more disruptions. You might see a lot more walkouts. You might see a lot more struggle for the BJP to get those bills passed here and there. That's what I'm envisaging. Otherwise, I don't really see. I like to end my statement of the first part here. Let's not lament win and let's not celebrate loss. That's the point I wanted to make.
Okay, Yash Srivastav, Congress spokesperson, also with us on the program. Neha Joshi, BJP spokesperson, also joins us on the show. But before we go to Neha, let me take a response from Yash Srivastav. He's been listening in to everyone very patiently. Yash, thank you for speaking with NewsX. I hope you can hear me.
Can hear you, Vineet.
All right. Well, first of all, congratulations on this ascendance, if we can call it. But the bitter truth is that you're still going to be sitting in opposition.
That is yet to be seen. As we all know, the counting is yet to be finished, and there has been a retardation in the counting process lately. It's been about a couple of hours before we were seeing, dramatic spikes every now and then, and now we suddenly are stuck with a certain figure on all sides, and we are waiting for the results to come out. So let us keep it that way. And about the celebration aspect of it, no, people are not celebrating because they have gone nuts. It is an expression of what they have faced for the last decade and that they can speak out against now. Because for these past 10 years, all we have celebrated is distributing rations to 80 crore poor people. I don't know what BJP was celebrating, that there are 80 crore people, or that they are supplying them with rotten food, or that they are accounting it as their income and claiming to have 25 crore people out of poverty in their tenure. So the very idea of elections is that it is about the people, not a face, not a party. And that is what India as well as the Indian National Congress has been firmly standing for. We have immense gratitude to all the people, right from our various campaigns to the yatras, to the support that they have extended to all our leaders as well as all the workers. And we certainly stand by the expression of democracy. That is, in every democracy, it is the people who reign supreme. And that is what these numbers are showing today, and that is why probably the numbers are counting slightly slower than they were in the morning. So we are still waiting for the numbers to conclude, and till then it is not the expression that no, someone has lost or we are in the opposition or what is yet to come out, but it is the very expression that people are able to come out and show someone that it is not their absolute ruler.
Okay, all right. I'm going to let Neha Joshi respond to that.
It is still a democracy, and it will always be.
Neha, thanks for speaking with us. Yeah, well, it's a performance that definitely could have been better.
Thanks, Vinay.
But the Prime Minister is definitely coming back for the third term, and of course, this is not going to be what we have seen in the last 10 years. But the bitter truth is that there is a lot of looking into that the BJP also will have to do.
Thank you, Vineet. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. Vineet, as far as the BJP is concerned,
whether it's a win or a loss, whether it's a parliamentary election or as a a ward councillor election. The BJP does introspection and samiksha after every election. So that is an unsaid rule and that is going to happen. However, I want to congratulate and thank the Indian electorate today that India has created history. Prime Minister Modi is the only other Prime Minister now who's going to get a third term. I have been on several channels all day today, and it's absolutely hilarious to see Congress celebrating. Because as far as I know, last I checked, Congress still hasn't crossed, the tally of 100. They're still in double digits. So this sort of a moral victory that they are celebrating, I think, it's really funny to see the Congress supporters and spokespersons celebrating that. Having said that, India is a complex country, and you know how difficult it is for parties to come back to power. The BJP has done it for the third time in a row. And this despite opposition's very, very malicious campaign, a very targeted campaign where they walked around with a copy of the constitutions trying to allege that BJP, if it came back to power, it's going to change the constitution. There was fear-mongering. There was a lot of, Bharat Todo talk that was happening. There was a lot of demonization of Hinduism, Hindutva. So despite all of this, I think today is a day that Bharatiya Janata Party would like to express gratitude to the Indian electorate that they stood strong with us, and BJP is going to touch the majority mark on their own, and NDA is going to form the government. So Prime Minister Modi is coming back. I think Modi 3.0 starts today.
Okay, let me also bring in Chandni into this. Chandni, obviously the Congress party only looking myopically at what the India Alliance has done, but as a party, they also have leaps and bounds to worry about.
The Congress? Yes, definitely, because see, yes, they doubled their their numbers. I guess in 2019 they got 50 odd, 52, and today they are around 9,900. But there needs to be an understanding that they are not getting it because they have done something or they have said something of a stature that they will gain votes. See, the votes that have been consolidated is because of the alliance that they have formed. They could not have campaigned alone and gone against the Bharatiya Janata Party or the NDA and said, if they would have done that, and they would have got these votes, I would have said, yes, they did a very good job. They did it single-handedly. But they did not. They came into an alliance just because they wanted to, just because they had targeted that, we want to remove the leader of this country from from his position. Now, did NDA or did BJP did some things which could have been done better? Yes. Could they have done something more appropriate strategically? Yes, they could have. But at the end of the day, what matters is that NDA is the largest pre-poll alliance and BJP is the largest single party in the country today, and we are forming the government. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be the Prime Minister for the third consecutive time.
Right, Mr. Bhatt, why is the opposition, confident of the fact that this is a fluid situation for them?
Well, they have been always running the coalition government.
So they're right.
That's why, they know how to do Tarjod. And so they are still thinking that there's something left in that. But let me tell you one thing. It's been a reality check on both sides. And the bigger reality check is that for the BJP cadre and BJP leadership. Whether the cadre looks at the leadership or the leadership looks at the cadre. I'm very consciously saying all these things. The reason for that is when a fundamental worker of 30 years is ignored and a man who has joined the party 3 days before is given a ticket, there is always going to be a resentment from the cadre. And that's what is seen. I would like to see at the end of the day, maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow, that how many people who have just joined BJP have got a ticket and won. And that percentage would have been very slow.
Right.
And because of that, the core worker is, he doesn't want to work. He said, no. Now Modi ji ne bol diya na 400 par, 400 par. Why should I go and work when I do not know the man whom I'm working
All
for?
right. Okay, we have a paucity of time. I want Sumit P to come in very quickly. We'll have to take a break.
We need just 2 or 3 points. First of all, it's again a third time for Modi ji. The mandate is for Modi ji, sir. Opposition today, what is the India alliances? All opposition put together. UPA, there were a couple of parties, right? India alliances, जो जितने भी है सब आ जाओ. Still, अरे सारे हैं भाई. Still 244 only for BJP and 231 all put together. तब भी मैं आप कहूँगा एक मोदी अब भी सब पे भारी. एक मोदी अब भी सब पे भारी. This is the reality of the thing. And I don't know what is in the consolation price. If Congress is saying from 48 by हमने 92 के we have doubled, we are doing a great job. Then Kejriwal has increased his seats by 400% from 0 to 4. भाई फिर वो भी तो बड़ा नंबर है. Then the biggest gainer is Kejriwal. Why Congress?
That's a good point.
Kejriwal is the biggest gainer. 400% increase in the seats. Come on.
Absolutely. On that note, we're going to dip into a short break, but my colleague Uday Pratap Singh is going to take over on the other side.
अब मोदी को गाली एक ऐसी चीज है कि उसमें बाकी कुछ हो या ना हो, पब्लिसिटी की गारंटी है. अब उनके मैनिफेस्टो में कहा गया है कि अब ठेके में भी आरक्षण होगा, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सिस्टम में. क्या दुनिया के किसी डेवलपिंग कंट्री ने इस प्रकार का पागलपन किया है क्या? मैं उन कम्युनल पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लिए बोल रहा हूं जिन्होंने सेकुलरिज्म का नकाब पहन करके घोर सांप्रदायिकता की है. अभी आपने स्कॉच का रिपोर्ट पढ़ा होगा और मैं चाहता हूं कि आपका टीवी चैनल ने स्कॉच के रिपोर्ट पर डिटेल में स्टडी करना चाहिए और टीवी डिबेट करना चाहिए. 4 करोड़ घर बनाने चाहिए तो कितने आवर लगते हैं, मतलब इतने लोगों को रोजगार मिलता है. देश आजाद होने के बाद तुरंत राम मंदिर बनना चाहिए.
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX's continuous coverage of the Lok Sabha Election Results 2024. I'm Uttar Pratap Singh. We are getting now visuals of the first visuals of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. These are the big visuals coming in from the Congress party office of the former Congress President Rahul Gandhi and his sister, Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. They've, of course, come out now to meet their supporters, and they're expected to speak with the media as well. Rahul Gandhi will be addressing the media very, very shortly. Remember, of course, for the Congress party, they're currently leading at 99 seats, so just about touching that 100 mark. Rahul Gandhi himself is expected to win comfortably from Raebareli, and Wayanad is leading by a big margin in both those seats. The Congress party, of course, hasn't quite made it. India Alliance, of course, still quite a few seats short of the majority mark. NDA comfortably crossing that magic mark. So clearly NDA has, of course, won the election. But Congress party expected to perhaps, try and claim a moral victory here in this press conference when Rahul Gandhi will be speaking very, very shortly. Remember, of course, states like Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh have boosted the opposition's tally, with the BJP's performance not satisfactory in these couple of states. But the BJP, remember, of course, has gained in other states like Odisha, like Andhra Pradesh, where, of course, it did not do very well last time around. So overall, of course, a great showing for the BJP, a great showing for the NDA. Of course, falling short of 400 par, but still comfortably past that magic figure, that majority figure. You can see, of course, there these visuals. We're expecting Rahul Gandhi any moment now to come out and address the media. It's, of course, personally a good day for him because he's winning the Raebareli and Wayanad seat. Let me quickly bring in Sharat Kohli, who's also joining us, political analyst on the broadcast and economist. Sharat Kohli, we're expecting Rahul Gandhi to speak very, very shortly. What are you expecting him to say? And overall, what is your first reaction to this decisive verdict that India has given in favor of the NDA?
I think the verdict doesn't take away anything from the country. The verdict doesn't take away, I think, the apprehensions about the two Babus, the Chandra Babu and the Nitish Babu. I think those are only apprehensions as of now, because they're going to be, along with, it's going to be a coalition unlike 2014. So when, anything which changes, human mind will never accept it very easily when something changes. So this is a change from 2014 and 2019. After 10 years of rule, I was saying just before your show, that some kind of anti-incumbency is expected. There is a group of people who want some change. There is a group of people who are not satisfied. There is another group who's more satisfied, let's say Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, where it got more seats. I think in the whole process of center, we forgot that BJP is back in power in Odisha after probably years and years of being away from power in Odisha. So so things cannot be persistently the same for 10, 15 years, but the good thing is that BJP, as you rightly said, BJP is still very much in power. It's the single largest party. And I think BJP's alliances are now coming handy. The alliances done, a lot of people used to wonder about these alliances, that does BJP really need an alliance with Chandra Babu or with Nitish Babu? Would BJP have been better off not to have an alliance? But I think a good political strategist would always appreciate the fact that no days in politics are alike. No 2 days are alike. You could be having different days. So these are the days when these alliances, I think Amit Shah and the entire political fraternity of BJP must be blessing themselves that thank God we did an alliance with TDP and the JDU. Minus that, the scenario right now would have been totally different.
Okay, let me get in Yash Srivastava of the Congress party. He's also listening very, very closely to you. Okay, I think we've lost Yash Srivastava there of the Congress. But
can I come in, Sumit?
I think we are, of course, seeing now these visuals. I think Rahul Gandhi expected to come out any minute now. The door, of course, is opening there. We can see these live visuals from the Congress party office in the national capital. Congress party is still at 99 leads, of course, as we speak. Let me also quickly... yes, Syed Abbas, you wanted to respond to Sharat Kohli. Go ahead.
I think Sharat Kohli Saab has made some very interesting points and very, very important ones. Absolutely, I do agree with you, sir. The fact is, there is anti-incumbency, and mind you, it's been 10 years. For any party to be that long, there is bound to be. Also, we need to understand that 10 years Bharatiya Janata Party has been in the game. They have the skin in the game. Also, we need to understand that the Bharatiya Janata Party set the standards too high, saying 400 par, whereas They are the largest forming political party today, undoubtedly. But when you set a benchmark like 400 par or 300 par, you are failing from that. From the last time, if you compare, you're losing about 50, 60 seats easily. But whereas Congress, which got about 40, 50 seats, it's gaining almost double. So there would be a certain moral defeat of sorts. Of course, every political party needs to go back to the drawing board, come back afresh, how they can bounce back well. And Sharat Kohli sir made another very interesting point. Any good strategy of a political party, you will know the importance of your allies. Without allies, going in for a battle is going to hit as a defeat. So therefore, keeping your allies.
Do you believe then that the Congress was boosted by stronger allies than the BJP? Is that your point, Syed Abbas?
Absolutely, sir. Okay. Absolutely. Undoubtedly, the Congress today is existing and is doing well is only because of its allies. Had this alignment did not happen, we won't see these 100+ figures of all the parties put together. So therefore, like Kohli Saab again said...
Adarsh Kurialam, do you agree with that? Adarsh Kurialam, do you agree with that? Particularly in states like Maharashtra, we've seen, of course, the BJP's performance all right, but they've suffered because of their allies, where the Congress has gained because of its allies. But then again, in Bihar, you have, of course, a very good showing of the BJP because their alliance was strong with the LJP, Ram Vilas, and, of course, the JDU, as we see these visuals now of Rahul Gandhi, after meeting with his supporters, enter the party office. Adarsh, go ahead.
Yes, in some states, the alliance was doing really well. For example, let us take the state of Karnataka. When you have an alliance with JDS going in Karnataka.
Okay, there you have it. Mallikarjun Kharge also arriving there, Congress president. So perhaps it will be a complete press conference of all the senior leaders of the Congress party. Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress president, also reaching the party office in Delhi. Yes, Adarsh, go ahead.
Yes. So what has happened was that there was a coalition in Karnataka also, as you know, with BJP with JDS. Now, all the majority of the coalition had come at a later phase. That is, all the allies were actually confused. That is, the Karyakartas of the JDS or the BJP didn't know what to expect from the alliance or how to, plan for the election. The problem that had happened in Karnataka. But in the case of other states, let's take the example of Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh, we had an earlier coalition. Andhra Pradesh earlier, it was an assured coalition that the TDP and the Kalyan Sena would join with the BJP. And there was a very good caste equilibrium that had worked out. The TDP was able to form the proper equilibrium of the caste equation. For example, the Kapus, the Kammas and the Kapus, which forms the predominant share of the caste of Andhra Pradesh. There was the TDP and the Jan Sena, their vote base is based on these two political castes, these two castes in particular. So what happened was that the earlier alliance was formed and there was a very good equilibrium between these two communities and they were able to do well there. So the social engineering or the caste engineering, whatever we call it, that was working well to the alliance favor, that is the NDA's favor in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Whereas in some state, let us say, take the example for Maharashtra. Maharashtra, it was total confusion. What has happened? There was there was trouble in, it took a long time to fix the candidate. Also, many of the candidates didn't have sufficient enough of time to, campaign on the ground. So when you take the case of India Alliance, they had sufficient enough of time. Their candidates were decided upon. I'm not saying that they have performed spectacularly well in this election. They were able to channelize certain elements of time which they had, but the confusions were on the, in the case of BJP alliance, NDA alliance, there were a lot of confusions in Maharashtra. In the case of Bihar also, the confusion was there. The JDU had taken a lot of time, it's after a long time that they had joined the NDA alliance. So all these factors is what I think had contributed to this. Moreover, the phase of election was also this time very lengthy. It was a 7-phase election. So I think all these factors have contributed to this, decrease in the numbers as we see it.
Okay, let me take that straight across to to some other guests also who are joining us. I think Yash is back with us. Yash Srivastava of the Congress Party. Yash, we're expecting your senior leadership, including I think Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, to speak with the media shortly. Rahul and Priyanka have just arrived there at the Congress office. Overall, how is the Congress Party viewing the verdict 2024 that these Lok Sabha results have thrown up? What are your main takeaways from them? And what's there to be happy about? What's there perhaps to introspect on a bit as well?
Vineet, first off, we still are waiting, and we will wait for the last count to commence before reaching to an absolute conclusion. But certainly Rahul ji and Priyanka ji and the Congress President will have some very valuable words to offer to the public as well as the press. And earlier, when we were on the previous side, I was listening to someone saying that it is hilarious that Congress is celebrating. So it is ROF laughable that BJP is not, because I am not looking at any megalomaniac standing up and talking about himself in third person and mentioning huge things which are actually a pile of lies. So the point is that it is not the Congress party or the opposition that is celebrating. It is the people who have came out and are making a statement that no, we won't have to flash our lights only because it is on telebrands while we see our kins dying out of a pandemic, or we won't have to shelve our pockets just because someone can write off a huge loan for their friends. There has to be a deterrence, and there will be deterrence. So no matter the result of today, there certainly will be changes in the politics. There will be no absolute control. And in case we win, which is a likely scenario as well, then certainly there will be more push towards Nyay and not for a name or a brand or a face. No, that won't be happening. So that is what people have come out for, and it is not the party only.
But the BJP, claims, but, and we were speaking to, of course, some of their leaders as well ever since the result came in. They're saying that this was their, their ploy, this was their strategy to try and say 400 par, 400 par, 400 par, and the opposition got busy in, trying to stop that. But they crossed 272, which was needed to form government.
No, Vineet, I want to, we all would want to know if they actually had thought of 400 seats, then what would they campaign for? Would that be 800 par? So these are all, excuses.
Okay, Sonia Gandhi also now has arrived there at the party office. So Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge are all going to be addressing this big press conference. As I said earlier, the Congress is very pleased at these results. Of course, they're standing at 99 leads right now. As I said earlier, not quite past the majority mark, not quite winning the election, but still will be happy at bettering their performance overall. Remember, of course, the Congress party was not contesting on 543 seats this time around. They were contesting on half of them. So they, of course, are happy with their strike rate, but still well short of the BJP's number of 242 leads. But we will, of course, wait and watch to see what Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge and Sonia Gandhi say. Remember, Rahul Gandhi, of course, will be happy himself. He is winning from Wayanad and Raebareli. Let's go live across. Jairam Ramesh is speaking before Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi. This is the first time we're going to be hearing from the Congress's senior leadership after the election results. Let's go live across to Delhi.
Kharge ji.
क्यों इसको नहीं डाला शायद Respected Madam Sonia Gandhi ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, Priyanka Gandhi ji, और इस मंच पे बैठे हुए हमारे पार्टी के सभी नेतागण, आज जो देश में चुनाव के रिजल्ट आए हैं, ये मैं तो पहले कहूँगा, ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। हम पहले से यही कह रहे थे कि ये लड़ाई हमारी मोदी वर्सेस जनता है, लोग हैं। तो 18वीं लोकसभा के चुनाव में हम विनम्रता से जनमत को स्वीकार करते हैं। इस बार जनता ने किसी एक दल को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं दिया, खासकर सत्ताधारी दल भाजपा ने एक व्यक्ति एक चेहरे के नाम पर वोट मांगा। अब ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। जो व्यक्ति बार बार अपने नाम से ही हर जगह वोट मांगते थे, उनकी ये बहुत बड़ी हार है और नैतिक दृष्टि से ये तो उनको बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। आप जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन से बहुत प्रतिकूल माहौल में चुनाव लड़ा। सरकारी मशीनरी ने कदम कदम पर अवरोध डाला, बैंक खाते सीज करने से लेकर तमाम नेताओं के खिलाफ अभियान चलाया। फिर भी शुरू से आखिर तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का कैंपेन सकारात्मक था, पॉजिटिव था। हमने महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, किसानों और मजदूरों की बदहाली और संविधान संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग जैसे विषयों को केंद्रीय मुद्दा बनाकर हम जनता के सामने गए थे। इन मुद्दों पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग हमसे जुड़े, हमारा समर्थन किया। प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तरह का कैंपेन किया वो इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया। मैं इस मौके पर कहना चाहूँगा कि श्री राहुल गांधी जी की दोनों यात्राएं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा और भारत जोड़ो न्याय यात्रा के दौरान लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को मिलना, लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनना और आगे चलकर उन समस्याओं का हल ढूंढना हमारे कैंपेन का आधार बना। हमने इसी को 5 न्याय और 25 गारंटी का नाम दिया और इसी के आधार पर हमने गारंटी कार्ड बनाया। हमारे कार्यकर्ता उसे लेकर घर घर पहुंचे और लोगों को संपर्क करें। इसके अलावा जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो भाजपा नेतृत्व की अहंकार की वजह से हुई। उन्होंने धीरे धीरे सारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर गैर कानूनी तरीके से कब्जा करने की कोशिश की। फिर इनका उपयोग विरोधी दल के खिलाफ करने लगे। जो दब गया उसे दबा के अपने तरफ लिया, जो नहीं दबे उसकी पार्टी को तोड़ दिया, नहीं तो फिर जेल में डाल दिया। लोगों को ये विश्वास हो गया था कि मोदी जी को एक मौका और मिला तो अगला हमला संविधान पर सीधा होगा और लोकतंत्र पर होगा। इसीलिए लोगों को इसके प्रमाण नए संसद सत्र के साथ ही दिखेंगे। खुशी इस बात की है कि भाजपा इस षड्यंत्र में अब सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। मैं इस अवसर पर सीपीपी चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि इनके वजह से हमको बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन देश में मिला और आज ये स्थिति जो बनी है उनके वजह से बनी। और हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो है देश में, उन्होंने भी हमारा साथ दिया, इसीलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनको धन्यवाद देता हूँ। आखिर मैं इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने सभी साथियों और शुभचिंतकों का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वर में रहे, सभी ने मिलकर प्रचार किया और एक दूसरे की मदद की। हमारे हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अच्छे तालमेल के साथ काम किया। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। अभी हमारी लड़ाई अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंची है। हम सबको आने वाले दिनों में इसी तरह लोगों के अधिकारों के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बचाव के लिए, देश की तरक्की के लिए, सीमाओं पर सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते रहना चाहेंगे। हमें सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि संसद सुचारू रूप से चले, विपक्ष के मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिले, संसद में उन पर बहस हो। आने वाले दिन महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे जब कभी भी मौका मिले। आप सभी को मेरा धन्यवाद और आपका साथ भी हमको रहा और हमने चुनाव में भी जहाँ जहाँ हमको जितना हो सकता है वो साथ आपने दिया, इसलिए आप सभी को भी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ और सभी को नमस्कार।
शुक्रिया खड़गे जी। मैं राहुल जी से गुजारिश करूंगा वो आपको संबोधित करें।
नहीं, खड़गे जी आपने बड़ी सही बात बोली। जहां तक आप हमारी मदद कर सकते थे उसी लेवल तक मदद की। देखिए, ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब, आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे। क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया, डराया। प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं। आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल रहना चाहिए और उस रोल को काफी लोगों ने किया, काफी लोगों ने खुल के किया, काफी लोगों ने छुप के किया। और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है। लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी, मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी। और यह सच साबित हुआ। मुझ में भरोसा था और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की। सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया, और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा हम एक होके लड़े। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है, प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। ये जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे हैं वो स्टॉक्स उनके, तो बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है। जनता अदानी जी को मोदी जी से डायरेक्टली कोरिलेट कर रही है। मोदी जी की हार होती है, स्टॉक मार्केट कहता है भैया मोदी जी गए तो अदानी जी गए, मतलब डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप है, करप्शन की रिलेशनशिप है। और देश ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को साफ कह दिया है कि हम आपको नहीं चाहते हैं। एंड दिस इज द मेन थिंग दैट दिस इलेक्शन हैज सेड। द कंट्री हैज unanimously and clearly stated, we do not want Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah to be involved in the running of this country. We do not like the way they have run this country. We do not appreciate the way they have attacked the constitution. We do not appreciate the way they have run this country for the last 10 years. So that is a huge message to Mr. Narendra Modi. I'd like to thank everybody who has participated in this election. I am extremely proud of the people of India. I'm extremely proud of the people who have resisted this onslaught on the constitution. और अंत में मैं आपको कह दूं कि इसको बचाने का काम हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, मजदूरों ने किया है, किसानों ने किया है, दलितों ने किया है, आदिवासियों ने किया है, पिछड़ों ने किया है। इन लोगों ने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया है। ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन देश की आवाज है। बहुत सारे लोग ने इसको नहीं बचाया, चुप रह गए थे, मगर हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोग, सबसे कमजोर लोग खड़े हो गए और उन्होंने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया। मैं उनका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, उनसे कहना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी आपके साथ खड़ी है। जो हमने आपको वायदे किए थे, हम वो वायदे आपके लिए पूरे करेंगे। जाति जनगणना, महालक्ष्मी, ये हमारे वायदे हैं। धन्यवाद।
शुक्रिया राहुल जी। अभी 3-4 सवाल सिर्फ हम लेंगे। एक मिनट प्लीज, एक मिनट, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए, 1 मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट, खड़गे जी और राहुल जी आपका 4-5 सवाल लेंगे। संजीव, हाँ जी, 1 मिनट, एक एक करके चिल्लाइएगा मत प्लीज, चिल्लाइएगा मत। हाँ संजीव।
Rahul ji, although the NDA has emerged as, they are getting the majority, but some of its partners have been your partners in the past, including the TDP and the JDU. So have you decided to sit in the opposition, or there are chances of government formation by the India government?
As we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there, and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners, and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their opinion.
Sir,
आप ये कह रहे हैं कि ये हिंदुस्तान के गरीब की जीत है, संविधान बचाने की जीत है, तो अगर आप लोग विपक्ष में बैठते हैं और सरकार बनाने की पहल नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि नंबर एनडीए और इंडिया अलायंस में कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं है, और अगर पहल नहीं करते हैं तो कैसे उनको आप जो है आगे उनका हक दिलाने के लिए आगे आ पाएंगे?
वही सवाल आप मतलब दूसरे तरीके से पूछ रहे हो। कल डिसाइड होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा अलायंस डिसाइड करेगा। बड़ी फाइन लाइन है, तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन डिसाइड करेगा उस पर हम एक्शन लेंगे।
सर, खरगे साहब ये आपसे पूछना चाहते थे कि यहाँ पे बीजेपी में जश्न हो रहा है और उनके हिसाब से एनडीए को मेजॉरिटी मार्क्स से ऊपर मिला है, तो एनडीए सरकार बना रही है। तो यहाँ पे क्या आपको लगता है कि आपने कहा नैतिक आधार पे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को नहीं बने रहना चाहिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी में भी खेमेबंदी होगी इसको लेके, और क्या खुद नरेंद्र मोदी को ये फैसला लेना चाहिए?
देखिए, अभी राहुल गांधी जी ने आपके सामने स्पष्ट किया, जब तक हम अपने अलायंस पार्टनर से बात नहीं करेंगे और जो नए पार्टनर हमको जुड़ने वाले हैं उनसे भी किस तरीके से हम बात करके अपने को मेजॉरिटी बना सकते हैं वो देखेंगे। सारे स्ट्रैटेजीज अगर यही मैं बोलूँगा फिर मोदी जी होशियार हो जाएंगे, इसलिए
हाँ। जयराम जी
राहुल जी, खरगे साहब ने कहा कि हम जनादेश को स्वीकार करते हैं। जनादेश इंडिया गठबंधन के लिए क्या है? विपक्ष में बैठने के लिए या सरकार बनाने की कोशिश करने के लिए? और आप दोनों सीटों से जीते हैं, बधाई। आप कौन सी सीट रखने वाले हैं?
नहीं, सब दोनों सीटों से जीता हूं, और रायबरेली और वायनाड के जो वोटर्स हैं उनका दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। अब डिसाइड करना है कौन सी सीट पे मैं रहूंगा, थोड़ा पूछूंगा और फिर डिसाइड करूंगा। दोनों सीटों में तो नहीं रह सकता हूं, बट अभी डिसाइड नहीं किया है।
राहुल जी, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के लिए जब आप निकले थे तब से लेके अब तक काफी लंबी यात्रा रही, काफी बीच में उतार चढ़ाव आए। अब 100 का आंकड़ा आपने छुआ है। 2009 में जब इसी तरह का मैंडेट आया था तो पार्टी के अंदर दो राय थी, एक हम विपक्ष में रहें, पार्टी मजबूत करें, या सरकार के साथ जाएं। आप सरकार के
2009 में
2009 में हाँ
नहीं, 2009 में तो क्या बात
नहीं 2009 में दोबारा जब बहुमत मिला था तब एक राय थी कि आप विपक्ष की पॉलिटिक्स करके पार्टी को मजबूत करें।
ऐसी कोई राय नहीं थी, आपकी रॉन्ग इंफॉर्मेशन।
अब मैं पूछ रहा हूं, अब आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, दो चीज है। ये जो मैंडेट मिला है, आप अपोजिशन में रह के आप और पार्टी मजबूत करना चाहते हैं या सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं? आप चाहते क्या हैं?
नहीं, देखिए, हम एक कोalition के भाग हैं, ठीक है। कांग्रेस पार्टी है, बाकी पार्टियां हैं, और उनके साथ अभी हमारा डिस्कशन नहीं हुआ है। हमने, भैया शांत हो जाए, हमने उनसे कहा था, इंडिया पार्टनर से कहा था कि चुनाव के बाद 5 तारीख को हमारी मीटिंग होगी और उस मीटिंग में हम ये जो सवाल है इसको डिसाइड करेंगे। तो सचमुच में इस सवाल का जवाब आज हमारे पास है नहीं, कल होगा।
राहुल जी, अमेठी में आपके लिए कहा गया कि राहुल गांधी ने अपने पीए को चुनाव लड़ा दिया, अब उन्हीं किशोरीलाल शर्मा
नहीं, देखिए, ये
बीजेपी ने कहा था।
नहीं, देखिए, बीजेपी लोगों को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करती है,
और आज उन्हीं किशोरीलाल ने हरा दिया।
तमीज से बात नहीं करती है। मगर किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी जो हैं वो 40 साल से अमेठी में कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, और उनका अमेठी की जनता के साथ रिश्ता है। शायद बीजेपी के लोगों को यह बात समझ नहीं आई थी कि किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी अमेठी से बहुत क्लोजली कनेक्टेड व्यक्ति हैं, और इसलिए उनकी जीत निश्चित थी। और मैं उनको कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूं कि अच्छी तरह वो जीते हैं। और उनको बारे में ये कहना कि वो पीए हैं, स्टेनो हैं, ये बिल्कुल गलत है, ये ऑफेंसिव है, ये नहीं कहना चाहिए।
राहुल जी मैं मोहित हूँ न्यूज नेशन से। सर कहते हैं
आपने एक बात बोली जो मैं इसके जवाब देना चाहता हूं। देखिए, यूपी की जनता से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आपसे ज्यादा पॉलिटिकल विजडम, मतलब आपने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। यूपी के जनता ने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। नहीं, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने कमाल करके दिखाया, मगर बीजेपी यूपी ने हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति समझकर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर खतरा समझकर उत्तर प्रदेश ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की रक्षा की है। और मैं सब स्टेट्स का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, मगर उत्तर प्रदेश को मैं स्पेशल कहना चाहता हूं। आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी का, इंडिया गठबंधन का समर्थन किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
राहुल जी
आखिरी सवाल, और इसमें यूपी में एक और बात मैं बोल देता हूं, एक और बात यूपी के बारे में बोल देता हूं। इसमें मेरी बहन प्रियंका गांधी का भी काम है, जो यहां पीछे छुपी हुई है।
राहुल जी
शुक्रिया साथियों, शुक्रिया, हो गया।
सर राहुल जी लेट्स गो।
Was of course Rahul Gandhi there holding a press conference. Before him it was Mallikarjun Kharge and Sonia Gandhi who also spoke. Let's quickly cut across to Smriti Irani.
सर्वप्रथम भाजपा के सभी समर्थकों को, कार्यकर्ताओं को मैं विशेष आभार व्यक्त करती हूं, जिन्होंने पूर्ण परिश्रम और निष्ठा के साथ क्षेत्र की और पार्टी की सेवा की। हर गांव में नाली खड़ंजा से लेकर बाईपास, मेडिकल कॉलेज, 30-30 वर्ष पुरानी लोकसभा क्षेत्र की मांगों को पूरा करने का सौभाग्य मुझे प्राप्त हुआ। आज मैं नरेंद्र मोदी, योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का विशेष आभार व्यक्त करती हूं कि 5 वर्षों के अल्प समय में 30 वर्षों के कामों को पूरा किया मोदी योगी सरकार ने। जो चुनाव जीते उन्हें मेरी ओर से बधाई। मैं आशा करती हूं कि हमने जितनी निष्ठा के साथ गांव-गांव जाकर जनता की सेवा की, गांव-गांव जाकर प्रतिदिन उसी प्रकार से अमेठी की सेवा होती रहेगी। पुनः दोहराती हूं, मेरे साथ आज विद्यमान हैं तेजवान सिंह, राम प्रसाद जी, जिन्होंने संघर्ष का झंडा अमेठी में उठाया 1970 के दशक से। आज हमारी पीढ़ी ऐसे हमारे वरिष्ठ कार्यकर्ताओं, नेताओं के प्रति कृतज्ञता का भाव रखते हुए आभार वंदन करती है। संगठन को और सशक्त करेंगे और संगठन पथ पर, जैसे कि अटल जी कहा करते थे, क्या हार में क्या जीत में, किंचित नहीं भयभीत में, संघर्ष पथ पर जो मिले ये भी सही वो भी सही, वरदान मांगेंगे नहीं। हम वो हैं जिन्होंने पूर्ण निष्ठा के साथ क्षेत्र की सेवा की और आगे भी संगठन की शक्ति के माध्यम से सेवा करते रहेंगे। भाजपा के सभी संकल्पित कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से क्षेत्र की जनता के चरणों में वंदन और अभिनंदन। धन्यवाद। हाँ, मुझे लगता है कि आज जनता का आभार व्यक्त करने का दिन है, जो जीते उनको बधाई देने का दिन है। संगठन का स्वभाव है विश्लेषण करने का, वो संगठन अपनी ओर से विश्लेषण करेगा, लेकिन एक जनप्रतिनिधि, एक पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविस्ट के नाते मेरा ये बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य रहा कि मैंने क्षेत्र में
हर गांव में जाकर काम किया। इस क्षेत्र को मैंने
That was Smriti Irani, who has just lost from her seat of Amethi in Uttar Pradesh from Kishori Lal Sharma of the Congress party. I have with me on the broadcast Savio Rodriguez of the BJP. We also have with us Gautam Mukherjee. Savio, the results, are they truly disappointing for the BJP? At the end of the day, like everyone is saying, that the BJP as a single largest party still has the advantage. It will be invited to form the government. The NDA numbers are in place. But is there already chatter about whether the result has been truly disappointing?
Well, Devika, to be honest, I think we need to look at the result as what our expectation levels were and whether we matched it or not. And in that context, yes, of course, we are disappointed by the results. But at the end of the day, the most important thing I keep saying is about winning. Yes, we wanted to achieve a certain target. We believe that we could have achieved that certain target. And that's why every single Karyakarta worked in that direction. However, we have fallen short. And what we need to do is go back to the people and regain their confidence, introspect and understand why is it that after the government over the last 10 years has provided so much of facilities to people across the country, so many initiatives to the people, what were the reasons that they did not give us the expected results that we needed? But we are thankful that we are in the position of power for the third term to be able to serve the people much more.
Okay. I'm going to bring in Gautam Mukherjee as well into the conversation. Gautam Mukherjee, we've just heard Rahul Gandhi's press conference where he's thanked the poor, the Dalits, the Adivasis. He says that all of you have now come out and saved the Constitution of India. Gautam, when you compare, of course, the Congress's performance from last time around, yes, of course, they've done better. The Congress party, credit is of course due to them. They've managed to really pull up their socks and they've done a much better job. But for the Congress party to somewhere claim this as a moral victory, is that really then a fair assessment of the situation? Because at the end of the day, for them to say that Narendra Modi should resign, is that really a fair assessment?
Well, it's a fond hope. And, they have come close with 233 odd seats, with Congress alone scoring about 93 or 4. But the gap is still as good as a mile. The third consecutive term is being formed by the BJP. And the government will be formed by the BJP and its allies. And the execution of Narendra Modi's vision will continue, albeit in a modified fashion. As far as the India alliance goes, the chances of it staying cohesive in the 5 years leading up to 2029 are fairly slim because they are very disparate and different from the other. They have come together in order to win the election or win substantially in this election. But can they really stick together to any kind of common minimum program? It's very doubtful. Can they survive together for 5 years? This isn't going to be a process of dharnas and agitation.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you there. Mamata Banerjee is also speaking, I've been told. And of course, she becomes a really, really important player as well if the India bloc is in fact hoping to get the opportunity to form the government. Let's quickly listen in.
যদি 3 মাস ধরে ইলেকশন চলে বছরে একবার পঞ্চায়েত একবার মিউনিসিপ্যালিটি একবার লোকসভা একবার विधानसभा একবার बाई इलेक्शन तो डेवलपमेंट का काम नहीं होता है तो इसी के लिए जो कानून मोदी जी ने किया है 147 MP को एक्सपेल करके वो कानून अभी कामयाब नहीं होगा, इसी के लिए कि 2/3 मेजोरिटी तो नहीं मिला। 2/3 मेजोरिटी नहीं होने से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट नहीं होता। आप लोगों को पता है ना? पता है तो ना पता नहीं है? जो हारा है उसको लिए हमारा कोई दुख नहीं है। हमारा पार्टी को अगर जो हारा भी है उसको हारा गया है रुपया देके, मैं तब भी उसको कंग्रेचुलेट करने चाहूंगी कि वो लोग हिम्मत से लड़ा। जो जगह में हम जीता उसमें हम जनता को कहेंगे दे आर द मैन ऑफ द मैच। हम आज का चुनाव में इलेक्शन कमीशन को जो रोल है, हम कहने चाहूंगी कि ये बीजेपी का कमीशन का तरह काम किया। दे आर जस्ट लाइक हिज मास्टर वॉइस ऑफ बीजेपी। जो कंप्लेन किया वो काम किया। हम रिकाउंटिंग चाहते हैं तो नहीं देता है। बीजेपी को क्यों दिया रिपोल, हमको क्यों नहीं देते हैं? इसका मतलब यही होता है वो चालाकी से मोदी का सीट और 10 बड़ा बढ़ाने चाहते हैं। लेकिन प्लीज याद रखिए, जो सच होता है वो सच आता है। मोदी जी बहुत सारे पार्टी को तोड़ा है, अभी जनता ने उसको तोड़ दिया, उसको मोरल तोड़ दिया है। इसी के लिए मैं तो चाहूंगी किसी के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट नहीं होके आपको पहले रिजिग्नेशन करना चाहिए। इसी के लिए प्राइम मिनिस्टर का बाद नतून प्राइम मिनिस्टर होने से रिजाइन करना है। ये तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का प्रॉब्लम है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का सिस्टम है। चीफ मिनिस्टर को भी करना पड़ता है नया गवर्नमेंट के लिए। लेकिन हम चाहते हैं मोरल ग्राउंड से मोदी जी रिजाइन करें, होम मिनिस्टर रिजाइन करे, और देश में जो गवर्नमेंट आने वाला है ज्यादा बेइज्जती करेगा तो एक गवर्नमेंट नहीं चलेगा, नहीं चलेगा। मोदी जी ने तो खुद बता दिया 4 जून का बाद कोई टॉपसी टर्न भी होना वाला है, तो क्या युद्ध करेगा? क्या करेगा? अपना बात वो अपने दिल से निकाल गया, कभी कभी निकाल जाता है। इसी के लिए मैं जरूर कहेंगे ये जॉय ए विक्ट्री इंडिया का है, ये विक्ट्री हमारा देश का है, ये विक्ट्री हमारा माँ बहन का है, ये विक्ट्री हमारा किसान का है। इंडिया को जो सीट मिला है, इतना जब्ती करने का बाद भी अगर मोदी पावर में नहीं रहता तो मोदी का इसको आधा सीट भी नहीं मिलता। तो इसी के लिए आज जो अभिनंदन हम देश भर देशवासियों को करते हैं, पूरा देशवासियों को हम मंगल देशवासी का साथ हम चाहेंगे मोदी जाए देश रहे, ये हमारा कहने हैं। इसका बाद हम एक बात कहेंगे, आप जरूर एक क्वेश्चन मेरे को पूछिएंगे, इसका पहले मैं रिप्लाई देना चाहती हूँ। मैं कुछ नहीं चाहती हूँ, मैं चाहती हूँ हॉट स्टेट जो रीजनल स्टेट है उसको जो रुपया सेंट्रल से मिलता है, हमारा रुपया लेके जाता है, उसको इमीडिएट वापस करें। हमारा जो काम बंद कर दिया वो काम वापस करें। ईडी सीबीआई आईटी को लेके और एजेंसी के लेके और जुडिशियरी को डरा के जो काम वो करते हैं इसको इमीडिएट बंद करें। अगर नहीं करेगा तो देश भर इतना मूवमेंट होगा कि हरियाणा में जैसे वो नहीं घुस सकता है वैसा पार्लियामेंट में भी नहीं घुस सकता है। जनता का राय सबसे बड़ा होता है। आई एम गिविंग सपोर्ट टू ऑल माई इंडिया फ्रेंड्स एंड द अदर ऑल्सो who are willing to join India team, I will welcome them. खाली रुपया के लिए बीजेपी के पास मत जाओ, और ईडी के लिए और सीबीआई के लिए आप खुद देश में एक इज्जत दे दो, देश का आदमी को जो आपको सम्मान दे। खाली ईडी का केस मिटाने के लिए, सीबीआई को केस मिटाने के लिए मेहरबानी करके बीजेपी को साथ मत दो। बीजेपी के जो साथ देगा और देश में और देश का जो हम बातों में नहीं कहने चाहती हूँ, हम यही बात कहने चाहती हूँ कि देश आपको क्षमा नहीं करेंगे। यही मेरे को कहना था। আপনাদের অনেক ধন্যবাদ বাংলার মামাটি মানুষ। সার্থক জনম আমার জন্মেছি ওই দেশে, সার্থক জনম মাগো তোমায় ভালোবেসে। আর আপনারা যারা বিজেপির কথায় পোল রিভিউ করেছিলেন, তারা নিজেদের দিকে একটু তাকিয়ে দেখুন এই পোল রিভিউটা কে করে দিয়েছিল।
We've just heard Mamata Banerjee, her victory speech as well. Syed Asad Abbas, let me bring into the conversation. Mamata Banerjee there, of course, once again reiterating what the opposition has now been saying, that Narendra Modi needs to resign on moral grounds, and of course that's their approach to the entire situation at this point in time. But today she's coming and saying that I extend my gratitude to all my India partners. We have all fought together, but we did not see that unity in the elections. And clearly Mamata Banerjee was pretty much clear that she said India bloc was my brainchild. However, I will not extend my support to the Congress in West Bengal, but at the national level, I will consider. Now that the numbers have turned around, Mamata Banerjee is saying, I express my gratitude and I thank all of our partners, and I want more people to come and now join the India bloc. Wasn't this exactly the confused messaging that we've been seeing for the past 3 months?
Devika, as a matter of fact, I believe it was a very sound and intelligent decision of Mamata Banerjee to contest West Bengal alone. Because I'm sure, had they shared the votes with the left or they had shared the seats with the Congress, it wouldn't have resulted this good for the Trinamool Congress. And not just that, I was on your show or during NewsX exit poll, Rishabh Saab's show, when I said exit polls are never the exact polls. There's always a difference. And as Rocky Balboa says, it ain't over till it's over. So we need to understand that largely all the pollsters have got it wrong, but we need to understand and respect the mandate of the people. I think when we look at largely the pollsters gave something ulta. You know, BJP was supposed to get the majority in West Bengal.
Let's stick to the point. I'm not talking about the exit polls are done and over with, right? It's done. It's over with. We have the actual results. So why are we going back to what the pollsters did, what they didn't do? Let's stick to the point of Mamata Banerjee today, because she has emerged victorious in West Bengal, coming out, holding a press conference and saying, oh, look, I'm so happy and I extend my support to the India bloc, and I hope that others will join in as well. That's the point. I'm talking about confused messaging here, which we've been subjected to for the past 3 to 4 months.
Okay, I'll tell you, Devika, it's not confused messaging. It's actually smart messaging. You need to understand this is how politicians work. Had she not done that, like I answered you previously, she wouldn't have got this mandate from the people of West Bengal. She had to fight. In Bengal, she had to fight alone. But largely, when it comes to forming the alliance and numbers, she has always mentioned that she's with the India Alliance partners. And what I'm mentioning, it is very important to call out the pollsters because they confused India and the world. Saying 300 par, 400 par, all of that.
So to be fair, 48 hours before the actual
one
results.
second, I'm going to intervene here. Syed Asad Abbas, the best polling agencies in the most advanced, technologically advanced country in the world. You remember it predicting a landslide victory for Hillary Clinton, and then Donald Trump won. So let's be clear.
That's what I said.
The polling samples are to be taken with a pinch of salt. When I began my career, nobody ever thought the UPA would ever return to power, including all the veterans, all the analysts, all the pollsters. Here I am, these many decades later, having witnessed it firsthand. The UPA returned to power with a Congress getting 200 plus seats, which nobody thought was possible then. But I want to just put a premise here, Devika. The premise here is an election has just been held. Narendra Modi has just won that election. What do you mean he should resign on moral grounds? If you had defeated him, you would be becoming Prime Minister. So we are now being sucked in because we are being told Narendra Modi should resign on moral grounds. On what basis? Mamata Banerjee has 30 seats, the BJP has 240. Akhilesh Yadav has 36 seats, the BJP has 240. The Congress has 99 seats, the BJP has, 150 more seats than that. So moral grounds, I mean, this is all hubris. The bottom line is Mamata Banerjee has done well, Akhilesh Yadav have done well, the Congress have done well. They've got some takeaways. They've got Amethi back. They've got some plus numbers in UP. They've got 40 plus seats. Ajay Rao has got 4 lakh votes in Varanasi. That's something to tom about, certainly. But they've not won. You have to win or lose. And is Narendra Modi's mandate a bit diminished? Yes, he is. But he's won the election. So let's, the moral ground thing is all, don't go for all this bunkum.
Okay, Syed Asad Abbas wants to reply to that. We can't hear you.
I think when we look at the majority front, single largest party undoubtedly is Bharatiya Janata Party. But also, Rishabh Saab, we need to understand that there is over-dependency of Bharatiya Janata Party banking on Modi ji. Undoubtedly, he's a Vishwaguru and one of the greatest global leaders that we see today. The fact is, Modi ji is the strength and the weakness is piggybacking on Modi ji. We need to understand that price rise, inflation have been issues here in India's voting. And the last point, yes, you're absolutely right on the front that alone Congress are not even 1/3 of what BJP is. But we need to understand from a 400 par, not even a 300 par, now merely coming down to 240 seats, it is a sort of a defeat. It is a moral defeat.
No, it's not a defeat. It's a win. I will give you the example. I'm sorry to interrupt, Devika, but I'll give you the example. If India, let's say, is taking on Zimbabwe, okay, today in a cricket match, and we don't win by 10 wickets, we only win by 5 wickets. Yes, the top order needs to introspect that why they got out in the early overs. But India still won the match. So yes, it's not been the performance that Narendra Modi should have wanted, would have wanted, the BJP would have wanted, but a win is a win. What do you mean by moral defeat? I don't know what that means.
I'll tell you why it is. No 400 par, no 300 par, not even 272 par.
But
Sayyid Abbas, if Rajiv and Indira were around today and were told that the Congress has won 99 seats out of 543, I don't think they would be calling it a moral victory, for sure.
Congress is no match, sir. I concede to you, Congress is absolutely no match. I'm sure the BJP has got more than double the seats of what the Congress party has. But I'm only saying, when you do a messaging, 400 par, 300 par, and you're not even to be
so at this point in time,
par, that
okay, I understand your point. But you also then agree that the election was in fact about Narendra Modi, and it's not about now Rahul Gandhi holding this press conference and saying that, look, I thank everyone for coming out and helping us save the Constitution of India. All the institutions were endangered in India. The Election Commission, ED, CBI, media, courts, everything was under pressure from the government. And look, we've come together and we've saved the country. Had you formed the government, that would perhaps make a lot of sense. But that's what I'm saying, that even the opposition has, since the beginning, it was their agenda to defeat a Narendra Modi. Not once did they say that we will form the government or that we want to form the government. In fact, they're not even saying that right now. Rahul Gandhi is still saying that we have to hold now a bunch of meetings and figure it out in those meetings what is going to be the way forward. So even till this date, there is no clarity. The India Alliance partners, in fact, ideally should be meeting tonight itself. Why exactly are they waiting for tomorrow? I'm not quite sure. But I want to bring in Sumit.
Absolutely.
Okay, Syed, I'm going to bring in Sumit.
Absolutely. Devika ji, you're absolutely right on that. I'd say you definitely hit the nail on the head. The fact is, you need to learn from the BJP on this front. Had it been Amit Shah, he'd have been a driving force calling out all his alliance media partners and getting the SOS meeting.
Okay.
This is where a single largest party has a
all right. Okay,
power.
I want to get in other people's perspectives as well on what they've heard from the Congress party right now and from Mamata Banerjee. Sumit Peer, what do you make of some of the statements that are coming out, especially for a Mamata Banerjee? Like I said, credit to her that she's won West Bengal, and it's been a major victory for her. But for her to now today come out and say that I extend my support to the India bloc. What do you make of that?
I think Devgaji, a couple of points. First of all, if we look at our TV screens, BJP 241 and India Alliance all put together, Pura Vipaksh Milake 233. Even Pura Vipaksh Milake is less than BJP, and Modi ji should resign. That exposes the hypocrisy of it. All Vipaksh got together cannot still cross what Modi ji has got. It's a Modi ji's mandate. Modi ji is winning 295 seats as an NDA. It's a pre-electoral alliance, and that has won. Okay, it didn't get 300 par or 400 par, but it is almost at 300. So there's no question of moral victory. There's no question of moral resignation. All that is all figment of imagination. The challenge here is that even if Mamata Didi does well in his state, whereas a person who has done well all over the India, is a person who has done more seats than you all block put together, and still the person should resign. Right? Still the person should resign. This talks about the hypocrisy and frustration. They have not been able to make it. I mean, why are they rejoicing with joy? It is NDA which is going to form the government. Modi ji is the next Prime Minister of India. He will be sworn in as a matter of time. Is there a quest in the opposition who has a better consolation prize? There ko 2 color pencil mile aur mere ko 3 mile. Is there a participation certificate which is given? When it comes to elections, you have to win or lose. The winner is Modi ji. The mandate is from Modi ji. Yes, he talked about not 400 par, but he's hitting almost 300. 295 is the number of the NDA. So where does this moral victory and where does this all come in? And what is this alliance? When Kejriwal says,
yes, I need to bring in other people.
When Kejriwal says that this alliance is not permanent. Right, and Mamta Didi up till 2 days back was saying, I will not come to Delhi, I don't want to be seen with you. If you are forming the government, I will support you from outside. Now today, I don't know where does this euphoria come from, where does this illusion come from? You have to resign. What is resign? Why should a Modi ji resign? What is so? What is there to resign? I cannot fathom this thought. What do you mean by Modi ji moral? What is moral in this mathematics? By mathematics में morality कहाँ से आ गई?
Okay, Gautam, one second. Say this, Abbas. Gautam Mukherjee was speaking when Mamata Banerjee started a press conference. Gautam Mukherjee, bringing you back into the conversation, I just want to understand from you as well. Now, this whole question of a moral victory versus a moral defeat, what does this really mean? What is this new narrative that we're trying to set?
Well, if you're asking me, this is the usual claptrap. When they lose, they call it a moral victory. When they lose, when somebody else wins, they want him to resign and call it a moral loss. I mean, it's rubbish. The fact is, they've lucked out and done rather well, and that is as far as it goes. Now we shall see what they do next.
Absolutely. And we're expecting the Prime Minister, in fact, to be at the BJP headquarters at 7 o'clock. That's the information that we had. And we will, of course, be expecting him to come in there. But Rishabh, just trying to understand from you as well. This, like I said, now Rahul Gandhi, of course, the Congress party is very cheerful today. And rightly so. They've done better since last time. However, for them to also now come and say that there has to be that this is Narendra Modi's defeat and it's a complete disaster. Does that really make any sense given that the numbers are in fact with the NDA? What exactly are they trying to prove to the population?
Let's just be reasonable people and call it for what it is. Okay, if we be straightforward, because elections are now over, we have to get on with it. We have to get on with life. So some people are going to be thrilled that Narendra Modi and the BJP have been cut down to size. Others are going to be disappointed, heartbroken that why not 270 for BJP. Let's put it all aside. This is the result. It's going to change by 1 or 2 seats, but not by much. Okay, we are done. Okay. So here's the bottom line. The bottom line is that in a class of people, you had a few people who were not performing well in their exams. They have done better. They were getting 40%, now they've got 50% marks. Do they deserve a pat on the back for their improvement? Yes, they do. Should they come up and say, yes, we have done better, okay, in physics, chemistry, maths, we are proud of it, okay? But the person who was getting 90% has come down from 90% to 80%. Okay, should that person be disappointed that where did I lose the extra 10 marks? Yes, that person should be disappointed. But the bottom of the line is he's still the topper of the class. Okay, now this is just straightforward logic. So yes, a Narendra Modi and the BJP has not performed what they would have liked, and honestly all they would have liked was 272 for the BJP. The rest is all irrelevant because mathematically, constitutionally, that's the only figure that matters. Okay, not having 272 is a back of the mind concern for sure, but they are forming the government. So should a Mamata Banerjee get credit today? Absolutely she should. Should Akhilesh Yadav get credit today? Absolutely he should. He's done something remarkable. Okay, whether he's got lucky, whether there was a wave. I mean, Mamata Banerjee clearly had a wave in Bengal. Yusuf Pathan has won. I mean, he's beaten Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary not by a margin, by 60,000 votes. Okay, this guy is not a Bengali, he's got nothing to do with Bengal, he happened to play a few cricket matches there and he's been para-dropped. So this is a Mamata wave in Bengal. She should be feeling thrilled. Akhilesh has done better than his own expectations. He should be feeling thrilled. The Congress should be feeling upbeat. But bottom line is, from failing marks, they have now got into second division and they are saying the guy in the first division is not the topper, but he is. What do you do with that? Bottom line.
Rishabh sir, I've been enjoying my day with you, sir. Absolute wits are the best. Completely agree with you on that front, sir. Absolutely. I think it's laying out the table there. Akhilesh done well, Mamata Banerjee done well, Congress numbers done well. Also, let me tell you on your show, I absolutely do not think Modi ji should resign. I think those people in the opposition need some Atma Chintan before they say that. Modi ji deserves to be a third time Prime Minister, and he will be. Nobody can take away about that, because without Modi ji, even a BJP would be difficult to even do a 200 par. We need to understand, give the due credit where it's belong. And of course, the results are all out there. We can extrapolate as much as we want, or even the opposition. But the fact of the matter here is that politics cannot be taken for granted. This is one of the most unpredictable elections that I've seen. Even I was swayed by the exit polls. I was also thinking 300 par. But nevertheless, the mandate of the people we need to accept. But I don't think, one of the panelists made a statement that lucked out in politics. No, sir. There is nothing called lucked out in politics. It's hard work. Modi ji had to do more than 200 rallies to get this figure. Opposition leaders were on ground. There was a very, very hot, summerful election. And winning this is absolutely no joke. And kudos to all the politicians.
I can say this election was not Ram Bharose for sure, for anyone.
Absolutely. Faizabad was shocking. Ayodhya, we saw Samajwadi Party winning. Absolutely right, sir.
Absolutely.
So today the people vote
right.
on unemployment, price rise is an issue, like me and Rishabh Sahab mentioned earlier.
And that is something perhaps for
issue.
the BJP to now introspect. Where exactly did the strategy, in what states were they placing their bets, and where exactly did it go wrong? Himanshu, but of course, like I said, that is for the BJP to introspect. But if you were to then take a guess and just shed some light on that, what do you think maybe went a little bit wrong in terms of just helping them reach that majority mark on their own? Like I said, at the end of the day, one has to accept the numbers that are there. The numbers are very clear. Prime Minister Modi is coming back for a third term. That in itself is historic. He will go down in India's history books. However, as far as getting that single party majority is concerned, where do you think they possibly went wrong in their strategy?
Well, I think I would put it very, very bluntly. They have to introspect within themselves. They have somewhere down the line, as the figures indicate, they have somewhere down the line disappointed their core voter which did not come out to vote. And that is what is reflective of this election. Narendra Bhai would first thing he will do is watch this, those figures, Where did they miss out? That introspection starts there. And it looks like the core voter of a BJP, who has been voting for BJP for quite some time, has stayed away from voting this time. And that is what has resulted in this loss of 30-40 seats. Last time around, if you see, their vote share and other things, and you compare it with the seats this time, the vote share being higher, widespread, but seats being lower. Now that very clearly indicates the core voter in their concentrated area has not gone out and voted for them. Okay. Their losses, if you see, the turncoats, last 3 days, last 5 days, last 3 months, those who have come in have got the ticket to fight. And those people are not liked by the core BJP workers. So there is a resentment of a core BJP worker which says, for 30 years I fought against this man and now I have to go and vote for him. Instead of that, why not I skip voting?
Okay.
So many places that has happened.
Okay, all right. Rishabh wants to make a point.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick point. I don't know about the core voter. Here is what I think happened, okay? The difference between Narendra Modi's BJP getting a single majority is UP and Bengal. That's the difference. Everything else is cancelled each other, balanced each other out, okay? You can't win 10% everywhere. You'll win a few more here and win a few less there, okay? So that's elections. So the difference is UP, Bengal. In UP, one thing has happened.
Maharashtra.
Yeah, Maharashtra also, one can say that, it could have balanced itself out. You did better in Andhra, you did better in Odisha. So the chunky difference was the maybe 10, 12 seats in Bengal and certainly 30 plus seats in UP. That's at 42, you are at 283. Okay.
Right.
So what is the difference? That in 2014, there was an overarching Narendra Modi factor effect wave that transcended all other kinds of politics, caste politics, everything else was transcended. That overacting effect of Narendra Modi this time around has fallen back into the normal divisions of Uttar Pradesh, which has delivered fractured mandates for eons up until what happened in 2014. So UP has gone back to its pattern, and Akhilesh has benefited from that pattern for sure. And he has been the principal player, and I think he is the one who's really re-energized the Congress in UP. I don't think they've re-energized Akhilesh. So that is the primary thing that has taken place, which has taken away a large chunk, and the BJP has not been able to give confidence and guarantee to the people of Bengal that voting for the Bharatiya Janata Party directly benefits them. They've taken the safer option. The person you know versus the person you don't, that's what they've gone with. And that's the difference between the rest, of course, is just for us to have conversation.
Okay, Priya Sehgal also with us in the studios. Priya, just want to understand your perspective. As Rishabh was also pointing out, in 2014, a very clear Narendra Modi wave. 2019, also a very clear Narendra Modi wave. However, after 10 years, do you feel that somewhere when the BJP now sits to have a conversation about what really happened in terms of the certain seats that they've not managed to win this time around, do you feel that somewhere a conversation also has to begin as to the ground leadership and the ability to deliver the Prime Minister's vision on the ground and the sort of leaders that you're putting on the ground, and whether they have a connect with the people on the ground as well? Is there a reality check and a realization there for the BJP that simply fighting elections on the name of the Prime Minister is not going to be enough after 10 years? You have to put out faces, candidates and people who truly can connect with the voter on the ground and can convince the voter that we are the right people to take the larger vision of a Narendra Modi forward.
Dr. Devika, your question itself has the answer, that after 10 years, you have to change the formula. You can't keep repeating the formula year after year, election after election. This was the time where the opposition for once took the initiative, re-strategized the way they contested the elections in terms of, the narrative. They didn't make the personality of the Prime Minister an issue at all. They refused to engage in this Modi versus whom debate. Rahul Gandhi took a step back. Congress fought the lowest number of seats ever. So it was a very well-planned opposition campaign versus a BJP that was still, we keep saying that the Congress doesn't and the opposition doesn't know how to reinvent. Well, I don't know whether they've reinvented or gone back to the old rule book of playing caste politics, but whatever it is, the BJP refused to reinvent. They were playing the same formula, cut and paste. Pehle bhi Modi, now also Modi. It doesn't matter agar Congress ka aa gaya hai, BJP bhi Modi ke naam pe jeetega. That has not happened, and that had, for a particular reason, one, of course, the candidate selection, B, the impact it had on the RSS and the cadre. The cadre is not really going to be sitting and voting for a Congress leader whom they had just defeated in the last election, and who has got the ticket over the priorities of their own BJP workers. They're not going to be celebrating that person and going to be working very hard for them. So that last mile connect that was supposed to be happening with the candidates and the party workers did not happen. So that hasn't worked in the BJP's favor. An overwhelming narrative, there was no, we kept saying na wave nahi hai, or there was a Modi fatigue or whatever it was. People couldn't, it was too esoteric an election. You couldn't pin it down. Usually we have Modi is the issue, or Pulwama is the issue, or corruption of UP is an issue. This time there was no such one big ticket issue from the BJP side. Congress actually for once played it smart. They made a non-issue an issue. They very smartly picked up the canard of the constitution and made it an issue. And BJP, it tried, but unka ek jo campaign tha, ab ki baar 400 par came back to bite them, because they say, why do you want 400 par? You just need 270 to rule. So you need 400 par because you want to do something big. Something big will be constitution, and they've already done 370. So and they're already talking about we have an agenda for the next 100 days. So the BJP fell into its own marketing trap also. This is a government election is fought on narratives, not just candidates. So in the narrative trap is where the BJP fell, and it was its own trap of its own making. It fell a victim to its own hype. If they had not said 400 par, I think this number is pretty decent for somebody who's coming for a third term. Yes. It's a very decent number. BJP alone has more numbers than the than the India alliance. One party, one Prime Minister Modi still has more numbers than the entire alliance put together. Then why is the alliance celebrating? Because you made it 400 par. You said above ki baar 300 par, 400 par, and great thing. So they are only ruling by your benchmarks and saying, hey, you haven't made it, so we won. So at the end of the day, you fallen victim to your own hype, as they did in West Bengal elections when Amit Shah said 200 par. So BJP should also take a lesson from its own rhetoric.
Okay, Rishabh, what do you make of that assessment as well? Would you agree that also there's been some chatter about how there wasn't an overarching national issue this time around to really keep the voters concentration and focus on the elections. There wasn't some big issue, and in fact we also used to discuss the fact that a lot of the steam into the election only gained momentum after the campaigning began, and certain promises came out in the manifesto, and suddenly there were speeches about, there was a re-emergence of caste politics and reservation politics and wealth distribution. All of that only started after the campaigning began.
I'm going to answer this in two ways. The first is, there is a fundamentally important concern that we have to now address, which is a reality check for all of us, that just because somebody gets government schemes, just because they get a house, they get a nalka, they get an Ujjwala gas connection, if you just look at all the government schemes, you've done the math, okay? 250 crore, 350 crore touch points, okay? So there have been families who have got 3 or 4 government schemes. You can tell in UP, not all of them have voted BJP, okay? So that's one thing. That emotion still matters. The other thing I've already mentioned, that there was an overarching phenomenon. But the second part, which I wanted to ask the question, I think at this point of time, whatever decoding is going to happen and whatever analysis is going to happen, and the BJP first does decoding, okay, trust me, before they start celebrating. I honestly, firmly believe that Narendra Modi as Prime Minister is still in a different orbit. He is now above this. His agenda remains intact. He has got enough to pursue that agenda. And I don't think he's worried about, at this point of time, what happens if Nitish does this and this, that. I think he's going to carry on with his agenda, and he's going to move on as normal. So I know it's in a moment where the opposition has clawed something back and they feel Narendra Modi has been cut down to size, and in many ways electorally it's going to be some irritating maths for a lot of the party workers. But the bottom line is, in the agenda, for a person, I don't know, 5 years from now is going to be 78, 79, whether he feels that he's afraid of or got something to lose, I don't think so. I think he's going to carry on like before, perhaps at the peak, not at the trough.
Okay, all right. Sumit, would you agree with that assessment then? That at this point in time, the BJP will be looking at this, of course, as a clear victory, and the fact that the mandate of the people is still with them and along with their alliance partners, and therefore some of the vision and the agendas and the promises that they had made prior to the election, that's something that they will still be able to deliver on. They're not really worried about some of the big ticket agendas that the BJP has now come to be known for.
I think if you look at the person Narendra Modi ji, he is a man who has to do what he has to do. You cannot tame Modi, you cannot control Modi, you cannot cajole Modi, you cannot neither threaten him, neither can you push him to a corner. He will do what he has to do, and people have to fall in line. You see, if today it's a mandate for Modi ji is the next Prime Minister, and it's 3 times in a row. Yes, he didn't do 400 par, but he's at 300. Almost he's touching 300. So that's not too bad. And still his individual score is more than a combined opposition put together. That's again the reality of the life. So Modi ji will continue what he has to do. Yes, he has to fine tune his little bit ways here and there, which he may or may not be comfortable, but he knows how to adjust. He knows how to do his ways. There is no way this mandate is going to impact his vision, impact his action plans, or going to tame him down. That is not the characteristics of the person. Neither anybody should expect to do that. Yes, there will be some minor adjustments he has to do here and there, but the vision will continue, the mission will continue. The mandate is for Modi ji. At 295, the mandate is for Narendra Modi. You cannot take it away from him. And there are no consolation prizes. Either you win or lose. If Congress is happy, Devka ji, कि भाई, I have doubled my seats, then and Rahul Gandhi is celebrating, then I should stand up and I should clap. For whom? Arvind Kejriwal, 400% increase in the seats, 0 se 4 seat. So by that logic, Kejriwal is the biggest hero. From 0, he has got 400 seats. So absolutely, it's the numbers which matter at the end of the day. It's not the percentages or the deltas. Here, we have 295 marks. Numbers, we have 241, which is more than 233 Modi ji alone. So what do we, after 10 years, if still this man is going rough and tough and winning, what do you say? What is this consolation prize? What is morality, immorality? Mathematics and morality are oxymorons. There's no morality with mathematics.
Okay, Syed, I'll come to you, but Rishabh is also standing by to take us through some of the key bottom lines now. What really is the bottom line as far as the 2024 general elections are concerned? Rishabh, over to you.
Okay, here we are at the end of the day of election results 2024, and for many of us, the mandate is a bit confusing. Narendra Modi's BJP has not won an absolute majority on its own, but the NDA has. The Congress has done a lot better. Akhilesh has done a lot better. UP has almost gone 50-50. Mamata Banerjee has done better. So what's actually happened? Let's reduce it to a bottom line. The first bottom line, Narendra, is that Narendra Modi is back in third term as a PM. It's his mandate, not the opposition mandate. They have not won the election. They have got a boost, but not a victory. That's the bottom line. Narendra Modi is going to be sworn in for a third term as Prime Minister. Bottom line. UP and Bengal were the difference in BJP not making 272. Everything else balanced each other out. You won a little bit here, lost a little bit there. That's what happens in elections. You can't win 10% every time. There is no alternate government that the opposition at this point of time can cobble together, which is why they're saying on moral grounds and this grounds and that grounds. There is no alternative government. This concept of we'll woo Nitish by offering him PMship and Naidu will come and somehow we'll find 40-50 seats that we need. This is not happening. Okay? It's a bottom line. Ladies and gentlemen, in a core aspect of election forming, the Congress has today gotten enough to re-energize itself. They've got 40 extra seats. Amethi is back. They've seen an uptick in UP seats, whose credit you can argue later. And they've challenged, Ajay Rai has put a challenge even in Varanasi by cutting the PM's majority there. So the Congress has got some re-energy, but they've not won. That's the bottom line. At less than 100, this is not a thumping return of the Congress. If you went back to Rajiv and Indira Gandhi and told them we've received 100 seats or 98 seats, 99 seats, they would have a shock to their system. Had this been 2014 and this result had come, we would have been calling thumping victory for Narendra Modi. It's because the bar has become different. So the decimation for the bar of the Congress has become so low that this is a creditable rise, but that's all it is. So let's call it down in bottom lines. Akhilesh has had a wave in UP, but he's going to have to focus on the assembly elections to convert this into real power. He's got the Lok Sabha seats, but he's going to have to sit in the opposition. Real power will now be 1 year later when the assembly elections take place, and Akhilesh will then have to vie to be chief minister. So he's going to have to wait to capitalize on that wave into something more momentous. Mamata has power in the state, which remember Akhilesh doesn't. She has power in the state. What she has got is she's beaten back the BJP and she's made a strong point that I can hold on to Bengal. That's all for Mamata Banerjee because she already has power in the state and she's not gaining power in the center. For PM Modi, he is currently at his peak. This is not the bottom for Narendra Modi. This is the peak third term. You have to understand that there is going to be discomfort at not having a single party majority, but it's unlikely to really affect his agenda. I am firmly of the view it's going to make more difference. There will be inconveniences, but not beyond that. Please ignore the conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories will tell you that the BJP has sabotaged itself in UP. The bottom line is the BJP has fought an election in UP. They've got cut. They've lost seats in UP. Akhilesh has done well. Give him credit. Don't get into the conspiracy theories. All political parties have internal contradictions. The Congress has, Akhilesh has, Mayawati has, and so does the BJP. But don't get into the conspiracy theories. Now, all talks that are going on, that there might be some compromise candidate, there might be some alternative PM, that the alliance might prefer somebody else, the RSS might prefer somebody else. Don't get on into all of this. This is all canards to throw the conversation off kilter. There is no conversation like this actually happening, that there is an alternative PM, because the election has been won under the name of Narendra Modi and the election has been won. It's a reduced victory, but it is a victory. The India alliance is unlikely to be formalized as an alliance in parliament. This bloc is unlikely to last when parliament convenes and say we are a formal opposition bloc. It's unlikely to happen. Naidu is back at state and center. Jagan is in trouble. That's the bottom line. Let's have a look at the next one, which of course has got to do with the BJP displacing Naveen Patnaik in Odisha. This is a huge deal, a historic both at the center and at the state, where the BJP has just done enough to form a government. This is an important bottom line because power has shifted hands. Rest is rhetoric. Where power shifts hand is when actual things happen. Rahul Gandhi has gotten his act together better this time than in 2019. He did the yatras, give him credit. He went out, he put together the alliance, managed it, took the right, whatever, he got his act together better this time. Give him some credit. There is no doubt that the Hindu vote bank was divided by caste, and the Modi effect that was above all of this was not a factor as it was for the past 10 years, especially in places like UP. I want to take 4 points before I wrap this up. Indian democracy, ladies and gentlemen, doing just fine. It's alive, it's well, it's thriving. And if you are truly in the spirit of an energized opposition, you are thrilled at this result because you have a stable government, in an achieving prime minister, you don't have a cacophony, confused alliance, but they've gotten enough resurgence to be a more effective opposition. So from a sheer Democrats' point of view, great, perfect result, couldn't be better. Ram Mandir wave, there wasn't any, which tells you a story about Hindu chauvinism or lack thereof. There wasn't a Ram Mandir wave emanating. The BJP lost Faizabad, where Ayodhya exists, by a thumping 60,000 votes, okay? The government for the next 5 years is likely to be stable, more likely to see more entrants into the NDA rather than too many exits in the next few months. The Muslims of UP did not vote for the Bharatiya Janata Party despite the houses, ration cards, water and taps. So it is, identity still matters. It's not just development. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Congress now faces the dilemma for 2029 also. And the dilemma is, do they continue building themselves or do they get tempted by this formula? Let Akhilesh build a bastion in UP and not us. Let Mamta continue the bastion in Bengal and not us. Let Aam Aadmi Party continue bastion in Delhi and not us. It's a dilemma for them going ahead as well, because the experiment, many will say, has worked. So it is the combination of the Congress at 100, 120 seats and everybody else. And that's not good news for the Congress. They want to be at 200 seats and not be at 100 seats and hoping the others are going to help them form a government. That's the bottom line.
Okay, all right, Rishabh, thank you so much for that analysis. Viewers, we will, of course, come back in just a moment. Remember, like I said, Prime Minister Modi is expected to make his way to the BJP headquarters at 7 p.m. But we have to step into a very, very quick 20-second break, and we will be back with our rolling coverage of the general elections 2024. Stay tuned to NewsX.
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
जिन्होंने यूज किया है वो जानते हैं असली हींग का स्वाद।
MDH सुपर हींग, शुद्धता का असली तड़का।
MDH प्यास बुझाए,
डाइजेशन के लिए मस्त, शरीर में नमक पानी का बैलेंस बनाए।
बढ़िया है, प्राकृतिक हल्दी, मिर्ची, धनिया।
नहीं, मिर्ची, धनिया, हल्दी। MDH। MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH।
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए।
MDH।
जिन्होंने यूज किया है वो जानते हैं असली हींग का स्वाद।
MDH सुपर हींग, शुद्धता का असली तड़का।
MDH। जीरा से प्याज
डाइजेशन के लिए मस्त, शरीर में नमक पानी का बैलेंस बनाए।
पाव भाजी को फेवरेट बनाता है MDH पाव भाजी मसाला।
MDH पाव भाजी मसाला।
MDH बनाए पाव भाजी लाजवाब।
MDH।
बढ़िया है, प्राकृतिक हल्दी, मिर्ची, धनिया।
नहीं, मिर्ची, धनिया, हल्दी, MDH। लाल रंग इसका अपार,
तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद, बेमिसाल बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH।
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए।
MDH।
Welcome back. Conclusion of the 2024 Lok Sabha general elections is at hand now. The NDA is coming back for a third term once again, and the BJP not consolidating its vote the way it had expected. Ab ki baar 400 par, of course, is distant reality. The apple has really fallen far from the tree for the Bharatiya Janata Party. A few bright points for them, but brighter points for the opposition at this point and as well. UP is something which is obviously going to be remembered as a big dampener, a wet blanket, if we can call it, for the NDA alliance. West Bengal, again, a state where they had made considerable gains in 2019 and in 2004 as well, turning out to be a disappointment. Odisha, on the other hand, has sprung up a surprise for the Bharatiya Janata Party. And of course, this time they're with an alliance with Nitish Kumar and the TDP. And of course, this is going to be a pre-poll alliance, which is going to take effect when the new government is going to be sworn in. We'll talk about this and, of course, the larger repercussions and fallouts of this victory today. Priya Sehgal, editorial director of our network, is with us on the program. Priya, speaking to you for the first time today, your general, assessment of what's happened over here. Of course, let's not forget that most of the pollsters got all their predictions wrong. It's also, in fact, invalidated the trust of most of us to not take exit polls very, very seriously.
No, absolutely. In fact, we should be having a whole discussion on exit polls soon also. But before that, the next government and the current results. I think, Vinny, the results have been actually pretty good for democracy in terms of, if you just look at the larger picture in terms of what the Prime Minister has achieved, single-handedly, he is still the single largest party, versus the entire India bloc. The BJP is ahead. So that goes to him. And for any other leader at any other point of time, third term, that's a big achievement. But because, as I keep saying, Prime Minister Modi and the entire BJP echo chambers raised the bar so much, ab ki baar 400 par, and the whole hype of the exit polls, everybody was expecting him to at least cross 300 if not 400 and come back with a huge bang. When that has not happened, then suddenly the victory is being seen in the events of the last few weeks and the few days, where he himself set the bar, saying it may be a marketing hype, but then you've fallen into your own rhetorical trap. Perhaps his own party workers in the first two phases also did not come out thinking maybe Modi to jeet hi raha hai. There's been talk about the voting dates were clubbed on the weekend, so a lot of people took the long weekend off and didn't vote. Modi to jeet hi raha hai, so his core voter perhaps hasn't turned out. There is also talk of the RSS not pitching in because of the various tickets that were given to outsiders, and the fact that the party president comes and says कि हमको अब RSS की ज़रूरत नहीं है. So a lot of introspection. On the whole is, I think, excellent for democracy and the India bloc. the way it has worked, the way it has got everybody together, the Congress is fighting the lowest number of seats ever, 368 seats. So it toned down its big brother attitude. I think the BJP became the Congress in this. It hyped up its big brother attitude and the Congress toned it down and became accommodating, came out with the strategy also. We keep saying the BJP has a better strategy. This time BJP stuck to the tried old strategy of Modi Ki Guarantee, while Congress actually spelled out what it would do to various sections. You can disagree on caste, you can disagree on the schemes, but at least they had a plan at which we could actually argue on issues. And lastly, they refused to engage on this Modi versus whom. They did not want to make it a personality contest. They were making it, and I think it's not just entire national election, but it has been fought differently in every state, which is why UP gave a different verdict, West Bengal gave a different verdict, and Bihar and Karnataka have given different verdicts. So there's been, I think, also local issues have also played up, local leaders have played up. So it's been truly a democratic exercise, which I think it's been an excellent election process so far, and the mandate is very, very interesting to say the least.
Absolutely, you're right, Priya. Pooja Tripathi, Congress spokesperson, also with us on the broadcast. Pooja, first of all, congratulations. This is a big flip, if we can call it, for the Congress party. Almost double the seats that you had in 2019, still falling short of forming a government. I can see a smile on your face, which is usually missing or has been missing whenever we have spoken in the past. Your thoughts on what the India Alliance did well this time, better this time as compared to the Mahagathbandhan in 2019, or do you think this is a victory by default?
Vineet, is a big day. It's a jubilant day, and my smile says it all. I want to define it as a Pyrrhic victory. Pyrrhic victory is victory somewhere. You inflict such a devastating toll on a victory that on victor that your defeat overcomes their victory. The whole 400 par, the bubble of the 400 par stands flat today. And the way UP has shown results, the way India Alliance has performed, it goes on to say that rural distress was definitely a problem which the incumbent government failed to see. It's a moral and it's a decisive mandate for moral and ethical defeat for Narendra Modi ji as a leader. Was just been. I'm really sorry. Can I come back? Shut him. I'm really sorry.
She's going to come back. She'll come back.
All right. Sumit, in fact, you wanted to respond to what Pooja was saying. I couldn't gather what you were saying, but it had something to do with Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah, Vineet, the Pooja ji is saying that there's a lot of rural distress in India. And I believe the villages are not only in Uttar Pradesh, then there likewise if there's a rural distress, it should be the story of everywhere. Why don't we face the fact that Muslims voted against BJP in UP and the Yadavs got together? It was a Yadav-Muslim combo. Look at every seat.
Ayodhya? What happened in Faizabad?
28.5% Muslims, Faizabad, and the rest.
What happened to the Hindus there?
They got divided. They didn't vote. Simple si baat hai. How much do you need to win the election? 41, 42, you will win the election. Na? 28 you get here, 10, 12% you get here. So that's done. That's a done deal. That's what happened. So why did all pollsters got it lost? Because the good old formula of Yadav Muslim combo worked. And Rishabh was just telling that it's very clear that it is getting all the government schemes and all. They did not work. Identity politics matters. And there are people like Akhilesh who banked on it. They got their formula right. There's nothing wrong with what Akhilesh did. He got his formula right.
Well, Priya also mentioned that, a few things that were said, for instance, by, BJP President JP Nadda could have been avoided. And of course, the Prime Minister was also targeted for a number of things he might have also said during those rallies. Do you think that was a contributing factor?
I think we need the identity politics, caste politics is back. The caste politics has emerged again in UP, and what Nadda ji possibly said, that could have been avoided in my opinion.
But the difference is who was trying to take advantage of it and who got the advantage.
That's you see, when it comes to Akhilesh Bhaiya knows one formula, Y and M. He tested the age-old formula. It worked for him because you left the blank. Na? You left the blank. Uski galti nahi hai. He will try what works for him. He's a politician. He did nothing wrong in my opinion. He tried. It worked for him.
I also want to get a word in from Priya on how Akhilesh Yadav has done. Priya, I've seen a number of your interactions and your chats with Akhilesh. What do you think he got right? We know that he's very strong when it comes to the cadre and ground level. We know how he galvanizes people, and we know that he's one of the best speakers and orators that we have in the country, and he connects with the crowd. But what do you think he did this time around that actually, turned this tide for Akhilesh Yadav and the India Alliance in Uttar Pradesh?
Well, Vineet, for one, he got his calculations right. He was, he always talks about this rainbow coalition of castes. He did that the last time around. It didn't work. This time around, it has worked, because also I think the mood, all this talk about sabka saath, sabka vikas obviously did not reach the Muslim community. Last time we were said BJP won because the Muslim women came out and voted. The triple talaq or the Ujjwala scheme reached them. That was the reason given for why the BJP won. It's not just a question of just Hindu Muslims. If you take the number of tickets Akhilesh Yadav gave to the Muslims, he just gave 4-5 tickets to the Muslims. He also avoided this whole talk of polarization. Though the BJP tried to play the Ram Mandir card, they tried to play the Mangal Sutra, all those catchwords, clickbait words that were used by somebody no less than the Prime Minister also. But neither Akhilesh nor Rahul Gandhi rose to the bait. You were asking me about the conversations I had. I met him just on the eve of the 7th phase. I was in Lucknow and we had a conversation. I was, of course, Vineet, expecting an interview, or I was pushing him for an interview, but he said, look, this is a strategy by me, and he said, we haven't had a conversation, but I see Rahul Gandhi doing the same. We are not giving any interviews. They just gave tic-tacs at the rally ground. Akhilesh gave. Rahul didn't even do that. Because they said the media will come and they will not want to hear what we want to say. They will come with provocative questions. They will say Modi banam kaun. They will say Hindu Muslim. They will try and get us into a certain narrative. They will say वो मुजरा करते हैं, फिर हम कहेंगे वो ढोलक बजाते हैं, अरे आपने प्रधानमंत्री का अपमान कर दिया, आपने उनको नीच कहा, आपने उनको चाय वाला कहा. And they wanted, the opposition, the BJP wanted to make this an issue about Prime Minister Modi. Now that is still the BJP's best card, as we saw even from the numbers. And very strategically, the opposition decided not to engage in this personality conversation with the Prime Minister, not Modi versus whom, not any name calling with the Prime Minister, not insulting him, not praising him, just ignore him. Just don't take his name, go focus on the topics you want to talk, which is why no interviews with the media, talk on the rally ground, talk on social media, even at press conferences. Akhilesh gave me that example. He's saying, the press conference that happened in Lucknow with Arvind Kejriwal, he's saying the media only wanted to talk about Swati Mahewal. Ab Swati Mahewal ka kya impact hai Lucknow mein, at the end of the day, he wanted to talk about his issues. So he's saying best is avoid all these interactions where the media tends to dominate. Let's go talk to the public directly. Now this is something Prime Minister Modi used to do, if you remember. He didn't give any interviews initially to the media while he was in government. Only during election times he gives interviews.
Correct.
So here they decided we're going to follow the narrative. Then of course he built this alliance of, we all pulled his leg about that PDA, Pichla, Dalit and Adivasis. That seems to have worked, in his favor. He's got streets and he campaigned very hard. He is the one who went, if you see the campaign of the Samajwadi Party and Congress, Rahul Gandhi has not held a single rally in UP alone. Every rally he did, Akhilesh was there. Akhilesh campaigned extensively even in the Congress seats.
Correct.
So it is Akhilesh who has supported and pulled Rahul along. He made sure Rahul contested from Raebareli. Remember, Rahul was not keen to contest from UP.
Correct.
Akhilesh Yadav is the one along with Mallikarjun Kharge. And look at the results. If Rahul had not, Amethi and Raebareli would not have gone, and this, the trophy seats would not have come.
Absolutely.
So there's also a psychological factor. He himself contested from Kannauj. Though his heart is not in Delhi, he wants to be Chief Minister of UP again. But he did that. So symbolically, psychologically, strategically, whatever, it just worked.
Absolutely, very right. Well, we're going to cut across to my colleague Megha, who's going to take us through some of the VIP candidates who contested, and let's see which of them faced disappointment and which of them got results in their favor. Megha, over to you.
All right, let's take a look at the big wins and the big losses. Let's start off with the big winners who won with a large margin. And starting off with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of course, Varanasi was the seat that he won, and he won by quite the margin of about 1.5 lakh votes. Raebareli, Uttar Pradesh, Rahul Gandhi, big win for him. He contested from Raebareli, which is a Congress turf, and he ended up winning. This was the first time he contested from Raebareli. Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, Rajnath Singh, he won with a massive margin. The seat has been a BJP bastion since 1991. Gandhinagar, Gujarat, Amit Shah won with a massive margin. About 7 lakh votes is the number by which he won. This is again a BJP bastion. Kannauj in Uttar Pradesh, Akhilesh Yadav was able to wrest control of this seat, the one that he had lost in 2019. And next up, let's take a look at Baramati, Maharashtra. Supriya Sule won the seat. This was a fight against Sunetra Pawar, who is the wife of Ajit Pawar. Mumbai North, Maharashtra, it was Piyush Goyal. He won the seat. Again, a safe seat of the BJP. BJP has been winning from this seat consecutively. Nagpur, Maharashtra, Nitin Gadkari, turf of Nitin Gadkari. He won it this time around as well. Tiruvananthapuram, Kerala, Shashi Tharoor ended up winning the seat after quite the back and forth that kept happening with around 15,000 seats. Wayanad in Kerala was also won by Rahul Gandhi, this becoming his second win. In 2019 also, he did the same. Tuticorin in Tamil Nadu, where Kanimui won the election, this in 2019 as well, she had won this seat. New Delhi, Bansuri Swaraj, this was the first time she was being fielded by the BJP. She did the job, she won the election. Northeast Delhi, we have Manoj Tiwari winning the seat for the third consecutive time. So again, all the 7 seats